9 Sun God King Chapter 1252 to Chapter 1305. Amnesia. Qin Yun did not continue to search immortal King Fu Yun's information, instead he searched Xianxia's information. Xianxia is Xiaqiru's past life, she was once an influential person. But he still could not find her. Ling Yun'er said, Xiao Yun, this devil mirror was refined by Wu Tiantu, the contents of the devil mirror must be controlled by Wu Tiantu. This guy must have some kind of goal to hide everything related to your past life. Qin Yun nodded and said, maybe this Wu Tiantu knows my past life. He searched for a bit but did not find any images related to Wu Tiantu. He doesn't even know what Wu Tiantu looks like. There are almost no images of immortal emperors and immortal kings on the devil mirror. It must be to protect the privacy of those immortal emperors and immortal kings so as not to cause a disaster. Even the contents related to Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Devil Immortal Great Emperor are very positive. And according to Qin Yun's knowledge, Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Devil Immortal Great Emperor are very despicable and evil people. Finally, he checked Netherworld Great Emperor's information. It only said that Netherworld Great Emperor has been missing for many years and did not say anything else. Wu Tiantu doesn't want to offend people, so he did this. Ling Yun'er said, the contents of this devil mirror are very dangerous. It is very easy to discredit a person. I have to say, this Wu Tiantu is truly a genius, I really want to meet him. Qin Yun laughed and then continued reading about Sun Divine Stone. Near him, there is a Sun Divine Stone that has now turned into a divine mountain. And in other places, most of the Sun Divine Stones have turned into divine mountains and some have turned into floating islands. There are also Sun Divine Stones that have turned into all kinds of huge weapons. For example, there are many sword-shaped Sun Divine Stones that look like huge divine swords inserted into the ground, causing many immortals who cultivate sword to rush over. There are also Sun Divine Stones that look like lifelike beast statues, dragons, tigers, phoenixes, cheetahs, lions, eagles, and so on. There are also Sun Divine Stones that look like flowers, plants, and trees. These Sun Divine Stones that suddenly fell made people go crazy. There are all kinds of Sun Divine Stones, they are all huge and can release powerful divine power. Now, many people are facing a problem, they cannot approach Sun Divine Stones. Someone on the demonic mirror announced that only immortal kings and immortal emperors could approach the Divine Sun Stone. But then there was news that immortals of other realms could get close to the Sun God Stone. In short, all kinds of news appeared on the magic mirror. Qin Yun frowned as he watched. He could not find a way to approach the Sun Divine Stone. He took out Star Traveling Pagoda and entered it. Evil God, something big has happened. Qin Yun promptly contacted Evil God. Brat, did a Sun God Stone descend on your side? Evil God asked. Yeah. How did you know? Qin Yun said in astonishment. We've already landed on this side. The giants of various forces are fighting over it until their heads bleed. All kinds of powerful beasts have been mobilized. The evil god laughed. Did you manage to snatch it? Asked Qin Yun. Of course I snatched it. The evil god laughed and said, I snatched it with others. Qin Yun curled his lips. He suspected that the evil god had joined someone else's faction as a lackey. Evil god, how can I occupy a Sun Divine Stone? Asked Qin Yun. Well, I'm not too sure either. In short, when the Sun Divine Stone just landed, most people can't approach it. If they are very strong, then it won't be a problem. Qin Yun, you are just a sixth tribulation half-immortal, don't get involved in this kind of excitement. Those who want to occupy Sun Divine Stone are all very dreadful, they are the giants of great factions or the leaders of beast groups. Evil God advised. All right. Qin Yun nodded and then asked again, Evil God, have you heard of Sun-suppressing divine arrow? 9 sun-suppressing divine arrows have landed in Immortal Desolate. What? Sun-suppressing divine arrow has appeared in Immortal Desolate? Evil God immediately shouted. What's wrong? Qin Yun is somewhat amazed. From Evil God's reaction, he can see that the sun-suppressing divine arrow is very important. Sun-suppressing divine arrow. The 9 sun totem soul was recorded inside. I heard that as long as one can obtain one sun-suppressing divine arrow, one can become the overlord of 9 suns. Evil God became very frantic and let out a strange cry, Qin Yan ah Qin Yan. It would be great if you were an immortal emperor, maybe you would be able to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Qin Yan finally realized that obtaining the sun-suppressing divine arrow means that he can become one of the overlords of 9 suns. Sun-suppressing divine arrow should not be easy to obtain, right? Qin Yan was originally a disciple of 9 Extinction Profound Gate. He came in contact with the sun-suppressing divine arrow and knows how dreadful it is. I don't know, maybe. If it is an immortal emperor expert, maybe he can obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Evil God sighed and said, forget it, if it is yours, then it is yours. If it is not yours, you will never be able to obtain it. Everything is up to fate. Qin Yan stored away the large golden devil horn, sat down in the living room and let out a long sigh. He is safe inside Star Traveling Pagoda. He can wait for the sun divine stone to calm down, maybe he can approach it and take a look. Dong dong dong, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Could it be that Xiao He has returned? Qin Yan hastily opened the door. After opening the door, Qin Yan became stunned. There is an absolutely beautiful woman standing at the door. Her gentle and sweet face is filled with indifference. She is wearing a very simple white long skirt, making her look even more elegant and refined. This woman is Nangong Shuiru. She has a faint smile on her face and said in soft voice, young master, sorry to disturb you, I want to ask you something. Young master? Qin Yan is very pleasantly surprised to see Nangong Shuiru here. But hearing her address him like this, he cannot help but feel stunned. He is very sure that this woman is Nangong Shuiru. Although Nangong Shuiru has a gentle and faint smile on her face, it is only a polite smile. Qin Yan can still see the indifference and vigilance in her eyes. Nangong Shuiru doesn't recognize Qin Yan. Are you Nangong Shuiru? Qin Yan asked. Ah? Young master, you recognize me? Nangong Shuiru said in amazement. When Qin Yan passed through the immortal gate, Nangong Shuiru and the others were the first to become immortals. Then they were sucked into the immortal desolate together with Yao Feng. But now, it is as if Nangong Shuiru has lost her memory, she doesn't recognize him at all. We met before, don't you remember? Qin Yan asked again. Nangong Shuiru's elegant brows are slightly creased, she is trying very hard to remember. Then she slightly shook her head and said, I don't remember. I have indeed lost a portion of my memory. Were we friends before? Yes, we were good friends. Qin Yan promptly let Nangong Shuiru in. Really? No wonder I felt that you were very familiar. Originally, I was very vigilant when I saw strangers. But when I saw you, this pagoda is very familiar. Furthermore, your voice and you give me a very familiar feeling. After Nangong Shuiru came in, she looked all around and her gentle and beautiful eyes opened wide. Nangong Shuiru has stayed in Star Traveling Pagoda before, so she is very familiar with this place. Shuiru, I am Qin Yun. You used to call me Xiao Yun. You came from ancient domain, your master is Granny Shui. Qin Yun said again. Xiao Yun? Nangong Shuiru tried very hard to remember but she shook her head and said, I don't remember anything about you. Qin Yan let out a long sigh, his heart is in chaos. He wants to know what happened to Nangong Shuiru and how she became like this. Then do you remember Shui Weiwei, Gu Qiufei, Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, Long Tianji, and Sister Yao Feng? Qin Yan asked again. Of course I remember. They are my good sisters. Nangong Shuiru is even more shocked, it seems like you are truly my friend. Did they not mention anything about me to you? Qin Yan asked again. Nangong Shuiru shook her head, they never mentioned me, they are now disciples of Guanghan Palace. Guanghan Palace can't use the devil mirror, I can't contact them. Qin Yan asked again, Shuiru, do you know how you lost your memory? My soul was suddenly injured yesterday. I am a member of Nangong family, what about you? Nangong Shuiru said. Aren't you going to Guanghan Palace with your sisters? Qin Yan is even more puzzled. How can Nangong Shuiru be a member of Nangong family? He suddenly suspects that Nangong Shuiru's memory loss is related to Nangong family. Nangong Shuiru said with light smile, I am also a disciple of Guanghan Palace. But I am a special disciple, so I don't need to stay in Guanghan Palace. I am now in my family. Why can't disciples of Guanghan Palace use the devil mirror? Qin Yan asked. Our great palace master is immortal Emperor Yu. Palace master said that the guy who refined the devil mirror is a scoundrel, so we can't use it. Nangong Shuiru said. Wu Tiantu is a scoundrel? Qin Yan took out the devil mirror. Nangong Shuiru nodded and said, Great palace master said so. Although the devil mirror is very useful, we are forbidden from using it. Qin Yan pondered and then asked again, Is there a woman called Bing Xing in Guanghan Palace? There is. Palace Master Bing Xing, she is our second palace master. She is also an immortal emperor but outsiders don't know about it. Just as Nangong Shuiru finished speaking, she realized that she has spilled the beans. She immediately bit her lower lip. Her appearance is very charming and pleasant. She doesn't know why, but now that she has met Qin Yan, she is acting very different from usual. She should have kept the secret, but now she has spilled everything. Xiao Yun, don't speak nonsense. These secrets will be detrimental to our Guanghan Palace. Nangong Shuiru said in low voice, Actually, outsiders don't know that I am a disciple of Guanghan Palace. Our Guanghan Palace's disciples are easy targets, we must be very careful when we go out. Qin Yan said with smile, Relax. I know most of the women in Guanghan Palace. Yuelan is also my wife, do you know her? Ah? Is that true? Yuelan actually has a husband? Does Great Palace Master know? Nangong Shuiru looked at Qin Yan in amazement. At this time, someone knocked on the door again, this time the knocking is very rude. Qin Yan opened the door and saw a group of people standing outside. Moreover, they are people Nangong Shuiru knows. Seeing these people, the originally tender and beautiful Nangong Shuiru's expression suddenly changed and became cold. Shuiru, how can you casually enter other people's territory? Quickly come with us, our Nangong family elders want to attack this divine mountain. A middle-aged man yelled, then looked at Qin Yan with disdain and shouted, What are you looking at? Nangong Shuiru's expression became even colder and her voice became ice-cold. He is my friend, don't use this kind of tone to talk to him. The people outside are all stunned because Qin Yan is not even an immortal yet Nangong Shuiru calls him friend. The power of heaven's punishment. After being shouted at by Nangong Shuiru, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with viciousness. He nodded and said, Yes. This young master is Shuiru's friend, we will definitely respect him. Nangong Shuiru nodded, then walked out of the door. She turned around and said to Qin Yan, there is danger around here, you should leave as soon as possible. Many thanks for Shuiru's concern. Qin Yan smiled. After Nangong Shuiru left, the middle-aged man glared at Qin Yan with eyes filled with ruthlessness, then left with Nangong Shuiru. Originally, Qin Yan still wanted to ask some questions, but after secretly sighing, he went over and closed the door. Nangong Shuiru's cultivation must be very high. After all, her talent is very good. Moreover, she came to the immortal desolate a long time ago. After closing the door, he took out the golden demon horn and contacted the evil god. Evil god, have you contacted Yueme recently? Qin Yan asked. Of course I did. After you came to the immortal desolate, I immediately contacted that little girl. You don't say, but this little girl really pissed me off. She actually pretended to be a fool and said that she didn't know you. I've been quarreling with her for the past 2 days. The evil god's voice was filled with anger. Qin Yan had been trapped in the immortal door for 10 years and the heretic god was unable to contact him. After Qin Yan came out, evil god is very happy to be able to contact Qin Yan, so he decided to tell Xiao Yueme this good news. But Xiao Yueme said she doesn't know Qin Yan. Qin Yan suddenly thought of something and said to evil god, I have a very good friend. She came to the immortal desolate earlier than me. Back then, we passed through the immortal gate together. She became an immortal and was sucked into the immortal desolate. However, she said that her soul was damaged yesterday, causing her to lose part of her memory. The strange thing is, she remembers everyone except me. Speaking of this matter, Qin Yan was also very puzzled. Because Nangong Shuiru remembers Shui Weiwei and the others but she has forgotten about him. As for Shui Weiwei and the others, they never mentioned Qin Yan in front of Nangong Shuiru. After hearing this, the evil god shouted, "So that's how it is. It seems like I have wronged you, Ma. Evil god, what's going on? Did you, Ma, also forget me?" Qin Yan's heart thumped, his body slightly swayed. Xiao Yuemei is so close to him, she is like his little sister, but she has forgotten him. To him, this is an incomparably huge blow. Qin Yun. This was caused by you forcefully barging into the immortal desolate. As long as one's soul is at or below the immortal rank, they will forever forget you," said evil god. When Qin Yun heard the evil god's words, his mind went blank and he sat on the ground. Xiao Yuelan, Yang Shiryu, Xie and the others would most likely not remember him, his friends, his lover, and his family would all forget him. Qin Yun could not accept this fact. He quickly shook his head. Impossible. Mo and Yang still remember me. He suddenly thought of Jade Rabbit and hurriedly took it out. However, Jade Rabbit was very unfamiliar with him. Mo said, "Brother, Bunny said she doesn't know you. What about Yang? Does she still recognize me?" Qin Yun asked. "Of course I recognize you." Mo was also very puzzled as she muttered, "Why doesn't Bunny remember you? Don't tell me you slept too much?" Qin Yun placed little Jade Rabbit back into the Nine-Sun Divine Spirit. Little Jade Rabbit remembered Mo and Yang, they were having a good time inside. Evil God said, "The souls of the High Priest of the Magical Fairies and the Ninth Heaven Xian Sparrow have surpassed immortal rank souls, so they all remember you. My soul is a God rank soul, so I can remember you. Qin Yun, this is heavenly punishment, to make those who once knew you completely forget you." What a vicious punishment. What kind of power is this? It can actually erase me from the memories of so many people. Qin Yun still can't believe that this is true. Heavenly power. Evil God sighed and said, "Accept your fate. Rest assured, I will continue to contact that girl Xiao Yuemei and communicate with her properly. Let's see if we can make her remember anything." Qin Yun felt extremely dejected, but he quickly pulled himself together. Heavenly power? I don't believe that I can't contend against it. Just you wait. Qin Yun clenched his fists tightly. He must make his friends and family remember him. Evil God said again, "Qin Yun, maybe there's a way to make them remember you." Oh? What way? Qin Yun promptly asked. It means that you have cultivated a saint-tier soul, or a god-tier soul. Of course, this is just my guess. Because heavenly power only binds souls below saint-tier. Maybe when you cultivate saint-tier soul, you will be able to break through this shackle. The evil god said, "If your friends and relatives manage to cultivate a saint-level soul one day, they might think of you." Qin Yun let out a long sigh and said, "My soul is not even immortal rank, my seventh tribulation half immortal won't come. This heavenly punishment power is truly full of tricks." Evil God chuckled and said, "To be taken care of by heavenly punishment power like this, you can be considered very awesome." Boom boom boom, someone vigorously knocked on the door. Qin Yun stored away the large golden devil horn. He opened the door and saw a black-clothed square-faced youth standing at the door. This square-faced youth is one of the people who came to find Nangong Shuiru. What's the matter? Qin Yun's tone is very calm. Seeing this square-faced youth knocking so violently, he realized that he has ill intentions. Why are you still here? Didn't Miss Shuiru tell you to quickly leave this dangerous place? The square-faced youth said in cold voice. I will leave, but I am waiting for someone here. Qin Yun said. Are you waiting for Miss Shuiru? Don't wait, she won't come back to this broken pagoda. Also, don't think too much, you and her are people of two different worlds. Miss Shuiru is now a great immortal and you are not even an immortal. The square-faced youth yelled, quickly come out, I want to take you away from this place. Miss Shuiru ordered me to do so. Shuiru ordered you to take me away? Qin Yun doubtfully asked. Indeed. Miss Shuiru is a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She is very kind-hearted and cares about a smelly insect like you, so she ordered me to escort you away. Quickly follow me. The square-faced youth's tone is filled with cold arrogance. He looked at Qin Yun with disdain, it is as if he is very disgusted with Qin Yun. Qin Yun knows that Nangong Shuiru truly cares about him, so she sent people to escort him away. However, the person who was sent to escort him is very rude. I appreciate Shuiru's good intentions, but I am waiting for someone here, so I can't leave for now. Qin Yan's tone became very cold. Less bullshit. Quickly come out. My time is very precious. If it were not for Miss Shuiru's order, I would not even want to talk to a lowly person like you, the square-faced youth furiously yelled. Don't be shameless when given face, you should know your own weight. Miss Shuiru is caring about you because she is kind-hearted, don't think that she likes a smelly insect like you. Qin Yan's expression is very gloomy, he vigorously closed the door. The square-faced youth cannot enter because there is a barrier outside the door controlled by Qin Yan. Only with Qin Yan's permission can the barrier be opened. The square-faced youth knows that the barrier is very strong, so he cannot enter. Smelly insect, quickly come out, the square-faced youth vigorously pounded the door. I will tell you the truth, you can't leave. So long as you step out of the door, I will kill you. You should know that a great person has ordered me to kill you. Qin Yan slightly opened his eyes, dense killing intent flashed through them. Who wants to kill me? Qin Yan coldly asked. You don't have the qualifications to know. You only need to know that Miss Shuiru is incomparably noble, she will not make friends with lowly people. Miss Shuiru said that you are her friend, you must die. That great person will not allow Miss Shuiru to have a lowly friend like you. Moreover, you are not worthy. Quickly come out and accept your death. The square-faced youth loudly yelled, quickly come out and let me end your lowly life. Qin Yan took out the Lion King cannon, loaded it with half-immortal life crystals, then opened the door and shot at the square-faced youth. After shooting, Qin Yan fiercely closed the door. Boom boom boom, explosions are unceasingly coming out of the pagoda, but the star-traveling pagoda is very stable, it is not even trembling. After a while, the outside became quiet again. Qin Yan opened the door and saw that all the flowers and trees that were destroyed by the explosion are rapidly growing back. Although there are a few large holes, the soil seems to have life, it is gathering from all directions and filling up the holes. This caused Qin Yan to feel very amazed. After being bombarded by so many half-immortal life crystals, it actually recovered in a short while. The square-faced youth is an immortal, he is also wearing equipment, so he did not die. However, he is seriously injured. He is lying on the ground, his expression is filled with fear as he looked at Qin Yan. Who wants to kill me? Qin Yan walked over, stepped on the chest of the square-faced youth, pointed the Lion King cannon at the youth's head and coldly asked. You are not worthy to know who that person is, the square-faced youth loudly yelled. If you kill me, the consequences will be very serious. I want to see how serious the consequences will be, so you will die. Qin Yan's voice is ice cold. He took out the ninth heaven mysterious king's saber and hacked down, releasing nether sun flame filled with melting power and burned the square-faced youth to ashes. After eliminating the aura outside, Qin Yan returned inside the pagoda. I provoked a great character for no rhyme or reason, it seems like I must quickly increase my strength. I cannot let Shuiru be manipulated by some people with bad intentions. Qin Yan let out a long sigh, then opened the window and looked outside. He is standing in front of the window, his mind is filled with countless thoughts. Only when night came and he saw the crescent moon hanging on the horizon did he come back to his senses. Yuan, have you truly forgotten about me? Qin Yan let out a long sigh and closed the window. At this time, someone knocked on the door again, the knocking sound is very soft. After Qin Yan opened the door, he saw a round-faced and lovely woman. She is wearing red clothes, a pair of jet-black braids are hanging down on her chest. She has a smile on her face, her cheeks have shallow dimples. She said in sweet voice, is it young Master Qin? I was sent by Sister Shuiru. Borrowing spirit to become immortal. The red-clothed woman saw that Qin Yan is vigilant against her and said with light smile, I was truly sent by Sister Shuiru. I'm just a maidservant by her side. You can call me Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix's smile is very sweet, her pair of big watery eyes, her fair face is filled with pure and innocent smile, coupled with her long braids, she looks like a very innocent little girl. But Qin Yan is still very vigilant, he did not let Little Phoenix enter. Thank you for Shuiru's good intention. Tell her that I am waiting for someone and can protect myself, she doesn't need to worry too much about me. Qin Yan said with polite smile. Although he doesn't know whether Little Phoenix is good or bad, at least he is very polite. Little Phoenix nodded and said again, Sister Shuiru said that you are only a half immortal. She is very worried about you, so she sent me to escort you. Oh, that's right, there was a square-faced man who came to escort me. Why are you all coming here one after another? Xianxia said with frown. Ah? Someone came here just now? A square-faced man? Little Phoenix took out her devil mirror. Her devil mirror is covered with a layer of red shell, it looks very beautiful. Xianxia looked at Little Phoenix's devil mirror and saw the image of the square-faced man. Is it this person? Little Phoenix asked. It's him. Xianxia nodded. He came to find you? Little Phoenix said with frown, if Sister Shuiru sent him, there was no need for me to come here. Could it be that he came here on his own accord? Xianxia realized that Nangong Shuiru doesn't know that the square-faced man came here. Maybe someone knew that Nangong Shuiru sent people to pick him up, so they pretended to come to pick him up to kill him. Young Master Qin, please record my devil mirror, we will contact each other later. Sister Shuiru doesn't like to use devil mirror, so she doesn't have one. But she can use it through me. Little Phoenix said with sweet smile. Xianxia took out his devil mirror and recorded Little Phoenix's devil mirror so that they can contact each other later. Young Master Qin, I will go back first to report. Just as Little Phoenix turned around, Xianxia stopped her. Little Phoenix, where is the water now? Asked Xianxia. She's near the Divine Mountain. She's a young exalted immortal of the Nangong family. The Nangong family hopes that she can enter the Divine Mountain and obtain the opportunity. Little Phoenix added. If she's an exalted immortal or above, she won't be able to enter. Many Xian immortals can only wait outside. Help me tell Shuiru to be careful. Xianxia nodded. Young Master Qin, if I may be so bold as to ask, how did you get to know Sister Shuiru? She rarely made friends with strange men. It's also because she said that she knows you that some people are investigating you. Little Phoenix said. Shuiru and I met by chance. Xianxia faintly smiled. Young Master Qin, where is the person who came looking for you? Where did he go? Little Phoenix asked. I tactfully refused his escort and then he left. Little Phoenix, it's already dark, do you want to stay here for the night? Xianxia said with smile. No need. I might look like a little girl, but I'm a third-layer immortal. Little Phoenix smiled sweetly, revealing her cute little dimples. Then, she bid farewell to Xianxia. Xianxia reminded her to be careful on the way back. After Little Phoenix left, Xianxia closed the door and took out the magic mirror. Immortal, exalted immortal, Xian immortal. These are the most common immortals in the immortal desolate Xian province. The three provinces of the immortal desolate are Xian province, Earth province, and Heaven province. Generally speaking, powerful immortals rarely appear in Xian province, which means that the strongest immortals in Xian province are the Xian immortals. Xianxia used the magic mirror to contact the black donkey. Little Black, where are you? Xianxia asked. I'm on my way to the immortal desolate Earth province. The sun-suppressing divine arrow is in the Earth province. The black donkey cut off the connection. Xianxia felt that the black donkey was more reliable than the evil god, so he wanted to know how to attract the seventh tribulation. If the evil god knew that he was inferior to a donkey in Xianxia's heart, he would definitely explode in anger. Xianxia continued to contact the black donkey through the magic mirror. Little mortal, what's the matter? Quickly say it. I am on my way. If I am late, the sun-suppressing divine arrow will be snatched away, the black donkey very impatiently said. Xianxia quickly informed the black donkey about how he can't attract the seventh tribulation. You bastard, why are you courting death? You actually suffered heavenly punishment. Luckily you met me. It is very simple if you want to cross seventh tribulation, just find a way to approach a sun divine stone. Use divine power to attract seventh tribulation, as for how to do it, you will have to figure it out yourself. The black donkey finished speaking and cut off the connection. Xianxia now has a general direction. He promptly left Star Traveling Pagoda and stored it away. Then he rushed towards the Divine Mountain. Xiaoyun, the donkey wants you to borrow divine power to become an immortal. Half immortal tribulation power is useless to your body, but the tribulation power condensed from divine power will surely allow you to become an immortal. Ling Yin'er said. Indeed. I don't know the specifics, I will go to the divine mountain first. Qin Yan concealed himself and rushed towards the divine mountain. Because the divine mountain has not stabilized before, he could not approach it. Now that the divine mountain has stabilized, he can go take a look. But danger lurks in the vicinity of the divine mountain. The sun divine stone dropped down and released rays of light that illuminated the beasts, flowers, and trees, giving rise to a great change. There must be many formidable beasts in the vicinity of the divine mountain. Moreover, they must protect the divine mountain. What kind of existence is the divine mountain? Xian immortals can't go up, but upper immortals can. Qin Yan is very doubtful as he flew on the sky. The divine mountain is flickering with holy light at night. The main reason is that the trees, flowers, and plants on the mountain are releasing all kind of multicolored light. Qin Yan directly flew towards the peak of the divine mountain. But halfway there, he suddenly sensed a very strong pressure. This startled him so much that he immediately landed on the ground. Because there is a very formidable existence on the divine mountain, moreover, it is a beast. Damn it. There are very formidable beasts on the divine mountain, if I rashly go up, I will be killed. Qin Yan landed in a forest and sensed the aura of immortal beasts everywhere. He is only a sixth tribulation half immortal, he can barely contend against immortals. Immortals have 9 layers, if he meets even stronger immortals, he won't be able to defeat them. The square-faced youth who wanted to kill him before was a second or third tribulation immortal. Because he underestimated Qin Yan, he was seriously injured by Qin Yan's cannon blast. I can only walk. Qin Yan concealed his aura and carefully walked towards the divine mountain. Although there are many formidable beasts in the vicinity, they don't seem to put him in their eyes. After all, he is not even an immortal. The forest is very calm at night, there are no conflicts. This is beyond Qin Yan's expectation. Ling Yin'er said, the immortal beasts and immortals in the forest must have a common tacit understanding, they won't fight each other now. Otherwise, they won't be able to climb the divine mountain. They are not moving, could it be that they still can't go to the divine mountain? Qin Yan is filled with doubt in his heart. After he entered the forest, he sensed the aura of immortal beasts and immortals flowing through the forest. This place is very close to the divine mountain. After running for more than an hour, Qin Yan finally saw the divine mountain. There are no trees near the foot of the divine mountain, there is only dazzling golden soil. Within a few thousand meters of the divine mountain, it is all golden soil, not to mention stepping into the golden soil region, immortals and immortal beasts don't even dare to approach the vicinity of the golden soil region. Qin Yan took out the magic mirror and searched the situation of the sun god stones. Very soon, he found the relevant content. When a sun god stone lands on the ground, golden soil will appear nearby. Divine soil is very dangerous, anyone who steps on it will be devoured by the soil and turned into fertilizer. There is already a rumor that Xian immortals from Xian state wanted to fly over the divine soil region but were pulled down by the suction force released by the divine soil and drowned in it. Qin Yan finally knows why everyone is so quiet, they are all waiting for the divine soil to settle down. It seems that different sun god stones will restrict immortals of different realms from entering. For example, this kind of small sun god stone does not allow Xian immortals to enter. Qin Yan looked at the towering sacred mountain through the divine soil. It is hard to imagine that this is just a stone that fell from the sun. Such a stone is so huge that it turned into a divine mountain, causing many powerful immortal beasts and immortals to go crazy. Xiaoyun, go take a look. I think you will be fine. Ling Yin'er said. Why? Qin Yan is puzzled. These things come from the sun and you have the nether sun and 9 sun divine soul inside your body. You won't be devoured by the divine soil. Ling Yin'er said. Alright, I will give it a try. Qin Yan summoned his courage and walked over. He stepped on the golden and dazzling divine soil. Sure enough, there is no problem, Qin Yan is secretly happy. He quickly passed through the divine soil and rushed towards the divine mountain. The divine mountain is filled with many huge trees. Qin Yan did not fly, instead he climbed on some rocks and vigilantly climbed higher. As he approached the divine mountain, Qin Yan sensed a burst of familiar power inside the divine mountain. Qin Yan suddenly thought of an idea and said, Yuner, I will use the divine mountain's power to condense runes for Tribulation Bringer Talisman and carve them on the divine mountain's rocks. I don't know if I can use divine power to attract seventh half immortal tribulation. Let's give it a try. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan did not continue climbing, he only climbed to a few hundred meters high. He feels that this is enough. Because there might be some powerful things at a high place. He took out the floating cloud divine needle and began carving runes for Tribulation Bringer Talisman. He poured in even more blood spirit power than before. Apart from this, he used the 9 Sun Divine Soul to draw in the power inside the divine mountain to condense blood spirit power. Using this method to condense blood spirit power consumes even more blood and mental power. Even so, it gave Qin Yan hope. Heaven-defying tribulation Qin Yan released a large amount of blood essence to carve runes. This is very dangerous because it will make him very weak. Fortunately, nothing could get close to the divine mountain yet. The most powerful existences of the divine mountain were all located high up. If there was an inscription master watching from the side, they would definitely be dumbstruck by Qin Yan. While Qin Yan was carving runes, the stone actually floated up. At this moment, Qin Yan has entered a kind of state. With the floating cloud divine needle in hand, he is completely focused on carving runes. The stone is being treated as a talisman paper by him. It seems like it has intelligence and is cooperating with Qin Yan. The stone consciously cooperated with Qin Yan and floated in the air. Furthermore, it could move according to Qin Yan's thoughts, making it convenient for Qin Yan to carve runes. Unknowingly, the stone gradually became smaller. Only after Qin Yan finished carving the runes did the divine light on the stone gradually dim. At this moment, it had also turned into a palm-sized talisman. Strange, this is clearly a stone. Why did it turn into a talisman after I carved the runes? Qin Yan doesn't know what's going on either. He looks at the peculiar Tribulation Bringer Talisman in amazement. There's something strange about this divine mountain. It seems to be able to cooperate with you and become whatever you want. Of course, the state you are in when you are carving runes is also very rare, that is why the divine mountain is cooperating with you. Ling Yuner said. Buzz, the divine mountain suddenly quaked. Qin Yan immediately sensed an extremely powerful force rushing out of the divine mountain. With a whoosh, Qin Yan was blasted away by a shockwave. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying far away from the divine mountain. What's going on? How did I get sent flying so far? Qin Yan had planned on resting on the divine mountain for a while. Did the divine mountain tell you to stay away from it for your tribulation? Ling Yuner said again, I could sense a very strong spiritual fluctuation just now. There is a spirit inside the divine mountain. Ling Yuner could come into contact with all kinds of spirits, so she could sense the mountain spirit just now, but she couldn't communicate with it. Qin Yan looked at the talisman in his hand and sighed. I remember that when I obtained the Sun Soul, I was once blessed by the sun, causing the experts of the Martial Desolate to be forced to leave. Yes. Ling Yuner said, this time, it should be the sun helping you. Qin Yan took out Star Traveling Pagoda and entered it to rest. After resting, he would try the Calamity Bringer Talisman. The sky was bright. Qin Yan is sitting in the lobby of Star Traveling Pagoda's first floor when he suddenly sensed his magic mirror trembling and releasing a burst of mental fluctuation, indicating that someone is contacting him. After he took out the magic mirror, he heard a cold female voice. Are you Qin Yan? Qin Yan looked at the magic mirror and saw Little Phoenix's name on it. I am Qin Yan. Who are you? You are not Little Phoenix. Qin Yan asked. You don't need to know who I am. I used the slave girl's magic mirror to contact you. The woman's voice was filled with arrogance and conceit. Her disdainful tone made Qin Yan feel very uncomfortable. I'm Qin Yan. What's the matter? Qin Yan asked coldly. I heard that Shuira regards you as a friend, is that true? The woman asked in a cold and arrogant voice. That's right. What does it have to do with you? Oh, that's right, I want to talk to Little Phoenix, return the devil mirror to her. Qin Yan is very unhappy with this woman, he doesn't want to talk to her anymore. That lowly slave is outside, I want to talk to you alone. The woman's tone suddenly became even colder and filled with anger. You are not even an immortal, you are not allowed to be rude to me. Xianxia cut off the connection, he doesn't want to talk to this woman anymore. But very soon his devil mirror trembled again. The arrogant woman's voice came again, Xianxia, listen up. If you are smart, get the hell away from me and don't get close to Shuiru again. If people know that Shuiru is friends with a lowly thing like you, it will affect her reputation. Fuck your mother. Xianxia furiously cursed. Humph. Just you wait, I will immediately send people to teach you a lesson, you rude thing. The woman very angrily cut off the connection. Xianxia put away the devil mirror, his expression is ice cold as he said in his heart, who the hell is this woman? She will not let this matter rest. He continued to rest, he wants to ensure that he can cross 7th half-immortal tribulation in his best condition. More than an hour later, explosion sound came from outside. Someone is attacking star-traveling pagoda. Xianxia opened the door and saw 5 people. One of them is a large middle-aged man, he is the one who came to find Nangong Shuiru last time. What are you doing? Xianxia's voice is ice-cold. Brat, quickly scram out. Shuiru sent us to kill you, that middle-aged man said with sneer, she said that you disrespected her. Don't try to deceive me, did some woman send you? Xianxia's face is expressionless, he is tightly holding the tribulation bringer talisman in his hand. Are you scared now? Do you know who that woman is? She is Shuiru's cousin, a upper immortal. And her husband was also from the Long family. She doesn't want Shuiru to get acquainted with someone like you, she doesn't want you to have any illusions and go to Nangong family to harass Shuiru. So she sent us here to kill you. You will die today, that middle-aged man spoke and then took out a long saber. Brat, we are all immortals, the strongest are 5th layer immortal. You are just a little half-immortal, quickly come out and we will give you a quick death. If we break through this pagoda, you will suffer a fate worse than death, another youth said with sinister expression. What is the name of Shuiru's cousin? Just tell me and I will come out. Xianxia has already activated the tribulation bringer talisman. So long as he sticks it on his body, he will know whether or not he has successfully drawn tribulation. I am afraid you will be scared to death if I say it. Her name is Nangong Shuili, her husband is Long Tianren. Are you scared? That middle-aged man laughed loudly and said. She sent people to kill me? Xianxia clenched his fist. Indeed, that middle-aged man took out the devil mirror and contacted Nangong Shuili. Quickly get rid of that brat, don't complicate matters. Nangong Shuili's cold voice came through. Those few people bowed towards the devil mirror with very respectful appearance. Xianxia stuck the tribulation bringer talisman on his body. Suddenly a golden cloud floated down from the sky. The divine mountain released dense golden sacred light that transformed into a dense mist that covered the sky. That middle-aged man raised his head to look at the sky. He sensed wave after wave of pressure rushing down and his heart trembled. Big brother, what is going on? A young man took out a large saber and asked in fear. I don't know, maybe it's from the divine mountain, that middle-aged man said with frown. This pressure is a bit like half-immortal tribulation, that young man said in shock. Half-immortal tribulation? Half-immortal tribulation clouds are black, this is a golden cloud condensed with divine power. It is impossible for it to be half-immortal tribulation, that middle-aged man said with smile, let's quickly finish our mission and return. Xianxia knows that he has succeeded, he has finally welcomed his 7th half-immortal tribulation. At this time, tribulation clouds are condensing and covering a radius of 1,000 li around the divine mountain. All the immortal beasts and immortals in the vicinity of the divine mountain are scared and restless by this pressure. Nangong Shuiru came out of a small house near the divine mountain and floated on the sky. She looked at the sky filled with dense golden clouds and her long shapely eyebrows are tightly knitted. The wind and clouds in the heaven and earth are surging, burst after burst of gale accompanied by heavenly might, causing Nangong Shuiru's pure white dress to flutter in the wind. Sister Shuiru, what is going on? Little Phoenix curiously asked, her watery eyes are wide open as she looked at the sky. Don't you have the devil mirror? Check it. Nangong Shuiru lightly said. Little Phoenix immediately checked and found many things. She said in amazement, someone said that this is heaven-defying tribulation. Someone who is fighting against the heavens must find a way to bring down their own seventh half-immortal tribulation to defy the heavens and become immortals. Who exactly is going through tribulation? Nangong muttered. This matter spread through the devil mirror and caused many immortal kings and immortal emperors to be extremely amazed. Little Black Donkey also found out and is secretly amazed. It did not expect Qin Yun to bring down seventh half-immortal tribulation so quickly. The appearance of this heaven-defying tribulation has shaken the entire immortal desolate. Because people who can bring down this kind of heaven-defying tribulation are all very outstanding. If they can cross it, they will be even more dreadful. Boss, this is heaven-defying tribulation. I don't know who is in the vicinity. A young man looked through the devil mirror and found out about the situation of the golden clouds. Who cares? In any case, it won't be near us, that middle-aged man shouted at Qin Yun. Quickly scram out for me. Qin Yun slowly walked out, waved his hand and stored away star-traveling pagoda. Go to hell. That middle-aged man saw Qin Yun come out, flew over and hacked at Qin Yun with his saber. Rumble, a golden thunder and lightning suddenly dropped down and shook the entire earth. The golden thunder and lightning hit the middle-aged man's body. That middle-aged man's body along with his saber disappeared without a trace. The other youths were scared out of their wits and quickly retreated. Rumble, another golden thunder and lightning dropped down and hit Qin Yun's body. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yun started laughing wildly after being hit by the tribulation thunder. Because his seventh half-immortal tribulation has finally arrived, it means that he has taken another step on the heaven-defying path. This caused him to be incomparably excited. Even though the people who want to kill Qin Yun are all immortals, they are now completely scared out of their wits. The person who is about to cross the heaven-defying tribulation is actually the person they want to kill. What caused them to be most alarmed is that this person who is facing such dreadful heaven-defying tribulation is still laughing so boldly. He is not the least bit afraid of this dreadful tribulation. Boom! Tribulation thunder dropped down and hit Qin Yun's sacred body. Although Qin Yun is in pain, he is even more excited and stirred up. He looked at those young men and said with sneer, "You want to kill me? Even heaven can't kill me, can you kill me? Heaven-defying person. Heaven must punish him." However, even after several heavenly thunder dropped down, they were still unable to kill Qin Yun. And that fifth-level immortal realm middle-aged man has been instantly vaporized. Qin Yun's body flickered and arrived in front of a young man. He grabbed that young man's throat like lightning. Boom! Tribulation thunder dropped down and hit Qin Yun's body. Through Qin Yun's body, the berserk thunder and lightning power was transferred to that young man's body. 9 Dragon Brilliant Sun, Chapter 1256. 9 Dragon Brilliant Sun. Qin Yun is just a half-immortal, but he can endure tribulation thunder that even immortals can't resist. This caused the remaining immortals to be scared out of their wits. They saw with their own eyes that Qin Yun can draw tribulation thunder into his body and then control it to kill people. Didn't you guys want to kill me? Qin Yun looked at another youth and then his body flashed towards him. Rumble, a bright and dazzling tribulation thunder suddenly landed on Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun raised his hand and blasted the tribulation thunder that entered his body towards the youth. Although that youth is running away, he was locked down by the tribulation thunder and turned into dregs in a short while. The remaining people are running away with incomparable fear in their hearts. However, Qin Yun is like a thunder-killing god, controlling thunder to kill people. He is completely not afraid of this terrifying heaven-defying tribulation. Boom boom boom, Qin Yun chased after those fleeing immortals and used tribulation thunder to kill them all. This heaven-defying tribulation thunder is condensed with divine power and fell down. Although Qin Yun's body is in intense pain from being struck by the thunder, this kind of pain allowed him to see the hope of breaking through. The golden clouds in the sky are flickering with light rays, illuminating the earth and making it look bright and dazzling. It is as if the earth is enveloped by golden clouds. One after another, golden thunder and lightning are striking down, shocking all the immortals and immortal beasts in the forest. Although the people in the vicinity know that this heaven-defying tribulation is not targeting them, they are all hiding far away. They are worried that they will attract the tribulation to themselves. Everyone has the same question: who exactly is attracting this heaven-defying tribulation? Everyone's understanding of heaven-defying tribulation comes from the devil mirror. And the people who spread the theory about heaven-defying tribulation in the devil mirror are the older generation. Generally speaking, because some people violate heavenly rules, they can't attract the seventh tribulation of half-immortals and can never become immortals. This means that their path to becoming stronger is completely blocked. However, these people who violate heavenly rules are all very heaven-defying. They will think of every possible way to cross tribulation, jump out of the natural law, comprehend the method to break through and forcibly attract the seventh tribulation of half-immortals. That is why it is called heaven-defying tribulation. Little Phoenix followed beside Nangong Shuiru and said in a low voice, "Sister Shuiru, that direction seems to be where young Master Qin is. Could it be that he is undergoing heaven-defying tribulation?" Nangong Shuiru frowned and said in low voice, "Little Phoenix, use the devil mirror to contact him." Little Phoenix quickly controlled the magic mirror and sent a message to Qin Yun. It didn't use its voice because Nangong Shuili had just flown over. "Mr. Qin, where are you? Your location seems to be the place where the heaven-defying tribulation will descend." Qin Yun, who was being bombarded by tribulation thunder, heard that the magic mirror is shaking, so he took it out and saw the text. He immediately replied with a few words. "I'm already far away, don't worry." Little Phoenix was relieved to see those words. This heaven-defying tribulation was very strange. Although the tribulation lightning was very powerful, the energy did not spread, causing the nearby trees to not be destroyed. That was why many people were floating in the sky far away. They could only see the tribulation lightning falling into a dense forest. That place was shining with golden light, and they could not see what was going on inside. Boom boom, while Qin Yun is being bombarded by the tribulation thunder, he is also operating the nether sun and cultivating the immortal devil's sacred body art. He is doing his best to channel the berserk divine power into the nether sun. The berserk thunder and lightning divine power flowed through Qin Yun's body, causing him to feel numb and stinging pain. Is this only the prelude? Qin Yun's body is already bleeding, but he feels that this is not the end of the heaven-defying tribulation. Roar! Suddenly a huge dragon head came out from the golden cloud above the forest. The dragon head is flickering with golden light, it looks like it is made of golden thunder and lightning. When the onlookers in the distance saw this dragon head made of golden lightning, they all let out a clamor of shouts. Then they used the devil mirror to take a picture and post it. Many immortal desolate elders saw the dragon head through the devil mirror and immediately posted their own speculations. Little Phoenix looked at the devil mirror and said, "This is tribulation dragon. It is one of the most dreadful forms of heaven-defying tribulation." Some people say that heaven-defying tribulation is not created by heavenly might, it is created by a heaven-defying person through the divine power of Sun Divine Stone. This is a type of tribulation power that surpasses the laws of nature. It is extremely terrifying. The one who posted this was the little black donkey. Only it is more knowledgeable about this heaven-defying tribulation. Many immortal emperors and immortal kings are paying close attention to the information posted by the little black donkey because even those immortal emperors don't know much about it. A few immortal kings even called the little black donkey a senior or something like that. The sudden appearance of this heaven-defying tribulation attracted the attention of many powerful factions. The upper echelons of the nearby factions all issued orders to find out who is undergoing the heaven-defying tribulation. Roar! Roar! The tribulation dragon fell and smashed into the ground. Qin Yun felt like a raging dragon had burrowed into his body and was wreaking havoc inside. Qin Yun's surroundings were shrouded by countless bolts of lightning. The nearby trees are not damaged. It is clear how strong this power is. It is only aimed at Qin Yun, not the surroundings. Qin Yun withstood the tribulation dragon, but his body exploded. Holy light swirled around the gaping wound, quickly healing the injuries on his body. The tribulation dragon kept appearing and descending. A series of dragon roars reverberated through the air, causing the immortal beasts in the forest to tremble in fear. At the same time, there is a lot of news on the magic mirror. It is said that many powerful factions are offering a huge bounty to recruit the person who is undergoing the tribulation. They are also hoping that someone can provide clues. A person who can undergo a heaven-defying tribulation must be extremely terrifying. He must also possess a mysterious method to attract tribulation. That is why so many immortal emperors are trying to recruit him. However, the little black donkey immediately posted another message on the magic mirror. It mainly said that a heaven-defying person will always be fighting against the heavens and will attract heaven-defying calamities at any time. Whoever tries to recruit such a person will be unlucky. This made many powerful factions withdraw the bounty on the magic mirror immediately. The little black donkey also saw that many people are doubting him, saying that he is spouting nonsense and slandering the mighty heaven-defying person. The little black donkey is very displeased. It then posted another message on the magic mirror, saying that the next heaven-defying tribulation will condense a powerful sun and descend with 9 tribulation dragons. It will be the 9 dragons' glorious sun tribulation. After posting this message, he put away the magic mirror and continued on his journey towards Earth Prefecture. Everyone was doubting the little black donkey's message, but they soon saw many images on the magic mirror. A violet gold sun condensed in the sky, flickering with raging flames. The 9 heavens' angry dragons were revolving around the sun and roaring. At this time, the magic mirror in everyone's hands suddenly closed. A line of words appeared on the magic mirror. Because there is too much information being transmitted, it will consume more energy. If you want to continue using the magic mirror, please pour 1,000 immortal jade beads into the mirror. Seeing these words, many people cursed Wu Tiantu, Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror. Clearly, Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror suddenly stopped the magic mirror and seized the opportunity to collect the immortal jade beads. Although everyone despised this despicable act of taking advantage of someone else's misfortune, they could only take out 1,000 immortal jade beads and pour them into the magic mirror. Namgong Shuiru also gave 1,000 immortal jade beads to Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix groaned, "This Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is too despicable." He seized the opportunity to collect immortal jade beads. No wonder Sister Shuiru doesn't like to use the magic mirror. Those who put in immortal jade beads can continue watching the heaven-defying tribulation through the magic mirror. The thunder and lightning condensed from divine power turned into 9 dragon brilliant sun tribulation and hit Qin Yan's body, causing a burst of explosion. Qin Yan was smashed down on the ground, his body looks like it is about to fall apart. Then one after another tribulation dragons came down and crazily smashed his body. Everyone saw this scene through the magic mirror and felt that the person crossing tribulation is done for. Because according to the description of the people present, even a 9th layer immortal would be scared witless by the aura released by the tribulation dragons. But Qin Yan has the nether sun, it can absorb this kind of berserk power. Therefore, he is only enduring half of the power, the majority of it is being absorbed by the nether sun and then used to temper his body. Even so, his powerful sacred body was still battered and tattered. 9 dragon brilliant sun tribulation dragons came down one after another. After the 9th dragon came down, the tribulation cloud covering the sky suddenly exploded and disappeared without a trace. Qin Yan, who was riddled with scars, sensed the nether sun tree totem inside his body slowly unfolding. The tree totem is like the roots of a large tree, the veins are like tree roots and tree vines, very quickly spreading all over Qin Yan's body. At this time, a large tree nearby released many tree roots and dragged Qin Yan underground, hiding him under a large tree. The injured and unconscious Qin Yan is now under a large tree, he is being wrapped up by many tree roots. These tree roots are injecting life energy into Qin Yan's body and healing his injuries. The tribulation cloud scattered and the forest became peaceful again. Many bold immortals flew over to see whether or not that person crossed the tribulation. Many people flew over but none of them saw the person crossing the tribulation, not even his footprints. This caused many people to sigh in regret because it is clear that he failed to cross the tribulation, not even his bones remained. News came out from the magic mirror that the mysterious person was turned into dregs by the tribulation. Even so, many people are still discussing, they want to know how to draw down heaven-defying tribulation, how to violate heavenly rules. The unconscious Qin Yun woke up very quickly, he also knows where he is now. Xiao Yun, I really didn't expect that your tree totem would evolve into an immortal totem. It should be said that all the totem runes on your body are immortal totem. Ling Yin'er said with charming smile, originally, I needed Momo's help. I am an immortal? Qin Yan closed his eyes and sensed the surging immortal power inside the nether sun. First level immortal realm, there is only one strand of immortal power. However, Qin Yan's immortal power is very strong, it is in no way weaker than second level immortal realm. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, it seems like you haven't been able to comprehend totem martial arts for a long time. Indeed. It is very difficult to comprehend. Maybe it is because I have too many totems, causing me to be unable to focus on one totem inheritance. Qin Yan also thought about this problem before. Vicious woman, Qin Yan has not obtained any new totem inheritance for a very long time. As for the reason, he still doesn't know. Many people are looking for clues in the forest, they don't know that Qin Yan is underground and protected by the trees. And Nangong Shuili is also using the devil mirror to contact the assassins she sent out, but there is no news. After one night, all the immortals and immortal beasts in the forest put aside the matter of the heaven-defying tribulation. They are waiting for the divine mountain to be safe and then climb up to explore. Within the forest, there is a luxurious large carriage, it looks like a small house. Nangong Shuili was dressed in a luxurious purplish-red robe. Her beautiful yet charming face was filled with coldness. Beside her, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man is sitting on a chair. He faintly smiled and said, "Shuili, I just arrived and I see this kind of expression on your face. What, am I not welcome? Long Tianren, you have so many fox spirits by your side, you definitely did not come to find me. Because you missed me." Nangong Shuili said in cold voice. "Those fox spirits are just playthings. And you are my official wife." Long Tianren laughed loudly and said, "Speaking of which, you are not like this when you are jealous." "Who made you angry?" Nangong Shuili said in cold voice, "There is a lowly half-immortal who doesn't know life from death. He actually shamelessly talked to Shuiru and even became her friend. I sent people to get rid of him one after another but none of them came back, it is as if they are all dead." "Oh?" Long Tianren immediately became very interested, his well-defined face showed a trace of smile. "Just a half-immortal. He actually made your mood so bad, he truly deserves to die. This half-immortal is truly something, could it be that he doesn't know Shuiru's identity? He actually dares to shamelessly climb up to Shuiru. Although Shuiru came from Spirit Desolate, she is a rare inscription pale master. She is already a upper immortal at such a young age, this kind of talent is rarely seen even in the entire immortal desolate. I will properly package her up, make her even more noble and holy. This way, all the disciples of the great sects will fight over her." Nangong Shuili had a cunning smile on her face. "At that time, if you want to meet Shuiru or make an appointment with her, you will have to go through me." Long Tianren laughed and said, "In that case, Shuili, won't you receive a lot of valuable gifts?" "Of course. As long as my plan succeeds, Shuiru will be my cornucopia." Nangong Shuili's proud expression suddenly turned gloomy again. She said insidiously, however, that half-immortal is actually viewed as a friend by Shuiru. If word gets out that Shuiru is friends with a lowly half-immortal, how am I going to package her? Long Tianren nodded and said, "I came here to investigate the matter of the heaven-defying person. The Long family has sent me 10 third-layer immortals. They are all dragon blood immortals of the Long family. If we find that brat, we will be able to kill him easily and bring his head back." "That's more like it. That's more like my husband." Nangong Shuili smiled charmingly and solemnly warned, "You must keep this a secret, don't let Shuiru know." "I understand." Long Tianren said, "Oh that's right, tell me about that brat, I will arrange for my subordinates to go find him." Nangong Shuili said, "That brat is called Qin Yun, he is hiding inside a rather formidable pagoda. He must have been entrusted by someone to guard that formidable pagoda. So long as your subordinates find that pagoda, they will be able to find him." "Could he have left this forest?" Long Tianren asked. "I don't know, I will go find that lowly slave Little Phoenix and ask, she has a connection with that brat." After saying that, Nangong Shuili left the luxurious carriage and went to find Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix and Nangong Shuiru are together in an elegant and unique small pavilion. Nangong Shuili entered the small pavilion and saw the elegant and beautiful Nangong Shuiru. She said with smile, "Shuiru, your big brother has an urgent matter, he wants you to quickly go talk to him." Nangong Shuiru's expression is clear and cold, she only lightly nodded and complied. Then she left the small pavilion. After Nangong Shuiru left, Nangong Shuili turned around and yelled at Little Phoenix, "Lowly slave, quickly take out your devil mirror." Little Phoenix is very unwilling. It can only lower its head and hand over the devil mirror to Nangong Shuili while feeling wronged in its heart. Within the Nangong family, only Nangong Shuiru treats little Phoenix the best. She taught her cultivation techniques and guided her to become an immortal. However, many people still call little Phoenix a lowly slave, especially Nangong Shuili. She is the most ferocious towards little Phoenix. Little Phoenix doesn't dare to defy Nangong Shuili, she is a respected person. Nangong Shuili coldly glared at little Phoenix, then took the devil mirror and entered a room. After Qin Yin recovered, he came out of the ground and hid on top of a large tree. He began sensing the difference after becoming an immortal. His greatest feeling is that after becoming an immortal, his immortal power is much stronger than that of a half-immortal. This is the difference between half-immortals and immortals. In addition, his perception was even stronger. Closing his eyes, he could hear all movements within a kilometer radius. For example, how many flying insects and birds were flying, or how all kinds of insects were moving in the leaves and soil. He could sense everything clearly. His vision is also very dreadful. With Extinction Spirit Eye, he can see through many things and even see things far away. Suddenly, his devil mirror started shaking. Seeing that it is little Phoenix, Qin Yin promptly answered and heard Nangong Shuili's ice-cold and loathsome voice. Qin Yin, I sent a few people to escort you out of the forest and keep you away from Shuiru. Did you see them? Nangong Shuili's voice is filled with insufferably arrogance, it is as if she is talking to a slave. I didn't see them. Qin Yin finished speaking and immediately hung up. Nangong Shuili is very angry, she threw the devil mirror on the ground and stormed out of the room. When she walked out of the pavilion, little Phoenix asked, Where is my devil mirror? You lowly slave, shut up. Nangong Shuili stepped forward and slapped little Phoenix a few times. Although little Phoenix is an immortal, Nangong Shuili is an exalted immortal. She can only stand there and let Nangong Shuili hit her. Your broken devil mirror is inside, go and pick it up yourself. Also, as a slave, you should know how to read people's expressions. Can't you see that I am angry? Nangong Shuili saw that little Phoenix's eyes are filled with grievance, she angrily said, If you tell Shuiru about this, I will make your life worse than death. Shuiru will not fall out with me because of a lowly slave like you. You should know your place. Little Phoenix's eyes are filled with tears, it nodded. Nangong Shuili coldly smiled, It is good that you understand. A lowly slave like you better not try to sow discord between me and Shuiru. With that, Nangong Shuili stormed out of the room. Little Phoenix bit her lower lip and entered the room to pick up her devil mirror. Her devil mirror is ownerless, anyone can use it. This is also to make it easier for others to inspect the things stored in it. Qin Yin really wanted to see what Nangong Shuili looked like, so he used another function of the devil mirror to chat with her face to face. Little Phoenix picked up the devil mirror and saw Qin Yin's request for a face-to-face chat. In a panic, little Phoenix had no choice but to accept the request. Qin Yin saw little Phoenix appear in the devil mirror, her big eyes are filled with tears. The cute dimples on her cheeks were bright red, and one could see the faint handprint of a woman's palm. It was obvious that it was the palm of a woman, and it was a powerful slap. Otherwise, there was no way little Phoenix's face would have been swollen. Young Master Qin, what can I do for you? Little Phoenix squeezed out a sweet smile. Where is that woman? Qin Yin's heart is trembling, he is infuriated and filled with killing intent. He guessed that it was Nangong Shuili who hit little Phoenix. She, which woman? Little Phoenix has no idea who Qin Yin is talking about. Nangong Shuili. She used your devil mirror to contact me a few times. Don't you know? Qin Yin said coldly. What? Why did she contact you? Little Phoenix is startled. Were you hit by her? Does it still hurt? I'm sorry, I angered her. Qin Yin sighed. Young Master Qin. It has nothing to do with you. Thank you for your concern. Little Phoenix can't help but shed tears of grievance when she saw how concerned Qin Yin was. Qin Yin is even more furious because this has nothing to do with little Phoenix, yet Nangong Shuili hit little Phoenix. Little Phoenix, tell Shuiru about this. Qin Yin said. I don't dare to tell her, I can't tell her. Little Phoenix shook her head. Young Master Qin, please leave. Nangong Shuili is going to kill you. Little Phoenix was no fool either. She knew that Nangong Shuili had gone to Qingyun twice, and it was highly likely that she was going to attack him. She also remembered that the square-faced man had gone to Qingyun before. Little Phoenix, tell Shuiru to contact me through the Devil Mirror, Qingyun said. All right. Little Phoenix nodded and then wiped her tears. At this time, Little Phoenix hastily cut off the connection because Nangong Shuili has returned. Little lowly slave, give me your Devil Mirror. If Shuiru asks for it, tell her it is broken. Nangong Shuili's eyes are filled with ruthlessness. Little Phoenix can only hand over the Devil Mirror. Nangong Shuili took the Devil Mirror and then quickly left. This made Little Phoenix even more worried because she won't be able to contact Qingyun anymore. Qingyun knows that Little Phoenix will not easily cut off the connection, so he guessed that Nangong Shuili took away the Devil Mirror. Took away the Devil Mirror? That's for the best. Qingyun closed his eyes and recalled the runes inside the Devil Mirror. He wants to find out Nangong Shuili's location through the Devil Mirror. This wretched woman. I don't care who you are, what kind of status you have, you want to kill me. You will die. Qingyun's killing intent soared to the sky. He knows that Nangong Shuili will surely send more people, moreover, they will be even stronger this time. Qingyun drilled into the ground and dug out a large hole. Then he took out the star-traveling pagoda. He has become an immortal, he can forge even stronger things. Cannon arrows. Qingyun took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and let Xianxia come out. Then he took out many immortal iron and immortal king beast horns. He also took out some immortal dragon bones. His Devil Mirror suddenly trembled. It is Nangong Shuili's voice. Young Master Qin, we might have some misunderstanding before. I want to talk with you face to face. I promise I will not stop you from befriending Shuiru. I only want to resolve the conflict between us. Nangong Shuili said. Although her tone is very calm, it is filled with coldness. I have left Divine Mountain, are you still in Divine Mountain? Then I will return. Qingyun said. All right. It will be best if you come. When you arrive near Divine Mountain, inform me and I will send people to pick you up. Nangong Shuili said with smile, I am looking forward to meeting you. After cutting off the connection, Qingyun let Xianxia breathe fire into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and burn the immortal iron inside. Qingyun placed some immortal beast bones inside the cauldron and mixed them with the immortal iron. Xiaoyun, Nangong Shuili wants to meet you because she wants to know where you are. So she wants to lure you out and kill you. Ling Yuner said. Indeed, that is why I want to make sufficient preparations. Even if I can't kill her, I will skin her alive. Qingyun said in cold voice. Nangong Shuili is inside her luxurious carriage, she coldly groaned and said, this little bastard surnamed Qin really thinks that I want to meet him. Look at his happy appearance, he even said that he will come back to find me. Humph, he is dead for sure. Shuili, you want to personally meet him? Long Tianren drank wine and asked in a faint voice. How can I meet him? Just send your Long family's dragon blood immortal and bring his head to me. Nangong Shuili said with sneer, this little bastard is not qualified to meet me. Qingyun is currently improving his Lion King cannon. After he became an immortal, his heavenly lion totem became immortal rune. As long as he carves it on the Lion King cannon, it will become an immortal tool. The Lion King cannon now uses many immortal king beast horns as well as immortal iron. Xianxia, the flame you released is very strong. I have not fed you for so many years in vain. Qingyun caressed Xianxia's beautiful purple gold feathers and said with mischievous smile. Xianxia continued to spit fire at the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The flames spewed out by this ninth heaven Xian sparrow were extremely terrifying. Even though Qingyun has cultivated a sacred body, he doesn't dare to face such terrifying flames. The immortal king beast horn and immortal iron were soaked in a large amount of king-grade beast oil. Xianxia's flames burned even more fiercely. Qingyun did not stay idle either. He released the black nether sun immortal flame and mixed it with the flames to melt the materials inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Qingyun also took out the Gemini treasure mirror to melt the materials. The Gemini treasure mirror contained the Gemini heavenly rune and the profound fusion heavenly rune. The mysterious fusion heavenly rune allowed all kinds of things to quickly and perfectly fuse together. Now, he is using the Gemini treasure mirror to release the mysterious fusion heavenly rune's energy. It is a kind of red light that shone on the inside of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, allowing all kinds of materials to fuse together perfectly. Finally, he threw the Lion King cannon into the cauldron. Then he used his formidable mental power to control the immortal tier materials inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and fused them into the Lion King cannon. This kind of refinement method is Xianxia's own creation. Because he has many tools to assist him, he can succeed. 2 days passed by and the Lion King cannon has been completely reforged. It has become snow white, immortal energy is circulating around it, its aura is very ferocious. Xianxia took out the Lion King cannon and let Yang rest. He still has many things he needs Yang's help in. Carve heavenly lion totem, tree totem, thunder totem and fire totem. Xianxia has totem inscription spirit, so he can carve totem with twice the result with half the effort. Carving heavenly lion totem and fire totem is even easier because he also has beast king inscription spirit and wildfire inscription spirit. I don't have any good immortal runes now. Luckily I have tree totem, heavenly lion totem and thunder totem, they are all immortal tier totems. This will make the Lion King cannon even stronger. If Xianxia wants to obtain even more immortal runes, he can only use the original runes to evolve them, but this will require time. Star, moon and sun runes need to evolve into immortal tier star, moon and sun runes, this will also require a lot of time. After Xianxia improved the Lion King cannon, it is time for the 9th heaven mysterious King Saber. This is a weapon he uses very often. Without Sister Yao Feng to refine cannonballs for me, my own cannonballs might as very ordinary. Xianxia decided to refine another kind of thing to replace cannonball. It is a kind of special arrow that can be inserted into the Lion King cannon. Then through the Lion King cannon's explosive energy, the arrow can be shot out and pierced into people or beasts. It is just like a blow dart. The arrows that he refined, the sharpest part of the arrowhead, were refined using an immortal king beast horn. This could guarantee a very strong penetrative power. The arrowhead of this kind of arrow is as big as a palm and as thick as a stick. There is also a loop at the end of the arrow. When needed, the Lion King cannon's tree totem can release tree vines to wrap around the arrow's tail. If the arrow hits an enemy or beast, it can be pulled back. Moreover, the Lion King cannon's thunder totem power can be used to transmit berserk thunder and lightning power to paralyze the prey. Xianxia forged many special cannon arrows in the underground star-traveling pagoda. These cannon arrows are immortal talisman tools. After they are shot, Xianxia can use his mental power to control them, and when needed, they can explode. These should be more useful than cannonball. Xianxia only refined 30 of them. If they don't explode, they can be recycled. Cannon arrows are immortal talisman tools, so they have the power of runes on them. For example, some cannon arrows can freeze an enemy's body, or release ice sealing power, thunder and lightning paralysis power, mysterious penetration divine ability power, or even very strong bewildering power. 30, it should be enough. Xianxia is very satisfied with the cannon arrows he refined. After resting for a while, he stored away the star-traveling pagoda and returned to the ground. These past few days, Nangong Xueli contacted him a few times to ask whether he has arrived at the forest or not. Xianxia only replied that he has arrived because he is lost and doesn't know where he is. Now he has finally finished preparing his equipment and arrived at the ground. It is very late at night. Xianxia took out the devil mirror and told Nangong Xueli that he is in the vicinity of a small mountain. Xianxia is still unable to track Nangong Xueli through the devil mirror. He still needs some time to study the runes on the devil mirror. But he is confident that he will be able to locate her. The Dragon Blood Immortals have already figured out the terrain of this area. They found out that Xianxia is in the vicinity of a small mountain and immediately rushed over. Xianxia has been waiting for the Dragon Blood Immortals near the small mountain for a long time. Moreover, he has prepared a puppet to wait there. The puppet is wearing a mask and a gown. Yang's flame is sealed inside the puppet's body. 10 burly men wielding dragon-headed sabers and wearing black armor and golden boots charged at the golem. As soon as these burly men went over, they surrounded the puppet and slashed at it with their sabers. Boom, the puppet exploded. Yang Yang's dreadful nine-colored flame burst out and enveloped those large men, causing them to scream miserably. One of the large men took out the devil mirror and wanted to report the situation. But Qin Yan immediately shot a cannon arrow and pierced that large man's head. After the cannon arrow was shot, it immediately flew back under Qin Yan's control. Although those large men are wearing low-grade immortal armor, they are unable to resist Yang Yang's nine-colored flame and started jumping around in confusion. Qin Yan shot one cannon arrow after another through the Lion King cannon and pierced those large men's heads. Night-time, Long Tianren and Nangong Xueli are sleeping together. Nangong Xueli is sitting on the bedside and said with sneer, "Very soon, Dragon Blood Immortal will bring back that guy's head. That's for sure. Even though our Long family's Dragon Blood Immortal is only a third-stage immortal, he can even easily kill fourth and fifth-stage immortals, let alone a half-immortal brat." Long Tianren laughed loudly and said, "He wants to pull Nangong Xueli to lie down." But Nangong Xueli struggled free and said, "Dragon Blood Immortal should have arrived, right? You should contact them and ask." Long Tianren shook his head and sighed. He took out the devil mirror and tried to contact those Dragon Blood Immortals but failed. He immediately jumped up from the bed. We lost contact." Long Tianren promptly took out a box and opened it. The 10 pearls inside have all shattered. His body immediately shook. "These are the life pearls of 10 Dragon Blood Immortals, they are all dead." Nangong Xueli's expression greatly changed. She said in cold voice, "What is going on? Don't tell me that brat killed them? That's impossible. Not to mention that brat, even a mighty immortal would not be able to kill 10 Dragon Blood Immortals so easily. 1 or 2 of them should be able to escape." Long Tianren shook his head and said, "Those are Dragon Blood Immortals my family sent to me, they are all dead. After I return, they will surely give me a good scolding." Nangong Xueli took out Little Phoenix's devil mirror and contacted Qin Yan. "Young Master Qin, where are you? Aren't you near that small mountain?" "I am near that small mountain." "Why haven't you arrived?" Qin Yan asked. "Are you sure you didn't see the people I sent?" "I mean, I sent people to pick you up, did you not see them?" Nangong Xueli asked while gritting her teeth. "I didn't see them," Qin Yan said. "All right, just you wait." Nangong Xueli cut off the connection and threw the devil mirror on the ground. She is very angry. Qin Yan doesn't know whether or not Nangong Xueli will come, so he can only wait near the small mountain. Long Tianren said in cold voice, "I will send Xiaolang. His stealth ability is very strong, moreover he is a very strong 4th-layer immortal beast, he will surely succeed." "All right," Nangong Xueli coldly said. Qin Yan is hiding on a large tree near the small mountain. He did not wait for Nangong Xueli, instead he waited for a werewolf. This guy has 4 immortal power aura inside his body, he is a 4th-layer immortal beast. Qin Yan is secretly apprehensive, could it be that he was also sent by Nangong Xueli? After the werewolf arrived, he did not see Qin Yan and took out the devil mirror. Qin Yan saw the werewolf take out the devil mirror and shot an arrow from far away. The werewolf reacted very quickly and caught the arrow. Overlord Battle Werewolf rushed over, his speed is very fast and crazy. He is like a bolt of violent thunder, the energy wave he released caused the nearby trees to sway. Although Qin Yan concealed his aura, when he fired the cannon arrow earlier, he exposed his position. Werewolf is indeed very strong, he can immediately lock onto Qin Yan's position and then attack like furious thunder and lightning. Qin Yan is like a monkey on a big tree, he jumped from tree to tree and finally used mysterious penetration divine ability to drill into the trunk of a big tree. Boom, werewolf rushed over and waved his claws. Waves of berserk immortal power filled with baleful aura burst out and broke dozens of big trees in the surroundings. The big tree Qin Yan is hiding in was also almost attacked. "Come out!" Werewolf shouted angrily. He now knows that the person called Qin Yan's strength is not to be underestimated. He is not a half-immortal like Long Tianren said. Qin Yan did not go out. Although he is fully equipped, he is still apprehensive when facing a powerful immortal beast that is not afraid of death. He did not go out, instead he released a puppet. That puppet is 2 meters tall, it is a bit shorter than werewolf. However, this puppet was meticulously refined by Qin Yan for many years. It is the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon has gone through several evolutions, and the last evolution, it fused with a powerful dragon mantis. Now the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's body is the same size as the dragon mantis. At the same time, it also maintains its original appearance. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's upper body has robust and stiff muscles. On the surface of the muscles, snow-white dragon bones appear. It looks like bone armor, sticking to the surface of the muscles. There are 3 black dragon heads on its head, maintaining the previous Devil Star Overlord's 3 heads and 6 arms. Of course, among the 6 arms, 2 have turned into sharp mantis blades and the rest have turned into slender dragon claws. Apart from this, the standing Devil Star Tyrant Dragon has a dragon tail full of sword thorns behind its waist, as well as a pair of bone wings full of sharp thorns. Yao Fang used a large amount of beast oil and immortal power to refine the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. Yao Fang poured a large amount of immortal king power into the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's body. Now its battle strength is very terrifying. I finally used this thing. Qin Yan thought in his heart. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon can become big and it can also transform into a flying dragon. Now the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon is in warrior form. Die. When the werewolf saw the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon appear, he also felt a burst of powerful dragon power, but he still rushed over. Boom, the werewolf's body flashed over, its wolf claws flickered with cold light, it carried ruthless immortal power as it clawed at the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. Of the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's 3 dragon heads, 2 spewed flames and 1 spewed lightning. They condensed into a powerful lightning and fire energy pillar and shot at the werewolf charging over. The werewolf's claws had only just reached out when they were blasted away by this energy. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon is now fighting on its own. Qin Yan did not control it because he wanted to see how strong the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon is. In terms of defense, the Devil Star Tyrannosaurus Rex is still alright. Ling Yin'er said, "Xiao Yun, finish this quickly. The commotion here is too big, it will definitely attract others." Got it. Qin Yan used Heavenly Lion summoning technique and summoned the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. And at this moment, the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon has already attacked. The pair of mantis blades are extremely fast. Furthermore, they are coordinated with 4 pairs of dragon claws and 3 dragon heads are spewing out energy. A series of fierce attacks caused the werewolf to retreat again and again. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's pair of mantis blades are terrifying to the extreme. The saber energy shot out chaotically, cutting down the branches and leaves in all directions. Several bloody scars appeared on the werewolf's body. Even the powerful immortal beast body can't block the pair of mantis blades. Qin Yan originally planned to refine some powerful weapons for the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon, but now it seems that the pair of mantis blades are very terrifying. There is no need to refine any more. Boom boom boom, the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon unceasingly attacked fiercely. The 3 dragon heads spewed out fire and thunder one after another, causing the werewolf to not dare to approach. The werewolf's speed is much faster than the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. He wanted to dodge to the back to sneak attack the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon, but he did not expect that the dragon tail filled with sword thorns to be equally berserk. Bang, the werewolf was hit by the dragon tail, several bloody holes appeared on his body from the sword thorns. This damned thing, the werewolf roared, he took out a long rod and ruthlessly smashed it at the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. Wung, the werewolf smashed the rod on the head, rippling out a ruthless and baleful aura. It shook all the branches and leaves in the surroundings to shatter and the thick tree trunks exploded. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's reaction is not slow, it raised its pair of mantis blades to block the long rod and mantis blades collided, creating an even more terrifying shockwave. The trees that Qin Yan is hiding in are directly shattered. Fortunately, he was able to resist the power in time. The werewolf's strength is much more terrifying than Qin Yan expected. He also thought of sneak attacking the werewolf, but the werewolf has very strong perception. It can definitely know where he is hiding and then quickly chase after him. This guy is a 4th layer immortal beast. Of course its strength is not weak. Ling Yin'er said. The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion that Qin Yan summoned has been hiding in the distance and did not come over. It is also waiting for an opportunity. Qin Yan is very surprised that the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon can resist the werewolf for so long. He also plans to let the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon continue entangling with the werewolf. From the distance, Xianxia took out the Lion King cannon and took out a body-securing cannon arrow from the space inside the Lion King cannon. After the angry werewolf used its weapon to attack, its power became even more ferocious, causing the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon to only be able to passively defend. Xianxia patiently waited for an opportunity. Finally, the opportunity has arrived. He promptly shot a cannon arrow. Boom, the cannon arrow flew over and pierced the werewolf's left shoulder, then exploded, blowing off the werewolf's arm. The werewolf was also frozen by the body-securing power for a moment. At the same time, the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's mantis blades fiercely stabbed forward and pierced the werewolf's chest and head. However, the werewolf did not die. It roared and used all of its body's strength to wave its long rod and sweep away the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. Roar! The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion hiding in the distance suddenly roared and used Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw to break the werewolf's long rod. Then it used Heavenly Lion's Heavenly Roar at close range, shaking the werewolf's mind. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon attacked again, its two sabers swept horizontally, Heavenly Evil Aura burst out and cut off the werewolf's head and other arm. Someone is coming! Ling Yuner anxiously shouted. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon has many injuries but it can still maintain its speed and rushed towards Xianxia. The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion was quickly called away by Xianxia. Xianxia stored away the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon, concealed his aura and leapt into the forest. He also doesn't know who is coming over. That werewolf is truly terrifying. If it was just an ordinary 4th stage immortal, he would have been killed in an instant. Xianxia checked the injuries on the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's body. A few dragon bones on its chest have been cracked, 2 dragon claws are dripping with blood and one of its dragon heads has been smashed until it is bleeding and deformed. But no matter what, he finally killed that werewolf. More than half of the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon's energy has been consumed. That is Sister Yao Fang's immortal king power. Xianxia feels some heartache for the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. He also underestimated the werewolf's strength. After leaving the battlefield, Xianxia hid on the crown of a large tree and took out the vibrating devil mirror. Nangong Shuili contacted him. Xianxia, didn't you say you were in the vicinity of that small mountain? Our people went over there but we didn't see you. What happened? Nangong Shuili's voice is filled with killing intent. The werewolf is dead. Long Tianren did not expect this. That werewolf was his most capable subordinate. A werewolf suddenly appeared and then 2 very powerful beasts appeared. I was afraid of death so I ran away. Xianxia said. He is now certain that the werewolf was sent by Nangong Shuili. Just you wait, we will definitely meet you one day. Nangong Shuili can only give up for now. Long Tianren is at the side, his expression is gloomy. The people who went to investigate sent news. There is indeed the aura of 2 beasts at the scene, one of them is dragon aura. What that brat said is not false. Xiao Lang is dead. How are you going to explain this when you return? That is a very good beast slave of your Long family. Nangong Shuili groaned. That brat surnamed Qin. I want to use him as a sacrifice to Dragon Blood Immortal and Xiao Lang. Long Tianren said fiercely. I will return the devil mirror to that lowly slave little phoenix. Let's see if she will contact Xianxia or not. Nangong Shuili furiously sat on a chair. She is not sleeping, she cannot sleep. Xianxia caused Nangong Shuili to suffer disastrous losses. He knows that Nangong Shuili will surely retaliate even more fiercely. He feels that it is very strenuous to face the werewolf. If someone even stronger comes, he can only run away. Xiaoyun, enter the Divine Mountain. The sun's anomaly caused Shuiru to break through to Upper Immortal very quickly. With your talent, you will also break through to Upper Immortal very quickly. Ling Yuner said. Alright. Xianxia rushed towards the Divine Mountain that very night. Many people are still unable to enter the Divine Mountain because they are blocked by the divine soil outside. Xianxia is not afraid of the divine soil, so he can enter the Divine Mountain ahead of time. Last time when I was inside the Divine Mountain, I was shot out by a power. Was it the power released by the mountain spirit? Xianxia asked. It should be. This time I will see whether or not I can contact the mountain spirit. Ling Yuner said. Late at night, the area around the divine mountain is filled with dazzling golden divine soil. Immortals and immortal beasts don't dare to approach. But Qin Yun is easily passing through the divine soil and carefully climbing up the divine mountain. At daybreak, Nangong Shueli went to find Nangong Shuiru early in the morning to give a devil mirror to Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix took the devil mirror and did not dare to say anything. It only lowered its head, feeling very worried in its heart. Shuiru, Song family's Song Fengchen has arrived. Long family's Long Yinghui is also here. Although they are both 9th level immortals, they will soon become upper immortals. Nangong Shueli's face is filled with gentle smile. She is still holding Nangong Shuiru's hand. Nangong Shuiru's expression is as cold as her white dress. She said in a dull voice, "What are they doing here? Are they going to throw away their lives on the divine mountain?" Nangong Shueli forced a smile and said, "They are camping in the vicinity, they want to invite you, I won't go." Although Nangong Shuiru's voice is calm, it is filled with faint coldness. Nangong Shueli did not say much about this matter. Instead she said, "Shuiru, how about this, you invite that friend surnamed Qin to our camp. This way he will be safe. Otherwise, when the divine soil calms down, all kinds of powerful sun-variant beasts will rush down from the divine mountain. He will be in great danger." Sun God Fruit Nangong Shueli smiled and said, "Shuiru, you really care about this friend of yours. He is merely a half-immortal, why do you value him so much? Could it be that he has something special about him?" "I think he is pretty good," Nangong Shuiru directly said. In fact, she believes that she once knew Qin Yun because she has a very familiar feeling towards Qin Yun. Especially when she saw star-traveling pagoda for the first time, it was as if some memories from the depths of her soul were stirred up. It made her suddenly feel as if she had lost a very important memory, as if she had forgotten a very important person. Ever since she met Qin Yun, that feeling had been lingering in her heart and she could not get rid of it. She longed to recall her lost memories, to remember the most important person, and to remember what had happened with that person. She often tried very hard to recall, but she couldn't, and she felt very frustrated. This feeling of losing important memories made her very sad and even a little sad. Therefore, unknowingly, she had treated Qin Yun as that important person. Although she could not be sure, she did not have any ill feelings towards Qin Yun. Instead, she had an extremely good impression of him. Originally, she was very fond of smiling. However, because she had lost that memory, she had become depressed, and there was always a trace of melancholy in her heart. Nangong Shueli didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she shot a glare at Little Phoenix as if warning it. "Shuiru, the divine land should be able to stabilize very soon. At that time, we will be able to ascend the divine mountain." Nangong Shueli smiled and said, "Rest well and ensure that you are in your best condition. I will leave first." Little Phoenix lowered its head after Nangong Shueli left. It is hesitating whether or not it should tell Nangong Shuiru some things. Nangong Shuiru saw that Little Phoenix has a heavy heart and softly asked, "Little Phoenix, is something the matter?" "Sister Shuiru, my demonic mirror is not damaged." Little Phoenix threw caution to the wind because she is worried that Nangong Shueli will kill Qin Yun. She looked at the magic mirror in her hand and said, "That woman stole my magic mirror. She's finally returned it to me." Nangong Shuiru immediately thought of something and said in a cold voice, "Continue." Little Phoenix suddenly felt scared. It pursed its lips and didn't dare to continue. "Why did she steal your magic mirror? Tell me everything in detail." Nangong Shuiru's cold voice contained a trace of anger. "She contacted young Master Qin through my demonic mirror. She might want to kill young Master Qin." Little Phoenix's eyes welled up with tears. "Sister Shuiru, I'm not trying to sow discord between you and Nangong Shueli. I'm just telling the truth. I'm really worried that young Master Qin will be harmed by her." "Got it." The gentle light in Nangong Shuiru's beautiful eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by ice-cold killing intent. Then, she recovered and became gentle and amiable. She didn't want to scare Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix was indeed scared out of its wits. "Little Phoenix, don't be scared. I am your sister Shuiru, and you are my younger sister. I will not harm you." In the Nangong family, you are the only person I trust the most. Nangong Shuiru gently smiled and caressed Little Phoenix's face. Little Phoenix nodded her head and shed tears of gratitude. She didn't tell Nangong Shuiru that she was beaten because Nangong Shuiru considers her as her younger sister. This is the greatest comfort to her. She is very satisfied and very happy. She took out her devil mirror and tried to contact Xianxia but discovered that she couldn't. This caused her face to become deathly pale. What happened? Nangong Shuiru saw that Little Phoenix's expression is not good and asked. I can't contact young Master Qin, could he have met with some mishap? Little Phoenix said very anxiously. You really can't contact him? Nangong Shuiru asked again. I can send messages to young Master Qin's devil mirror but I don't know why, it is not working well. Little Phoenix fiddled with the devil mirror and said, maybe there is a problem with young Master Qin's devil mirror. You continue to contact him, I will go ask Nangong Shuili. Nangong Shuiru's eyes flashed with cold light. Sister Shuiru, if you go find her, she might cause trouble for me in the future. Little Phoenix is somewhat worried. Rest assured, if she comes looking for you again, no matter who she is, she will die. Nangong Shuiru finished speaking and left the small pavilion. Xianxia is carefully walking on the mountain path, he is exploring the Divine Mountain. The reason why Little Phoenix can't send messages to him is because of the Divine Mountain. Now, only he can climb the Divine Mountain. Many people are using telescope tools to observe the Divine Mountain from the distance. At night, they suddenly saw a very special tree that is a kilometer above the Divine Mountain. This tree is very tall and very big, its trunk is more than 10 meters thick. It is about 200 meters tall and is slanted into the mountain. What is special about this tree is that there are many tigers coiled around it and it is also emitting golden light. Nangong Shuiru was just about to go find Nangong Shuili when she learned about this. She immediately flew to the sky and took out a telescope tool to observe the tree. The tree is growing very fast, its branches and leaves are growing very fast and its trunk is becoming thicker and thicker, it is overflowing with faint multicolored light. What is even more frightening is that at first there were only tiger carvings on the tree but as the tree grew thicker, the tiger carvings became more and more obvious. Roar, more than 10 tiger carvings on the tree suddenly let out a burst of roar. The tiger roar came from the Divine Mountain and shocked everyone. A tiger has actually grown out of the tree, moreover, it is a very strong tiger. What is even more frightening is that the tiger on the tree suddenly broke through the bark and ran out, then rushed into the forest and disappeared without a trace. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a fist-sized hole on the tree trunk and a fruit is slowly coming out of it. Clearly, it is a divine fruit. The news of a powerful tiger growing out of a tree on the Divine Mountain as well as a divine fruit has spread through the Devil Mirror very quickly. There are not many people who can climb the Divine Mountain to explore. Moreover, after climbing the Divine Mountain, people cannot use the Devil Mirror to communicate with the outside world. Therefore, the people of Immortal Desolate are not very clear about what is happening on the Divine Mountain. Xianxia heard the tiger roar from inside the Divine Mountain and immediately rushed over. Hoo! When Xianxia rushed over, he suddenly sensed a burst of gale attack. He saw 10 tigers land beside him and let out low and deep roar. Xianxia promptly took out the 9th Heaven Mysterious King Saber and looked at the tigers nearby. He is secretly astonished. These 10 tigers are releasing a faint divine power. Although they are immortal beasts, their strength is very strong. Roar, the leading tiger let out a roar and started running away. It is unknown where it is going. Xianxia looked at the 10 tigers leaving and said in his heart, they did not attack me, why is that? Xiaoyun, quickly go ahead and take a look. The life aura of the tigers is very pure, they should have just been born. Maybe there is something in front that gave birth to these tigers. Ling Yuner said. I will go now. Xianxia very carefully ran over. There are many lush trees on the Divine Mountain, their branches and leaves are very thick. Xianxia is running inside the mountain, even if he is using a distance observation tool, he will not be able to see him. Not long after, Xianxia finally saw that tree. This tree is taller than the other trees and it grows at a slanted angle. The dazzling golden fruit on the tree trunk is very dazzling. Even if one does not use a distance observation tool to look, one can still see the flickering multicolored light in the distance, It is like a star in the dark night. Qin Yun, who was under the tree, naturally also saw the dazzling golden fruit. However, he did not dare to casually go up to take it before he figured out the situation. Suddenly, many weak sounds came from all around. There are many beasts approaching. Ling Yuner said, "Why are there so many beasts on this divine mountain?" "I don't know. Maybe when the Sun Divine Stone fell, many beasts in the vicinity were sucked up." Qin Yun promptly took out the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. The Devil Star Tyrant Dragon rushed up and used one of its dragon claws to grab the dazzling golden fruit on the tree trunk. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they all cried out in pain. That must be a divine fruit. It was actually taken away by this three-headed six-armed monster. What the hell is that thing? It looks very scary. 3 dragon heads, 2 pairs of dragon claws, a pair of mantis blades and a dragon tail. This must be a dragon monster with a very strong dragon bloodline inheritance. When we climb the divine mountain, we must be careful. Qin Yun saw that the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon had succeeded and immediately retrieved it. Run! After Qin Yun obtained the mysterious fruit, he leaped up and fled. Roar, 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 the nearby beasts all roared in anger. They originally thought that the weak human would not dare to go and take the divine fruit because once it was taken, it would be difficult for them to escape. However, Qin Yun actually sent out the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon, a puppet. This caused many beasts to not expect it. After Qin Yun concealed his aura, he directly rushed down the mountain. The divine mountain is very tall and very large. He only reached 1,000 meters high and he already encountered a group of extremely powerful beasts. If he continued to go up and encountered even stronger beasts, he would be dead for sure. Let's become stronger first. Qin Yun climbed the mountain this time and gained a new understanding of the situation on the divine mountain. I didn't sense the mountain spirit this time, I don't know what's going on. Ling Yuner is somewhat disappointed inside. I'll come again next time. Qin Yun said with smile. This time, his harvest is quite abundant. After going down the mountain, he very easily passed through the divine soil region. Because he became transparent, no one in the vicinity can see him. Qin Yun left the divine mountain and returned to the forest. At this time, he sensed the magic mirror trembling and hastily took it out. It is the little black donkey contacting him. Little Black, what's the matter? Qin Yun asked. Little mortal, did you just wake up after crossing the heaven-defying tribulation? The Sun Divine Stone on your side gave birth to a Sun Immortal Beast. Moreover, there is also a Sun Divine Fruit. Didn't you see the crazy news on the magic mirror? The little black donkey's voice came through. It seems very anxious. What's the use of that Sun Divine Fruit? Qin Yun already obtained the Sun Divine Fruit. He was worried that the little black donkey would return, so he did not tell it. Longhu's sacred mountain. Qin Yun laughed in his heart because that dragon monster is the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. Little Black, how's the situation on your side? Asked Qin Yun. I'm still on my way. It's really far from Xuanhuan to desolate earth. The little black donkey scolded. I even met a bunch of idiots on the way, calling me a donkey. They really don't know the meaning of death. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Remember to pay attention to all kinds of crazy news in the magic mirror. After Qin Yun disconnected from the little black donkey, he fiddled with the magic mirror. He is secretly alarmed because his Devil Star Tyrant Dragon has been exposed. He also doesn't know whose equipment is so good. It actually took a picture of the Devil Star T-Rex from far away and sent it to the magic mirror. Later, he also learned about the Sun Divine Fruit. The Sun God Fruit was condensed from the Sun God's power. Usually, it was given to a fated person or beast. Through the news that was spreading like wildfire on the magic mirror, he learned that the tiger born from the tree was the Sun Immortal Beast. Those 10 tigers were as big as ordinary tigers. They were definitely powerful enough to intimidate the other beasts on the divine mountain. The extreme young celestial beast did not eat the divine fruit. This made many people confused. Qin Yun also learned that the Sun Divine Fruit is rather rare. Furthermore, it has different grades. If a powerful person ate a low-grade Sun God Fruit, it would not be of any help. There was also news of the Sun God Fruit appearing in various places, all of which were obtained by beasts. Some beasts immediately became very powerful after eating it. Qin Yan couldn't wait to taste it. Suddenly, the words Little Phoenix appeared on the magic mirror. Qin Yan quickly picked up the call. Young Master Qin? I am Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix is very happy to have finally contacted Qin Yan. Little Phoenix, did that woman return the magic mirror to you? Qin Yan asked. Yes. Did she send someone to kill you? Little Phoenix asked. No. Qin Yan said, did you tell Shuiru about you being beaten up? I didn't tell Sister Shuiru. I just told her that Namgong Shuili might want to kill you. Little Phoenix said, Sister Shuiru told me to contact you and invite you over. I won't go for now, I am safer. Qin Yan said. He knew that Namgong Shuiru was truly worried about him. However, before he had enough power, he did not want to get too close to Namgong Shuili. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to not be able to kill Namgong Shuili after seeing her. There was also Long Tianren. He already knew that Namgong Shuili was Long Tianren's wife. Long Tianren is from the Long family. Previously, when immortal dragon blood came, Qin Yan guessed that he was nurtured by the Long family. Then you must be careful. Little Phoenix reminded. Got it. After saying goodbye to Little Phoenix, Qin Yan used mysterious penetration divine ability to enter the ground and took out Star Traveling Pagoda. He entered Star Traveling Pagoda and took out the dazzling and golden sun god fruit. Eat it directly? It should be very delicious. Qin Yan licked his lips and took a few big bites. He bit more than half of the sun god fruit, but he wanted to spit it out because it was just too bitter. Even though it was very bitter, he could not spit it out. He could only continue to eat with tears in his eyes. This was an extremely precious sun god fruit, so no matter how bitter it was, he had to bite the bullet and eat it. Qin Yan's face is wrinkling from the bitterness, it looks like a bitter gourd. I am dying of bitterness. Qin Yan finished eating the sun god fruit, but his eyes are still unable to open due to the bitterness. What caused him to be the most depressed is that his stomach is in great pain. If it was the pain of his body being tortured, he would not be afraid at all. Back then he had to endure all kind of pain to pass through the immortal gate. And now his stomach is in great pain, he has a feeling that he is about to vent out. Motherfucker. Could it be that the sun god fruit can't be eaten directly? Qin Yan can only feel that his tongue is numb from the bitterness and his stomach is still in great pain, it is still churning and churning. He can only helplessly take out a tool and sit on it. What is even worse is that he suddenly has a feeling of wanting to vomit. He would rather pass through the immortal gate than face this feeling of vomiting and diarrhea. Luckily he did not vomit, he can endure. But his lower body is unable to endure, it is like a dam collapsing, crashing. Luckily the sun god fruit is still useful. Nether Sun is absorbing a very strong energy from it and that energy is continuously coming out from every part of his body. After Nether Sun absorbs it, it can quickly refine that energy. Qin Yan took out the devil mirror and contacted the little black donkey. Little Black, how do I use the sun god fruit? Qin Yan asked. You obtained the sun god fruit? The little black donkey very anxiously shouted. I ate it. Qin Yan said with some embarrassment. I saw that it was very tasty, so I couldn't help but eat it. You bastard. You actually ate it alone, you said you would leave half for me. The little black donkey grumbled in a very unbearable manner. Wretched bastard, I thought of you as a friend but you actually secretly ate the sun god fruit behind my back. You said you would let me study the Xianwu totem but you just slipped away. Qin Yan very unhappily said. He is still brooding over this matter. Let's not talk about this. Is the sun god fruit delicious? This is the legendary sun god fruit, it might not be of much use to me but I just want to eat it. The little black donkey very curiously asked. From its voice, it can be heard that it is extremely hungry. Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, it's very delicious, it's sweet and delicious, there is a faint fragrance in the mouth, it's very memorable. After eating it, I feel like I'm floating in the air. This is the most comfortable peak enjoyment I've ever experienced. Little Black, if you obtain the sun god fruit, remember to leave half for me. Don't worry, I am a very kind person, I will definitely leave half for you. The little black donkey finished speaking and cut off the connection. Then it cursed, dream on. I will leave fart for you, the sun god fruit is so small, it's not even enough for 2 mouthfuls. How can I share such a delicious thing with others? Xianxia also knows that the little black donkey will not share half of the sun god fruit with him, so he fabricated the feeling of eating the sun god fruit. But the real feeling is incomparably terrible. This guy Little Black doesn't know how powerful the sun god fruit is. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so miserable. Xianxia is about to collapse from being tormented. Maybe the sun god fruit needs to be eaten with other things? Ling Yuner giggled and said, Little Yun, next time you get the sun god fruit, will you eat it or not? That depends on the effect. If the improvement is very fast, there is no harm in pulling it again. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Daybreak, Xianxia doesn't know how he survived the night. Although he didn't sleep, he felt that he had experienced a nightmare while awake. He laid on the ground in exhaustion and his mouth is still very bitter. He felt that he might lose his sense of taste. Is the after effect coming? Xianxia suddenly felt that the nether sun is spinning very quickly, as if it is refining the power of the sun god fruit. That energy suddenly erupted, causing Xianxia's weak body to quickly recover. Xianxia also realized that the things he expelled before are all kinds of impurities in his body. His method of cultivating saint body is very extreme, it is inevitable that a lot of impurities will enter his blood. After eating the sun god fruit, those impurities will be washed out and the energy of his saint body will become even purer. The sun god fruit's power that nether sun devoured finally reacted. It frantically released and flowed through his body, scouring his veins and producing even stronger immortal power. Gradually, he sensed a new formidable immortal power appearing inside the nether sun. The second immortal power appeared, it means that he is now second level immortal. This is not the end, because the sun god fruit's power inside the nether sun is still unceasingly being released and flowing through his formidable saint body. Through the saint body, it complemented each other and transformed into formidable immortal power. After the first immortal power reached its limit, it stopped increasing and began condensing the second immortal power. Now, Xianxia's second immortal power has also reached its limit and condensed the third immortal power. This kind of breakthrough speed caused Xianxia to be wild with joy. Previously, he was unable to understand why so many immortals could advance by leaps and bounds after the sun's mutation. Now he finally understood. After eating the sun god fruit, his advancement speed became even more terrifying. The third immortal power condensed for a period of time but was unable to continue increasing and finally stopped. Sun god fruit is truly a good thing. Xianxia exclaimed in admiration in his heart. Xiao Yun, next time you eat it, release a formidable flame inside your body and use it to purify the impurities. You won't have to strenuously defecate. Ling Yuner said with smile. She is now very clear about the characteristics of the sun god fruit. Xianxia took a bath and ate some sweet immortal jade jelly. His mouth is no longer that bitter. He promptly took out the devil mirror and began searching for information about this divine mountain. No new sun god fruit has appeared, but some people named this mountain Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. The main reason is that the tree gave birth to 10 tigers and the one who obtained the sun god fruit was a dragon monster, so people named this mountain Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. There must be even more sun god fruits on the divine mountain or some other things. It is just that nobody has discovered them yet. Xianxia changed into black beast skin clothes, stored away the star-traveling pagoda and rushed towards the divine mountain again. If he can find a few more sun god fruits, he might be able to become upper immortal. While rushing towards the divine mountain, Xianxia suddenly sensed a burst of gale appearing in front of him. He promptly hid behind a large tree. It is a sandstorm. The golden bright and dazzling sandstorm is filled with dense divine power and enveloped the forest in the vicinity of the divine mountain. Many immortals and immortal beasts in the vicinity of the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain burst into cheers. Because the divine soil has finally been blown away by the mysterious gale. The divine soil, accompanied by the mysterious gale, enveloped the forest in the vicinity and spread to various places through the large river. This is not good, many people are about to reach the divine mountain. Xianxia did not continue to hide from the divine soil, he directly rushed towards the gale. He wants to be at the forefront. He is not the only one thinking this way, many formidable upper immortals are also thinking this way. Even Nangon Shuiru and the others are rushing towards the divine mountain. Qinyan used mysterious penetration divine ability and wind shelter talisman, so he can easily pass through the sandstorm. Then he climbed the divine mountain. Roar roar, suddenly a burst of tiger roar echoed. This deep roar is filled with might and power, accompanied by the shockwave of the sandstorm. It caused many immortals and immortal beasts who want to climb the mountain to become alarmed. Mystic Tiger King. The news that the Longhu Mystic Mountain was finally unsealed soon spread like wildfire, causing many people nearby to make their way to the mountain. As the Longhu Mystic Mountain had experienced a heaven-defying tribulation in the past, it attracted a lot of attention. According to statistics, Longhu Divine Mountain was one of the largest August Immortal Mountains in Dusk Province. The so-called Ascendant Immortal Tier was a divine mountain that only Ascendant Immortals were allowed to enter. Even though no exalted immortals had ascended the Longhu Mystic Mountain, some abstruse immortals who passed by could sense that abstruse immortals were unable to ascend the mountain. After entering the divine mountain, the magic mirror would lose its effect. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror also gave an explanation, saying that there was a mysterious power inside the Sun God Stone that could affect spatial ripples. The magic mirror, which relied heavily on spatial transmission, was disrupted on the divine mountain. As a result, the situation inside the divine mountain could not be transmitted immediately. Qinyan was the first to ascend the divine mountain. He had entered twice and reaped great rewards. This time, he didn't know if it would be as smooth as before. The Longhu Divine Mountain is very big. At this moment, many people are rushing up from all directions. The immortal beasts on the divine mountain are letting out bestial roars, trying to scare away the people and immortal beasts. Qinyan concealed himself, but he still felt somewhat apprehensive. One after another, powerful immortal beasts ferociously leaped down from above. The immortal beasts and immortals that charged up from the foot of the mountain were also very strong. Qinyan is very worried about Namgong Shuiru. He doesn't know where she is, he can only hope that she is safe and sound. Xiaoyun quickly rushed to the highest peak. There must be something hidden up there, Ling Yuner said. Just as Qinyan was rushing up, a roar suddenly came from the top of the mountain. That was the roar of a tiger. Everyone and the immortal beasts immediately thought of the sun immortal beasts from before, which were the 10 tigers. At the foot of the mountain, there were sounds of intense fighting, but as the tiger roar reverberated, the immortals and immortal beasts all stopped fighting. The descent of the sacred mountain is not for you to kill each other. The hoarse voice was filled with might, like a gust of wind, rolling down from the peak of the mountain, shocking everyone. Based on its aura, many exalted immortals could confirm that the tiger who spoke was a profound immortal beast. Profound immortal beasts were as strong as profound immortals, but they were far stronger than exalted immortals. Moreover, mystic immortal beasts and mystic immortal beasts were not allowed to enter the Mount Longhu. In other words, this tiger was the strongest existence on Longhu Mystic Mountain. This was the strongest king of the Longhu Mystic Mountain. If anyone continues to fight, I will kill them. After saying that, the tiger roared again, causing the immortals and immortal beasts to not dare to fight, as they were worried that they would be killed. Both humans and beasts can create their own cave abodes in the divine mountains and use the divine power released by the divine mountains to cultivate. Then, they can comprehend the path of cultivation on their own. If you want to fight, please leave the divine mountain. If someone starts a fight on the divine mountain, then they will be fighting against me, the mysterious Tiger King. The voice coming from the mountain peak caused everyone to cry out in alarm, but at the same time, they also felt a lot more at ease. At least, the mystic Tiger King didn't chase them off the divine mountain. The divine power released by the divine mountains could indeed strengthen one's soul and physical body. However, regardless of whether it was humans or beasts, they were all greedy. They all felt that there were sun god fruits within the divine mountains, so they wanted to seize them and take them for themselves. Mysterious Tiger King, what's going on with the sun god fruits? A formidable upper immortal beast asked. His voice is also very loud, it can even cover the entire Longhu Mystic Mountain. The sun god fruits are all at the mountain peak. If you have the guts, come and snatch them. The mysterious Tiger King's voice is filled with contempt. If you are not afraid of death, then come. Then what happened when a sun god fruit was snatched away by a dragon monster? The person who asked this time is an upper immortal old man. That was a dragon monster's opportunity. The mystic Tiger King said, this divine mountain is a high immortal level divine mountain. As long as humans and beasts with high immortal cultivation comprehend the Tao in the mountain, they can make the trees in the divine mountain condense their own sun god fruit. Only you can obtain the sun god fruit that belongs to you. Xianxia is stunned. He thought that the Longhu mystic mountain is filled with sun god fruits. He doesn't know if the other divine mountains have the same situation. Everyone is very disappointed because they don't know when they will be able to comprehend their own sun god fruit. Is it the same for other divine mountains? Someone asked. Some are, some aren't. Every divine mountain was very different from each other. I am the king of this divine mountain, I am the king of this divine mountain, I am responsible for maintaining order and peace here. Humans and beasts who comprehend Tao on this divine mountain have the opportunity to listen to my Tao preaching. I don't know about the situation of other divine mountains, I also don't want to know. In short, all the sun god stones that descend represent different Tao. Maybe after some sun god stones transform into a divine mountain, the divine mountain becomes a masterless mountain. Humans and beasts can go up there and become kings, or even seize the divine tree at the mountain peak. Mystic Tiger King's words caused many humans and beasts to secretly curse. Because the divine mountain they are looking forward to already has a king, it means that they can no longer be the hegemon of this divine mountain. Xianxia continued rushing towards the divine mountain. Mystic Tiger King said again, since everyone is here for the sun god fruit, I will give you a chance. Whoever reaches the summit first, I will give him a sun god fruit. Just as he finished speaking, a burst of cheers and clamorous running sounds erupted from the foot of the divine mountain. Originally, many humans and beasts wanted to directly fly up, but they discovered that after floating in the air, their speed is limited. It is not as fast as climbing the mountain, so they can only obediently climb the mountain. Xianxia is secretly happy, he feels that he should be at the very front. Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain indeed had many powerful beasts before, but they could only go up to a certain height and didn't dare to go up anymore. Now, Xianxia has long since surpassed that height. Among the upper immortals, the fastest is Long Tianren. He is laughing loudly as he rushed forward. It is unknown how he can be so fast, but this caused many immortal beasts and immortals to be incomparably envious. If Mystic Tiger King was not watching from the summit, they would have already attacked and been beaten down by Long Tianren. Along the way, Xianxia did not encounter any danger. This mountain is indeed very peaceful, there are no other dangerous things. Moreover, it is filled with dense divine power aura. Xianxia very quickly reached the summit. There is a flat stone on the summit. There is a kind of natural rune in the middle of the stone. Those runes seem to have come out from the stone and condensed into a few meters tall tree. Many profound and complex light golden runes can still be seen on the surface of the tree's bark. Even the palm-sized leaves on the tree have many flickering light golden runes. Under the tree, there is a golden tiger sitting. This is Mystic Tiger King. Tigers were originally very ferocious and frightening, but this tiger's eyes revealed a hint of benevolence and gentleness. It made people feel like he was a benevolent elder, but the might he exuded was constantly reminding Xianxia that this was a very powerful Xian immortal beast that could kill him with a single swipe of its claws. Xianxia said with smile, I should be the first to arrive here, right? That's right. You can pluck a divine fruit. Mystic Tiger King said with smile. Xianxia can see that there are more than 10 dazzling golden fruits on the divine tree. They are the same as the ones he ate before. Many thanks, Mystic Tiger King. Xianxia jumped up and gently plucked a fruit. He held it in his hand and sensed that the energy aura inside is even stronger than the one before. Someone has arrived. Xianxia hastily took out a mask to avoid being recognized. The person who arrived is a tall and handsome large man. It is Long Tianren. His face was originally filled with smile, but when he saw a person, his smile immediately disappeared. What caused him to feel even more stifled is that he can only sense 3 immortal power aura from this person's body. He is only a third layer immortal. A third layer immortal can actually reach the summit so early. This caused Long Tianren to feel that there is something shady going on. Seeing that Mystic Tiger King is here, Long Tianren doesn't dare to say anything. At this time, another person arrived. It is a beautiful woman wearing snow-white clothes. She has a gentle and beautiful appearance. She is precisely Nangong Shuiru. Nangong Shuiru saw that 2 people have already arrived. She lightly sighed and said, it seems like I don't have this kind of opportunity. But to be able to come up and see the divine tree is an eye-opener. Mystic Tiger King said with smile, the man who arrived first has already obtained a divine fruit. The woman who arrived first has not obtained one. Young lady, you can pluck an immortal fruit. Nangong Shuiru's face is filled with joy. She promptly thanked Mystic Tiger King. Long Tianren's eyes are wide open. He really wishes that he was a woman. This is also the first time he has the thought of being a woman. If he was a woman, he would also be able to obtain a divine fruit. Suddenly, a blue-haired ape rushed up. This is a high immortal beast. He saw that there are only a few humans here and is very disappointed. However, since he was the first to arrive, he can also obtain a divine fruit. The blue-haired ape very happily thanked Mystic Tiger King. Later, the female immortal beast who arrived first also obtained a divine fruit. These immortal beasts can take human form, they can use their true body to erupt with their strongest power. Senior Mystic Tiger King, how do we properly consume these divine fruits? The blue-haired ape asked. You all comprehend it yourselves. Mystic Tiger King finished speaking and walked towards the divine tree. His body merged with it. This caused all the humans and beasts on the summit to be very startled. More and more people arrived at the summit. Nangong Shuili also arrived. She heard that Long Tianren did not obtain a divine fruit and became very disappointed. Seeing Nangong Shuiru obtain a divine fruit, she felt very jealous in her heart. Friend, sell your divine fruit to me. Long Tianren looked at Qin Yun and asked. Not selling. Although Qin Yun doesn't have immortal jade beads, he is an inscription master. He can earn some later and this divine fruit is very precious. Long Tianren furiously groaned and said, let's go. Let's go to other divine mountains. After Nangong Shuiru obtained the divine fruit, she immediately rushed down the mountain. Clearly, she wants to go to other divine mountains to obtain divine fruits. There are many divine mountains, it means that the chances of obtaining divine fruits are very high. Only a few people with low cultivation stayed at Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain to comprehend Tao. Everyone else is very restless and left the mountain one after another. Only Qin Yun is left at the summit. Mystic Tiger King came out of the divine tree and said to Qin Yun, heaven-defying person, are you still not leaving? Divine inscriptions comprehending the Tao. Qin Yun encountered the 10 tigers before and the Xian Tiger King in front of him is not one of them. Senior Mystic Tiger King, how do you know that I have crossed the heaven-defying tribulation? Qin Yun asked. You entered the divine mountain, used the divine mountain's power to condense runes, and then refined the tribulation bringer talisman. Mysterious Tiger King smiled slightly, is that right? Qin Yun suddenly thought that this Xian Tiger King is most likely mountain spirit. He said with smile, many thanks for senior's help. It's nothing. The Mystic Tiger King smiled and said, to be able to meet a heaven-defying person, it is also a kind of opportunity for me. Then, senior, can you give me a few more divine fruits? Qin Yun said with a thick-skinned smile as he looked at the divine fruits on the divine tree. I've already given you one. If you eat the one in your hand, you can also break through quickly. Mysterious Tiger King laughed, young man, don't be too greedy. The divine fruits on the divine tree are indeed very enviable. Qin Yun looked at the divine fruits and said with a chuckle, senior, other than the divine fruits, is there anything else special on this divine mountain? The Mystic Tiger King walked back and forth a few steps and shook his head, there's nothing special, actually. I'm not too sure either. I am the spirit born from this divine sunstone. Because of your heaven-defying tribulation, I awakened my Tao heart and turned into a tiger. In short, the fact that I can appear here should be considered a special situation. In other words, the other divine mountains have many divine fruits that can be plucked freely? Asked Qin Yun. Yes. Black Tiger King nodded and said, I only want my divine mountain to be peaceful, and I also want to pass on the Tao. The divine fruit on this tree was only useful after eating the first one. Eating the second one wouldn't have much of an effect. That's why I plan to leave someone else alive. Qin Yun understood that the Mystic Tiger King wanted to establish a sect. Mystic Tiger King said again, little brother, you must have something on you. That's why you can affect me and let me suddenly comprehend many things. Qin Yun was extremely surprised. He said with a frown, really? Why didn't I notice? In short, the reason why I can transform into a tiger and have such a deep comprehension of the heavenly Tao is mainly because you refined the Tribulation Bringer talisman on the Divine Mountain. Mysterious Tiger King said very seriously, when you were making the Tribulation Bringer talisman, I started to have some comprehension. After you passed the heaven-defying tribulation, I successfully comprehended the Tao and cultivated a body of flesh and blood. Qin never expected that he would be able to produce such an effect. After carefully thinking about it, he suddenly recalled the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune he obtained before. The Heavenly Tao Divine Rune was once at the bottom of a sacred lake. Hence, it caused the people beside the sacred lake to have a sudden increase in their comprehension ability. When he was inscribing the Calamity Bringer talisman, he had indeed entered a miraculous state. It was highly possible that the mysterious power of the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune had leaked out. At that time, even he himself did not realize it. Little brother, the best you can do to cultivate on my mountain is to become an exalted immortal. It is not suitable for you to stay for long. Mystic Tiger King said. He also has some respect for Qin because he knows that Qin's body is hiding something strange. Qin nodded and said, I will first go down the mountain to take care of some matters. After I am done, I will come back to seek guidance from Senior. I will send you off. After Mystic Tiger King finished speaking, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared around Qin. Qin's eyes flashed as he was sent flying by the fluctuation and landed in the forest outside the Divine Mountain. Well done. Qin laughed, then took out the Devil Mirror and contacted Little Phoenix. Every time Little Phoenix talked to Qin, she feels very happy because Qin is very polite to her. Young Master Qin, what's the matter? Little Phoenix sweetly asked. Little Phoenix, I want to contact Shuiru, is she here? Qin asked. Sister Shuiru is about to enter seclusion. Little Phoenix said with some difficulty, wait until she comes out, I will immediately inform Sister Shuiru. Is there something urgent you need from Sister Shuiru? Qin is startled. He originally wanted to contact Nangong Shuiru and tell her what she needs to pay attention to after eating the divine fruit. Something very urgent. Qin hastily said. Little Phoenix is worried that Qin has been murdered, so she hastily knocked on Nangong Shuiru's door. After Nangong Shuiru opened the door, she asked, Little Phoenix, what's the matter? I want to enter seclusion. Young Master Qin is looking for you. Little Phoenix handed over the Devil Mirror to Nangong Shuiru. Nangong Shuiru took the Devil Mirror and closed the door. Qin promptly said, Shuiru, did you eat the divine fruit? Nangong Shuiru has obtained the divine fruit, it is widely spread on the Devil Mirror. Reportedly, she is the first human to have obtained the Sun divine fruit. I am preparing to eat it, what's wrong? Nangong Shuiru asked. After you eat it, you must pay attention to controlling the impurities that come out of your body. It would be best if you find a way to expel it through your skin or purify it inside your body. Otherwise, if it accumulates too much, you will have diarrhea. Qin said. Xiaoyun, did you eat the divine fruit? I searched on the Devil Mirror and found a person called Great God Xianwu. He said that the divine fruit is very delicious and that after eating it, I would feel very good. Nangong Shuiru doubtfully said. Great God Xianwu is the name of the little black donkey on the Devil Mirror. Qin lied to the little black donkey. So far, not many humans have eaten the divine fruit. The beasts that have eaten the divine fruit do not use the Devil Mirror, so there is not much information about the divine fruit. The little black donkey has changed his name to Great God Xianwu. He has published many news about the heaven-defying tribulation, so his information is very reliable. Don't be fooled by that guy. The divine fruit is very bitter, you must be careful when eating it. Shuiru, trust me. Qin said. Nangong Shuiru lightly responded and asked, have you eaten the divine fruit? I have, it is very bitter and I had diarrhea for the whole night. Qin said with bitter smile. I know, I will deal with it. Thank you for the reminder. Are you feeling better now? Nangong Shuiru said with smile. Much better. Qin said with smile. Nangong Shuiru did not ask how Qin obtained the divine fruit because she feels that Qin is very mysterious and must have his own methods. Qin finally felt relieved after cutting off communication with Nangong Shuiru. At this time, the little black donkey contacted Qin Yun. Little mortal, aren't you at Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain? 2 humans had obtained the Sun Divine Fruit. Why didn't you try to snatch it? The black donkey yelled, you piece of trash. You've missed the chance to obtain the divine fruit. Qin Yun had already obtained it, but he was wearing a mask. Even if he was photographed, no one would know who he was. Xiao, if you were here, you would definitely get a Sun Divine Fruit. What a pity. Qin Yun said with smile. Of course. Humph, just you wait and see. I'll be able to obtain even better divine fruits when I go to Earth Desolate. The black donkey replied, many divine fruits condensed from the divine sunstone are well protected and very difficult to obtain. There's simply no such thing as a gift from the Longhu Mystic Mountain. The Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain is indeed very special. This is also because the mysterious Tiger King comprehended the heavenly Tao and found his own path. Many people came out to search for the Sun God Stone. They all posted on the magic mirror that it was very difficult to obtain the Sun God Fruit. Some of the sun gods turned into divine mountains, some into lakes, some into deserts, some into seas of fire, and some into clouds floating in the sky. In short, the divine sunstone was becoming more and more changeable. It knew how to evolve itself. Everyone knows that there are definitely supreme treasures inside the sun god stone, but they are very difficult to obtain. Even if they obtained them, they would be some powerful beasts that suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the magic mirror transmitted an astonishing piece of news. The super divine mountain on the moon has actually been captured by the Guanghan Palace. Through the magic mirror, Qin Yun can see the super divine mountain on the moon. It is a very large white mountain, several times larger than the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. The peak is enveloped by a white light. With a glance, one can tell that there are many precious divine fruits and treasures on the peak. As for what happened to the divine mountain later on, no one knows. Because everyone knows that the disciples of the Guanghan Palace don't use the magic mirror. The Moon God Mountain is also controlled by the Guanghan Palace. With a powerful immortal emperor overseeing it, no one dares to rashly approach. Qin Yun secretly sighed in his heart. He knows many women in the Guanghan Palace, but they have temporarily forgotten about him. I want to become stronger and walk on the moon. Qin Yun walked towards the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain to find the mysterious Tiger King. Just as he was about to climb the mountain, he suddenly sensed a group of people sneaking around. Qin Yun promptly concealed himself and approached them. Boss Tianren told us to stay here and wait for the masked man to come down the mountain. I wonder when he will come down. Who is the masked man? He is only a 3rd level immortal, yet he stole Boss Divine Fruit. I don't know. He is a very mysterious guy. Didn't Nangong Shuiru obtain a divine fruit? Boss should have given her half. What do you know? Nangong Shuiru's position in the Nangong family is much higher than Nangong Shuili's. Moreover, she is an inscription pill master. Who dares to give her half? Why? At the bottom of a mountain path on the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain, some people are hiding on a large tree and chatting. Qin Yun realized that these people were sent by Long Tianren. They are all 2nd or 3rd level immortals. Long Tianren's subordinates? Qin Yun put on his mask and walked over. Some of the people on the tree saw Qin Yun appear, they immediately jumped down, some took out their magic mirror and informed Long Tianren. Masked man, hand over the divine fruit or you will die for sure. A tall and big man shouted at Qin Yun, we are Long family's Long Tianren's people. Our boss will give you a chance to curry favor with him. Qin Yun took out a cannon arrow and directly threw it. Xiao xiao xiao, the cannon arrow flew back and forth under Qin Yun's control. In just a few blinks, it pierced through the heads of more than 10 people. These 2nd or 3rd level immortals were instantly killed by Qin Yun in the blink of an eye. Their strength is simply not on the same level. Long Tianren found out that the masked man has been surrounded and very excitedly yelled, Shueli, that masked man has been surrounded by my little brothers. As expected of my number 1 elite team. Just as he finished speaking, his expression changed because the connection has been cut off. Nangong Shueli is also very happy, but seeing Long Tianren's expression, she hastily asked, what happened? They are all dead. They were all killed in an instant. Long Tianren's expression is gloomy. Xueli, didn't you say that Qin Yun was waiting for someone? We sent people to kill him one after another, but they were all killed very quickly. A dangerous killer. Qin Yun took back the cannon arrow, looked at the corpses of those immortals, groaned in disdain and rushed towards Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. Long Tianren is still waiting for Namgong Shuiru to eat the divine fruit and see how effective it is. He also wants to capture the masked man and snatch the divine fruit. He now has a lead on the masked man's whereabouts. Xueli, we must find that brat Qin Yun. So long as we capture him, we will be able to lure out the masked man. This masked man is definitely not a third-level immortal. He must be hiding his cultivation, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to catch up to me. Long Tianren said with grave expression. Shuiru hinted to me not to touch Qin Yun. I don't even dare to touch that lowly slave little phoenix. Namgong Xueli is filled with bellyful of anger. Did Shuiru really warn you? Long Tianren is somewhat amazed. He walked back and forth and said with certainty, Shuiru must know the masked man. That is why she knows Qin Yun. That masked man is very strong, he can always kill our subordinates. Even Dragon Blood Immortal died in such a shady manner. Namgong Xueli gritted her teeth and said, that is just your speculation. Shuiru is temperamental, we don't even know what kind of friends she makes. She is very good to that lowly slave little phoenix. You should know that little phoenix was only a half immortal before, but after following Shuiru, it has reached 5th level immortal realm. Long Tianren coldly groaned and said, little phoenix is just Namgong Shuiru's tool. I have seen many women like Namgong Shuiru, they are all women who put profit above everything else. She wants to use that Qin Yun. We don't need to be afraid of her, we just need to act secretly. I have already sent people to keep an eye on little phoenix. No matter what, we must kill that bastard Qin Yun. I cannot let him live. I hate that bastard, I hate the way he talks to me. He is just a lowly half-immortal, yet he wants to curry favor with Shuiru. Moreover, he is so rude to me, a great immortal. Namgong Xueli tore her clothes and said in cold voice, because of him, Shuiru warned me not to look for little phoenix. Qin Yun returned to Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. This is Mystic Tiger King's territory, no one dares to approach. Qin Yun is very safe here. He said with smile, Senior, I am back. Little brother, eat the divine fruit here. After your cultivation breaks through, you can go to the other divine mountains. The mysterious Tiger King came out from the divine tree and said with a chuckle. I want to. However, the other divine mountains aren't as safe as this place. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled, even if I break through, I will have to face even stronger beasts and immortals in the other divine mountains. Mystic Tiger King shook his head and said, Little brother, what are you hiding on your body that can awaken the mountain spirit's Tao heart? Those mountain spirits will thank you. Of course, some of the mountain spirits might have already awakened their Taoist hearts. It's fine as long as we don't provoke them. Qin Yun and Ling Yuner had previously discussed that the reason why the Mystic Tiger King was able to awaken his Tao heart was because of the heavenly Tao divine rune. What exactly is the so-called mountain spirit? Qin Yun was somewhat puzzled. Mystic Tiger King thought for a moment and said, it's the spirit inside the Sun Divine Stone. If you didn't let me awaken my Tao heart, the people or beasts that rushed to the top of the mountain would have devoured me and then controlled this divine mountain. We should be a kind of masterless spirit body that can be devoured by others. The sun has sent down so many Sun Divine Stones. These Sun Divine Stones all represent different Taos. The person who controls the Sun Divine Stone can impart the Tao and let more humans and beasts absorb the Sun Divine power in different ways? Qin Yun asked. You can impart the Tao and you can also not impart it. In short, I feel that I can rely on this divine mountain to let more living beings cultivate and comprehend the Tao. Before the heavenly calamity descends, they can grasp a certain amount of strength and go to the starry sky to avoid the calamity. Mystic Tiger King said, this is the Tao heart I comprehended. Senior, is there a cave nearby? I want to eat that divine fruit. Some guys want to kill me, I need to quickly become stronger. Qin Yun said. Over there. Mystic Tiger King pointed at a tree that is more than 10 meters wide. There is a tree hole in the tree. After Qin Yun entered the tree hole also closed. Qin Yun, who was inside the tree hole, curiously looked around. The inside is completely green and white, it is filled with dense life force. It can clearly absorb the divine power of the divine mountain. He ate the divine fruit and began refining it. This time, he has experience, it is not as bad as last time. At least he won't have diarrhea, but his mouth is still very bitter. In just one day, Xianxia refined the divine fruit and cultivated 2 more immortal power. He is now at the 5th level of immortal realm. This kind of speed is so fast that it makes him doubt his life. Even when he was a half immortal, his breakthrough was not this fast. After Xianxia came out of the tree hole, although his mouth is very bitter, he still wants to eat the divine fruit on the divine tree. Mystic Tiger King chuckled and said, "Little brother, this tree's divine fruit has no effect on you. You need to eat the divine fruit of other divine trees for it to have any effect. Senior, after eating 2 divine fruits, I can quickly reach the 5th level of immortal realm. It is truly inconceivable." Xianxia said with some worry. "Don't worry, it is only fast at the immortal realm. Once you reach the upper immortal realm, it won't be that fast. Immortal realm mainly condenses immortal power. Because of the sun's mutation, the spiritual energy contains a faint divine power, so it can guide people to quickly condense immortal power. After eating the divine fruit, the speed of increase is even more obvious." Mystic Tiger King chuckled and said, "To be honest, when the sun god stone fell, I was only an immortal, but now I am a Xian immortal." Mystic Tiger King became stronger even faster. This made Xianxia secretly sigh. "Little brother, if you want the divine fruit, you can also take a few." Mystic Tiger King is very grateful to Xianxia. He was able to awaken his Tao heart, not be devoured by others and become an unconventional existence. This is all thanks to Xianxia. Xianxia jumped up and took 3 divine fruits. "Senior, we will meet again if fate allows it." Xianxia said with smile. "We will meet again if fate allows it." Mystic Tiger King chuckled, "I will send you off." The divine mountain swayed and Xianxia arrived inside the forest, far away from the divine mountain. Xianxia promptly took out the divine pagoda and entered it. "Little Black, take a look at what this is." Xianxia used the magic mirror to take an image of a dazzling golden divine fruit and send it to the little black donkey. "Little mortal, is this the divine fruit you got? How did you get it?" The little black donkey's voice is filled with incomparable excitement and agitation. "I picked it up." Xianxia said with smile, "Where are you? I will give you an entire divine fruit to eat." "Damn it, I am still on the way to desolate land." The little black donkey is going crazy and constantly jumping up and down. He really wanted to go back and taste the divine fruit immediately, but he remembered that he has been on the road for many days. If he went back now, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Seeing the little black donkey's reaction, Xianxia's heart blossomed with joy. "Little mortal, leave the divine fruit to me. I will come find you in a while." The little black donkey decisively ended the call to avoid being starved to death. Long Tianren and Nangong Shuili are in a luxurious carriage. Long Tianren suddenly received a message from his subordinates. "Boss, we found that pagoda." "Long Lei, you are a 6th level immortal and also my most capable subordinate. I called you over from far away to deal with that guy. You must not disappoint me." Long Tianren said to the magic mirror, "You must capture that little half-immortal Xianxia alive." "Got it." Long Lei said. Nangong Shuili said with frown, "Tianren, even your 3rd-ranked subordinate is here?" "Long Lei is currently the strongest expert under me." Long Tianren said. "Oh? What about 1st and 2nd? Nangong Shuili asked. "I went to other divine mountains to investigate, they are all dead." Long Tianren let out a long sigh and said, "I suffered disastrous losses this time, all to deal with that little half-immortal Xianxia. Am I not the same?" Nangong Shuili said fiercely, "I must kill that guy. I have already told my elder sister about this matter and asked her to send reinforcements." Long Tianren pointed at Nangong Shuili and said with smile, "You 2 sisters, do you really plan to use Wateroo as a cornucopia? Wateroo is not easy to control." "We don't need to control Wateroo, as long as people think that they can only get to know Wateroo through us sisters, it will be enough." Nangong Shuili craftily smiled, "When the time comes, many people will naturally give us gifts." Xianxia is very puzzled, he did not expect that just as he took out Star Traveling Pagoda, he would hear knocking on his door. He opened the door and saw a middle-aged man knocking on the door. "Are you Qin Yan?" Long Lei coldly asked. This is an ice-cold man with a dark expression. Long Lei is wearing black clothes, his face is filled with killing intent. As soon as Qin Yan saw him, he can tell that he is a very dangerous assassin. "I am Qin Yan, who are you?" Qin Yan asked. "Come out, follow me. Otherwise I will make you wish you were dead." Long Lei's gloomy and cold voice is filled with killing intent, it is accompanied by a very arrogant tone. Because in his eyes, little half-immortals are like ants. Qin Yan has now broken through to 5th level immortal realm, he wants to know how big the gap is between him and a 6th level immortal realm assassin. So he walked out of Star Traveling Pagoda. As soon as he walked out, Long Lei's hand ferociously grabbed, it brought along a weak dragon roar. His 5 fingers turned into a black dragon head, it looks like he wants to tear Qin Yan's shoulder apart. The dragon head claw is filled with bitter baleful aura and dense immortal power, it rippled all around and produced burst of gale. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed because Long Lei's strength is a bit stronger than he expected. He is also not careless, his body flashed and used flowing light extinction shadow step to evade. Long Lei thought that he would be able to tear off Qin Yan's arm and shoulder to show his strength. He did not expect that Qin Yan would be able to evade. Long Lei is alarmed, he turned around and saw a dreadful and mighty huge lion claw, accompanied by astral thunder and lightning, shaking the earth, tearing apart the air and ruthlessly swatting down. Long Lei is even more alarmed in his heart. Clearly there are only 5 types of immortal power, but when they fused together, they burst out with immortal power that is not weaker than 7th level immortal. Violent anger facing the might of the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw, an inexplicable fear welled up in Long Lei's heart. He instinctively unleashed his strongest power. His fists were like 2 dragons soaring into the sky as they charged upwards. With 2 loud sounds, he blocked the heavenly lion's fighting dragon claw roar. After Qin Yan's heavenly lion fighting dragon claw was shattered, his other palm rapidly pushed out. A sorrowful dragon roar resounded in all directions, bringing with it the ferocious might of a heavenly lion. It was like a huge wave, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. This was the heavenly lion's extinction dragon palm. Long Lei was even more alarmed in his heart. Facing such a terrifying extinction dragon's might, he, who possessed the dragon blood and dragon soul, was terrified to the extreme. That was because Qin Yan's cultivation technique was meant to restrain dragons. His dragon-slaying stance made it seem as though he had slaughtered countless raging dragons. This palm strike was like the mournful cries of 10,000 dragons, carrying with it the resentment and anger of 10,000 dragons after their deaths. Boom. Although Long Lei was terrified, he was still a 6th heaven immortal. Although he was frightened by the terrifying heavenly lion's extinction dragon palm, in order to save his life, he could only use all the strength in his body to meet this fatal palm. The 2 palms collided and the surrounding trees were shattered. The shattered branches and leaves were blown away by the shockwave like a violent storm. Long Lei was sent flying, his body was smashed into a huge tree trunk by a strong impact. Run, this was what Long Lei was thinking at this moment. The other party was only a 5th heaven immortal, but he was able to unleash such immense power through a terrifying martial art. He was definitely not someone he could deal with. If Long Lei had not experienced it himself, he would not have believed that a 5th heaven immortal could possess such terrifying strength. He, Long Lei, was a 6th heaven celestial. Even if he was facing a 6th heaven celestial disciple from a famous sect, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. "You are not Qin Yan, who the hell are you?" When Long Lei saw Qin Yan coming over, he suddenly broke through the tree trunk and dodged. Boom, the tree trunk was shattered by Qin Yan's palm. "I am Qin Yan. Hasn't that grandson, Long Tianren, been looking for me?" Qin Yan's voice was calm, but it was filled with power. With a flash, he arrived behind Long Lei. Long Lei never expected Qin Yan's speed to be so much faster than his. Shua, Qin Yan's palm was like a wild saber as it ruthlessly chopped down. The surrounding ground cracked with a tremor. It was the 6th-style Wind Slayer's earth-splitting style. Long Lei was unable to dodge in time. One of his arms was chopped off by Qin Yan's hand blade, as if it had been forcefully torn apart. Ah! Qin Yan placed 2 fingers together and locked onto Long Lei. Crack, a crisp sound, like a thunderclap. This was the piercing mountain finger. Long Lei's body was struck by the finger energy, and a large hole appeared in his body as he fell to the ground. Can't even take a single blow. Qinyan flew over and pointed 2 fingers at Long Lei's head. He said coldly, "Are Long Tianren's subordinates all trash?" Long Lei was terrified. He knew that he was doomed. What he couldn't understand was how Long Tianren had provoked such an opponent. From Long Lei's point of view, Qinyan was already so terrifying as a 5th firmament immortal. He definitely had an extraordinary background. Normally, Long Tianren wouldn't provoke such a stubborn person. "Don't worry, I will reunite Long Tianren with you." Qinyan's 2 fingers moved slightly. With a boom sound, Long Lei's body immediately exploded, shattered by the exploding heaven finger. Qinyan lightly groaned, "I didn't even use Heavenly Might Dao technique and I already died. They always send this kind of trash to waste my time. Heavenly Might Dao technique is a very dreadful existence. Even in the Immortal Desolate, there aren't many people who can master this kind of Dao technique. Moreover, most of them are immortal kings and immortal emperors. Nangong Shuili and Long Tianren are both ascendant immortals. I need at least the strength of a 9th firmament immortal to kill them." Qinyan's gaze is ice cold as he looked at the distant Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. If he wants to become stronger quickly, he can only go to other divine mountains to find even stronger divine fruits. "Xiaoyun, go to a Xian Immortal Divine Mountain," Ling Yuner said. "I don't necessarily have to go to a Xian Immortal Divine Mountain. There are many ascendant immortal divine mountains and many powerful divine fruits. After eating them, I can quickly break through. All the good divine fruits in the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain have been eaten by the Mystic Tiger King." Qinyan sighed, then took out the Devil Mirror and began searching the nearby divine mountains. Not long after the Mystic Tiger King was born, it became a Xian immortal beast. Clearly, it ate all the best divine fruits in the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. Long Tianren is in his room. He is so angry that he smashed the table and chairs to pieces. He furiously roared, "Long Lei is also dead. I, Long Tianren, am now a lone follower. The people my family sent to me and my own subordinates are all dead. This guy surnamed Qin caused me to suffer such disastrous losses." Nangong Shuili's expression is also gloomy. She is somewhat afraid in her heart. Both husband and wife have never suffered such a big loss before. "Who told you to have no ascendant immortals under you, only immortals?" Nangong Shuili grumbled. "Unless I am a Xian immortal, which ascendant immortal would be willing to be my subordinate? Besides, I can't afford to raise ascendant immortal subordinates." Long Tianren is so angry that his entire body is trembling. He is constantly throwing things around. Nangong Shuili said, "Go find some good divine fruits, maybe you can become a Xian immortal." Long Tianren calmed down and said, "Let's not worry about that guy for now, we will talk about it after we become stronger." "But he will surely pester Shuiru. If news of Shuiru having dealings with a half-immortal gets out, my business will not be good." Nangong Shuili is very worried. If you want to deal with that guy, then do it yourself, I don't care." Long Tianren cursed in low voice, "I paid such a great price for that brat, yet I didn't even get a single hair." Nangong Shuili lightly groaned and said, "My sister has already sent people to support me, they will arrive very soon. If my plan goes smoothly, don't even think about getting any benefits. My sister is also not willing to share with you. I paid so much, if you don't give me a share, just wait and see." Long Tianren furiously shouted, kicked the broken things on the ground and walked out of the carriage. Qinyan contacted Little Phoenix and Nangong Shuiru. "Xiaoyun, thank you. You allowed me to refine the divine fruit very smoothly. It was indeed a bit bitter at first, but I am not afraid. I have many pills on hand that will allow me to eat the divine fruit without feeling bitter or having diarrhea." Nangong Shuiru spoke up to hear and cannot help but lightly laugh a few times. She asked, "Xiaoyun, you must have felt very uncomfortable eating the divine fruit, right?" "Of course." Qinyan laughed loudly and said, "I almost forgot that you are an inscription pill master. If I had known earlier, I would have asked you first. Xiaoyun, where are you? I will send Little Phoenix to find you, I will give you some pills. Next time you eat the divine fruit, you won't feel bitter or have diarrhea." Nangong Shuiru's sweet voice sounded. Qin Yun is very gratified in his heart. Although Nangong Shuiru doesn't remember him, she still treats him the same as before. Are you not coming? Qin Yun asked. I am looking at a furnace of pills, I can't leave. Nangong Shuiru said in low voice, I am refining pills for you, eating them will be very beneficial to you. Shuiru, thank you. Qin Yun very happily told Nangong Shuiru his current location. Nangong Shuiru returned the devil mirror to Little Phoenix and told her to contact Qin Yun at any time. She wants to confirm Qin Yun's location and ask him to come over. Little Phoenix very happily left the small pavilion and drove a carriage through the forest to find Qin Yun. Qin Yun is patiently waiting for Little Phoenix inside Star Traveling Pagoda. After Little Phoenix arrived, she hopped over and knocked on the door of Star Traveling Pagoda. Young Master Qin, I have come again. Little Phoenix giggled and yelled. Qin Yun opened the door and saw a lovely woman with long braided hair. Her face is brimming with cheerful, and sweet smile. Qin Yun is very happy to see this pure and innocent and lively young woman. But thinking about her cute face with two small dimples and how she was beaten up by Nangong Shuili, Qin Yun felt very distressed and also very angry. Little Phoenix was invited into Star Traveling Pagoda. She is very curious about this pagoda, she started looking all around with her large eyes. Little Phoenix, this is for you. Qin Yun took out a divine fruit and handed it over to Little Phoenix. The divine fruit was useless to Qin Yun, and he felt guilty towards Little Phoenix, so he had been trying to make it up to her. Nangong Shuiru is very good to Little Phoenix, so when she obtained the divine fruit, she let Little Phoenix take a look. Little Phoenix immediately recognized that this is a divine fruit. Young Master Qin, are you the masked man? Little Phoenix is very stunned and asked in amazement. Take it. Qin Yun grabbed Little Phoenix's hand and stuffed the divine fruit into her hand. Little Phoenix immediately became very flustered, she doesn't know what to do because this gift is truly too precious. Young Master Qin, I can't accept it. Give it to Sister Shuiru. Little Phoenix doesn't dare to accept it because she feels that only Nangong Shuiru is qualified to accept this kind of gift. Shuiru already ate one before, eating a second one is useless. Qin Yun said with smile. Then what about young Master Qin? Little Phoenix naturally wants the divine fruit because after eating it, she will advance by leaps and bounds. I already ate it. Qin Yun took out 2 more divine fruits. This caused Little Phoenix to be completely dumbstruck. Qin Yun actually has so many divine fruits in his hand and Long Tianren and other heavenly immortals can't even get a single one. Thank you young Master Qin. Little Phoenix is so moved that she almost shed tears. She suddenly feels that Nangong Shuiru treating Qin Yun as a friend is not without reason. Because Qin Yun is the same as Nangong Shuiru, both of them are very good to her. After we return, Shuiru will guide you in eating and refining them. Let's go, bring me to see Shuiru. Qin Yun said with smile. Little Phoenix stored the divine fruit and very happily left Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yun stored the Star Traveling Pagoda, making Little Phoenix realize that Star Traveling Pagoda is now Qin Yun's. Qin Yun is sitting inside the carriage, Little Phoenix is driving the carriage outside to find Nangong Shuiru. Not long after the car drove, Qin Yun, who was in the car, suddenly felt something approaching. Boom, the carriage has been hit by something. Qin Yun's body is burning hot, he is in extreme pain, his body has been torn apart by formidable energy. Very strong immortal talisman tool. Qin Yun is extremely shocked and furious in his heart. He immediately locked onto Little Phoenix. He sensed that Little Phoenix's aura is very weak and her soul is about to leave her body. Qin Yun rushed out of the raging flame, picked up the charred Little Phoenix, then used mysterious penetration divine ability to quickly leave this place. At the same time, he stabilized Little Phoenix's soul and injuries. Boom, after Qin Yun left, a burst of explosion came from that place again. Someone is continuously attacking the carriage, this caused Qin Yun to immediately think of Long Tianren and Nangong Shuili. Qin Yun's fury soared to the sky, he rushed towards Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain while holding Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix's injuries are very serious, her skin has been burnt black, there is not a single part of her body that is unharmed. Fury of Shuiru Qingyun sensed a formidable power after entering Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. His eyes flashed and he arrived below the divine tree. Xian Tiger King hastily said, "Little brother, I sense that your killing intent is very strong, so I brought you here." "What is going on?" "Senior, help me save this little girl." Qingyun placed Little Phoenix under the divine tree. He came to Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain to let Xian Tiger King heal Little Phoenix. It is also very safe here. Xian Tiger King's eyes are filled with grave expression as he said, "Her injuries are very serious." Suddenly many tree vines dropped down from the tree and wrapped up Little Phoenix. "Can you cure her?" Qingyun's injuries are not light, many parts of his body have split open and are dripping with blood. "Yes. If you were a bit slower, it would have been too late." Xian Tiger King nodded. Qingyun sat down on the ground and began healing his injuries. At the same time, he reported the situation to Xian Tiger King. Nangong Xueli is sitting inside a luxurious carriage, she is drinking tea and laughing loudly. As expected of Big Sister, she killed that little half-immortal in one move. Opposite of Nangong Xueli, there is a graceful and elegant mature beautiful woman, her appearance is somewhat similar to Nangong Xueli. She is Nangong Xueli's big sister, Nangong Xueme. Nangong Xueme faintly smiled, "Little sister, don't worry, Shuiru doesn't know about this." News of Shuiru obtaining the divine fruit has already spread, many young masters of influential families are contacting me, they want to meet with Shuiru. Shuiru is an iron board. It is impossible to make an appointment with her. Nangong Xueli said with sigh. Shuiru is also a woman, as long as there is enough temptation, her heart will surely be moved. Nangong Xueme said with faint smile, "Little sister, do you know why Shuiru is so familiar with that little half-immortal?" Nangong Xueli coldly groaned and said, "Who knows what Shuiru is thinking? It is understandable that she is good to Little Phoenix. But to be so interested in that little half-immortal, is her brain damaged? She is a high and mighty young upper immortal, moreover she is an inscription pill master, how can she befriend a little half-immortal? Shuiru doesn't like to use the magic mirror. She definitely doesn't know that we killed Little Phoenix and Qingyun. When the time comes, we'll pretend to investigate and say that Little Phoenix's carriage was destroyed by a celestial beast." Nangong Xueme chuckled. One day passed by, Nangong Shuiru did not see Little Phoenix return and her complexion gradually became gloomy. Today, several profound immortal seniors of the Nangong family came. After learning that Nangong Shuiru obtained the divine fruit, they hastily came to congratulate her and asked her about the details of the divine fruit. In the forest near Dragon Tiger God Mountain, there was a small mansion. This was the residence of the profound immortal elders of the Nangong family. Within a large hall, Long Tianren, Nangong Xueli, and Nangong Xueme were all standing at the side. The Xian immortal elders had a high status and were the strongest group of people in the profound wilderness. These juniors had to be respectful in front of the Xian immortal elders. There were only 4 profound immortal seniors seated in the hall. 3 of them were old men and 1 was an old woman, and all of them were sipping tea in a composed manner. They were all waiting for Nangong Shuiru. Nangong Xueli's mood is very good because the 2 people she loathed, Little Phoenix and Qingyun, have been killed. The one who killed Qingyun and Little Phoenix was a 9th layer immortal who used 2 immortal talisman tools. That assassin was the number 1 expert under Nangong Xueme, he is a very good genius. This is also something that Nangong Xueme is very proud of. Nangong Shuiru arrived as usual, she is wearing a pure and holy snow-white long skirt. Her elegant and peerlessly beautiful face has a trace of cold arrogance. As soon as she arrived, she directly sat on a chair. After she sat down, she greeted the elders. If it were Nangong Xueli and the other juniors, they would have been angrily reprimanded for being rude. But Nangong Shuiru is different, she is an inscription pill master, she is very important to the Nangong family. After Nangong Shuiru arrived in Immortal Desolate, she found her former master Granny Shui and was brought to the Nangong family to meet her birth parents. As for why her birth parents are in Immortal Desolate, Granny Shui did not give a clear explanation and left the Nangong family. When Nangong Shuiru found her birth parents and met them, her parents were very moved and cried very bitterly. Nangong Shuiru felt the affection of her parents and decided to stay in the Nangong family. She can see that there are some people in the Nangong family who have bad intentions, such as Nangong Shueli and Nangong Shueme. But now, she faintly feels that Little Phoenix has been killed. Although Little Phoenix's life pearl has not been damaged, it has not returned for a day, causing her to be deeply worried. Shuiru, what happened? An old woman asked. Nangong Shuiru looked at Nangong Shueli and said in cold voice, my little servant girl has gone missing. Nangong Shueli and Nangong Shueli's heart trembled. They did not expect Nangong Shuiru to care so much about a servant girl. Is it that girl called Little Phoenix? How did she go missing? The old woman saw that Nangong Shuiru's expression is not good and realized that there must be something hidden. I sent her to pick up a friend of mine, but she has not returned. Nangong Shuiru's ice-cold beautiful eyes are filled with killing intent as she stared at Nangong Shueli. Shueli, what is going on? The old woman asked. This. How should I know? Nangong Shueli pretended to be wronged and said, what does Shuiru's servant girl going missing have to do with me? Besides, isn't it just a servant girl? Let the family arrange another one. Shuiru can have any servant girl she wants. Nangong Shuiru stood up and walked in front of Nangong Shueli. Her beautiful face is as cold as frost. Nangong Shueli is also scared. She yelled, Shuiru, if that lowly servant is dead, then she is dead. Why are you venting your anger on me? Shut up. Nangong Shuiru coldly shouted and slapped Nangong Shueli's face. Blood flowed out of the corner of Nangong Shueli's mouth and her hair became messy. Everyone in the hall is startled. The elders left their seats and walked over. What happened to Little Phoenix? Quickly tell me. Nangong Shuiru's lily-white hand is firmly clutching Nangong Shueli's throat. Her killing intent is completely revealed as she shouted, if Little Phoenix is dead, you will accompany it in death. Nangong Shueli's face turned deathly pale in fear. Nangong Shueme, who is beside her, is pretending to be shocked, but she is also very scared in her heart. Speak. Nangong Shuiru released her formidable immortal power, causing the hall to tremble. She. Nangong Shueli is speechless and can only look at Nangong Shueme. Nangong Shuiru immediately understood and slapped Nangong Shueme with lightning-fast speed. Everyone in the hall is extremely shocked because Nangong Shuiru just slapped her 2 ants in front of everyone. Long Tianren is also scared because after Nangong Shuiru ate the divine fruit, her cultivation has already surpassed him. A few Xian immortal elders hastily rushed over and released their formidable power to pull Nangong Shuiru away. The old woman looked at Nangong Shueli and said in cold voice, quickly speak. What exactly is going on? Nangong Shuiru said in cold voice, I warned her not to attack Little Phoenix. Now that Little Phoenix is missing, they are the ones who attacked it. I must kill them. It's little sister who told me to attack. Nangong Shueme promptly said. Hearing this, Nangong Shuiru furiously shouted, killing intent and immortal power burst out of her body. The Xian immortal old woman and Xian immortal old man are apprehensive and quickly pulled Nangong Shuiru to a corner. Tell me the whole story. An old man furiously shouted. They are Xian immortal elders, but they cannot suppress these rampant juniors. They feel that their prestige has been challenged. Long Tianren wanted to leave, but an old man coldly glared at him. Nangong Shueli is so scared by the might of the Xian immortals that she can only explain everything in detail. Nangong Shuiru became even more furious after learning that Qin Yun has been repeatedly attacked by experts. I will kill the 3 of you. Nangong Shuiru is unable to restrain her anger. If she was not blocked by a Xian immortal elder, she would have already rushed over and attacked. Shuiru, you are associating with half-immortals? This is indeed inappropriate, a Xian immortal old man who is biased towards Nangong Shueli said. Shut up. What does it have to do with you who I, Nangong Shuiru, associate with? Nangong Shuiru furiously rebuked. Her eyes are filled with killing intent as she looked at the Xian immortal old man. The old man is very angry, but he can only endure. Shuiru, did Little Phoenix's life pearl break? The old woman grabbed Nangong Shuiru's hands and glanced at the others, hinting them not to speak. It didn't. But they used 2 immortal talisman tools. Even if Little Phoenix and Qin Yun don't die, they won't be able to live for long. Nangong Shuiru said in cold voice. She wants to cry, but now is not the time. She wants to kill Nangong Shuili and the others. A Xian immortal old man coldly said, immediately send out orders to find little Phoenix. Bring Nangong Shuili and Long Tianren back to Long family and let them deal with them. Nangong Shuime will stay here for now and deal with little Phoenix. If I don't accept it, I will kill them. Nangong Shuiru is so angry that her delicate body is trembling. They are great immortals. Even if they are in the wrong, they don't deserve to die. Shuiru, don't let your emotions affect your decisions, the old man said in stern voice. Shuiru, let's go. I will bring you back to Nangong family. The old woman is a Xian immortal. She forcefully pulled Nangong Shuiru away. Nangong Shuiru used a lot of power but was unable to struggle free. She can only be filled with resentment and anger. After Nangong Shuiru left, the oldest Xian immortal old man said, that girl Shuiru is too willful. Nangong Shuili said while sobbing, I am doing this for her own good. Shuiru is too inexperienced, she is easily swayed by her emotions. I am afraid that she will be deceived by that flowery words, flowery speech, and little Phoenix is just an accident. Little Phoenix, on the other hand, was a complete accident. Sacrificing little Phoenix was nothing in order to kill that guy. Indeed. The big picture is the most important. Shuiru is our Nangong family's most talented super genius. We cannot let a little half-immortal take her away. The Xian immortal old man said. All the other old men nodded. But you guys are really something. Not only did you fail to kill that little half-immortal several times, you even exposed the matter. What are you doing? Not being a bit more cautious? Another old man criticized, that little half-immortal's luck is too good. That little half-immortal's luck is too good. The few times he went to deal with his assassins, they all met strong enemies and they were all beasts. That's why he was able to dodge them. Long Tianren also said angrily, I suffered heavy losses. 10 tigers helped Nangong Shuili is very angry after being slapped. Thinking about how she cannot use Nangong Shuiru to amass wealth in the future, she felt even more heartache. She invested a lot in this plan. Long Tianren is even more unhappy because his loss is also very big. The husband and wife can only leave the forest with their hearts filled with unhappiness. They are being escorted, among them there are no lack of 9th layer immortals, there are also quite a few ascendant immortals. The people escorting them are also people from Nangong Shuili's faction. Little Phoenix and Qin Yun are at the summit of Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. Little Phoenix's condition has completely stabilized, she can now open her mouth and drink immortal bee jade nectar. She also knows that Qin Yun is acquainted with Xian Tiger King and feels that Qin Yun is even more mysterious. Suddenly a small monkey jumped over from a large tree and yelled, Tiger King, I found the 2 people you asked me to investigate, they are leaving the forest. Qin Yun coldly said, Nangong Shuili and Long Tianren are leaving? We can't let them leave. There are quite a few ascendant immortals beside them. There are also quite a few Xian immortals outside the forest. Xian Tiger King decided to help Qin Yun after learning about Qin Yun's situation. He said to Qin Yun, little brother, I am a Xian immortal beast, I can't leave this mountain for now. If I leave, I won't be able to come back. So I can't personally take action, but I can send 10 tigers to help you. Hoo, a burst of wind arrived and 10 golden tigers appeared. These mountain guardian tigers can't leave the divine mountain for too long, otherwise they will go out of control. You should quickly set off. Xian Tiger King said. Qin Yun's injuries have already healed, he is now standing together with the 10 golden tigers. Xian Tiger King controlled the divine mountain to send Qin Yun and the golden tigers to the forest outside the divine mountain. Nangong Shuili and Long Tianren are sitting inside a large luxurious carriage. They are being escorted by a group of people as they slowly drove through the forest. That little slut Shuiru is truly crazy. She actually beat me and my sister for a lowly slave and a little half-immortal. Nangong Shuili touched her face and said fiercely. I was also almost beaten. The divine fruit is truly a good thing. Not long after she ate it, she became so powerful. Long Tianren sighed with emotion, if I had known earlier, I would have secretly killed her and snatched the divine fruit. You are really daring, you actually have this kind of idea? Nangong Shuili coldly groaned. For the sake of strength, what is there to be afraid of? Long Tianren chuckled, you two sisters are quite courageous. Little, if you want, Shuiru, we would be. Speaking of which, little Phoenix's orb of life is still intact. Is it still alive? Nangong Shuili asked worriedly. How can he not be dead? That was 2 immortal talisman weapons smashing down. Little Phoenix was only a 5th-tier immortal. There was no way it could survive. Maybe her soul hasn't completely dissipated, so the pearl of life is still there. Nangong Tian Shuili ve Tian, she said. Shueru, I Shueru. Tian long Tian shi su Tian, her, I su long su Shueru su. Tian shi Tian Sfuli Tian. Tian hao. Xiao. Tian ender Tian. Tian Ren said with smile, elders have the same attitude as us, they don't want Shueru to be with the little half-immortal. Moreover, they also think that little Phoenix is dead. They just don't dare to say it in front of Shueru. We are really something, we actually paid such a great price for a little half-immortal. How did the people we sent die? Nangong Shuili is very doubtful. We can be sure that Qin Yun is a little half-immortal. Maybe he has a pretty strong immortal with him, it should be that masked man. Long Tianren said with frown, since the masked man ate the divine fruit, he should not be a 3rd-stage half-immortal anymore. That's why I sent Long Lei, he was also killed by the masked man. Miscalculation. Within the forest, a luxurious carriage is slowly moving. There are a few ascendant immortals among them, causing all the immortal beasts in the surroundings to avoid them. Suddenly a sharp ascendant immortal sensed something and yelled, danger! Nangong Shuili and Long Tianren promptly flew out of the carriage and stood on top of the carriage with immortal swords in hand. Roar, a burst of tiger roar suddenly arrived, a few intense light beams shot out from all around. 10 golden tigers ferociously attacked. Long Tianren and the others are very familiar with these 10 golden tigers. Because these are the tigers bred by the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. That's how the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain got its name. Most dreadful thing is that they also saw that dragon monster. Qin Yun also released the Devil Star Overlord Dragon to deal with those weak immortals. The golden tigers are great sun immortal beasts, they are all upper immortal beasts. They pounced on those 9th-stage immortals and casually bit them, killing them. And there are only a few ascendant immortals with weapons, they are not the tigers' match. They were all captured by the tigers in a short while. The 10 golden tigers are very strong, their ferocious attack did not last long and they captured the entire convoy. Now only 5 ascendant immortals are still alive, each of them has been pressed to the ground by 2 tigers. Qin Yun, who was hiding in the darkness, suddenly appeared. He is holding the 9th heaven mysterious king's saber. He suddenly landed beside Nangong Shuili and said coldly, Nangong Shuili, right? I finally got to meet you, I didn't expect that we would meet in this kind of situation. Long Tianren, and you, always sending trash assassins to waste my time. Although Nangong Shuili and Long Tianren are ascendant immortals, they were bitten by the savage great sun immortal beasts in just a few moments. Now they are pressed to the ground, unable to resist at all. You are Qin Yun? Nangong Shuili is extremely shocked because Qin Yun released 5 very strong immortal power, he is an immortal with very dreadful immortal power. People who can cultivate extraordinary immortal power are all super geniuses. Long Tianren is extremely frightened, Qin Yun is not dead, little Phoenix is also alive. What they did not expect is that the person they regarded as a minor half-immortal would actually bring 10 powerful tigers and even a dragon monster. They suddenly realized that all the people they sent were killed by Qin Yun alone. And Qin Yun is the masked man who obtained the divine fruit. Qin Yun's identity caused Long Tianren and Nangong Shuili to feel that he is incomparably mysterious. Qin Yun raised his saber and chopped off the head of a ascendant immortal. Nangong Shuili immediately cried out in fear. Qin Yun dared to kill those ascendant immortals, he also dared to kill them husband and wife. Qin Yun killed another ascendant immortal who was pressed to the ground by a tiger. 2 ascendant immortals have already died. Nangong Shuili and Long Tianren are trembling in fear. In Xianzhou, ascendant immortals are middle-level power, they are also very important to the big powers. Long Tianren loudly shouted for help, hoping that those Xian immortal elders would quickly arrive. Huu, Qin Yun's ninth heaven mysterious king's saber let out a burst of whistling sound, once again killed another ascendant immortal. This caused Namgong Shuili and Long Tianren to feel extremely terrified. They are extremely afraid. Are you afraid? You have killed countless people but you have never experienced the feeling of being killed. Qin Yun said with sneer. Qin Yun, I am Namgong family's ascendant immortal. I am Long family's ascendant immortal. If you kill me, Long family will not let you off. Qin Yun hacked at Long Tianren with his saber and killed him. Then he coldly said, I have heard too much of this kind of bullshit before death. Namgong Shuili's complexion is deathly pale, she screamed in fear, her beautiful face is distorted and malevolent. She looked at Qin Yun's ninth heaven mysterious king's saber and screamed in despair, then her life was ended. Qin Yun erased his aura and left with the 10 tigers. Namgong family's Xian immortal elders who were still in the forest immediately rushed to the scene after hearing the news. Who is it? A Xian immortal elder said in cold voice. It's the aura of a beast, a very strong one at that. There are many more, at least 10 of them. Could it be a human form immortal beast? Killed them? Their heads were all chopped off by the same weapon. So many ascendant immortals died, our losses are too great. This matter must be kept secret, it cannot be spread out, it will bring disgrace to our prestige. What about Long Tianren? Just say that he was killed by a beast. The few Xian immortal elders discussed for a while, then cleaned up the corpses and left the scene. Qin Yun originally wanted to go find Namgong Shuiru but he learned from the little monkeys that she flew away with an old woman. He can only take the 10 tigers and quickly return to Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. Qin Yun is looking at Little Phoenix from the top of the mountain, she is happily playing with the little monkeys. Little Phoenix now knows why Qin Yun has so many divine fruits, it is all thanks to Xian Tiger King. Xian Tiger King is very good to Little Phoenix, this pure and innocent little girl. He is very happy to see her playing with the little monkeys. Little Phoenix, are your injuries better? If you are fine, we will go find Shuiru, she must have returned to Namgong family. Qin Yun said. Rest for another day, I should be able to completely recover. Stay for another day. Xian Tiger King said with smile. All right. Qin Yun said with smile. The little monkeys are also very happy and started jumping up and down. Xian Tiger King said with smile, these little monkeys are able to gain some comprehension after interacting with humans. Little Phoenix is very kind and pure, those little monkeys also like to play with her. Qin Yun nodded. One day passed by and the sun rose. Qin Yun and Little Phoenix bid farewell to Xian Tiger King and the little monkeys and were sent down the Divine Mountain. Qin Yun and Little Phoenix flew high in the sky towards a large city by the river. Young Master Qin, how did you meet Sister Shuiru? Little Phoenix asked curiously. I have been following her ever since she entered Namgong family. I never knew she had such a formidable friend. We have known each other for a long time but she has forgotten about me. Qin Yun sighed with melancholy. Ah? She knew you in Spirit Desolate? Little Phoenix also knows that Namgong Shuiru came from Spirit Desolate. Indeed. She used to be a teacher. Qin Yun said with smile. Indeed, she also told me that. So, she taught me like a student and made me an immortal. Sister Shuiru is really good. She remembers what happened in Spirit Desolate, how could she forget about young Master Qin? Little Phoenix looked at Qin Yun with some heartache. She feels that Qin Yun and Namgong Shuiru are lovers and sympathizes with Qin Yun. Qin Yun laughed, let's not talk about this. Let's find Shuiru first. Qin Yun also wants to contact Xian Rujing through Namgong Shuiru. Chapter 1268, Xian River City. Little Phoenix brought Qin Yun along as they flew along the river. This river was called the Profound Immortal River, and the city the Namgong family resided in was Profound River City, which was next to the Profound Immortal River. It was a huge city built by the Namgong family, and there were millions of people living there. Young Master Qin, does Sister Shuiru know that we were sneak attacked? Little Phoenix asked. Shuiru should be able to roughly guess the situation. Maybe she is patiently waiting for an opportunity to take revenge for us. Qin Yun believes that Namgong Shuiru must have guessed something. Will Sister Shuiru really take revenge for us? Little Phoenix doesn't dare to believe it. She said in low voice, I am just a little maid, she won't go against her aunt for me. If it is for young Master Qin, then it is a good thing. Qin Yan said with smile, I know Shuiru's character very well. She is very good to you because she likes your character. She will treat you like a little sister. Actually, she can't find anyone in Nangong family who is worthy of her trust. But she trusts you very much. Little Phoenix is very happy in her heart. She said in low voice, is it really like this? Of course it is. Don't tell me you don't feel it? Qin Yan said. I just don't dare to believe it. Because I was sold to Nangong family, my status is very low. Sister Shuiru is a heaven's proud daughter, she is very good to me, I don't expect her to treat me like a little sister. Little Phoenix's expression is filled with gratitude. Qin Yan faintly smiled and asked, will we arrive at Xian River City soon? We will arrive in half a day. Little Phoenix also wants to see Nangong Shuiru as soon as possible. Little Phoenix, you have been with Shuiru for some time, did any other woman come to find Shuiru? Qin Yan asked. There was a very valiant big sister with dark skin who came to find Sister Shuiru twice. Although her skin is dark, she is very beautiful, especially when she smiles, she is very beautiful. She is also an inscription master. Sister Shuiru's friend is not simple. Little Phoenix said. Qin Yan also knows who the woman Little Phoenix is talking about is, it is Lan Fengjin. That woman is called Lan Fengjin, right? Qin Yan asked. Yeah. Young Master Qin, you know Big Sis Lan? Little Phoenix was surprised. Big Sis Lan is from the Moon Palace. I do. Of course, Qin Yan knew Lan Fengjin. She was his disciple, a disciple of his inscription gate. Little Phoenix continued, there's also a big sister. She's very cute and sweet. Her little face was so pretty. The last time she came to the Nangong family, she hugged and hugged Sister Shuiru. She was a bit naughty, and she likes to plant flowers and plants. She was also very nice to me. Shui Weiwei. Qin Yan laughed, but in his heart he sighed because Shui Weiwei also doesn't remember him. Mr. Qin, do you know all of Sister Shuiru's friends? Little Phoenix asked curiously. I know them all. Qin Yan said with a smile. Little Phoenix wanted to ask about Qin Yan's background, but it didn't seem very polite, so it didn't ask. Qin Yan is now certain that Nangong Shuiru is in constant contact with Guanghan Palace's disciples. Maybe there are Guanghan Palace's disciples in Xinjiang City. At noon, Little Phoenix and Qin Yan are resting on a big tree beside the river. Little Phoenix took out the devil mirror and said in somewhat vexation, Devil Mirror wants to eat immortal jade bead again. She wants to take a look at the devil mirror. Qin Yan extended his hand to take the devil mirror from Little Phoenix. Mr. Qin, I can't take your immortal jade bead. I am very grateful to you for giving me divine fruits, I can't take your things anymore. Little Phoenix knows that Qin Yan is very generous, but she will feel very guilty if she accepts Qin Yan's gift. Qin Yan said with smile, Little Phoenix, you might not believe me. I don't have immortal jade bead on me, but I have a way to make your devil mirror work without eating immortal jade bead. Ah? Little Phoenix is startled, her face is filled with disbelief, really? This is something refined by immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. Can you break it? Qin Yan took the devil mirror, fiddled with it for a bit, and the devil mirror lit up. Little Phoenix is dumbstruck. A devil mirror that doesn't eat immortal jade bead is the dream of many people. Many people have tried to break the devil mirror, but none of them succeeded. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror once said that whoever can break his devil mirror and allow it to operate without using immortal jade bead, he will recognize that person as his big brother. Little Phoenix also did not see Qin Yan using immortal jade bead, but the devil mirror could operate. Qin Yan said with smile, when you use it, just pour some immortal power into the devil mirror. Don't talk nonsense about this, it will bring a fatal disaster to you. Mr. Qin, you must be a very awesome inscription master. That's why you know Sister Shuiru. Little Phoenix said with excited smile. Qin Yan and Little Phoenix are still looking at the devil mirror. Little Phoenix said with frown. Many people climbed the divine mountain or entered the sun god stone, but none of them obtained divine fruits. She now feels that Qin Yun is even more awesome because Qin Yun has several divine fruits. Mr. Qin, great god Xian Wu obtained a divine fruit. Take a look, it's exactly the same as the divine fruit in the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. Little Phoenix handed over the devil mirror to Qin Yun. Great god Xian Wu announced that he obtained a divine fruit and it's very delicious. In short, it's all kinds of bragging, attracting a large group of people to worship him. Qin Yun sent this image to the black donkey before. He didn't expect the black donkey to show it off. This guy is my friend. Qin Yun said. I see. This great god Xian Wu is really awesome, he even knows about the heaven-defying tribulation. Oh right, Mr. Qin, what was that heaven-defying tribulation? Little Phoenix asked. It's my friend's tribulation. Qin Yun said with smile. Your friend is really awesome. Little Phoenix looked at Qin Yun with admiration. She met Xian Tiger King before and he was also Qin Yun's friend. Qin Yun is also looking at the situation of the other divine mountains. Strangely enough, there are no images of divine fruits. It was the one that the little black donkey had released. That was why the news that the little black donkey had released was so explosive. Little Phoenix suddenly said, Mr. Qin, the disciples of Moon Palace have come down. They also want to fight for the divine mountain or sun divine stone on the ground. How many of them? Qin Yun asked. I don't know, it's all released by the people on the moon. I heard that there are many great powers on the moon eyeing the Moon Palace. Little Phoenix shook its head. Where are they going to fight for the sun divine stone? Qin Yun asked. There's no definite information, but someone saw Xian Immortal Yuqin appear at the intersection of Dusk Province and Earth Province. Little Phoenix is more concerned about those female immortals. After all, she is a woman and very much admires those powerful female immortals. Qin Yun remembered that Xiao Xianqin's previous life was called Yuqin. This Xian Immortal Yuqin must be Xiao Xianqin. Dusk Province's 10 sun sacred lands refer to the 10 strongest sun divine stones that fell from Dusk Province. Someone has already calculated it. The strongest clans in Dusk Province all want the sun divine stones. Little Phoenix said. After the sun divine stones fell, they became all kinds of sacred lands. Most of them are mountains, but there are also other kinds of shapes, so they are all called sun sacred lands. Are there any 10 great sun sacred lands near Xianjiang City? Qin Yun asked. Closest to Xianjiang City is the immortal Xian Desert. A very large sun divine stone fell on the immortal Xian River and then the two sides of that area became a very strange desert. After entering the desert, there is no way to leave the desert. If you want to enter or leave, you can only go through the immortal Xian River. Little Phoenix said. There shouldn't be anything good to occupy in this immortal Xian Desert, right? Qin Yun thought of the boundless desert and felt that it would be very difficult to find treasures there. There are many beasts that like heat and they all live in the immortal Xian Desert. Rumor has it that there is a divine spring inside. If you find the divine spring, you can control the immortal Xian Desert. Little Phoenix said. Qin Yun asked in puzzlement, who released these rumors? Little Phoenix shook its head, I don't know, maybe those people are just randomly guessing. No, it is very likely to be true. Qin Yun said with smile, maybe some immortal beasts found a supreme treasure and used the devil mirror to spread the news. They want to lure people over so that they can have an unending stream of food. So scary. Little Phoenix said with a very scared expression. After resting, Qin Yun and Little Phoenix continued on their journey. At dusk, 3 suns set on the horizon, releasing a kind of red light filled with loneliness. Qin Yun and Little Phoenix arrived at Xianjiang City. Xianjiang City has no city walls, there are many large pillars around the city, they are used to form a great formation. Qin Yun followed Little Phoenix into the city. Little Phoenix became very happy and lively after returning to this familiar city. She pulled Qin Yun to go shopping, she even bought some delicious snacks for him. Little Phoenix, I won't go with you to Nangong family. After you go back and see Shuiru, we will contact each other through the devil mirror. Qin Yun said. Little Phoenix nodded and then walked towards the gate of Nangong Manor. She is Nangong Shuiru's servant, she can use her identity card to enter and leave Nangong family. After Little Phoenix entered through the gate, it caused a great commotion. Because everyone knows that Little Phoenix is dead, Nangong Shueme sent assassins to attack it with 2 immortal talisman tools. Naturally, there is now a rumor in Nangong family that Little Phoenix eloped with a young half-immortal and Nangong Shueme ordered to kill it. Nangong Shuiru immediately flew over to find Little Phoenix. Sister Shuiru. After Little Phoenix entered through the gate of Nangong Manor, she heard many unpleasant and ear-piercing words. They said that she eloped with Qin Yun, causing her to feel very wronged. The pure and innocent Little Phoenix is worried that Nangong Shuiru will misunderstand, so she lowered her head. Nangong Shuiru pulled Little Phoenix and said with gentle smile, "Let's go back first." Nangong Shuiru is very happy to know that Little Phoenix has returned alive. She brought Little Phoenix to a small building in the middle of a flower forest. After entering, Nangong Shuiru closed the door and set up a few barriers. Chapter 1269, Immortal Xian Desert. Nangong Shuiru pinched Little Phoenix's cute face and said with gentle smile, "Silly girl, of course I know those people are talking nonsense. They are trying to make me hate Xiao Yun and let go of this matter. Those people are really evil." Little Phoenix said somewhat angrily, "Young Master Qin is such a good person, why are those people doing this? Don't worry about them. Is Xiao Yun alright?" Nangong Shuiru somewhat anxiously asked. Young Master Qin is very awesome, he even gave me a divine fruit." Little Phoenix took out a divine fruit and handed it over to Nangong Shuiru. Nangong Shuiru can tell with a glance that this divine fruit belongs to the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain's divine tree. "Little Phoenix, eat these 2 pills and then eat this divine fruit. If you cultivate according to my instructions, you will definitely be able to break through very quickly." Nangong Shuiru took out 2 pills and handed them over to Little Phoenix. "Sister Shuiru, won't it be a waste for me to eat this divine fruit?" Little Phoenix said with lowered head. "Of course not. Little Phoenix, your aptitude is very good, as long as you work hard, you will become a very powerful immortal in the future." Nangong Shuiru said with gentle smile and then hugged Little Phoenix. "Thank you Sister Shuiru for your guidance, I will surely work hard." Little Phoenix repeatedly nodded. Nangong Shuiru brought Little Phoenix to a secret room and told her about the essentials of refining divine fruit. Then she took the devil mirror and left the secret room. Qin Yun doesn't have any immortal jade bead, so he can only wander aimlessly on the street. He took out the devil mirror and just as he was about to contact the black donkey, Little Phoenix sent him a message. "Xiao Yun, it's me, Shuiru." Qin Yun heard Nangong Shuiru's voice and said with smile, "I am fine." Qin Yun quickly arrived at a small alleyway and began chatting with Nangong Shuiru. He now knows that the person who attacked him and Little Phoenix was not Nangong Shuili or Long Tianren, rather it was one of Nangong Shuime's subordinates. Qin Yun is very surprised to learn that Nangong Shuiru slapped Nangong Shuili and Nangong Shuime. The Nangong Shuiru he is familiar with has never been this fiery. He guessed that she must have learned her bad temper from someone, for example, the Ice Mother Tigress Xian Rujing. "Shuiru, help me contact Xian Rujing, tell her I am looking for her." Qin Yun said. "A disciple from the vast glacial palace will come looking for me soon. I will ask them to inform Rujing when the time comes." Nangong Shuiru asked, "Xiao Yun, how is your relationship with Rujing?" She's very fierce. When you meet, I must be there." "Don't worry, I can't be more familiar with her." Qin Yun said with smile, but he is so familiar with her that he has been bitten several times. "Ah? Rujing is actually very familiar with you?" Nangong Shuiru was surprised. Qin Yun shook his head with a smile and asked, "Do you know which disciple the Moon Palace will send?" "I don't know who they will send, but they have something important to do. I only know that they want to enter Immortal Xian Desert." Nangong Shuiru sighed and said, "Immortal Xian Desert is very dangerous, I am very worried." Qin Yun knows a lot about Immortal Xian Desert. It is one of the 10 great holy lands of Xian province and also the only upper immortal level holy land. The other 9 holy lands are all Xian immortal level holy lands. Many powerful Xian immortals live near them. Immortal Xian Desert is the only holy land for upper immortals and there are many ascendant immortals there. Therefore, many ascendant immortals are preparing to enter Immortal Xian Desert to explore the legendary Divine Spring. Many people know that Immortal Xian Desert is very dangerous but they still dare to take the risk. After all, it is one of the 10 great holy lands of Xian province. There is not only divine spring inside, there are also many other things. Nangong Shuiru said again, Xiaoyun, I also wanted to explore immortal Xian desert but my parents didn't let me. Even the elders of my clan don't want me to go. Immortal Xian desert is very dangerous, it is normal that they don't want you to go. Qin Yan said with smile, Shuiru, when Guanghan Palace's disciples arrive, inform me. Alright. Let's arrange a time to meet, I will give you some pills. Nangong Shuiru said. Qin Yan originally wanted to meet during the day but Nangong Shuiru wants to meet tonight. Qin Yan arrived at Nangong family's gate and saw Nangong Shuiru's carriage coming out. He quietly followed it and after he left, he used mysterious penetration divine ability and entered the carriage. Only Nangong Shuiru knew that Qin Yan entered the carriage. The people following him did not see him enter the carriage. Xiaoyun, you are really awesome. No wonder you could escape from 2 immortal talisman tools. Nangong Shuiru handed over 3 small jade bottles to Qin Yan and said with smile, there are words on these bottles, they introduce the usage of these immortal pills. Shuiru, thank you very much. Qin Yan very gratefully said. His heart is filled with warmth. Although Nangong Shuiru doesn't remember him, she is still very good to him. It can be seen how much she cares for Qin Yan in the depths of her soul. I also don't know why but I feel like I owe you. Moreover, I am very happy to see you. Nangong Shuiru said with gentle smile. Maybe wait until you cultivate saint-level soul, then you will remember about me. Qin Yan put away the 3 small jade bottles and said. So strange, why did I lose such important memories? Nangong Shuiru has been wondering about this for many days. Soon after, Qin Yan told Nangong Shuiru about the evolution of runes. He taught Nangong Shuiru how to evolve runes before. Nangong Shuiru is very excited about the evolution of runes with Qin Yan. She is very amazed. She now knows that the inscription techniques she mastered were all taught to her by Qin Yan, including the evolution of runes. Qin Yan discovered a very strange matter. After Nangong Shuiru lost her memories about him, her comprehension of runes has become even more thorough. Nangong Shuiru chatted with Qin Yan until late at night. She even gave Qin Yan several immortal runes. Although they are all low-quality immortal runes, they are still very helpful to Qin Yan. Qin Yan quietly left Nangong Shuiru's carriage. Before leaving, Nangong Shuiru gave him 10,000 immortal jade beads. Nangong Shuiru is only pretending to come out to relax. Qin Yan and Nangong Shuiru know that some people are secretly following them. After leaving the carriage, Qin Yan saw some people following them. He doesn't know if they were sent by Nangong family or Nangong Shueme. Qin Yan arrived at an inn. Now that he has immortal jade beads, he can finally stay in the inn. He only needs a few dozen immortal jade beads per day. Of course, for half immortals, this is a great amount of immortal jade beads. But for immortals, they can afford it. Xianxia City is the closest city to immortal Xian Great Desert, so more and more people are arriving here. All of them are rushing over from other cities. All kinds of information shops and middlemen here are very busy. Especially the middlemen. Many upper immortals and immortals who are not weak are using these middlemen to find good teammates so that their journey in immortal Xian Great Desert will be smoother. Qin Yanzhen is also doing information business. Even though it is very late at night, there are many people drinking tea on the first and second floor of the inn. They are exchanging all kinds of useful information. All of this is free. Qin Yan is eating and drinking, he is calmly listening to all kinds of news. And most of the news comes from the magic mirror. There were all kinds of news on the magic mirror. Many of them were rumors or were just bragging to catch people's attention. For example, the little black donkey is bragging all day long. The little black donkey is responsible for at least half of the rumors on the magic mirror. All kinds of false rumors are spreading, making it even harder to distinguish truth from falsehood. Qin Yan is only listening, he does not take it seriously. He wants to enter the immortal Xian Great Desert to find divine fruits or treasures that can help immortals break through quickly. He is sure that every sun divine stone will give birth to such things. Most of the people gathered here are immortals. And upper immortals are richer, they will stay in high-class hotels or inns. Now, all the major powers are recruiting upper immortals to explore the immortal Xian Great Desert. In addition, some rich people will privately recruit upper immortals. For example, those disciples of famous sects do not want to be with the rest of the family, so they go alone. Qin wants to find a good team to join, but he found that good teams do not want immortals. If he joined a team of immortals, Qin feels that it would be better to go alone. With a team of upper immortals, it will be much safer inside the immortal Xian Great Desert. Qin ate and drank for a whole night but did not obtain any useful information. Instead, he spent several hundred immortal jade beads to buy wine. At daybreak, Nangong Shuiru contacted Qin through the magic mirror. Xiaoyun, our Guanghan Palace's disciples have arrived. They want to recruit upper immortals to enter the immortal Xian Great Desert together. Nangong Shuiru said. Shuiru, help me out. Recommend me to enter the immortal Xian Great Desert with them. Qin is very happy in his heart and promptly said. Nangong Shuiru hesitated for a while. If it was anyone else, she would have decisively refused. Because the strength of immortals is limited, entering the immortal Xian Great Desert with upper immortals is very dangerous. Qin is only a fifth immortal. Nangong Shuiru is very worried that something might happen to him. But thinking about how Qin managed to escape with Little Phoenix under the attack of 2 immortal talisman tools and even obtained divine fruits from the Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain, she feels that Qin has enough strength. Xiaoyun, do you really want to go to the immortal Xian Great Desert? Nangong Shuiru asked. Indeed. I want to find something to quickly break through inside. Qin said with smile, if everything goes smoothly, I will come out of the immortal Xian Great Desert and become an upper immortal. That's right, but it is very dangerous inside. Nangong Shuiru lightly sighed and said. She has obtained a lot of information from Nangong family. Rest assured, nothing will happen to me. Qin said. Xiaoyun, I give you 3 bottles of immortal pills, one of them was refined with immortal jade paste. If you eat it, you might be able to break through. Nangong Shuiru said, I promise you that I will recommend you to join the Guanghan Palace's team and have them take good care of you. Thank you. Qin said with smile. Familiar and strange Qin did not know what kind of test it was. All he could do was take a look. Nangong Shuiru told him a location and told him to go there for the interview. She will communicate with the people there. Xiaoyun, Shuiru is so good to you. Even though she has lost that part of her memory, she is still very concerned about you. Ling Yin'er said with some melancholy, I don't know if the other sisters are like this. I don't know. Qin did not wish to think about such matters. Instead, he felt that deep in the souls of his friends and family, they still had a vague feeling for him. It was just that they had temporarily forgotten him. Nangong Shuiru is in such a situation. Although she doesn't remember Qin, she has some impression of him. There were many large manors in the center of the city. Qin arrived at the entrance of one of the manors. There were many people queuing up here. The people in the queue were all waiting for the test. Most of them were 8th and 9th stage immortals. Exalted immortals could go to the test directly without queuing. After passing the test, they had to sign a contract. On the way here, Qin told Nangong Shuiru that he doesn't want to sign a contract. He wants to mingle with the group and enter the immortal profound desert. He was not an exalted immortal, so he could only queue up obediently. The people in the queue would eventually enter a large black house for the assessment. The people queuing outside could hear the sounds coming from inside the big house. The test was rather strict, and many 8th and 9th stage immortals failed. Shockingly, some of the ascendant immortals failed to pass the assessment. Rather, they were beaten to the point of limping out. The disciples of Guanghan Palace are really powerful. It's very difficult to pass their assessment. What kind of place is the Moon Palace? That is one of the most famous sects in the Immortal Desolate. That's right, the Moon Palace controls an immortal emperor-level divine mountain. They must be very experienced in exploring the Sun God Stone. Not only that, they have also sent many outstanding disciples to occupy various divine mountains. We'll definitely be able to broaden our horizons by following the disciples of the Moon Palace. I heard that after signing the contract, even if you get something good, you have to give it to the Moon Palace's disciple, right? Yes. If you're not willing, you don't have to go. The people who lined up here came for the Moon Palace's name. This was because Moon Palace's recruitment fee was very high. 8th and 9th Heaven Immortals could get 200,000 Immortal Jade Beads as a reward. Ascendant Immortals, on the other hand, could get between 500,000 to 1 million Ascendant Immortals. That was the highest they could get. The other great forces would get far less. Therefore, Moon Palace's assessment was also very strict. After queuing for more than 2 hours, it was finally his turn to register. My name is Qin Yan. Qin Yan reported his name. The woman in charge of registration is wearing a yellow dress, her long hair is simply tied up and hanging in front of her chest. She has a mature and beautiful oval face. When she heard Qin Yan's name, she immediately had an impression. Then she nodded, "Go in and take the assessment, I hope you can pass." Nangong Shuiru has already informed the Guanghan Palace's disciples that Qin Yan is only a 5th layer immortal. Therefore, the yellow-dressed woman did not say much because she felt that it was impossible for Qin Yan to pass the test. After Qin Yan entered the large black house, he saw a very familiar woman. Inside the large house, there is a small-scale battle arena. Inside, there is an ice-cold woman with wheat-colored skin standing. She has shoulder-length short hair, she is very tall and her wheat-colored skin seems to contain a wild power. She is wearing tight black leather clothes, outlining her fiery and wild body. This woman is very cold, she is filled with killing intent and domineering aura. She is holding a very long saber in her hand. Tian rolling. Big sister. Qin Yan is pleasantly surprised but he did not open his mouth to shout. He has been separated from Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan for a long time. At that time, they were his big sister and second sister. He suspected that Yu Wulan might have also come. After all, Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan have been together for a long time and they usually do not separate. The saber in Tian Rolling's hand is as tall as her. The back of the saber is very thick and the blade is very wide. It is a very domineering large saber. Qin Yan remembers that this is the cold cloud saber that he refined for Tian Rolling. Of course, now that it has been refined again, it is already an immortal tool. You are Qin Yan? Shui Ru has already greeted me. She said that even though you are only at the 5th level of the immortal realm, you are outstanding. As long as you pass our test, we are willing to bring you along. Tian Rolling looked at Qin Yan and said coldly. Qin Yan sighed inwardly. Tian Rolling had indeed lost her memories of him. Just as he was feeling very disappointed, Tian Rolling suddenly asked, "Have we met before?" "Why do you ask?" Qin Yan asked. "I don't know. In short, I feel that you are a little familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Tian Rolling looked at Qin Yan and fell into deep thought. She tried very hard to recall but she could not remember anything. "If I say that we were sworn siblings, would you believe me? You are my big sister and Yu Wulan is my second sister." Qin Yan said with a wry smile, "If you don't believe me, just treat it as me spouting nonsense." "How is this possible? I just feel that you are very familiar but it is impossible for you to be my sworn brother and sister with Wulan. If I lost my memory, it is impossible for Wulan to lose her memory with me. Why didn't she mention you?" Tian Rolling snorted and said, "Don't joke around in front of me. I don't like people joking with me." Qin Yan nodded and said, "I was rude just now. Please forgive me." Tian Rolling raised her saber and said, "You have to pass 2 tests. The first test is to test your attack power. Attack me with all your might. The second test is Wulan's test. It is mainly a test of your speed and reaction speed." Alright. Although Qin Yan had been forgotten by Tian Rolling, he was very happy to see that she was not a weak upper immortal. Furthermore, Tian Rolling still had some impression of him. "Come on." Tian Rolling said, "I won't attack you, I will only defend. If you want to pass the test, you have to force me to take a step back." Qin Yan asked, "Can I use weapons?" "No." Tian Rolling said, "It's the same for the others. Attack me." Qin Yan retreated to the side and began to walk. This was the 9 life extinction steps. Every time he took a step, the power he condensed would become stronger. After taking 9 steps, his power would become even more terrifying. Boom. Boom, boom. Every step was very slow. When he stepped on the ground, there was a dull tremor. The people outside were also very surprised because the commotion inside was very big. The yellow-dressed woman outside slightly frowned. In her eyes, it was impossible for a fifth-stage immortal like Qin Yun to cause such a big commotion. Even an upper immortal would not be able to cause such a commotion. Qin Yun used the 9 life extinction steps and also condensed a very strong earthquake divine ability power. The immortal power aura that erupted from his body also caused Tian Rolling to be moved. Previously, she was somewhat disdainful. She felt that no matter how powerful a fifth-stage immortal was, he wouldn't be that strong. But now, she realized that she had underestimated the person in front of her. Qin Yun arrived in front of Tian Rolling and released a suffering divine ability power into her body. Humph! Tian Rolling never expected that Qin Yun would have such a strange divine ability attack. It caused her body to feel pain. Qin Yun took advantage of the moment when Tian Rolling was in pain and pushed out with his palm, releasing a roar of an angry dragon's mournful cry. The 9 life extinction steps and the extinction dragon 36 palms, along with the 9 extinction immortal power, released an incomparably violent immortal power. Along with the earthquake divine ability power, the tyrannical power shook and roared. Tian Rolling is also an upper immortal with rich combat experience. Although her body was in pain, she immediately reacted and suppressed the strange suffering divine ability power to block Qin Yun's terrifying palm strike. Boom! Qin Yun's palm strike landed on Tian Rolling's vertical saber and collided with the powerful immortal power on the saber. Tian Rolling lightly snorted and was forced to take a few steps back. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. He did not know what level of upper immortal Tian Rolling was, but she was only forced to take a few steps back by him. Nothing happened at all. Ling Yin'er said, "Xiao Yun, she is an upper immortal. It's impossible for you to send her flying with just a 5th stage immortal realm cultivation." Tian Rolling was extremely shocked in her heart. A hint of surprise appeared on her ice-cold face. She could not help but be extremely curious about the person in front of her. Because she knew very well that if Qin Yun was an upper immortal, that palm strike just now would have severely injured her. This is a super genius. And to Tian Rolling's knowledge, this is far more terrifying than many super geniuses. Qin Yun and Tian Rolling had not seen each other for many years. He did not know how much Tian Rolling's cultivation situation had changed. "I passed the first trial." Tian Rolling heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "You are indeed not weak. However, are you sure you want to go to the immortal Shan Desert? It's very dangerous inside. Your future is limitless. If something goes wrong inside, it'll be too late to regret it. I'm sure I want to go. Even if I can't pass your test, I'll go myself." Qin Yun smiled slightly. Just as he finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew over. A gentle and charming woman wearing a white dress appeared beside Tian Rolling. Her jade-like skin seemed to be illuminated by the moonlight, glowing with a holy and pure glow. Her beautiful and somewhat charming face had a faint smile on it. "Big sister, this person is very strong." Yu Wulan looked at Qin Yun and smiled gently. "He is very strong. However, his speed is slightly slow. If it was a normal battle, he would have been killed before he could even take a few steps." Tian Rolling nodded and then walked out from another door. Although Yu Wulan looked elegant and beautiful, like a fairy under the moon, she was someone who killed without batting an eyelid. Yu Wulan looked at Qin Yun and said, "Let's test your speed now. I will attack you and you have to dodge. If you can't dodge, being injured is your own problem." "How long do I have to dodge?" Qin Yun asked. "I will punch you 100 times. As long as you can dodge 80 punches, you will pass." Yu Wulan smiled lightly, then tied her shoulder-length black hair into a ponytail, making her look a bit more heroic. Qin Yun was ready and said with a smile, "Come on." Extreme evasion. Qin Yun looked at Yu Wulan and said with a smile, "With such a beautiful sister in charge of the assessment, I'm not afraid at all." Yu Wulan giggled and said, "Little friend, your mouth is very sweet. Don't think that just because you say good things about me, I'll let you win. Although it was Shuiru who recommended you, we won't go easy on you during the assessment." Qin Yun nodded and said, "Understandable. This is for everyone's own good." Yu Wulan looked at the pair of bright eyes from before and the charming smile on her face gradually disappeared. She frowned slightly as if she was recalling something. Her bright and beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. "Little friend, have we met before?" Yu Wulan could not help but ask. This strong feeling made her heart itch because she had a strange feeling towards Qin Yun. She felt that Qin Yun was very familiar, but she could not remember anything. This feeling was very strange and also very maddening. Qin Yun was secretly delighted because although these acquaintances had lost a portion of their memories, they had not completely lost it. At least they still had a familiar feeling towards him. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan both had this strong feeling. "That sister said the same thing just now." Qin Yun said with a smile, "Is it because I'm too handsome that all of you think you know me? Little fellow, don't be so talkative. Answer sister honestly, have we met before?" Yu Wulan was a little anxious as she thought about it. She wanted to dispel the doubts in her heart. "We have indeed met before. We met during the Saber Sword Villa's assessment," Qin Yun said. He wanted to see if Yu Wulan had remembered anything. "Saber Sword Villa's assessment? This happened a long time ago, but I don't have any impression of you." Yu Wulan frowned as she recalled and shook her head. "I think you should be someone I know." "How could I not remember you?" Qin Yun said with a smile, "If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Just get to know me again. Since we can meet again, it means that we are fated. Knowing each other before and knowing each other now is the same." Yu Wulan pouted and frowned. She tried her best to recall. Originally, it was fine if she didn't think about it, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt that there was a problem. "Don't think about it, hurry up and take the test," Qin Yun said with a smile. "Did you use some strange technique to mess up my mind?" Yu Wulan pouted. "If you think so, then I won't take the assessment," Qin Yun said with some grievance, then turned around and left. When Yu Wulan saw that Qin Yun was about to leave, she hurriedly floated over. With a fragrant wind, she stood in front of Qin Yun and shouted, "Don't go." I just said it casually. You are the person recommended by Shueru. If you leave like this, she will blame us." In fact, from the bottom of her heart, she did not want Qin Yun to leave. She wanted to stay with Qin Yun for a while longer. This was also an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Tian Rolling also had the same feeling. However, her personality was more aloof and proud, so she was not as open as Yu Wulan. Yu Wulan looked at Qin Yun from a close distance and could not help but recall. She had never had such a feeling before. Furthermore, she was certain that Qin Yun was someone she knew. "Big sister also said she was very familiar with you just now?" Yu Wulan asked softly. N. Qin Yun nodded and said, "Don't mind this matter, the truth will naturally come to light in the future." He smiled and said, "Hurry up and begin the assessment." Yu Wulan rebuked, "My heart is in a mess right now, I can't even seriously assess you. I don't know why, but I can't beat you up right now." Qin Yun chuckled and said, "It can't be? Sister, you are an exalted immortal. I am a little immortal. Even if I am world-shaking handsome, it is not enough to disturb your heart. Or do you think I am too handsome, so you can't bear to hit me?" Yu Wulan could not help but giggle. She could not help but pat Qin Yun's handsome face and said with a chuckle, "You little brother, I did not have the heart to beat you up, but now, I will have to deal a heavy blow. Come." Qin Yun was already prepared. Yu Wulan's pair of jade-like fists overflowed with a burst of silver-white moonlight. Her fists were like two dancing rays of light, as if they were dancing with glowing ribbons. The fist was like light and the force was like lightning. This was a very powerful fist technique. Qin Yun's body flashed and dodged at lightning speed. He retreated again and again, dodging the seemingly gentle but very terrifying jade-like fists. Although this large house is very big, it is very small for two people to exchange pointers. It is very difficult to dodge. In just a blink of an eye, Qin Yun suffered 2 punches. Yu Wulan is now facing a 5th-layer immortal. She has restrained her power a lot, but her speed is very fast. Even some 9th-layer immortals or ascendant immortals might not be able to dodge. Qin Yun kept dodging inside the large house, he even used his sacred eye. In order to increase his speed to the extreme, he mobilized all the power in his body. He made his immortal power and sacred body perfectly harmonize. Only like this can his body's reaction reach the extreme. In addition, his perception had to be strong. He had a strong spiritual force, and with the help of the extinction spirit eye, Yu Wulan's extremely fast punch would seem to be a little slower in his eyes. Then, with his judgment of the fist path, he would be able to avoid it in advance. Almost every time, he narrowly dodged. He could feel Yu Wulan's jade-like fists brushing past his skin, he could feel the gentleness of her jade-like fists. In order to dodge Yu Wulan's attacks, Qin Yan unleashed his mental power, immortal power and body to the extreme. This caused him to enter a very wonderful state. This state allowed him to very naturally and smoothly dodge Yu Wulan's quick punches. Although he was hit from time to time, it was still very awesome. Yu Wulan is extremely scared. She finds it hard to believe that she is testing a fifth-layer immortal. Even though Qin Yan is a new ascendant immortal, she is still apprehensive. Because this kind of speed is very rare even for new ascendant immortals. Very quickly, Yu Wulan punched a total of 50 times and then stopped. Her gentle and elegant face is filled with shock. She said, "You have now been hit by my 11 punches. I still have 50 punches left. If you get hit by my 10 punches, you will be eliminated. I can dodge." Qin Yan let out a light breath. This is a very rare moment to catch his breath. Actually, Yu Wulan is also secretly resting. She really wanted to stay with Qin Yan for a while longer, but she also didn't want Qin Yan to pass the assessment. Because Qin Yan's talent is extraordinary, following them to the immortal Xian desert would be extremely dangerous. She was considering Qin Yan's safety from the bottom of her heart, so she didn't want Qin Yan to pass the assessment. She didn't know why she was suddenly so concerned about a strange man. Suddenly, Yu Wulan attacked again. Without any warning, she appeared behind Qin Yan in a flash. Her fists danced as they attacked, bringing with them streams of light. They are like gentle lightning, flowing with holy moonlight. Qin Yan cursed in his heart. Yu Wulan's attack was very sudden and she even appeared behind him in a flash. Hoo, the fist wind carried a very strong aura, causing the inside of the large house to whistle. This kind of sharp fist wind could also have a great impact. Qin Yan was hit 5 times in an instant. This time, Yu Wulan's strength became stronger. Her strength before was still very weak, but now she has become stronger. Qin Yan thought to himself. If not for his sacred body, those 5 punches would have definitely caused him to fall to the ground. After Yu Wulan punched Qin Yan 5 times, she thought that Qin Yan would lie down. She never expected that nothing would happen to him. This caused her punches to become even faster and fiercer. Qin Yan couldn't understand why Yu Wulan became so fierce in the last 50 punches. It was clear that she didn't want him to pass the assessment. He thought that Yu Wulan had a certain level of familiarity with him, so she would restrain herself when she attacked. But now, it has become even more intense. What he didn't know was that it was precisely because Yu Wulan had a good impression of him that she didn't want him to pass the assessment and didn't want him to go to the dangerous immortal Xian desert. Very quickly, the 50 punches ended. Qin Yan dodged a total of 80 punches, just enough to pass the assessment. Yu Wulan is somewhat angry. She is angry at herself. She felt that she was too useless. Even after using all her strength, she still let a 5th stage immortal pass the assessment. "Sister, you hit me so hard." Qin Yan rubbed the place on his body and said with a chuckle. "Humph. What kind of background do you have? You are only a 5th stage immortal, yet you have this kind of ability. You are definitely not an ordinary rogue cultivator." Yu Wulan looked at Qin Yan with hidden bitterness and said with slight anger, "Listen to big sister, stay at home and don't go to the immortal Xian desert. Without the strength of a 9th stage immortal, it is very dangerous inside. I want to go. I passed the assessment. You have to keep your word." Qin Yan chuckled and said. "Humph." Yu Wulan walked over somewhat angrily and vigorously pinched Qin Yan's handsome face. "Be obedient, don't go to the immortal Xian desert." Qin Yan grabbed Yu Wulan's hand and felt her gentleness and concern. Yu Wulan promptly shook off Qin Yan's hand and said with light snort, "All right, if you want to follow us and take the risk, then follow us. If you don't listen, I won't bother with you anymore." After she finished speaking, she angrily walked out of the house. The yellow-dressed woman outside the door saw Yu Wulan come out very angrily and said with a frown, "Sister Wulan, did that Qin Yan make you angry? I'll go teach him a lesson. That guy passed my assessment. I advised him not to take the risk but he refused to listen no matter what. I am so angry. Yu Wulan's words caused many people in the queue to be shocked. Because Qin Yan is only a 5th layer immortal and yet he can pass the assessment. Yu Wulan said to the yellow-dressed woman, arrange for that guy to join the team. Chui looked at Qin Yan coming out of the house with frown. She can only do as she is told. She feels somewhat helpless in her heart because having a 5th layer immortal in the team is definitely a burden. She also doesn't know what happened to Nangong Shuiru. She actually recommended such a person to join their team. Qin Yan is all smiles as he was brought to a room by someone. Now he can stay in this small manor and wait to go to the immortal Xian desert. Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling continued to assess the people who wanted to join the team. They only finished when the sky turned dark. They also recruited many immortals who are not weak. Nighttime, Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling are discussing about Qin Yan in a room. How did Shuiru meet this guy? He even came to our place. Yu Wulan suspiciously said, Big sister, did that Qin Yan master some kind of mind confusion divine ability? Your willpower is so firm but you were actually confused by him. People have feelings. Yu Wulan propped up her cheeks and looked at Tian Rolling. She faintly sighed, Big sister, he said he is our little brother. How is that possible? We can't both lose our memories at the same time, right? But that guy is really familiar. Maybe he really knows some memory confusion techniques. Little Malian has mastered a miraculous martial spirit and has comprehended a divine ability in this area. Tian Rolling thought about it and could only come to this conclusion. Yu Wulan snorted lightly, if that's really the case, then that guy is too despicable. He actually used such a method against us. I'll go find him right now and teach him a lesson. Tian Rolling hurriedly shouted, Don't act recklessly. That's just my guess. Shuiru knows him. Maybe it's because of this feeling. Before he causes us any harm, we shouldn't act rashly. When I get back, I'll go ask little Malian and see if she can do it to this extent. Shuiru has also been bewitched by that Qin Yan? Yu Wulan said somewhat angrily, This is too much. I'm just guessing. Tian Rolling shook her head and warned, Wulan, don't act recklessly. Qin Yan's strength is not weak and his talent is extremely high. Both you and I agree on this point. Let's observe first. After all, we are mighty immortals, and he is just a small immortal. He can't do anything in front of us. It's quite strange. Our cultivations are so much higher than his, but he can actually use a secret technique to confuse our memories. Yu Wulan said lightly, This guy is truly despicable, using this kind of method to get close to us. The more Yu Wulan thought about it, the angrier she got. Slapping the table, she stood up and said, No, I'm going to find him. She did not immediately leave because she was waiting for Tian Rolling's agreement. Bring him here. If we don't beat him up, we'll ask him face to face. Tian Rolling thought for a moment and nodded. At night, Yu Wulan wore a set of black clothes as she sneaked into Qin Yan's room and knocked on his door. After Qin Yan opened the door, he saw a masked man in black. However, he knew that it was Yu Wulan. Follow me. Don't resist. Yu Wulan grabbed Qin Yan's wrist and dragged him into a secret chamber. Qin Yan was rendered speechless. He did not know what Yu Wulan wanted to do. He was worried that Yu Wulan would seal him and prevent him from going to the immortal Xian desert. Qin Yan was brought to a bright secret chamber and sat on a stone bench. He looked at Yu Wulan's beautiful face that was filled with anger. Yu Wulan placed her hands on her hips and glared at Qin Yan, waiting for Tian Rolling to arrive. Not long after, Tian Rolling, who was wearing tight black leather clothes and had a fiery hot figure, walked into the secret room. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Qin Yan. Speak. What kind of enchantment did you use on us? Why do we feel like we've met you before? Yu Wulan originally wanted to shout, but when she looked into Qin Yan's eyes, her heart could not help but soften. Her voice became much softer. Tian Rolling's cold eyes stared at Qin Yan. For some reason, her emotions were extremely complicated. I didn't do anything to you? Qin Yan was startled and said. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never thought that Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan would actually think this way. This might be a hypnotic technique. Tian Rolling said. Do you really know us? Then tell me about us. Yu Wulan said. Your memories might be a little messy. In short, it's hard for me to explain this matter. Let's put it this way, there is a very mysterious power that erased me from your memories. Moreover, it didn't let you detect it. Qin Yan said. How is that possible? Tian Rolling's face was filled with disbelief. Qin Yan sighed before he began recounting his experiences with Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan. Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling were alarmed when they heard this. There were many details that Qin Yan remembered very clearly. As for those things, they did not tell anyone else, especially about killing people together with Qin Yan. Only Jian Meng knew about it. The two of them thought about it carefully and suddenly realized that their memories were missing. There were many parts that were not complete. Ah! As Yu Wulan recalled, she suddenly let out a painful cry. Tian Rolling also gritted her teeth and covered her head with one hand as she shouted in a low voice. Ling Yun'er hurriedly shouted, don't let them remember. Their souls have been devoured by the power of heavenly punishment. Qin Yan now knew that if he forcefully evoked their memories, it would give them a splitting headache. Quickly stop. Don't think about those things. Qin Yan said anxiously. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan sat down and gasped for breath. I feel like my soul is about to be torn apart. Tian Rolling let out a long sigh and looked at Qin Yan. Qin Yan sighed helplessly, it seems that I shouldn't come into contact with you. If I'm not careful, I will accidentally evoke your sealed memories and cause your souls to be injured. Goodbye. Qin Yan was about to leave but he was pulled back by Yu Wulan. Don't go. Come with us to the immortal Xian desert. If you leave, you will definitely go in alone, right? Yu Wulan looked at Qin Yan. Her eyes flickered with a complicated expression. From the bottom of her heart, she somewhat believed in Qin Yan. I won't go in alone. Qin Yan smiled. Humph, I don't believe it. I just thought that you would go by yourself. Yu Wulan snorted and pulled Qin Yan's hand. She said softly, follow us, it will be much safer. Tian Rolling also said, you have already passed our test, so follow us. Alright, regarding this matter, let's not talk about it in the future. I don't want you to recall it and touch upon some kind of curse seal in the depths of your souls. Qin Yan said. We will control ourselves. Tian Rolling said coldly, other than me, Wulan and Shui Ru, do you know anyone else? I know quite a few. Forget it, when I see them in the future, I won't say much. I really didn't know that the consequences of forcefully recalling your memories would be so serious. Qin Yan said. When we go back, we'll ask little Malian and let her see our memories. Yu Wulan glanced at Tian Rolling. In any case, this matter is definitely not simple. When Qin Yan heard Yu Wulan mention Qi Malian, his heart stirred. That was because Qi Malian's martial spirit could affect the memories of others. Perhaps there was a way to restore their memories. Tian Rolling said coldly, Qin Yan, Shui Ru recommended you. It means that she trusts you. We shouldn't have doubted you but this matter is too strange. We can only tell you openly and ask for your understanding. Qin Yan nodded and said with a smile, I can understand. To be honest, I don't want to be suspected of using any bewitching techniques. Oh right, don't talk too much to Shui Ru. I'm worried that she'll think about it too. If it's serious, it will cause her soul to be severely injured. Qin Yan's expression turned solemn. He was truly worried that such a thing would happen. Got it. Go back and rest. Tian Rolling nodded and walked over to open the door. When Qin Yan left the secret chamber, he warned Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan not to recall anything before returning to his room with a peace of mind. After Qin Yan left, Yu Wulan took out a very thin saber and faintly sighed, Willow Moon Blade, you have followed me for many years. Although you have been refined many times, your saber spirit has always followed me. Were you really refined by Qin Yan at the beginning? At that time, you had yet to mature into a saber spirit. But do you have any impression of him in your consciousness? Willow Moon Blade trembled, Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling looked at each other in surprise. Willow Moon Blade's saber spirit was a special existence. It was born from human emotions and did not belong to the heavenly spirit. Therefore, the saber spirit had a certain amount of memories of Qin Yan. Is Qin Yan really my sworn brother and big sister? Yu Wulan asked again. Willow Moon blade trembled again. Tian Rolling asked, if you are sure, then move twice. The Willow Moon blade in Yu Wulan's hand vibrated twice in a row. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan were both shocked and their hearts became even more chaotic. Tian Rolling quickly held Yu Wulan's hand and said solemnly, don't think about it. It will injure the soul. We can confirm this matter now. As for why, wait until we see little Malian. Yu Wulan nodded her head slightly, but her charming face was filled with sadness. Because when she thought of how Qin Yun had been forgotten by everyone, her heart could not help but ache secretly. Qin Yun returned to his room and lay on the bed, his thoughts running wild. The heavenly Tao is heartless but people have feelings. Ling Yun'er chuckled and said, Xiao Yun, these two big sisters still remember you. At least you can make them remember you in the depths of their souls. You suffered ruthless heavenly punishment, but the heavenly punishment ignored human emotions and thought that you would be completely forgotten. They only have a vague impression of me. This is not a good thing. Qin Yun sighed, I am worried that they won't be able to help but recall it and their souls will definitely be injured. Next time I meet someone I know, I won't talk so much to them so that they won't be harmed. Qin Yun couldn't sleep, he sat by the window and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling also couldn't sleep. They sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the starry sky and bright moon outside the window. At this moment, they all realized that they had forgotten someone very important to them. They are different from Nangong Shuiru. Nangong Shuiru knows that she lost part of her memories mainly because she used divine liquid to cultivate divine power very early on and also cultivated together with Qin Yun for a period of time. Especially the later stage of half-immortal realm, she basically spent it with Qin Yun. So when her memories were sealed, she resisted but in the end she still fainted. After waking up, she realized that there is a problem with part of her memories. Wulan, don't think about it, go to sleep. Tian Rolling held Yu Wulan's hand and pulled her to the bed, letting her lie down and sleep. Yu Wulan let out a long sigh and closed her eyes. Late at night, Qin Yun took out a bottle of immortal pills and ate them. These pills were refined by Nangong Shuiru. After eating, he began operating his cultivation method to refine the power of the immortal pills. At daybreak, Qin Yun woke up and discovered that there is one more immortal power inside his nether Sunday. He now has 6 immortal power. Xiao Yun, it would be best to hide your immortal power aura. If too many people find out that you are an immortal, the other people in the group will be very dissatisfied. Ling Yun'er said. Qin Yun nodded, then took a deep breath and completely hid his aura. He walked out of the room and saw Yu Wulan wearing tight black leather clothes, a pair of black boots with immortal runes carved on them. She is also wearing very good immortal tier protective gear. Good morning, Sister Wulan. Qin Yun said with smile. Deliberately collecting debts, Qin Yun said in surprise, we're leaving so soon? I thought we'd have to wait a few more days. Yu Wulan sighed, we also want to wait a few more days but the teams from the various powers have already headed to the immortal Xin Desert. If we don't hurry, even if there are good things, it won't be our turn. With that said, Yu Wulan turned around in front of Qin Yun and said with a charming smile, Xiao Yun, is my clothes cool? This is my sister's outfit. Very cool and domineering. Qin Yun said with a smile. When there's no one else, you can call us big sister and second sister. Yu Wulan smiled charmingly before caressing Qin Yun's handsome face. Although we have forgotten you, we are certain that you are our little brother. Second sister, don't think about it in the future. I'm really worried about you. Qin Yun looked at Yu Wulan's beautiful eyes with sincerity. Yu Wulan held Qin Yun's hand and asked with concern and gentleness, Xiao Yun, are you not wearing any equipment? Do you want me to give you a set of clothes? It's the same as mine. Qin Yun curled his lips and smiled. You've already worn it, I won't. Yu Wulan giggled and said, what does it matter? It's not a dress. Besides, I really want to see you wear a dress. Qin Yun was taken aback. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. With a fearful expression, he said, second sister, I'm your brother, not your sister. Don't act recklessly. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and gather in the courtyard. We're about to set off. Don't worry, big sister and I will protect you on the way. Yu Wulan pinched Qin Yun's handsome face. She loved her little brother dearly. She did not know how powerful Qin Yun was. She only knew that she had to take good care of Qin Yun. This was because in her consciousness, she could feel an indescribable strong emotion. It was to treat Qin Yun well. Qin Yun arrived at a courtyard. Tian Rolling was dressed the same as Yu Wulan. She wore a black leather coat and a pair of immortal-grade black boots. Her figure was slightly better than Yu Wulan's, especially her slender legs, which were very sexy. Tian Rolling was like a cold and wild black pearl. It had a different kind of charm. Beside Tian Rolling was Chu Yi. She was wearing white clothes and her hair hung down to her chest. She had a mature and beautiful oval face and was charming. She was also a rare beauty. Chu Yi and Yu Wulan stood on the left and right sides of Tian Rolling, looking like two pretty daughters of a humble family. The people in the courtyard all praised these three female disciples of the Moon Palace in their hearts. They had long heard that most of the female disciples of the Moon Palace were great beauties. Now, they were not disappointed. Qin Yun stood at the back. Because his cultivation level was the lowest, he did not want to attract too much attention. 21 people passed the test. There were 10 exalted immortals and 10 ninth firmament immortals. Most of them were elderly or middle-aged. There were only 3 youths and one of them was Qin Yun. Chu Yi knew that Qin Yun was an immortal, but since Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan did not say anything, she did not say much. When we return, we'll pay you the reward. If you perform outstandingly on the way, there will be additional rewards. Tian Rolling's voice was filled with power, causing many people's imaginations to run wild. They were all frightened to the point that their hearts trembled. Tian Rolling said, "Everyone should be clear about the matter of the immortal Xian desert, right? Then I won't say any more, let's go." Suddenly, a young man shouted, "Exalted Immortal Rolling, I heard that there is a 5th stage immortal in our team, right?" "That's right." Tian Rolling nodded. "Will this 5th stage immortal drag us down?" An old man asked. "If he can pass our assessment, he won't drag us down." Yu Wulan's voice turned cold. "Not necessarily. An assessment is an assessment, but in the immortal Xian desert, the situation is ever-changing. It is completely different from an assessment." The young man looked at Qin Yun and said disdainfully. Here, only Qin Yun was concealing his aura. Therefore, after filtering out the others, they knew that the 5th stage immortal was him. Tian Rolling said, "Don't worry, if you really encounter danger, you can go ahead. You don't need to be responsible for his life or death. When the time comes, Qin Yun will be under the care of the 2 sisters. They are not at ease leaving Qin Yun to these people to protect." The young man became somewhat unhappy and said, "Exalted Immortal Rolling, of course we don't care about his life or death. I'm worried that he will cause us trouble in a critical situation. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to young Master Long's side." "Then you can go to young Master Long's side now." Tian Rolling's voice was cold. The young man was very tall and burly. He was a 9th stage immortal. Looking at his aura, one could tell that his strength was comparable to an exalted immortal. Furthermore, he looked so young, so he was quite arrogant. "Exalted Immortal Rolling, it's not easy to find people now. Are you really willing to let me go?" The young man had a complacent smile on his face. "Ma Huahai, cut the crap. If you want to leave, I'll immediately terminate the contract with you. You can go wherever you want." Yu Wulan said coldly. Chu Yi frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Sister Wulan, if you terminate the contract, you have to give him 100,000 immortal jade beads." Ma Huahai raised his arrogant head and mocked, "Although the fairies of the Guanghan Palace are beautiful, they don't have brains. The trip to the immortal Xian desert is so important, yet they actually brought a 5th stage immortal along. Women are women, they don't have a sense of the overall situation." Tian Rolling was infuriated, but because of the contract, she could not make a move. They were also unwilling to give 100,000 immortal jade beads to Ma Huahai for nothing. Qin Yun could tell with a glance that Ma Huahai was deliberately looking for trouble. He wanted Tian Rolling to chase him away so that he could obtain 100,000 immortal jade beads for nothing. Although the others were somewhat dissatisfied with the fact that there was a 5th stage immortal in the team, they felt that it was nothing, so they did not say much. After all, offending a woman from the Guanghan Palace was not a wise move. Ma Huahai dared to jump like this. Clearly, he was thick-skinned and reckless. Tian Rolling, Chui, and Yu Wulan were all very angry. How could they not see through Ma Huahai's thoughts? Qin Yan suddenly said, Ma Huahai, do you think I'm weak? Why don't we compete? Alright. Ma Huahai laughed and said, little demon, if you want to be in the limelight in front of a beauty, you have to pay the price. It's easy to get injured in a fight, so let's not fight. Let's compete in arm wrestling. The corners of Qin Yan's mouth curled up slightly. This was what he was most skilled at. Arm wrestling? Ha ha ha, with your thin arms, you will definitely be broken. At that time, don't cry and scream like a woman. Ma Huahai laughed loudly as he walked in front of Qin Yan. He was taller than Qin Yan by more than a head. His tall and sturdy body indeed gave people a sense of oppression. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan hurriedly flashed over. Ma Huahai, don't act recklessly. Tian Rolling said coldly. Yo, I can see it. Are you guys so anxious about this kid because he's good-looking? Ma Huahai said with a smile, women are women, they are easily influenced by their emotions. It's not good to accept it just because you think it looks good. I've killed a lot of people like this who look good but are useless. Qin Yan took out a very sturdy stone table and said very seriously, Ma Huahai, if you lose to me in arm wrestling, give me 100,000 immortal jade beads. How about it? Alright, if you lose, give me 100,000. Ma Huahai had already put down his hand and said with a sneer, if you don't give it to me, I'll crush your head. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan originally wanted to stop him, but when they saw Qin Yan's resolute and confident eyes, they let Qin Yan give it a try. Tian Rolling and Qin Yan had a simple exchange of blows before, and she had a certain understanding of Qin Yan's strength. Especially Qin Yan's suffering divine ability, it was impossible to guard against. Let's sign a soul contract. I'm worried that you'll go back on your word. Just as they were about to begin, Ma Huahai suddenly said. Qin Yan was naturally very willing to sign the contract and quickly signed it. Begin. Tian Rolling shouted. Ma Huahai grabbed Qin Yan's hand tightly and said with a sinister smile, handsome but useless little brother, go play with your eggs. In the beginning, Qin Yan transferred the power of the suffering divine ability to Ma Huahai's arm. Ma Huahai screamed in pain as he felt a sharp pain in his arm. The 9 strands of immortal force that were gathered in his arm dissipated because of the pain. Qin Yan grunted as a burst of 9 extinction immortal power erupted from his palm. His arm carried a vibrating power as it ruthlessly pressed down. Boom! Qin Yan forcefully pressed Ma Huahai's arm against the stiff table, causing a loud rumble. What was even more frightening was that Ma Huahai's palm and arm were filled with a brutal force, causing his skin to split open and his flesh to splatter. Ah! Ma Huahai screamed. The spectators were shocked. They had no idea what had happened. Ma Huahai, who was a level 9 immortal, had actually lost to a level 5 immortal. Ma Huahai could not say anything because Qin Yan did not violate the rules. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan were secretly delighted. They already knew that Qin Yan was very strong. If you lose, give me 100,000 immortal jade beads. Qin Yan said, if you don't have immortal jade beads, then voluntarily leave our group. I don't want the compensation of 100,000 immortal jade beads. Humph. Consider yourself lucky. If it wasn't for my bad luck, you wouldn't have had a chance to win. Ma Huahai could not let others think that he had really lost to a level 5 immortal. That would be a very shameful thing. Tian Rolling and Ma Huahai terminated the contract. Ma Huahai grunted and said, I'll go find young Master Long now. He is about to set off. His team is much stronger than yours. After Yu Wulan saw him leave, she cursed in a low voice, this bastard, I think he already wanted to find that young Master Long. Let's go. Tian Rolling said coldly and led the group out of the manor. At the exit of Xianxia city's barrier, there are many large and small teams exiting the city. After Qin Yan followed the team out of the city, they suddenly stopped. Nangong Xueme, why are you stopping us? Yu Wulan shouted. A small trick. Chapter 1274. A small trick. Nangong Xueme is wearing a beautiful red skirt. She is very luxuriously dressed. Her face is filled with arrogance and complacency. She is looking at Chui with ice-cold eyes filled with disdain. Qin Yan finally saw Nangong Xueme. He cannot help but tightly clench his fists. Back then Nangong Shuemei sent 9th level immortal assassins to kill him and Little Phoenix. He has always remembered this enmity in his heart. Nangong Shuemei doesn't recognize Qin Yun. She has more than 10 Ascendant Immortals and more than 29th level Immortals with her. From the surface, it can be seen that her group is stronger than Tian Rolling's group. Didn't you say that last time? Tian Rolling coldly groaned and said with frown, "You are going back on your words." Nangong Shuemei said with sneer, "Last time it was Shuiru who pleaded for leniency, but now we have a falling out. So Chui, be obedient and compensate for my losses. If you want to blame someone, blame Shuiru. She actually fell out with me because of a little servant girl." Nangong Shuemei's face is filled with anger because she was slapped by Nangong Shuiru. Luckily this matter has not been spread out, otherwise it would be even more shameful. Tian Rolling, Yu Wulan and Chui looked at each other in dismay. They don't know much about Nangong family's matters, but they all know that Nangong Shuiru is very popular in the Nangong family. But now Nangong Shuiru has fallen out with her aunt. You might not believe it, but Shuiru's little servant girl, Little Phoenix, colluded with a little half-immortal to steal our Nangong family's cultivation method. That little girl eloped with that little half-immortal and was caught by my subordinates. My subordinates even used 2 low-grade immortal talisman tools to kill them, but that lowly servant Little Phoenix luckily survived. Nangong Shuemei paused for a bit, breathed out a few mouthfuls of anger, then coldly groaned and said, "Because of this, Shuiru actually scolded me. Moreover, she is still trying to cover up Little Phoenix's anger." Chui very angrily stamped her foot and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. How can Little Phoenix be that kind of person? Yo! Chui, why are you so concerned about that little girl? Could it be that you know her very well?" Nangong Shuemei sneered. "The last time I was injured, I passed by Xinjiang City and stayed at Shuiru's place. It was Little Phoenix who took care of me." Chui gritted her teeth, her beautiful face full of anger. "Don't slander Little Phoenix. Moreover, Shuiru treats her like a younger sister. If you ruin her reputation like this, how will she be able to raise her head in the future?" Nangong Shuemei let out a sharp and treacherous laugh and said, "Just a lowly slave. Who would care about her dignity? Not to mention her dignity, even her life was a worthless life. No matter how high her cultivation was in the future, she would always be a lowly slave and would never be able to get rid of her identity as a lowly slave." Shuiru actually calls a lowly slave sister? How ridiculous. The group of exalted immortals behind Nangong Shuemei also shook their heads and laughed. The exalted immortals and immortals in Nangong Shuemei's team were all from prestigious clans. Naturally, they looked down on those who were once slaves. Chui was furious, but she could only grit her teeth and look at Nangong Shuemei. Qin Yan's expression also gradually sank and turned cold. Ling Yuner said, "This Nangong Shuemei will also enter the immortal Xian Desert. After we enter, we will find an opportunity to kill her. Chui, stop talking nonsense, quickly compensate me for my losses." Nangong Shuemei said in cold voice, "If you don't compensate, I can only capture you and let the Guanghan Palace's people redeem you." Nangong Shuemei is relying on the fact that she has more people on her side and their strength is stronger than Tian Rolling's side. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan's expression is as cold as frost, they are glaring at Nangong Shuemei. They have fewer people on their side, if they fight, they will suffer a great loss. And Nangong Shuemei wants to use force to demand compensation. If they really fight, it will affect their ability to enter the immortal Xian Desert. What? You really want to fight? Nangong Shuemei said with sneer, "With just your few people, can you defeat us?" Tian Rolling said in anger, "Nangong Shuemei, are you representing the Nangong family to become enemies with our Guanghan Palace?" Nangong Shuemei proudly laughed and said, "Of course I am not representing the Nangong family. I am already married, I am no longer a member of the Nangong family, I am now a member of the Yu family. My husband is Yu Zuokuan, you should have heard of his great name." "Humph, you are just his concubine, what's there to be cocky about?" Yu Wulan coldly snorted. "So what if I'm a concubine? He loves me. Look, he helped me gather a large group of experts and escorted me into the immortal Xian Desert." Nangong Shuemei said with a proud smile. "Qin Yan doesn't know who Yu Zuokuan is, but everyone here knows. The exalted immortals and immortals in Tian Rolling's group all revealed a trace of worry. They did not want to have a conflict with Yuzuokuan's woman. Qinyan secretly took out the magic mirror to check and quickly found out who Yuzuokuan is. Yuzuokuan is at the 9th level of the upper immortal realm and he is very young. He is one of the 10 great upper immortals. Yuzuokuan is very romantic, he married over 100 women. Every time he held a wedding, he would marry 8 or 10 at once, which is why he is very famous. Furthermore, the women he married all came from famous families. For example, Nangong Shueme, she is a young exalted immortal, even though she is only 2nd layer, she is still willing to marry Yuzuokuan. This is mainly because Yuzuokuan has an immortal emperor grandfather. Yuzuokuan's grandfather is a newly advanced immortal emperor, he is also an inscription pill master. He has many outstanding disciples and powerful descendants, he is also one of the main powers refining immortal jade beads. His position in the immortal desolate is very high. Qinyan suddenly suspects that the reason Yuzuokuan married Nangong Shueme is to get close to Nangong Shuiru. Just like Song Fengchen, he wanted to marry Xian Lingxue to get close to Xian Rujing, but in the end he did not even manage to marry Xian Lingxue. Moreover, everyone in the immortal desolate knows that he missed out on Xian Lingxue, a peerless woman with innate saint spirit body. To get close to a woman, he married a woman's friend. Thinking about this, Qinyan found it very funny. Of course, young masters with illustrious family background like Yuzuokuan and Song Fengchen have many outstanding women throwing themselves at them. Therefore, they naturally feel that as long as they raise their arms, any kind of woman can be easily captured. Yu Wulan said mockingly, Nangong Shueme, your man married you to get close to Shuiru, right? Shuiru is much more outstanding than you. In order to pursue Shuiru, Yuzuokuan married a vicious old woman like you, he is really staking his all. Ha ha ha. Yu Wulan, shut up. Nangong Shueme furiously shouted, do you really not want to go to Immortal Xian Desert? Chui lightly sighed and said, back then when we were exchanging pointers, I had no intention of damaging your immortal sword. I don't have enough immortal jade beads, if you want compensation, I can only give you my immortal sword. Is it also a high-quality immortal sword? Nangong Shueme said with sneer, Chui, with your position, you should not be able to obtain a high-quality immortal tool, right? It is a high-quality immortal tool. I made great merit, Palace Master rewarded me. Chui took out her immortal sword, its scabbard is red, it is very beautiful. Don't give it to her, at worst we will go back to the city and waste time with her. Yu Wulan promptly walked over to stop Chui. However, Chui threw away her sword, she also doesn't want to cause trouble for Guanghan Palace. Nangong Shueme is backed by Nangong family, her man is also a person like Yuzuokuan, she is afraid of provoking big trouble. Very good sword, then let's write it off. Nangong Shueme proudly smiled, Guanghan Palace's high quality immortal tool is very good. Qinyan suddenly yelled, Chui damaged your immortal sword, you should give it to Chui. Even if it is damaged, it still has some use. Nangong Shueme coldly looked at Qinyan and said with sneer, I didn't expect that someone would curry favor with Chui, not bad. Damaged high-quality immortal sword is trash, if Chui likes to use trash immortal sword, then just use it. She took out the damaged immortal sword and threw it over. Qinyan immediately flew over and caught the immortal sword. The immortal sword's scabbard is black, it is very simple and crude, Nangong Shueme has already kept the good scabbard. Qinyan took out the immortal sword and scanned it with Extinction Spirit Eye. He saw the damaged runes inside and secretly despised the person who made this sword. The sword body is intact but the runes inside are damaged. This is most likely because the inscription master was too perfunctory when carving runes. This kind of situation is very common. This sword was given to me by my husband, reportedly his grandfather made it for me. It is the work of a famous master. Nangong Shueme proudly said. Since it is the work of a famous master, how could it be damaged so easily? Qinyan released his 6th layer immortal aura, he wants Nangong Shueme to think that he is a little immortal. Nangong Shueme saw that Qinyan's cultivation is so low and said with sneer, what does a little immortal like you know? The reason why this sword was damaged was all because Chui used despicable methods. You are slandering me. Chui furiously said. An old ascendant immortal behind Nangong Shueme nodded and said, it is very difficult to damage a high-quality immortal sword during a normal battle. The other party must have used some unknown method to damage the high-grade immortal sword. Another middle-aged descendant immortal also said, this way, they can achieve their goal of victory. A woman from Guanghan Palace is actually so scheming. I really can't tell. Other people also started criticizing Chui. Chui's long hair hangs down to her chest, she has a beautiful goose egg-shaped face. She looks charming and delicate, mature and gorgeous, but now her eyes are completely red, she is so angry that she is on the verge of crying. Qin Yan just repaired the damaged runes inside the sword and said, you are all wrong, this is a high-quality immortal tool made by a famous master, it is not easy to damage it. He finished speaking and poured his immortal power into the sword. Immediately, light rays flashed all around, sword energy filled with oppressive pressure caused many people to exclaim in admiration. Nangong Xueme is extremely shocked to see that the immortal sword has been repaired. Her husband Yuzhuekuan said that the sword is already damaged and cannot be repaired. Sister Yi, this is for you. This sword was refined by an immortal emperor, it is much better than your original one. Qin Yan handed over the sword to Chui Yi. Wait. Nangong Xueme yelled, we will exchange it back. Don't even think about using your Guanghan Palace's trash to exchange for an immortal emperor's immortal sword. Chui Yi, who is on the verge of crying from anger, as well as Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan are all shocked, they don't know what is happening. As for others, they are repeatedly looking at the immortal sword in Qin Yan's hand in admiration. All of them find it hard to believe that a little immortal like Qin Yan can release such formidable immortal power through an immortal sword. They can only attribute this to the high-quality immortal sword. Truly bad Nangong Xueme is a layman when it comes to refining tools and runes. When her immortal sword was damaged, she went to find Yuzhuekuan. But Yuzhuekuan told her that the sword was damaged by Chui's dirty method and can't be repaired. Nangong Xueme believes him. What she doesn't know is that although the sword looks like a high-quality immortal sword, it is actually the worst kind of training goods. Whether it is the material or the runes carved on it, they are all very poor. It is impossible for it to be made by a famous master. After Qin Yan took the sword, he realized that it is the work of a novice who can refine high-quality immortal sword. Yuzhuekuan is also an expert in swindling people. Nangong Xueme is completely fooled. You. Quickly return the sword to me, otherwise don't even think about leaving. Quickly surround them. Nangong Xueme shouted and let a large group of people surround Tian Rolling and the others. This caused many people to come out of the city to watch. Nangong Xueme is very suspicious in her heart because Yuzhuekuan said that the sword can't be repaired but it can still be used. Although she is not clear about the situation, she feels that the sword is better than Chui's, so she wants it back. Chui now knows that Qin Yan is indeed not simple. Not only he passed Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan's test, he is also neither servile nor overbearing when facing Nangong Xueme, a high-status immortal. He even dares to provoke Nangong Xueme. She found it very strange that Nangong Xueme knows such a little immortal. Now she can see that this little immortal is not ordinary. He even injured that hateful Ma Huahai and drove him away. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan know that Qin Yan is an inscription master. Their Cold Cloud Saber and Willow Moon Saber were first refined by Qin Yan. However, they didn't expect that Qin Yan, a mere mortal, would have such high skill in inscription and tool refining. Give me back my sword. Chui, I don't want this broken sword anymore. Nangong Xueme said in cold voice, my immortal sword was refined by an immortal emperor. If you forcibly take it, the consequences will be very serious. I can return the sword to you. But you must sign a soul contract with Sister Yi. If something happens to your sword again, you can't cause trouble for her. Qin Yan laughed and said, an immortal sword refined by an immortal emperor is indeed very powerful, but you don't seem to know how to use it. Didn't your husband teach you? You. Of course I know how to use it. Nangong Xueme was secretly cursing Yuzhuekuan for not teaching her how to use such a powerful immortal sword. The celestial sword refined by an immortal emperor is extraordinary indeed. That kid is only at the 6th layer of the immortal realm, but the celestial force released by the celestial sword is comparable to the 7th or even the 8th layer of the immortal realm. Exalted immortal Snow Beauty might have made a mistake when she was refining the celestial sword. As a result, they are unable to work together. She will need some time to adapt. Tian Immortal Sword. This is the power of a powerful celestial artifact. The more powerful a celestial artifact is, the higher the requirements for its owner. Xuemei's Dragon Long, a Tian is Xuemei is, this is Emperor Xuemei Long Long is, she is, this, this Long Long's master, Long 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 to Shui Yun Chen, he sword, he by Tian, he is, he. Actually, this group of people don't know anything, they are just talking nonsense. They are purposely speaking mysterious words to make people think that they are very knowledgeable. Indeed, those bragging seniors attracted the gazes of respect from the juniors. Heavenly Immortal Xuemei, this sword is testing your mental state, you should quickly take it back. This is not an ordinary immortal sword, I guess there is a powerful immortal tier artifact spirit inside. This kind of artifact spirit has its own thoughts and is very picky about its master. An old man said, this sword was refined by immortal Emperor Diyu, how can it be so easily damaged? Nangong Xuemei also felt the same way, she shouted at Chuyi, come here, I will sign a contract with you. I won't cause trouble for you anymore. Chuyi is startled, she looked at Qin Yun and then at Tian Rolling. Tian Rolling slightly nodded. Chuyi walked over, signed a contract with Nangong Xuemei and took back her sword. Qin Yun also returned the broken sword. Nangong Xuemei pulled out the sword and poured an immortal power. The sword let out a long cry, it is like a dragon's low roar, it made her extremely pleasantly surprised. Qin Yun only thickened the runes inside the immortal sword a bit, allowing more immortal power to be released through the runes. Therefore, it is much better to use them before. Sister Yi, let me take a look at your sword, I am worried that she will do something to it. After Qin Yun finished speaking, Chuyi handed over the sword. Qin Yun pulled out the sword and said with smile, there is no problem. This sword doesn't look weak, it is a bit better than Nangong Xuemei's. Chuyi's face revealed a look of joy, she asked softly, is this true? Nangong Xuemei said with sneer, how is this possible? Chuyi, this little immortal beside you has a bit of insight but he is just trying to curry favor with you. You are a heavenly immortal, don't be fooled by this little immortal's flowery words. How can your broken immortal sword compare to my immortal sword refined by an immortal emperor? How about we exchange a blow? Qin Yun tightly held Chuyi's immortal sword and said with smile. Alright, let's do it. Nangong Xuemei chuckled, she is also very impatient to give it a try. Everyone immediately dispersed. Chuyi promptly said, let me. We are both heavenly immortals, our immortal power is equal. Qin Yun lightly caressed the sharp sword and said with nod, alright, Sister Yi will surely defeat him. Not only this little immortal is handsome, his mouth is also very sweet. I have seen many men like him. Nangong Xuemei said with sneer. Chuyi tightly held her sword, she somewhat angrily looked at Nangong Xuemei and yelled, come. Nangong Xuemei and Chuyi poured their immortal power into the immortal sword. Suddenly Chuyi's expression changed, she cried out in fear, my immortal sword has a problem. I cannot pour immortal power into it. Qin Yun promptly walked over to take a look, then furiously looked at Nangong Xuemei and yelled, evil woman, did you do something to it? You actually damaged Sister Yi's immortal sword. Nangong Xuemei's expression greatly changed, she did not do anything at all. Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling hastily rushed over to Nangong Xuemei's side and looked at her with gloomy and cold expression. You touched the immortal sword for so long, if it was not you who damaged it, then who damaged it? Yu Wulan coldly shouted. Qin Yun threw Chuyi's immortal sword at Nangong Xuemei's feet and shouted, if you don't believe me, take a look yourself. A high-quality immortal sword was damaged not long after it passed through your hands. The people behind Nangong Xuemei did not say anything at this time because they also think that Nangong Xuemei used some kind of method to damage Chuyi's immortal sword. Chuyi is so worried that she started crying. She dearly loves her immortal sword, it is a high-quality immortal sword that Palace Master rewarded to her for her meritorious service. Yet it has been damaged by Nangong Xuemei. Nangong Xuemei is very worried, she hastily grabbed the sword and found that she is indeed unable to pour immortal power into it. You. It must be you little immortals doing. Nangong Xuemei yelled in panic. Ruining someone else's immortal sword requires compensation, Guanghan Palace also has the right to demand compensation from her. Qin Yan pondered for a while with frown and said, "Truth be told, I only know a bit about refining tools with runes. I read some records in books that this kind of situation is caused by the runes inside the sword being blocked. The main reason is that the immortal power poured into the sword is too turbid." He paused for a bit and said again, "My guess is that Nangong Shuamei's immortal power is too turbid, that is why the runes inside the sword are blocked. Even her immortal sword, which was refined by an immortal emperor, was blocked." Nangong Shuamei's expression immediately turned ashen because Qin Yan said that her immortal power is turbid. He is scolding her and questioning her strength. High immortals with turbid immortal power have weak foundation and very weak immortal power. Nangong Shuamei, your immortal power is very dirty, it even blocked your own immortal sword. Yu Wulan said with sneer, "This is also normal, how dirty one's heart is, how dirty one's immortal power is." Shut up. Nangong Shuamei is so angry that her body is shivering, she wants nothing more than to hack Qin Yan to death. Because now she is truly questioning whether or not her immortal power is very dirty. Qin Yan said to Chu Yi, "Sister Yi, don't blame Nangong Shuamei, she probably doesn't know that her immortal power is very turbid. She did it unintentionally, moreover it can be repaired but it will take a lot of effort. Just ask her to compensate us with some immortal jade beads." Nangong Shuamei's expression became a bit better but she is still very angry because now many people are looking at her with disdain in their eyes. How dirty is the immortal power that can block the runes inside an immortal tool? Everyone secretly sighed. According to ancient records, it will take around 500,000 immortal jade beads to completely wash away the filthy immortal power inside the sword. Qin Yan looked at Nangong Shuamei whose teeth are chattering and said, "You compensate us." After Qin Yan finished speaking, he returned to the crowd. He will leave the matter of compensation to Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling. Quickly ask an immortal inscription master to come here. I want a true immortal inscription master to appraise it. Nangong Shuamei yelled. Not long after, an old man who is so old that he is about to burp walked over with unsteady steps. Seeing this old man, many people respectfully saluted and greeted him. Because this old man is a famous immortal inscription master in Xian River City, his name is Tan Lang. Although he doesn't have a shop, many people ask him to refine immortal tools. Tan Lang looked at Chu Yi's immortal sword from left to right, then shook his head and said, "This sword is finished, this old man is powerless, farewell." Nangong Shuamei's expression turned deathly pale, she cannot afford to compensate with a high-quality immortal sword. Chu Yi's face is already streaming with tears, she is biting her lips and gently caressing the sword's body. Her delicate and pitiful appearance causes people's heart to ache. After Tan Lang left, Nangong Shuamei gritted her teeth and said, "Didn't that little immortal say that it can be repaired with 500,000 immortal jade beads? I will compensate you with 500,000 immortal jade beads." She finished speaking, took out a storage pouch and threw it at Chu Yi. Then she shouted to the people behind her, "Let's go." Nangong Shuamei ran very fast, in a short while she ran away with those people. Others shook their heads, said a few words to comfort Chu Yi and then left. "We should also be on our way." Yu Wulan lightly sighed and said, "It's all right. After we go back, let Sister Linglong or Sister Lan take a look, they will surely be able to repair it." Yuzhuaku and Tian Rolling took out a small silver boat and let Yu Wulan and Chu Yi enter the cabin. Finally, she pulled Qin Yan in and controlled the boat to fly in the air. The rest of the team took out their own flying magic tools and followed behind Tian Rolling's silver boat. They believed that Qin Yan was out of luck after being pulled into the boat by Tian Rolling. Because Chu Yi's sword was difficult to repair but Qin Yan made Nangong Shuamei compensate him with 500,000 immortal jade beads. Those people felt that Qin Yan loved to show off, so he acted pretentiously, causing Chu Yi to suffer heavy losses. A high-grade immortal sword was only compensated with 500,000 immortal jade beads. Inside Tian Rolling's cabin, although Chu Yi is not crying, her eyes are red. It can be seen that she cherished that sword very much. "Qin Yan, thank you. Although this sword is broken, at least I did not lose it. Otherwise, I would have to compensate that bad woman Nangong Shuamei." Chu Yi's tearful eyes are filled with sincerity as she looked at Qin Yan. Qin Yan said gratefully, "At least I still have 500,000 immortal jade beads as compensation." She is very clear that if Qin Yan did not understand a bit of inscription, it is unknown how things would have ended today. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulon sighed softly because they could not blame Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and said, Sister Yi, give me your sword. Chu Yi frowned and asked in low voice, what are you going to do? Help you repair it. Qin Yun said with a smile. Ah? You know how to repair it? Chu Yi is very shocked. Yu Wulon and Tian Rolling also looked at Qin Yun in astonishment. They knew that Qin Yun is an inscription master, but they felt that Qin Yun's level of inscription should not be able to deal with a high-grade immortal tool. Qin Yun took Chu Yi's immortal sword and awakened the sword spirit sealed inside. Then, he returned the sword to Chu Yi and said with a smile, Here. Try it. Chu Yi tried it and the immortal sword immediately released immortal power. She could smoothly inject immortal power into it. She said in pleasant surprise, You. What did you do? Yu Wulon said in astonishment, Xiao Yun, can you remove the turbid immortal power inside the immortal sword? So you also repaired Nangong Shuemei's sword? Of course not. The reason why Nangong Shuemei's immortal sword was damaged was because the runes inside it were severely damaged. I only connected it and it can be used for the time being. If she uses it a few more times, it will be damaged. Qin Yun said with a smile, as for Sister Yi's immortal sword, I used a little trick. It looks like it's temporarily damaged but it's actually not damaged at all. Tian Rolling, Yu Wulon and Chu Yi were immediately enlightened as they looked at Qin Yun in astonishment. They now know that Qin Yun did all this to help Chu Yi take back the immortal sword. Moreover, he didn't want Nangong Shuemei to pursue this matter. He also conveniently swindled Nangong Shuemei for 500,000 immortal jade beads. Qin Yun said it very lightly, but they all knew that it was extremely difficult to accomplish this. Only those who were extremely proficient in inscription refining could do it. Sister Yi, I tricked you into crying, I'm sorry. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. It's fine. I made Nangong Shuemei suffer a great loss. A few tears are nothing. Chu Yi gently smiled, she is very charming. Then she took out a storage bag and handed it to Qin Yun, this is yours, I don't want it. This is Nangong Shuemei's 500,000 immortal jade beads. Let's split it. Qin Yun also doesn't want to keep it all to himself. Finally, Qin Yun took 200,000 immortal jade beads, Yu Wulon, Tian Rolling, and Chu Yi each took 100,000. Xiao Yun, are you an inscription master? How can you be so awesome? Chu Yi curiously asked. I only know a little trick to swindle those who don't know anything about inscription refining. Qin Yun laughed loudly, then his expression slightly sank and said in cold voice, Truth be told, Nangong Shuemei sent assassins to kill me and Little Phoenix. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Tian Rolling and the others are very alarmed. They have heard rumors about Little Phoenix eloping with someone else, it has caused an uproar in Nangong family. In short, I did not elope with Little Phoenix, it was all fabricated by Nangong Shuemei and the others. They wanted to find a legitimate reason to kill Little Phoenix. Qin Yun very furiously said. Nangong Shueli and Long Tianren died near Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain, we all heard about this matter. Did those bastards also attack you? Do you and Little Phoenix know some secret about them? Tian Rolling coldly asked. Because I obtained the divine fruit. That's why they want to rob me. Qin Yun said. Ah. You are the first masked man to climb Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain? No wonder you know Shueru. Chu Yi said in shock. Let's not talk about this, I will not let Nangong Shuemei off. Qin Yun said calmly, but his eyes are filled with dreadful killing intent. Chu Yi asked, Xiao Yun, you want to enter Immortal Shan Great Desert to find the divine fruit? You are the masked man who climbed Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. Back then you were only a 3rd layer immortal, but not long after, you became a 6th layer immortal. Is this all thanks to the divine fruit? Not all. It can only make me a 5th layer immortal. Qin Yun said with smile, Shuiru gave me a bottle of pills. After I eat it, I will become a 6th layer immortal. Yu Wulon said, if you have any harvest in Immortal Shan Great Desert, you will definitely be able to break through to 9th layer immortal. Qin Yun asked curiously, didn't your Guanghan Palace occupy a moon god mountain? Are there any divine fruits on it? Yes. But, those divine fruits have all become spirits, they can't be eaten directly. Currently, we haven't thought of a way to pick them. Tian Rolling said, "The reason we are going to Immortal Xian Great Desert this time is to find divine trees and bring them back to Moon God Mountain to be planted." Chui said, "Our Guanghan Palace has sent many disciples to various holy lands to find divine trees so that Moon God Mountain can have more divine fruits." Qin Yun nodded. He feels that Moon God Mountain can release special divine power to make divine trees bear fruit quickly. Evening, Nangong Xuemei and others are resting in a forest beside Immortal Xian River. She took out her immortal sword and felt very happy in her heart. She felt that even though she lost 500,000 immortal jade beads, she understood the power of her immortal sword. Furthermore, she destroyed Chui's immortal sword. An old man said, "Exalted Immortal Xuemei, don't take that little immortal's words to heart. Your immortal power is not muddy at all. He is just pretending to be profound and spouting nonsense." Another old man also laughed and said, "That's right. We have been in the upper immortal realm for so many years, we are much more clear about the purity of immortal power than that little immortal." That little immortal also pretended too much. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for exalted immortal Xuemei to escape. Now, she only spent 500,000 immortal jade beads to compensate. A middle-aged man laughed. "Chui's broken immortal sword can't withstand my powerful immortal power at all, that's why it was damaged." When Nangong Xuemei heard the words of these seniors, she felt very happy in her heart. However, on the surface, she sneered, "My immortal sword is much stronger than hers." As she spoke, she pulled out her immortal sword and injected powerful immortal power into it. The sword trembled and burst out with a wave of oppressive immortal power aura. The surrounding old men all cried out in surprise and praised. Nangong Xuemei proudly sneered and vigorously slashed down at the immortal profound river in front of her. Crash, a sword energy shot out and entered the river. The powerful immortal power rushed out like a fierce dragon crossing the river, setting off waves of angry roars, causing everyone to burst into cheers. Nangong Xuemei's beautiful face revealed a proud smile. She felt very happy in her heart because she felt that the immortal power she released from her sword became even stronger. Xiao xiao xiao, feeling very happy, she continuously waved her sword and stabbed at the immortal profound river, releasing wave after wave of biting cold and powerful sword energy. Those ninth heaven immortals and upper immortals all looked on enviously from the side and repeatedly cheered, praising the might of the immortal sword. Just as Nangong Xuemei was waving her sword, the sword's light suddenly disappeared. She also felt that her immortal power seemed to be blocked. This caused her expression to change. She only felt that the immortal sword was testing her, so she remained calm and indifferently said, "Let's stop here for today, everyone go rest." Nangong Xuemei is very anxious in her heart, she is very worried that her immortal sword will not be able to recover. She also suspects whether or not her immortal power is too turbid or not. Everyone dispersed and went to rest in the forest. They don't know that Nangong Xuemei's immortal sword has been damaged again. Nangong Xuemei is inside her carriage, using the devil mirror to communicate with Yuzhuakuan. She informed him about the situation of the immortal sword. After Yuzhuakuan heard from the devil mirror, he said with sneer, "Xuemei, you have been tricked. Your immortal sword has been damaged for a long time, it is impossible to repair." Then why can my immortal sword be repaired? I personally experienced it and it is even better than before. Nangong Xuemei's body slightly swayed. If she was truly swindled of 500,000 immortal jade beads and still can't investigate Chui, then she is truly too stupid. She is so angry that she wants to flip the table. That is your misconception. In short, you have encountered a very clever swindler. Chui's immortal sword should not have been damaged, moreover, there is no turbid immortal power blocking the runes. This swindler must have used some trick to create a false impression of damage. This swindler's skill in swindling is absolutely top-notch, moreover he is very experienced. I, Yuzhuakuan, am a descendant of Yu family, my Yu family is an inscription aristocratic family, someone actually swindled us. Yuzhuakuan said with sneer. Husband, you must help me get back those 500,000 immortal jade beads. Nangong Xuemei is trembling in anger as she shouted. I will immediately take a trip to Immortal Xian Great Desert to meet that swindler. Also, the immortal sword I gave you is very strong. That little slut Chui must have used some trick to damage it. Yuzhuakuan groaned. Nangong Xuemei is gnashing her teeth, she is furiously cursing Chui in her heart. Actually, Yuzhuekuan is also swindling her because her high-quality immortal sword is indeed very weak, it has many small defects. Yuzhuekuan doesn't dare to let Nangong Shuemei know the truth. Otherwise, if Nangong Shuemei causes a huge ruckus, it would be terrible. Husband, quickly come over and help me pinch that little slut Chui to death. And that little immortal, he actually played me like a fool. Nangong Shuemei is extremely angry, she screamed inside the carriage. The altar descends. Jingyun sat in Tian Rolling's small boat. Even though it is late at night, he is still filled with vigilance. They are currently flying above the immortal profound river. Many powerful immortals and immortal beasts would fly above this great river and rush to the immortal profound desert. Tian Rolling did not rest either. As long as they did not continuously fight or run for more than half a day, they would not be tired. The so-called rest was just to recover their lost immortal power so that they could maintain their peak condition. When fighting, they would have enough immortal power to output. Qin Yan took out the magic mirror and searched through its contents. Xiao Yun, did you inject 100,000 immortal jade beads into the magic mirror? Chui asked. 100,000 immortal jade beads? Why so many? Qin Yan is somewhat surprised. Chui complained, it's all because of that immortal emperor magic mirror. Now that I can upgrade the magic mirror, even in the area covered by the sun god stone, I can still smoothly use the magic mirror. However, I need 100,000 immortal jade beads to start upgrading. I can't bear to spend it. Furthermore, I heard that 100,000 immortal jade beads is only for the quota to upgrade. If I want to completely upgrade it, I will need a total of 300,000 immortal jade beads. That bastard immortal emperor magic mirror, he wants immortal jade beads. Tian Rolling cursed in a low voice. That's right. Our Guanghan Palace doesn't use the magic mirror because we are protesting against this shameless fellow. Xiao Yun, you don't know, but Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror said that as long as we are willing to post some pictures of our arms, legs and navel on the magic mirror, someone will help us pay the immortal jade beads. It's too wretched. Yu Wulan scolded lightly. Qin Yan laughed involuntarily. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is indeed too outrageous. Chui combed her long hair in front of her chest. She looked at the magic mirror and said softly, later on, our Guanghan Palace's palace master, who is also Immortal Emperor Yu Yu, personally appeared and intimidated the magic mirror immortal. He controlled the contents of the magic mirror and did not allow any images of the Guanghan Palace disciples to appear. Otherwise, that wretched Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror would definitely use our images to exchange for immortal jade beads. Qin Yan now understands why he could not find any information related to Xiao Yulan and others on the Devil Mirror. It turns out that the Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor did not dare to offend Yu Yu, so he secretly controlled it. This Black Tortoise God has released some news again. Chui suddenly said. She sat between Yu Wulan and Tian to let them see the contents of the mirror. Chui used the magic mirror for the convenience of gathering information. It wasn't that the Moon Palace's disciples didn't use it at all. Only a small number of disciples would use it when there was a special task. However, Qin Yan felt that the Moon Palace was definitely guarding against certain abilities of the demonic mirror. He suddenly suspected that the mirror could automatically record the user's appearance and be controlled by the Immortal Mirror Emperor. The Black Tortoise God was the little black donkey. His first piece of news was related to the sacrificial altar. The black donkey announced that there would be 8 altars descending, and all of them had 18 levels. As for where they would descend, he didn't specify. All he said was that he would break them down next time. He also said that the 8 18-level altars were obtained by the 8 9 sun sects of the Divine Wilderness. When Qin Yan saw the news, he thought to himself, it's another 9 sun sect and it's from the Divine Wilderness. Looks like in the Divine Wasteland, these 8 9 sun sects are extremely powerful. Big sisters, I want to go out to enjoy the wind and look at the starry sky. Qin Yan suddenly said. Be careful. Don't stray too far from our team. Yu Wulan nodded. Qin Yan walked out of the cabin and flew in the air. He maintained a certain distance from the various flying equipment in the team. Then, he took out the magic mirror and contacted the little black donkey. Little Black, what's the situation with the 8 9 sun altars? Qin Yan asked. The 9 sun sects of the Divine Desolate are jealous of the sun god stones in the Immortal Desolate, so they took down the 8 altars. I don't know how they got them. In short, they want to use the altars to collect all kinds of sun god stones in the Immortal Desolate. The little black donkey laughed and said, I'll tell you. For free. If others want to know, they have to pay 10,000 immortal jade beads to see. Just you wait, I'll soon announce a fee, ha ha ha. Xianxia asked worriedly, Little Black, is this a good thing for the Immortal Desolate? I don't know. In short, when the time comes, the people who will occupy these 8 altars will definitely be very strong powers in the Immortal Desolate. When the time comes, they will also work for the 9 sun sects of the Immortal Desolate. Then, they will crazily plunder the heavenly treasures produced by the sun god stone and use the altars to teleport to the Divine Desolate. The little black donkey said, Looks like it's not a good thing. These guys from the Divine Desolate are really greedy. Xianxia cursed in a low voice. Who isn't greedy? Of course, these 9 sun sects can be considered very capable. The little black donkey said again, Little mortal, you have to be careful in the future. Don't let them discover your 9 sun divine spirit. I'm worried that the 9 sun sects of the Divine Desolate have another goal. They want to find the 9 sun divine spirit and the 9 divine spirit. Xianxia was secretly alarmed. This made him feel even more uneasy. Let's not talk anymore. I'm going to release the news. I'm going to become a tycoon. Ha ha ha. The little black donkey laughed loudly. After Xianxia cut off the connection, he returned to the cabin of the small boat. Chui looked at Ojin and scolded in a low voice, This great god Xian Wu has released another message, but he needs to pay 10,000 immortal jade beads to see it. Furthermore, he needs to upgrade the magic mirror to be able to use the function of paying immortal jade beads. This is hundreds of thousands. Yu Wulon sighed lightly and said, Looks like this time, many people will have to spend hundreds of thousands to read that message. Ever since the magic mirror was invented by the immortal Emperor Magic Mirror, all kinds of news spread very quickly. Especially regarding the altar, many people knew about the existence of the divine servants. Sister Yi, give me your magic mirror. Xianxia said with a smile, I'll help you upgrade it for free so you can view that message. Ah? How is this possible? Chui said in shock, her face filled with disbelief. If it's really possible, then wouldn't I be able to use the magic mirror forever? Yu Wulon looked at it in astonishment. Xiaoyun, how many people know about this? Tian Rolling frowned and said solemnly, This must not be spread out. Otherwise, Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror will cause trouble for you. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror said that whoever can break the magic mirror will become his big brother. That's what he said, right? Xianxia said with some doubt. You believe that? If you really went to find him, he would definitely make you disappear from the face of the earth. How could he take you as his big brother? Yu Wulon also warned Xianxia seriously. Chui handed the magic mirror to Xianxia and said excitedly, Xiaoyun, can you really break it with your help? A free magic mirror is something that many immortals yearn for even in their dreams. Xianxia took Chui's magic mirror and began fiddling with it. Yu Wulon and the others watched attentively, but they could not tell what Xianxia was doing. After a while, Xianxia said with a smile, It's done. Chui took it and looked at it. Then, she opened the great god Xian Wu's message and happily shouted, It's really a success. Xiaoyun, you're so awesome. Chui immediately sat beside Xianxia, hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. How can you kiss Xiaoyun so casually? Yu Wulon's gentle and charming face was slightly jealous as she said with a light pout. The charming and pretty Chui hugged Xianxia and stuck out her tongue at Yu Wulon with a coquettish smile. I just want to kiss him. Being hugged by such a fragrant beauty, Xianxia could only smile awkwardly. Tian Rolling warned sternly, Xiaoyun, you must not spread this matter. I helped little Phoenix do it and told her not to spread it around. Xianxia said. That's good. Tian Rolling nodded. Chui immediately signed a soul contract and promised not to tell anyone. After all, the magic mirror was hers. If she showed it to others and they found out, the consequences would be severe. Yu Wulon sat beside Xianxia and asked, Xiaoyun, how did you do it? If the Immortal Mirror Emperor knew, he would definitely kill you. It's just a small trick. Qin Yan smiled. Your little trick is too powerful. Many inscription masters of our Guanghan palace tried very hard but they were unable to succeed. Chu Yi is playing with the magic mirror and leaning on Qin Yan's shoulder. Her hand is hugging Qin Yan's waist, looking very intimate. Suddenly Chu Yi yelled, Sister Rujing, there is news. She promptly handed over the magic mirror to Tian Rolling. Tian Rolling looked at Qin Yan because he is not a Guanghan palace disciple. Rolling, it's urgent. Xian Rujing's voice came out of the magic mirror. I will leave for a bit. Qin Yan very consciously said. Wait a minute, who is that man? His voice is very familiar. Xian Rujing hastily yelled. Rujing, I am Qin Yan, do you know me? Qin Yan asked. You. I don't know you. Xian Rujing's mood is very strange. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed, he frowned and walked out of the small boat. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan glanced at each other because they feel that Xian Rujing is also Qin Yan's acquaintance but her situation is the same as them, she has forgotten about Qin Yan. And Qin Yan still thinks that Xian Rujing has not forgotten about him, after all Xian Rujing has ice goddess god-tier soul. Qin Yan is flying outside the small boat, his brows are tightly knitted as he looked at the bright moon in the sky. After a while, Tian Rolling flew out, handed over the magic mirror to Qin Yan and said, Sister Rujing wants to talk to you alone. N. Qin Yan is startled and took the magic mirror. Tian Rolling flew back to the cabin, she did not ask anything, she only felt that Xian Rujing found Qin Yan's voice very familiar, so she wanted to ask a few more questions. The situation is the same as when they first met Qin Yan. Qin Yan took the magic mirror and asked, Rujing, do you not remember me? Bullshit. How can I forget you, bastard? I will remember you even if you turn into ashes. I thought you died. Xian Rujing shouted. How is this possible? Don't you have slave governing collar on your neck? If I died, you should have sensed it. Qin Yan said with frown. It was because my slave governing collar suddenly separated from my soul that I thought you were dead. Moreover, everyone forgot about you, Yuelan, Shiyue, Sister Bing Xing, they all forgot about you. I mentioned Qin Yan's name to them but they did not remember you. Xian Rujing said, her voice is filled with fear. Then do you know the reason? Qin Yan asked. The evil god said that this is heavenly punishment. Only those who possess a saint-level or god-level soul will never forget me. Ninth altar. From Xian Rujing's tone, Qin Yan realized that the reason why he is in this situation is not as simple as violating heavenly rules in this life. What is the specific situation? Tell me. Qin Yan said. I don't know either. Oh, that's right, how did you pass the immortal gate? Xian Rujing asked. She only learned from Nangong Shuiru and the others that Qin Yan is stuck in the immortal gate. After Qin Yan came to Immortal Desolate, Nangong Shuiru and the others forgot about him. Qin Yan told Xian Rujing about how he passed through Immortal Gate, as well as how he passed through heaven-defying tribulation. Xian Rujing cried out in alarm, so that's how it is. You shouldn't have been able to enter the Immortal Desolate. Not only did you come to the Immortal Desolate, you even attracted a heaven-defying tribulation. So the heaven-defying tribulation mentioned in the magic mirror was actually caused by you. Rujing, after Yuelan and the others cultivate saint-level soul, will they remember me? I don't know. It might require a celestial soul. Xian Rujing sighed and said, when I was together with big sister Ling Xue, I mentioned you to her but she said that her memory of you is very vague. Later on, I tried to guide her to remember about you but it injured her soul, so I didn't dare to ask Yuelan and the others. Doesn't Sister Ling Xue have a wisp of your soul? Asked Qin Yan. Yes, but she hasn't awakened my memories and her soul is still an immortal level soul. If her martial spirit becomes a saint level soul, then her soul can also become a saint level soul. At that time, let's see if she can remember you. Xian Rujing let out a long sigh. Xiaoyun, rest assured, even though they have forgotten you, I still remember you, don't be too sad. I am very happy to be able to contact you. Qin Yan said with smile. I thought you were dead. Humph, I knew that scourge like you would not die so easily. Xian Rujing lightly groaned and said. Rujing, you are certain that I am dead, are you crying like a dog? Qin Yan asked with a mischievous smile. How is this possible? I don't even know how happy I am. Because that damned slave ruler's collar had left my neck. This great god is laughing even in my dreams. Xian Rujing said. What a heartless woman. At the very least, you gave me your first kiss. Do you really not have any feelings for me? Qin Yan curled his lips. Xian Rujing gnashed her teeth in anger, then changed the topic. Xian nascent divine fruit has appeared in immortal Xian Great Desert. It is the fruit of divine tree. It turns into a baby and runs everywhere. I contacted Rolling just now to give her pointers on how to collect the profound nascent divine fruit. Great Goddess Rujing, where are you? Qin Yan suddenly wants to find Xian Rujing. Because Xian Rujing is ice and snow goddess, she must be very knowledgeable about sun god stones, divine fruits, and divine trees. This great god is on the way to sun-suppressing divine arrow. Don't come over, it is very dangerous here. Moreover, the 8 altars are about to descend. I reckon that they are also here for the sun-suppressing divine arrow. By the way, little cloud, didn't we encounter a mysterious altar in the floating cloud city of the 9th netherworld realm? That altar is most likely a 9 sun sex altar. Xian Rujing said, in the divine desolate, there were originally 9 sun sects. Later one of them was destroyed by the alliance of the other 8 sun sects. Therefore, there are only 8 sun sects in the Great Desolate. That altar in the floating cloud city of the 9 netherworld realm has always puzzled Qin Yan. Now hearing Xian Rujing's words, it is most likely the altar of the exterminated 9 sun sect. Could it be that my past life had some kind of connection with that exterminated 9 sun sect? Qin Yan doubtfully muttered. Most likely. When I was in the Divine Desolate, I also never saw 9 sun sect's altar. I only heard that 9 sun sect's altar is very awesome, it can travel through any space in the Great Desolate. Wait until the 8 altars of the 9 sun sect appear, then we will know. Xian Rujing said, how did you get along with Rolling and others? Rolling and Wulan are your big sister and second sister, they have already forgotten you, how can they be so familiar with you? They have not completely forgotten me, as soon as they saw me, they felt that I was very familiar. Qin Yan said with smile, Rujing, why did you say that you don't know me? Xian Rujing lightly groaned and said, it is because I am worried that you will talk nonsense. You better listen to me, you are not allowed to say that I am an ice mother tigress in front of them, you are not allowed to say that I bit you, you are not allowed to say that I forcefully kissed you. Remember that I did not. If you dare talk nonsense, you are done for. Xian Rujing's voice is filled with dense threatening intent, it is as if she is ferocious enough to want to bite people. I know. Qin Yan said with smile, then can I talk about the matter of me using Dragon Claw hand on you? Bastard, you are done for. Xian Rujing's angry shout came from the devil mirror, it is filled with fiendish anger. She roared in a deep voice, if you dare say such things to Rolling and others, I guarantee that I will bite off your tongue. Qin Yan inhaled a mouthful of cold air, then laughed and said, relax, I will not talk nonsense. Xian Rujing yelled, hand over the devil mirror to Rolling, I want to speak with her. Qin Yan returned to the cabin and handed over the devil mirror to Tian Rolling. Rolling, I just woke up, I know this brat Qin Yan, he is a trustworthy person, his talent and inscription is very good. You don't need to be afraid that he will have improper thoughts, because he is a castrated person, he has been castrated using curse, he can no longer grow back, truly a pitiful child, you must protect him properly. Xian Rujing finished speaking and then cut off the connection. Qin Yan's heart is immediately galloping with 10,000 horses, he has 10,000 curses to say, this Xian Rujing is actually spreading rumors about him. Chui and Yu Wulan's face turned red hearing this, they are looking at Qin Yan with expression filled with sympathy. Tian Rolling's skin is dark, her expression is ice cold, but when she looked at Qin Yan, her expression is filled with pity. After Xian Rujing cut off the connection, she laughed like a blossoming flower. Qin Yan seems to be able to hear Xian Rujing's sharp and complacent evil laughter. Xiao Yun, I really did not expect you to be so pitiful. Chui promptly arrived beside Qin Yan, pulled his hand and gently comforted him. Yu Wulan's eyes lit up, she walked over and caressed Qin Yan's handsome face and said, Xiao Yun, take it easy, this is nothing. How about this, you turn into a woman and join our Guanghan palace, we will surely welcome you. Alright. Yi promptly said with smile, Xiaoyun, we will be sisters from now on. Qin Yan's face is filled with black lines, he cursed Xian Rujing in his heart. Qin Yan coughed twice, then said with smile, don't listen to Rujing's nonsense, I am a complete man. Yu Wulan said with smile, Xiaoyun, we all understand. If you don't want to become a woman, we won't force you. Rest assured, in our eyes, you are a good man. Qin Yan very much wants to take off his clothes to prove himself, after all this is more convincing than any explanation. I really haven't been castrated by any curse. Qin Yan has a look of despair, he let out a long sigh and said, Rujing deliberately said it. Qin Yan discovered that no matter how he tries to explain, Yu Wulan and Yi are still looking at him with eyes filled with sympathy. Why don't you believe me? Qin Yan's bitter gourd face is filled with helplessness. Tian Rolling said, let's not talk about this, Rujing just said that Xian. Nascent divine fruits appeared in immortal Xian Great Desert, we must be careful. Qin Yan still wants to explain but Yu Wulan said again, our Moon God Mountain's divine fruits are all Xian nascent divine fruits. Those naughty babies run all over the mountain, it is impossible to catch them. After Yu Wulan finished speaking, Qin Yan wanted to interrupt but Yi pulled Qin Yan's hand and said with charming smile, Xiaoyun, you haven't seen those Xian nascent divine fruits, right? They are very naughty. Wait until I return to Guanhan Palace, I will ask Palace Master and others if there is any way to cure your curse. Maybe Xian nascent divine fruits will be useful. Sister Yi, thank you. Qin Yan suddenly said with some gratitude. However, in his heart, he cursed himself for saying that. He wasn't cursed at all. Good little brother, then who do you think is more beautiful between Sister Yi and Sister Wulan? Yi said with a grin. Sister Yi is beautiful, Sister Wulan is also beautiful. Qin Yan said with a smile. Then who is the most beautiful? Yi is somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Yan's answer. Yu Wulan also looked at Qin Yan with a smile, waiting for his answer. Sister Rolling is the most beautiful. Qin Yan scratched his head and smiled, I prefer Sister Rolling. Tian Rolling, who was sitting there with her arms crossed in front of her chest, looked cool and cold. At this moment, she couldn't help but reveal a smile, Xiaoyun, your eyes are not bad. Yu Wulan also wanted to compete with Yi and asked, Xiaoyun, of course big sister is more beautiful than me and Yi. But between me and Yi, who do you think is the most beautiful? Yi also tightly held Qin Yan's hand and looked at him with hidden bitterness. Well, both of you look equally beautiful on the surface. If you really want to differentiate between the two of you, you have to go a step further. For example, your figure. This should be easier to compare when you take off your clothes, right? Qin Yan smiled foolishly. Just take it off, Xiaoyun is also. When Yu Wulan said this, she realized that her words were somewhat inappropriate. Qin Yan cursed Yu Wulan in his heart. She really treated him as a eunuch, so she did not mind him taking off his clothes here. Sister Yi is the most beautiful because she just kissed me. Qin Yan said with a smile, a fragrant kiss. Then I'll kiss you too. Yu Wulan refused to admit defeat and kissed Qin Yan's face. Tian Rolling hurriedly pulled Qin Yan over and said with a smile, Xiaoyun is mine, don't fight over him. He just said that he only likes my type. Qin Yan was secretly grateful to Tian Rolling for helping him out. Otherwise, he would have been tormented to death by Yi and Yu Wulan. After Tian Rolling pulled Qin Yan over, she squeezed him into a corner. Yi and Yu Wulan could not approach and could only sit outside. Qin Yan leaned against this cold and overbearing big sister and felt very at ease. He also smelled the unique and alluring fragrance on her body that was filled with wildness. Profound infant divine fruit. Qin Yan never expected Tian Rolling to have such a side to her. It was impossible to guard against. Tian Rolling calmly retracted her hand and looked at Qin Yan. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. This domineering, ice-cold, and valiant beauty's smile brought with it a unique charm and flirtatiousness. However, it made Qin Yan feel a chill down his spine. Among all the women he met, Bing Xing and Xian Rujing are also like this, they take advantage of him when he doesn't even have the time to do so. Tian Rolling coldly verified Qin Yan's true body but she did not say a word. She continued sitting there with her arms crossed over her chest, as if she did not intend to tell Yu Wulan and Yi. In Qin Yan's illusory space, Ling Yuner giggled and said, Xiaoyun, this big sister wants to swallow you alone. What a domineering style. Don't talk nonsense. Xianxia lightly groaned and said, in the end, who taught big sister bad? Ling Yun'er said with a smile, this is very similar to Bingxing's fairy Xingling. However, it was also a little domineering and had its own uniqueness. He must have been with Shui Tianzi, that coquettish seductress. Qin was worried that Tian Rolling's hand would act up again, so he asked, are there many Xian nascent divine fruits on the Moon God Mountain? How do we use these profound nascent divine fruits? Yu Wulan quickly replied, the profound nascent divine fruit can't be eaten directly. Moreover, you can't bear to eat them. They are all very naughty little things. As for how to use it, we don't know for the time being. In short, elder sister Rujing is more proficient in this aspect. She only told us how to catch the profound nascent divine fruit first, and let us collect and preserve the profound nascent divine fruit. Is the profound nascent divine fruit really not edible? What will happen if I eat it? Qin was also imagining things in his mind. It was indeed impossible to eat a divine fruit that was as lively as a baby. Sister Rujing said that if you eat it directly, you will develop a demonic barrier in your heart. In your future cultivation, you will gradually fall into the demonic path and completely lose yourself, turning into a demon. Yu Wulan said, Xiaoyun, if you really get it, don't eat it carelessly. Keep it first. Qin nodded and said, I won't eat randomly. He felt that he would definitely get an answer if he asked the little black donkey. The heretic god might know. He now discovered that evil god, little black donkey and Xian Rujing's understanding of divine desolate matters are all different. They have different knowledge. By the way, Sister Ling Xue is also in Moon Palace. How is she now? Asked Qin. Xiaoyun, you know Big Sister Rujing and Big Sister Ling Xue? They are very powerful. In the Guanhan Palace, they can quickly become Xian immortals. I reckon that they will be able to make a big breakthrough soon. Chui said with a face full of envy, I am only a heavenly immortal now. Sister Rujing has Gemini spiritual veins and Sister Ling Xue has innate saint soul constitution. These two sisters are really powerful. Yu Wulan said enviously. Xiaoyun, how did you get to know Sister Rujing? Tian Rolling asked. Well, it's a long story. I met her in the Spirit Desolate. At that time, her cultivation level was about the same as mine. I refined quite a few pieces of equipment for her and this woman often took advantage of me. Humph. Qin said. Ah. You are now a 6th layer immortal and she is a Xian immortal. How did the gap between you two suddenly become so big? Chui is very astonished. In these past few years, the sun has changed and everyone has advanced by leaps and bounds. If your cultivation was about the same as Sister Rujing's, then you should be a heavenly immortal. Qin said with smile, I was injured, so my cultivation stagnated for a period of time. Is it because of that curse? Yu Wulan said somewhat sadly, Xiaoyun, if not for that curse, you would definitely be a good man. Qin is very speechless. He doesn't know if Yu Wulan is trying to comfort him or provoke him. Daybreak, Qin came out of the cabin of the small boat. Qin spent the night with the 3 great beauties of Moon Palace. The other Ascendant Immortals and 9th Layer Immortals in the group all looked at Qin with a strange expression. Of course, everyone thinks that Qin might have been scolded for the whole night. Chui's immortal sword was damaged. As long as Nangong Xueme gave him 500,000 immortal jade beads, this was Qin's idea. When Qin came out, he saw a dazzling golden desert in front of him. The sand of the desert is truly releasing a golden radiance. If it was at night, it would be even more beautiful. The immortal profound river that passed through the desert has been dyed golden. The rapid torrent is like a golden dragon traversing the desert. In front of us is the immortal profound desert. After entering, we won't be able to fly. An old man said, Exalted Immortal Rolling, has your magic mirror been upgraded? When the time comes, we might need to make all kinds of connections. Only after upgrading the magic mirror can be used within the energy range of the Sun Divine Stone. Because the amount of immortal jade beads needed to upgrade is too much, the other people in the group are reluctant to part with it. It's upgraded. Chui said indifferently. That's good. The old man revealed a smile, When the time comes, exalted immortal E, you need to pay attention to the news outside and then pass it on to us. We also want to know what's going on outside. The magic mirror truly has magical power. As long as everyone has time, the square magic mirror will always be in their hands. Only the disciples of Moon Palace, because of some reason, were forbidden, so they did not overuse it. Let's go, let's enter the desert. Tian Rolling shouted. Qinyan followed them and quickly flew towards the golden desert. When they arrived at the side of the desert, they landed on the ground and walked into the desert. The immortal profound river traversed the desert and there were actually many houses built by the river. It looked like a small town. An old exalted immortal said, Exalted immortal Rolling, I heard that there are many people selling information in this town. Should we go and buy some information? Tian Rolling thought for a moment and nodded, let's go together. With more people, those fellows won't dare to cheat. Although the immortal profound desert is one of the 10 sacred lands of the Xian province, it is still extremely dangerous. If they are not on guard, they will be killed and robbed. Qinyan and company entered the small town by the river. They came directly to a large shed. There were a few experienced elders in Tian Rolling's group. They immediately walked towards the shed and went in to inquire. However, no one sold any information and only told them to wait here. The main reason why Tian Rolling led the team this time was to search for the divine tree and then move it back to the Moon God Mountain to plant it. Any information had a certain amount of use. Qin Yun and company of more than 20 people sat under the shed. Yu Wulan and Chui both covered their faces with veils to avoid attracting too much attention. Although Tian Rolling was a great beauty, a fierce beauty like her would not attract the attention of those young masters. After waiting for a while, a group of people came. It seemed to be a team. There were more than 30 people in the team and walking in front was a woman wearing a red dress. Her skin was like jade and she had an oval face. She was beautiful and quiet, with a long braid and a scimitar in her hand. She looked somewhat heroic and her eyes emitted a blue light. With a single glance, one could tell that she was not to be trifled with. Yo, Guanghan Palace's Tian Rolling. I didn't expect you guys to come as well. Didn't those powerful women from the Guanghan Palace come? The blue light in the red-dressed woman's eyes disappeared as she laughed. Xianyuan Wanxi, your Xianyuan family is quite generous. They are all exalted immortals. Tian Rolling looked at the group of people behind Xianyuan Wanxi and said. Everyone was secretly alarmed. Xianyuan Wanxi had brought more than 30 exalted immortals with her. This was definitely a very powerful force. There's nothing we can do. Our Xianyuan family doesn't lack exalted immortals. Xianyuan Wanxi smiled lightly. Is your Guanghan Palace worried that those delicate and beautiful fairies will die tragically? You actually recruited some exalted immortals and immortals. Aya, there's even a 6th level immortal. Xianyuan Wanxi looked at Qin Yun and sized him up with a smile. She teased, this little immortal is quite handsome. It would be such a pity if he died. I say, how can the women of your Guanghan Palace be willing to let this kind of handsome guy die? Just as Tian Rolling was about to speak, a very strong aura suddenly came from afar. Xianyuan Wanxi's expression changed slightly, this immortal power aura. It seems to belong to that bitch Nangong Xueme and her horse husband. Yuzhuakuan actually came as well. This immortal Xian desert is really lively. Yuzhuakuan actually came, Chui's expression changed, her eyes filled with worry. Yuzhuakuan's current aura is filled with rage. With a glance, one could tell that he came for the matter of Nangong Xueme. Nangong Xueme is wearing light blue clothes. Beside her is a handsome man with a long face. He looks tall and although he is not very strong, he is not thin either. He is wearing simple white clothes and does not look like luxurious immortal clothes. However, his body exudes an arrogant aura that makes people not dare to look at him. Greetings, young Master Yu. Young Master Yu, long time no see. You've become even more handsome. I never thought that I would be able to meet young Master Yu in such a desolate place. It's truly an honor. A large group of people immediately walked over to flatter him. Among these people, there are people from Tian Rolling's group and also people from Xianyuan Wanxi's group. Yuzhuakuan waved his hand and said with a smile, my little wife was swindled by a bastard of 500,000 immortal jade beads. Everyone, you must see how I teach a lesson to a swindler and then spread this matter out. I must let the people of the immortal desolate know how you, deal with these swindlers. When Nangong Xueme arrived, she pointed at Qin Yun and shouted angrily, "It's that bastard. He teamed up with Chui to deceive me. Chui, why are you so despicable? You actually teamed up with others to deceive people. Since you've already done such a shady business, when are you going to sell it?" Yu Zuokuan laughed loudly, causing Chui to feel very angry. These young exalted immortals all seemed to know each other. Xianyuan Wanzi immediately understood and felt somewhat astonished. A little immortal actually dared to deceive Nangong Xueme. This made her very happy. Then, she took out many watermelons and distributed them to her subordinates. She ate them while watching. How did Yi and Xiaoyan deceive Nangong Xueme? Tell me. Tian Rolling coldly narrowed her eyes. Her entire body was filled with killing intent. Her aura was not weak at all. Cho Yongchao Yu Zuokuan is extremely domineering and unreasonable. He coldly looked at Qin Yun and Chui Yi. Here, Yu Zuokuan, a 9th stage upper immortal, is an invincible existence because only upper immortals can enter the immortal Xian desert. As one of the 10 great upper immortals, there are not many upper immortals here who are his match. Xianyuan Wanzi, who was eating melons at the side, said with a smile, "Nangong Xueme, in order to avenge you, your man is actually going to have sex with another woman. You can tolerate this kind of thing? This is my husband's ability. I was the one who told him to fuck that slut Chui. What's wrong?" Although Nangong Xueme said this, she is very angry in her heart. Xianyuan Wanzi is just a bystander, yet she is blindly spouting nonsense. Everyone can see that Nangong Xueme has no dignity at all. Otherwise, Yu Zuokuan would not have said that he would sleep with Chui for a night. Tian Rolling and the others are also extremely angry. This Yu Zuokuan is threatening a disciple of the Guanghan Palace like this. He does not place the Guanghan Palace in his eyes at all. Yu Zuokuan laughed arrogantly and said, "Tian Rolling, Yu Wulan, do you want to sleep with me? Ha ha ha, let's do it together. You're courting death." Tian Rolling was immediately infuriated. She took out her cold cloud saber and pointed it at Yu Zuokuan, calmly releasing ice-cold killing intent. Yu Zuokuan had a determined look on his face because he possessed absolute power in the mysterious immortal desert. As long as Xianyuan Wanzi does not take action, he can destroy Tian Rolling's team. Chui is very anxious because they are at a disadvantage and cannot defeat Yu Zuokuan and company. At this moment, her magic mirror vibrated. She took it out and said in pleasant surprise, "It's a message from Yuelan." She said that Sister Rujing suddenly arranged for her to come here. Xiao Yuelan wants to come? Don't scare me. Quickly hand over that brat and let Chui sleep with me. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire team. Yu Zuokuan shouted and then laughed loudly. This caused the people that Tian Rolling summoned to be extremely terrified. However, they also felt that Tian Rolling should be able to resist for a while. At that time, they would be able to escape or give up resisting and directly surrender. Xianyuan Wanzi said with a frown, "Guanghan Palace's Xiao Yuelan is one of the 10 great exalted immortals. Her strength is unfathomable. She never appears in public and has never fought with anyone. So what? I, Yu Zuokuan, am the strongest among the 10 great exalted immortals." Yu Zuokuan said fearlessly, "Xianyuan Wanzi, you are also one of the 10 great celestials. I advise you not to interfere in this matter." At this moment, a few more groups of people arrived. They were all old and middle-aged men. There was no lack of old inscription masters among them. When they saw Yu Zuokuan here, they all went forward to greet him very politely. Seeing a few famous old inscription masters greet Yu Zuokuan politely, everyone was secretly surprised and envious. Those old inscription masters are all able to refine immortal tools. They are normally aloof and revered by people. And because Yu Zuokuan's grandfather is immortal Emperor De Yu, these inscription masters have to be courteous to Yu Zuokuan. "Cho Yongchao, Master Cho? My father mentioned you before. I didn't expect to see the rumored Master Cho here." Xianyuan Wanzi looked at a white-haired old man with a long beard and said politely, "I heard that you can already carve 8 great master immortal runes. As long as you can carve 10, you will be a great master." Although Xianyuan Wanxi is one of the 10 great exalted immortals, she is very polite to Chou Yongqiao. It can be seen that Chou Yongqiao's status is not low. In the Immortal Desolate, many inscription masters are called immortal inscription masters. However, according to the degree of finesse, they are also divided into Great Master and Great Master. Master Chou, it's good that you are here. This guy used a trick to swindle Xuemei's 500,000 immortal jade beads. Yuzuokuan also took out an immortal sword and pointed it at Tian Rolling. He did not make a move because he wanted everyone to understand the ins and outs of the matter. This way, even if this matter were to spread, he would have reason to face the Guanghan Palace. Soon after, Nangong Xuemei narrated what happened with a crying expression. After everyone heard this, they are somewhat astonished in their hearts. Qin Yan's methods actually deceived so many people. Then, all kinds of accusations and curses were directed at Qin Yan. They all felt injustice for Nangong Xuemei. Even Chou Yongqiao repeatedly reprimanded Qin Yan for deceiving people who don't understand runes. Nangong Xuemei and Yuzuokuan saw that everyone is filled with righteous indignation and secretly rejoiced. Yuzuokuan shouted, Tian Rolling, what else do you have to say? Chu Yi damaged Xuemei's immortal sword. Not only did she not compensate, she even colluded with this Jianghu swindler to swindle Xuemei's 500,000 immortal jade beads. You are all unreasonable. Qin Yan faintly smiled. Nangong Xuemei's immortal sword is just a practice product, the runes inside are not stable. Otherwise, how could a mortal emperor to use a mortal sword be so easily fooled by such a small trick? Yuzuokuan, the immortal sword you gave to Nangong Xuemei is simply a defective product that no one wants. My guess is that Immortal Emperor De you really did refine an immortal sword for Nangong Xuemei, but you cheated him and sold his best immortal sword and then replaced it with a broken one. Now that Nangong Xuemei's immortal sword has a problem, you are trying to make Sister Yi take the blame. Jianghu swindler, you are talking nonsense. Yuzuokuan coldly shouted. Nangong Xuemei's eyes flickered. She is secretly suspicious in her heart because an immortal sword refined by Immortal Emperor De you can't be that bad. Qin Yan laughed loudly. Nangong Xuemei, take out your immortal sword and let Chou Yongqiao check it. Xuemei, don't listen to him, otherwise you will be cheated by him again. Yuzuokuan furiously glared at Qin Yan and shouted, Little immortal, what do you know? I, Yuzuokuan, am an inscription master. How could I not know that there is a problem with that immortal sword? Qin Yan chuckled. I am not talented, but I am also an inscription master. Moreover, I believe that my level is higher than yours. Everyone immediately roared with laughter. Even Chou Yongqiao repeatedly laughed and said, Little immortal, this young master Yu's grandfather is the famous Immortal Emperor De Yu. He knows how to refine immortal jade beads. You say that your inscription Dao is more brilliant than young master Yu's, then what is your background? My background, if I say it, you will all be scared to death. It's fine if I don't say it. Qin Yan said indifferently, Yuzuokuan, if you have the guts, then let Nangong Xuemei take out her immortal sword. That immortal sword is broken, it has already been melted down. Yuzuokuan said coldly, don't even think about playing tricks. Quickly come over and let me wring your head, you won't be able to leave today no matter what. Qin Yan secretly frowned. If Nangong Xuemei doesn't take out the immortal sword, it will be very difficult for him. Young Master Yu, don't be in such a hurry to kill him. I want to see what level this little immortal's inscription Dao is. Don't you want to humiliate him? Chou Yongqiao stroked his long beard and chuckled. To be honest, I have never seen such a shameless little immortal before. I suggest that young Master Yu personally take action and completely expose the swindler's face. Many people echoed and supported Yuzuokuan to expose the swindler's lies. Master Chou is right. He said that he is an inscription master and his level is higher than mine. Then I will expose him on the spot. Yuzuokuan laughed loudly and said to Qin Yan, Little immortal, how about we compete for a bit? Young Master Yu, if you lose, you will bark like a dog and crawl under my crotch. How about it? Qin Yan is naturally very willing to accept Yuzuokuan's challenge. Ha ha ha. Yuzuokuan laughed loudly, the others also laughed loudly. Even Xianyuan Wanxi is giggling nonstop. What big words. It looks like he can really win, someone laughed loudly. Io, a little immortal actually thinks that he can win against young Master Yu in Inscription Dao. Truly making people laugh until their teeth fall off. Little immortal, quickly commit suicide. You are so arrogant that it is embarrassing. What are you still alive for? Hurry up and die. Swindler, you don't even know how to brag, hurry up and reincarnate. Many people began to mock and shout loudly, giving Yuzhuakuan more power. Only Tian Rolling and the other two knew that Qin Yun had true ability. As for the other people in Tian Rolling's group, they felt very embarrassed and ashamed. They could not understand why Tian Rolling would stand up for this little immortal. Nangong Shuemei laughed, little immortal, if my husband really loses, he will crawl into your crotch. Then what if you lose? What are you going to do? Of course, with my husband's status, humiliating a little immortal like you is too much of a loss. You are not worth humiliating, your self-esteem is worthless. Little immortal, if you want me to bet my self-esteem, then what will you use to bet? Do you know how expensive my self-esteem is? Yuzhuakuan laughed loudly. Everyone burst into laughter again as they mocked Qin Yun. At this moment, Qin Yun slowly took out a divine fruit. The divine fruit in his hand shone with a golden light and released a dazzling light. As long as one had a magic mirror, they would have seen the image posted by the black tortoise great god. They would not be unfamiliar with this fruit. Because this was a divine fruit and it was the same type of divine fruit that the black tortoise great god had released, the people who were mocking Qin Yun just a moment ago could not laugh anymore after seeing the divine fruit's dazzling light. Everyone was completely silent, their eyes were glued to the divine fruit in Qin Yun's hand. Everyone was shocked to the extreme, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Yun actually had a divine fruit in his hand. Shanyuan Wanxi and Chou Yongchao were both 9th layer exalted immortals. If they ate this divine fruit, they would definitely become Xian immortals. Therefore, this fruit was very important to them. When Qin Yun saw that everyone's greedy eyes were about to pop out, he quickly put away the divine fruit and said with a smile, young master you, if I lose, I will give this divine fruit to you. I can sign a soul contract with you to guarantee that this divine fruit is real. All right. Yuzhuakuan immediately shouted. This was a divine fruit that could help one become a Xian immortal. Moreover, it was rumored to be very delicious. Of course, the feeling of eating it was just a figment of the little black donkey's imagination. Young master you, now I know that your dignity is worth a divine fruit. Qin Yun said with a chuckle. Yuzhuakuan's expression changed, he said coldly, little immortal, where did you get this divine fruit? I gave it to you. Qin Yun said with smile. Who gave it to you? Nangong Shuemei yelled. She has seen exactly the same divine fruit before. Nangong Shuiru also has one. Mystic Tiger King gave it to me. Qin Yun said with smile and then took out a mask. Seeing the mask, everyone let out a burst of cry of alarm. Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain's Mystic Tiger King gave 2 divine fruits to humans. Nangong Shuiru obtained one and the other was obtained by the mysterious masked man. And Qin Yun is actually that mysterious masked man. Chapter 1281, Flame Tiger Immortal Rune Nangong Shuemei is very apprehensive. She never expected that this little half-immortal was not only a masked man but also a 6th layer immortal. The 9th layer immortal assassin she sent out used 2 precious immortal talisman tools but still failed to kill Qin Yun and Little Phoenix. Now she knows that Qin Yun is not a simple character. Especially since Qin Yun has a good relationship with the female disciples of Guanghan Palace. Moreover, he claims to be an inscription master. Nangong Shuemei understands the female disciples of Guanghan Palace very well. She knows that these female disciples are very vigilant towards men. But Nangong Shuiru and Tian Rolling, these outstanding female disciples are very close to Qin Yun, it is very puzzling. Nangong Shuemei, your assassin is a 9th layer immortal. He used 2 immortal talisman tools to kill me but I am still alive. I don't think it's because my luck is good but because those immortal talisman tools are too weak. I guess they were refined by young master you, right? Qin Yun said with chuckle. Everyone is secretly apprehensive. Qin Yun was blasted by 2 immortal talisman tools but he is still alive and not even a little bit injured. Yuzhuakuan's expression changed, he furiously said, don't talk nonsense. I have never refined an immortal talisman tool for Shuemei. If I refined an immortal talisman tool, forget about 2, just half of it would be enough to turn you into dregs. Less nonsense, let's quickly start the inscription competition. What competition? Qin Yan said with smile, let's make things clear first and then sign the soul contract. Grandmaster Qiao, let's discuss this. Yuzhuakuan said to Chou Yongchao. Yuzhuakuan knows that Qin Yan has some way of doing things, so he wants to find Chou Yongchao to discuss a certain way to win. Although Chou Yongchao is a 9th layer immortal and a senior, he feels that it is an honor to be able to get close to Yuzhuakuan. At least he will be able to climb up the mountain that is Yu family. Yuzhuakuan and Chou Yongchao walked to the side and began discussing through sound transmission. Nangong Xueme angrily looked at Qin Yan. Her intuition tells her that Nangong Xueli and Long Tianren were killed by Qin Yan. Shanyuan Wanzi watched from the side. She had thought that Qin Yan was just a small immortal who was good at bragging, but when she saw that Qin Yan had a divine fruit, she immediately felt that Qin Yan had an extraordinary background. Young Master Qin, you just said there's someone behind you. Who is it? Shanyuan Wanzi asked. I will scare you to death if I tell you. Qin Yan chuckled and said. Say it. I'm not afraid of being scared. I grew up scared. Shanyuan Wanzi chuckled. Just tell me. Forget it. Qin Yan shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. My skills are not good enough, so I don't dare to announce my sect for the time being. I'm worried that I'll bring shame to my sect, so I won't say it. Others wished they could flaunt their backer, but Qin Yan hid it. This gave others an unfathomable feeling. Don't listen to him. This guy is a big swindler. Nangong Xueme was very angry when she thought about how her 500,000 immortal jade beads had been swindled. Yuzhuakuan and Chou Yongchao had not come to an agreement yet, which made many people anxious. Qin Yan said with smile, Young Master Yu, are you afraid? If you lose, you will have to bark like a dog and crawl into your crotch. This is a serious competition, I can't be careless. I will discuss the competition rules with Master Chou. Yuzhuakuan sneered at Qin Yan and said, I can tell with one look that you have never participated in an official inscription competition, you don't understand the process. Qin Yan smiled but did not say anything. Suddenly, another group of people arrived. Shanyuan Wanzi said with smile, it's young Master Song. Song Fengchen has arrived. Yu Wulan lightly groaned, one of Xuanzhou stallion kings. Nangong Xueme looked at Song Fengchen and said with smile, Young Master Song, last time I saw you, you were only a 9th level immortal. But now you are already a ascendant immortal? Truly awesome. Sister Xueme, don't laugh at me. I am far inferior to old brother Yu. He is one of the 10 great ascendant immortals, moreover, he is publicly recognized as the strongest. Song Fengchen chuckled and said. He is wearing very extravagant and luxurious golden clothes. The folding fan in his hand is also flickering with light. When he fanned it, a burst of golden mist floated out. Song Fengchen is also a fair and tender young master of a rich family. He is tall and thin, he looks like a silk pants. His group is also not weak, they are all ascendant immortals. Song Fengchen's father Song Zhaosher is an inscription master who can refine immortal jade beads. Therefore, Song Fengchen and Yuzhuakuan are very close. As soon as he arrived, he quickly understood what happened. After Song Fengchen heard, his eyes became filled with fanaticism because he also wants a divine fruit. It must be known that being able to announce that you have obtained a divine fruit on the Devil Mirror is a very cool thing. So far, only the mysterious expert Xian Wu Great God has announced it. If he, Song Fengchen, obtains a divine fruit and then posts a photo of him taking a photo with the divine fruit on the Devil Mirror, it will certainly cause a sensation, enough for him to brag about for several years. Song Fengchen secretly cursed himself for coming too late. Otherwise, that divine fruit would have been his. Song Fengchen's relationship with Yuzhuakuan and Nangong Xueme is very good, so he also wants to be in the limelight now. He sneered at Tian Rolling and said, Disciples of Guanghan Palace, with just these few people, you want to find a rare treasure in the immortal Xian Desert? Don't even think about it, hurry up and go back to your moon and hide. Song Fengchen hates the female disciples of Guanghan Palace very much because he can't get any of them. Song Fengchen, the one who should scram is you. Yu Wulan said with a sneer, you are older than the 3 of us but your strength is inferior to ours. You actually have the face to shout in front of us. My cultivation is inferior to yours because I've been injured a few times. Song Fengchen said with a face full of indignation, everyone doesn't know. The reason why I was injured was mainly to save people. Soon after, Song Fengchen began to talk non-stop about how he saved others. Just by listening, one could tell that he was bragging. However, many people cheered and said that he was a great hero. After all, he was Song Xiaoshi's son. Flattery was a must. Qin Yan could also tell that Song Fengchen was an expert at bragging. Furthermore, he did not feel guilty at all when he boasted. It was very smooth and natural, which made him secretly admire him. Friends in Tian Rolling's team, if you don't mind me, then come and join my team. How much will Tian Rolling give you? I will add another 100,000 immortal jade beads on top of the original. Song Fengchen opened his folding fan and fanned his chest as he spoke with a very heroic smile. Tian Rolling cursed in her heart. This Song Fengchen was trying to poach them in this place. It was clear that he did not want them to properly explore the immortal Xian desert. If they don't want to continue following us, they will have to give us 150,000 immortal jade beads to remove the soul contract. Yi shouted. I, Song Fengchen, will pay for these 150,000 immortal jade beads. Song Fengchen said with a smile. His father was Song Xiaoshi and he could refine immortal jade beads. Therefore, he did not lack immortal jade beads. The people sitting in the shed where Tian Rolling and company were all overjoyed. They immediately apologized to Tian Rolling and removed the soul contract. As expected, Song Fengchen straightforwardly took out enough immortal jade beads to compensate Tian Rolling. Following that, Song Fengchen signed the contract with those people one by one. In this way, Song Fengchen's team was the strongest in the immortal Xian desert. This immediately increased his confidence. As for Tian Rolling's team, they only have 4 people and one of them is a 6th-stage immortal. Yuelan is coming soon. At that time, we will also have one of the 10 great immortals here. Why are you all running? Yi said angrily. But your team has a 6th-stage immortal. You guys take care of him so much. When the time comes, if you go all out to save him, won't you just be a burden? An old man said. At this time, the people who left Tian Rolling's team all complained that Qin Yan's cultivation was too low and it would affect the overall strength of the team. And at this time, Yu Zuokuan and Chou Yongqiao finished discussing and exchanged pleasantries with Song Fengchen. Qin Yan, right? Our competition is very simple, it is to carve the immortal runes provided by Master Chou. Whoever has the highest degree of finesse will win. Yu Zuokuan said. Little immortal, I created that immortal rune myself. Young Master Yu has never carved it before, so this is very fair to the two of you. Chou Yongqiao chuckled and said, Young Master Yu's level is far higher than yours. Even if he just came into contact with that immortal rune, the finesse of the carving will definitely be very high. Song Fengchen laughed, this little immortal might not be able to complete it. Chou Yongqiao laughed, that's right. If this is the first time this little immortal has come into contact with my self-created immortal rune and his finesse is higher than young Master Yu's, then I will concede defeat and willingly accompany young Master Yu to crawl into his crotch and bark like a dog. Cut the crap, come and sign the contract. Qin Yan shouted, then took out the divine fruit and waved it. Seeing Qin Yan's dazzling divine fruit, everyone cried out in alarm. When Yu Zuokuan saw the divine fruit, he hurriedly went over to sign the contract with Qin Yan. He is like a dog, wishing that he could immediately obtain the divine fruit. Qin Yan could already tell that Yu Zuokuan and Chou Yongqiao must have discussed how to cheat, so he was on guard. This is the Flame Tiger Immortal Rune I created. It is mainly used to make immortal talismans or immortal formations. The immortal talisman created can release a very strong flame tiger. I will provide the inscription to you, you will carve according to the inscription, whoever has the highest finesse will win. Yu Zuokuan took out a beast skin, on it is carved the Flame Tiger Immortal Rune. Qin Yan looked at it and secretly felt disdain. Because he can tell from the inscription that this is a very ordinary immortal rune. Moreover, many of the runes are unnecessary. Having too many useless runes will only make the energy flow in the rune for a longer time and consume even more immortal power. Song Fengchen, Yu Zuokuan and a few other old inscription masters saw the Flame Tiger Immortal Rune inscription and immediately started praising it incessantly. This made Chou Yongqiao feel extremely proud, he is grinning from ear to ear. Half an hour. Cho Yongchao took out an hourglass and said, "If the finesse of the inscription you carve is at the same level, then whoever finishes the fastest will win." "How can his finesse compare to mine?" Yuzhuakuan mocked. Then he took out a beast skin and began carving while looking at the flame tiger immortal rune. Qingyun used the extinction spirit eye to take a look and saw that there are many runes hidden inside Yuzhuakuan's beast skin. They are exactly the same as the flame tiger immortal rune. Yuzhuakuan is cheating, and it was provided by Cho Yongchao. When signing the contract, it was also stated that cheating is not allowed, but Yuzhuakuan still dared to do so. Clearly, this old fox Cho Yongchao used a brilliant method to avoid it. To invite disgrace upon oneself. When Cho Yongchao saw Qingyun begin to carve runes, he stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "Even I would find it difficult to obtain such a high degree of finesse in an hour." Of course, young Master Yu's talent is outstanding, and he is a rare genius. Even if he has never learned the Flame Tiger Immortal Mark, his precision must be very high. When the crowd heard this, they were full of praises. Song Fengchen said in shock, "Master Qiu, you're so familiar with the Flame Tiger Immortal Mark, and you created it yourself. How much finesse can you achieve in an hour?" "Level 10 finesse at most." Cho Yongchao laughed self-deprecatingly. "If it's 2 hours, it won't be a problem to reach level 11. The other inscription masters all came over to flatter Cho Yongchao and Yuzhuakuan. "This Qin brat, forget about obtaining an extremely high degree of finesse, even completing this set of inscriptions is impossible," Cho Yongchao said with a smile. Tian Rolling and the others are somewhat worried for Qingyun because they do not understand runes. And now, Cho Yongchao and the other high-level inscription masters did not think highly of Qingyun, which made them worried. Nangong Shuime proudly smiled and said, "My husband is truly amazing. In a few years, his finesse might even reach the Grandmaster level." Cho Yongchao nodded and laughed, "That's for sure." Yuzhuakuan was still young, but if his finesse was already at the Grandmaster level, then he was indeed a rare peerless genius. Qingyun did not know how Cho Yongchao had evaded the contract. Yuzhuakuan was clearly cheating, but he had not suffered any backlash from the soul contract. Xiaoyun, Yuzhuakuan might not know about this. "This is all arranged by Cho Yongchao." Ling Yuner said, "Cho Yongchao, that old fox, must have done this kind of thing many times." "Maybe. As long as Yuzhuakuan doesn't know anything, nothing will happen to him. I have to study these contract rules in the future. This time I was tricked by that old fox." Qingyun was more or less worried that he would lose. After all, the other party had cheated. There was still half of the hourglass left. Yuzhuakuan put away his carving knife and smiled, "I'm done." Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Cho Yongchao's face was filled with shock as he said, "Young Master Yu, your inscription talent is unparalleled in the world. It is truly an eye-opener." "It's nothing, this is the result of my many years of hard work." Yuzhuakuan laughed smugly. He looked at Qingyun and saw that Qingyun was still slowly carving. He said with a sneer, "This little immortal really knows how to carve runes. I have underestimated him. However, he will lose without a doubt. Qingyun is very serious about carving runes. His floating cloud divine needle seems to be connected to his blood vessels, he can control it freely. In addition, the needle tip is very thin, this can increase the finesse." This was his first time inscribing a celestial rune. Moreover, it was a very unfamiliar celestial rune, so he did not dare to guarantee the degree of finesse. Originally, he felt that it was impossible for Yuzhuakuan to win against him with the same conditions as him. But Cho Yongchao had played a trick, which put him under a lot of pressure. When Qingyun was carving runes, he discovered that the Flame Tiger Immortal rune was not created by Cho Yongchao himself. It is a trash immortal rune that Cho Yongchao pieced together using other immortal runes. The Flame Tiger Immortal rune has fire and beast attribute immortal runes. Qingyun, who possesses the wildfire inscription spirit and beast king inscription spirit, can carve it with ease. He felt that if he was familiar with this set of runes, he might be able to raise the finesse to level 12. At this time, Cho Yongchao and other inscription masters took out tools to test the finesse of runes and inspected the Flame Tiger Immortal rune carved by Yuzhuakuan. After the inspection, those inscription masters continuously exclaimed in admiration and exclaimed in surprise. Young Master Yu has just come into contact with this unfamiliar immortal rune and the finesse of the rune has reached level 10. This is truly inconceivable. Too awesome, this kind of talent is truly unparalleled. Maybe young Master Yu will surpass his grandfather Immortal Emperor Yu in the future. Young Master Yu is invincible. Those inscription masters constantly flattered Yu Zuokuan, causing his face to be filled with a proud smile. As for Song Fengchen, he is secretly jealous because he is being firmly suppressed in front of Yu Zuokuan. Nangong Shuemei's smile is even more gorgeous, her face is filled with pride. She unceasingly flaunted in front of Xianyuan Wanxi, Chui, and the other girls. The sand in the hourglass has finally run out, Qin Yan also just finished. Yu Zuokuan impatiently said, "Little immortal, quickly take out your divine fruit." Qin Yan said with frown, "Aren't you going to test the finesse?" Chou Yongchao disdainfully sneered and said, "Test what? What a waste of time, I just casually looked and I already know that your finesse is very low. Quickly take out the divine fruit and give it to young Master Yu, you have lost. We have signed a contract, I advise you to be a bit more honest." Qin Yan coldly said, "If you don't test it, how can you determine how much finesse I have? You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, you are just making unnecessary moves. Even if you have 10th level finesse, so what? Won't you still lose?" Chou Yongchao coldly snorted, took out a testing tool and shined it on Qin Yan's beast skin. Chou Yongchao's testing tool is a mirror, when it shined on Qin Yan's beast skin, 11 light spots appeared. Seeing those 11 light spots, Chou Yongchao is stunned, then he vigorously wiped the mirror but the 11 light spots on the mirror are getting brighter and brighter, causing his hands to slightly tremble in shock. He closed the mirror and opened it again to check again, it is still 11 light spots. "Master Chou, after your test, what is the finesse?" Qin Yan asked with a sneer. Chou Yongchao's hands are trembling, his forehead is immediately filled with sweat, he swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, "Impossible, impossible, how can you carve it to 11th level finesse?" When everyone saw Chou Yongchao's reaction and heard him say this, they immediately looked at each other in shock. "What?" Yu Zuokuan cried out in alarm, he quickly rushed over and took out his own testing tool to check. Very quickly, he also obtained the result, it is indeed 11th level finesse. Chou Yongchao sat down on the ground, his face is filled with fear as he looked at Qin Yan. Because he knows that Qin Yan's talent is truly peerless, this kind of super genius's background is certainly very strong, it is not inferior to Yu Zuokuan's grandfather Immortal Emperor. Chou Yongchao's forehead is filled with sweat, he suddenly felt that he has offended the younger generation of a superpower, the consequences are very serious. He carefully thought about it and realized that Qin Yan is not simple, his cultivation is not high yet he has divine fruits and he is together with 3 great beauties of Guanghan Palace. Song Fengchen came over to check Qin Yan's rune finesse and after checking, he is also shocked. Xianyuan Wanxi who was watching melons opened her small mouth in amazement. She was not optimistic about Qin Yan before but now she is completely dumbfounded because Qin Yan is truly a very strong inscription master. Nangong Shuemei's expression became even more marvelous, she finally realized how good Nangong Shuiru's vision is. She actually knew such a mysterious and powerful young man. On the contrary, it was the 2 sisters who had eyes but failed to see, they repeatedly attacked Qin Yan. At this time, she also recalled the matter of her immortal sword. She secretly clenched her fists and cursed Yu Zuokuan in anger. She is certain that her immortal sword has been replaced by Yu Zuokuan. Yu Zuokuan's mind is completely blank because he wants to bark like a dog and drill through Qin Yan's crotch. Song Fengchen did not say a word but in his heart, flowers are blooming. Earlier, Yu Zuokuan was flattered by so many people that he almost flew to the sky. And the higher he is blown, the more miserable he will fall. All the inscription masters and upper immortals here are speechless. They don't know what to say because they all know that Qin Yan is a hidden disciple of a famous sect. "Young Master Yu, please." Qin Yan spread open his long legs and said with smile, "Remember, you must bark like a dog and drill at the same time." Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air, this is an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Yu Zuokuan cursed Qin Yan in his heart, why is he pretending to be deep and profound, he has been cheated miserably. He glared at Chou Yongchao, he feels that he will lose because of Chou Yongchao. Don't even think about it. I won't drill. Yuzhuakuan bellowed, turned around and ran. Ah! Yuzhuakuan suddenly hugged his head and screamed. His soul has suffered a backlash from the power of the contract. Young Master Yu, if you don't drill, no one will be able to save you. Qin Yan said indifferently. Tian Rolling, Yu Wulan, and Chui are secretly pleased in their hearts. They admire Qin Yan even more. I'll drill, I'll drill. Yuzhuakuan shouted in pain. He had enjoyed glory and wealth since he was young. He could not endure hardship and he did not want to die. He arrived in front of Qin Yan and knelt on the ground. He roared at the others, all of you, put away your magic mirrors. If anyone spreads this matter, I'll kill their entire family. Chui took out her magic mirror and said with a smile, such a wonderful scene, we must record it down. Qin Yan hurriedly took out a mask and put it on. He said with a smile, although I'm very handsome, I don't want to be on camera. It's better to keep a low profile. Slut, you're dead for sure. Yuzhuakuan said angrily, just you wait, I'll definitely kill all of you. Chui was not afraid at all. She giggled and said, hurry up and crawl over. Remember to bark like a dog. Yuzhuakuan gritted his teeth and shouted woof, woof, woof and crawled under Qin Yan's crotch. Seeing this scene, everyone wanted to laugh but they didn't dare. Whoever laughed would die, of course, Chui, Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan dared to laugh. After Yuzhuakuan crawled over, Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan gathered all their immortal power together and came to Qin Yan's side. They were on guard against Yuzhuakuan. Chou Yongchao and Nangong Xuemei hurriedly came over to help Yuzhuakuan up. Young Master Yu, quickly, quickly kill them. Chou Yongchao was worried that Yuzhuakuan would vent his anger on him, so he quickly said in a low voice. Master Chou, you said before that if Qin Yan could defeat me, you would also crawl under his crotch. You said that you would do it. Yuzhuakuan suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice. If Chou Yongchao also crawled, Yuzhuakuan would feel a little better. Chou Yongchao is very afraid of death. After all, Yuzhuakuan has brought a large team here. Furthermore, he is currently angry and could kill at any time. Chou Yongchao, who is afraid of death, cursed Yuzhuakuan in his heart. Then, he crawled on the ground towards Qin Yan's crotch. Remember to bark like a dog. Yuzhuakuan said coldly, reminding Chou Yongchao. Chou Yongchao crawled over while barking like a dog. He gritted his teeth and cursed Qin Yan. Chui and the others laughed even more happily. After Chou Yongchao crawled over, Yuzhuakuan immediately took out an immortal sword. The robust immortal power in his body surged out along with his anger. He said angrily, Qin Yan, you and Chui joined hands to swindle 500,000 immortal jade beads from Xuemei. I'll settle this debt with you now. Go to hell. Young Master Cheating Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan immediately stood in front of Qin Yan with their immortal sabers in hand. Take Xiaoyan away. Tian Rolling said coldly. Do you think you can leave? Chou Yongchao immediately took out a few immortal talismans and shouted, all of you must die. Yuzhuakuan laughed sinisterly, capture those 3 women alive. Only by taking them all will we be able to wash away our shame. Chou Yongchao is an inscription master and Yuzhuakuan is one of the 10 great exalted immortals. Their cultivation is at the 9th level of exalted immortal. In this place, they are the strongest exalted immortals. In addition to the team brought by Yuzhuakuan and Nangong Xuemei, their strength is even stronger. Tian Rolling and company only have 3 exalted immortals and Qin Yan is only a 6th level immortal. Everyone feels that Qin Yan and company are finished today. Qin Yan, if you didn't insult us, we might have let you go. But now, you are finished. Chou Yongchao is very angry. He looked at Chui and said, little girl, quickly hand over your magic mirror. Chui had recorded the entire process of them drilling into their crotch. If she were to send it out, Yuzhuakuan and Chou Yongchao would be finished. This is also the reason why Chou Yongchao is so flustered and exasperated. This matter could not be spread out. He valued his reputation very much. Song Fengchen suddenly walked out and said, Chui, I know you haven't sent out that message yet. Don't act recklessly. Chui sneered and said, don't act recklessly. Before I die, I will definitely have enough time to release the video of Yuzhuakuan and Chou Yongchao drilling into their crotch. Yuzhuakuan and Chou Yongchao are anxious. They indeed do not have the confidence to kill Chui in one go because Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan are still protecting her. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan were sent to the immortal Xian Desert. They are definitely not weak and their equipment is very strong. Furthermore, no one knows their exact cultivation. Song Fengchen said, "Qin Yun, your inscription level is not bad and I have also studied inscription for a period of time. How about this, I will compete with you. Regardless of whether I win or lose, I, Song Fengchen, will help you by an incense stick of time. Of course, if you lose, make Chui give me her magic mirror and divine fruit to you." "Sure, let's sign the soul contract," Qin Yun said. "Well, let's not sign it. Because I can only try my best to buy time for you." Song Fengchen laughed. "I don't want you to sign a soul contract either. I believe that you are a trustworthy person." Yuzhuekuan originally wanted to say something, but he felt that Song Fengchen's main purpose was to snatch the magic mirror. "Alright, then what shall we compete in?" Qin Yan did not trust Song Fengchen. He only wanted to stall for time and wait for Xiao Yuelan to arrive. He believed in Xiao Yuelan's strength. "I have a celestial talisman weapon here. Due to some reasons, it was damaged. If you can repair it, you win." Song Fengchen took out a black eagle. This black eagle could fly and was very fast. Moreover, it was an immortal talisman weapon. Flying in the air, if it encountered a prey, it could dive down and collide with it, then explode. Qin Yan was puzzled when he saw this immortal talisman weapon. He suspected that the assassins sent by Nangong Xuemei must have used this immortal talisman weapon. Alright. Qin Yan received the black eagle and secretly sensed the power injected into it. Indeed, he sensed a very familiar aura. It was the immortal talisman weapon that had attacked him and Little Phoenix previously. This caused him to be even more shocked. Nangong Xuemei's immortal talisman weapon was actually given to her by Song Fengchen. This kind of immortal talisman weapon is very expensive, yet Song Fengchen was willing to give it to Nangong Xuemei. Clearly, their relationship is not ordinary. Qin Yan's intuition told him that Song Fengchen and Nangong Xuemei are having an affair. He also faintly saw that Yuzhuekuan's head is green. "Repair it within an hour." Song Fengchen chuckled and said, "Let's begin." This is not a competition at all because Qin Yun is the only one doing it, Song Fengchen is just watching from the side. Yuzhuekuan suddenly felt that Song Fengchen's competition is much more brilliant than Chou Yongchao's Flame Tiger Immortal Rune competition. The reason why Chou Yongchao used his own Flame Tiger Immortal Rune is actually to show off. He wants people to brag about how awesome his Immortal Rune is. Qin Yun carefully looked at Song Fengchen's Black Eagle Immortal Talisman tool and quickly discovered the damaged area. The runes inside the Black Eagle are very easy to see. The damaged area is precisely the runes, the damage is not serious. "Xiao Yun, this Black Eagle has an explosion," Ling Yun'er quickly said. Rolling and Wulan are guarding against Yuzhuekuan and the others. Only Sister Yi is by your side. If you repair this Black Eagle, Song Fengchen can control this Black Eagle to explode and injure you and Sister Yi. Qin Yan cursed Song Fengchen in his heart, he is actually so sinister. Earlier, Yuzhuekuan also received Song Fengchen's voice transmission. After learning of Song Fengchen's scheme, he secretly praised him. As long as Qin Yun repairs the Black Eagle, it will immediately explode. Once Chui and Qin Yun are blown up, it will be time for them to take action. Chui still hasn't posted the 2 videos on the magic mirror to threaten Yuzhuekuan and Chou Yongchao. If they were to post it, they would definitely be besieged by Yuzhuekuan's group. After Qin Yun saw through Song Fengchen's scheme, he promptly sent a voice transmission to Tian Rolling, Yu Wulan and Chui, telling them to prepare. "Xiao Yun, Yuelan should be arriving soon. Try your best to stall for time. Yuelan is a very powerful 9th stage upper immortal." Chui sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun. Qin Yun is slowly repairing the runes inside the Black Eagle. At the same time, he is thinking of a way to counterattack Song Fengchen. This Song Fengchen is helping Yuzhuekuan at this time, it should be to show off his ability and at the same time curry favor with Yuzhuekuan. This way, he can come into contact with more of Yuzhuekuan's women and then secretly play with them. Ling Yun'er tenderly laughed and said, "Song Fengchen doesn't lack women but he secretly plays with other people's women, it might be more exciting." Qin Yan is stalling for time, so the repair is very slow. Otherwise, he would have already repaired it. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. And Qin Yan still has not finished repairing it. This made Song Fengchen somewhat anxious. Qin Yan, time is almost up, have you finished repairing it? Song Fengchen said, if you haven't finished repairing it, you will lose and hand over the divine fruit and devil mirror to me. Song Fengchen brought many strong people with him. Later on, he poached Tian Rolling's people. Therefore, his strength is the greatest. He has reason to besiege Qin Yan and force him to hand over the divine fruit. It can be seen that Song Fengchen is a very sinister person and Yu Zuokuan is much worse in comparison. Qin Yan and Ling Yan both feel that most of Yu Zuokuan's women have been played with by Song Fengchen. Qin Yan suddenly said with smile, young Master Song, I am not anxious, why are you so anxious? Oh that's right, I heard from Little Phoenix that you went to find Nangong Shuime one night. At that time, Nangong Shuime said that you are very anxious. Hehe, it's true. Everyone immediately opened their eyes wide and slightly cried out in alarm. They all looked at Song Fengchen, Yu Zuokuan and Nangong Shuime. Everyone secretly cursed in their hearts. Song Fengchen is actually playing with Yu Zuokuan's women. Shan-Yuan Wanzi and the other spectators suddenly felt that they did not come to Immortal Xian Desert in vain. They just arrived and they have already seen such a big show. Nangong Shuime can no longer remain calm. Song Fengchen's expression is also somewhat strange. With one look, she can tell that they are feeling guilty. Nangong Shuime, you said that Little Phoenix is stealing a man. I think it is you who is stealing a man. That is why you used 2 immortal talisman tools to silence Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix is just a little immortal girl, yet you sent out a 9th immortal assassin and used 2 immortal talisman tools. That's right. Where did you get those immortal talisman tools? Don't tell me it was given by young Master Song? Everyone knows that Nangong Shuime wanted to kill Little Phoenix, which caused Nangong Shuiru and Nangong Shuime to be at odds. According to the news from Nangong family, Little Phoenix ran away with a man. But now it seems that Little Phoenix saw Nangong Shuime and Song Fengchen committing adultery, so she was killed to silence them. Young Master Song, you are very good. You even dared to do it with young Master Yu's women, awesome. You are working so hard to help young Master Yu deal with us, are you trying to get close to him and play with all of his wives? Yu Wulan said with charming smile. Maybe you have already played with all of them, you just want to wait for young Master Yu to get married and continue playing with them. Ha ha ha, don't try to sow dissension. Old brother Yu is my blood-related big brother, I will not do anything to let him down. Song Fengchen furiously roared. Yu Zuokuan's expression is extremely unsightly. Today he crawled into someone else's crotch. If all of his wives betrayed him, it would be a great humiliation to him. Qin Yan said with smile, young Master Song, how about this, you sign a soul contract with young Master Yu and guarantee that you have never played with his women. Old brother Yu, quickly kill them. I have dozens of Ascendant Immortals on my side, together with your Ascendant Immortals, we can exterminate them in one fell swoop. Song Fengchen promptly said to Yu Zuokuan. Song Fengchen, sign a soul contract with me, it won't be too late to kill them later. They won't be able to escape today. Yu Zuokuan's expression is gloomy, the killing intent he released is even more dreadful than before. Nangong Shuime's eyes are filled with fear after sensing Yu Zuokuan's killing intent. And Song Fengchen's forehead is dripping with sweat, he said with smile, old brother Yu, I also have many beautiful wives, I can't even take care of my own women, how can I have time to play with you? Shut up. Quickly sign a soul contract with me. Yu Zuokuan shouted, his face has already turned green. Song Fengchen cursed Qin Yan countless times in his heart. He also cursed Nangong Shuime in his heart, why did she have to make a move on a little girl? Old brother Yu, let's capture Qin Yan first. He has the divine fruit in his hand. I will do my best to capture him and those 3 women, then give them all to you, I don't want anything. Song Fengchen is clearly feeling guilty, he promptly said with smile. Speak, which of my women did you sleep with? Yu Zuokuan is also not stupid, he has already determined that Song Fengchen is playing with his women, he coldly looked at Nangong Shuime. Divine Fruit's charm, Nangong Shuime understands Yu Zuokuan's character very well. She made him a cuckold, forget about killing her, even Song Fengchen will be retaliated against by Yu Zuokuan. Song Fengchen cursed Nangong Shuime in his heart, but he has no other choice. After all, Nangong Shuime belongs to Nangong family, he can only protect her for now. If he doesn't protect her, Nangong family might suppress him in the future. Yuzhuakuan immediately roared like thunder, "You adulterous couple! I will tear you to pieces. Old brother you, look at Qin Yun and the others, they are laughing so hard. If we fight, who do you think will benefit the most?" Song Fengchen is indeed a very cunning fox, he quickly calmed down and said, "Chui still hasn't spread the news of you crawling into crotch. If you don't stop her, you should know the consequences." Cho Yongchao also said in low voice, "Young master you, now is not the time for internal strife. If we work together, we can capture Qin Yun and the others in one fell swoop. Qin Yun has a divine fruit, as long as you can obtain it, you can immediately become a Xian immortal." Song Fengchen said again, "Old brother you, isn't it just women? At worst, I will let you play with all of my women. If you let them run away because of this trivial matter, you will regret it even more." Many women present are cursing Song Fengchen in their hearts. He actually let Yuzhuakuan play with his women, this kind of scum is very rare to see. Qin Yun is secretly rejoicing that Xian Lingxua did not marry him. Otherwise he would be miserable. Song Fengchen saw that Yuzhuakuan's anger has not dissipated and said again, "Old brother you, think about it, if we fight, who will laugh in the end? At that time, both of us will suffer heavy losses." After Yuzhuakuan calmed down, he carefully thought about it and realized that if he and Song Fengchen fight, Qin Yun and the others will take the opportunity to escape. Maybe after both of them suffer heavy losses, Qin Yun and the others will come back and kill them all. However, Song Fengchen is secretly playing with his women, this is intolerable to him. "Old brother you, how about this, I will buy all of your women, the price is negotiable. In any case, I won't let you suffer a loss. Anyway, you've already played with those women, and raising them will consume a lot of immortal jade beads. You might as well sell them to me," Song Fengchen said. Nangong Shuime was so angry that she was trembling. She now knew that Song Fengchen was a super scum. "If you sign a contract with me and promise to compensate me for my losses, I can put this matter aside for now," Yuzhuakuan said coldly. After calming down, he felt that since the matter had already happened, he might as well take advantage of it to obtain the greatest benefits. In any case, he had so many women. After he slept with them, he put them aside. Well said. Song Fengchen could only bite the bullet and sign a soul contract to appease Yuzhuakuan first. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by Yuzhuakuan. Yu Wulan smiled and said, "Young master you, the green hat you wear can reach the sky, and you can actually endure it?" Yuzhuakuan smiled coldly, "Those women are just playthings in my eyes. I have no feelings for them. You three bitches will soon become my playthings." Qin Yun's group has already been surrounded by a group of ascendant immortals. And now, with a wave of Song Fengchen's hand, even more ascendant immortals joined in. Together with Cho Yongchao's ascendant immortals, there are nearly 100 ascendant immortals. Qin Yun's group has been tightly surrounded, it is indeed very difficult for them to escape. Even if he took out Star Traveling Pagoda, he cannot guarantee that everyone can safely enter. Yuzhuakuan wants to capture Tian Rolling, Yu Wulan and Chui alive. After all, they are three great beauties of Guanghan Palace. And he also wants to obtain the divine fruit in Qin Yun's hand. Yuzhuakuan is now very angry, so he is ready to throw caution to the wind. Even if he is being chased by Guanghan Palace, he still wants to capture Tian Rolling and the others. "Today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings, you better cooperate a bit," Yuzhuakuan said with sneer, "as long as you cooperate with me, I can spare your lives." Yu Wulan yelled, "Yuzhuakuan, are you not afraid that our Guanghan Palace will hunt you down? What is there to be afraid of? My Yu family is not afraid of you. Your immortal emperor Yu is not my grandfather's match." Yuzhuakuan groaned and said, "In immortal desolate, what matters is strength. You bunch of women, what kind of strength can you have?" Tian Rolling said coldly, "Yuzhuakuan, listen carefully. Even if we die today, we will not be sullied by you. You want to die? It's not that easy." Yuzhuakuan laughed sinisterly. Qin Yun frowned and suddenly shouted to Shanyuan Wanzi in the distance, "Heroine Shanyuan, are you going to stand by and watch? There are 3 women here, Do you want to watch them be sullied by a scoundrel like Yuzhuekuan? Xianxia sighed and said, there's nothing I can do. The people I brought with me are limited, there's no way I can resist them. Qin said, if you help us escape, I'll give you 2 divine fruits. After saying that, he quickly took out 2 divine fruits and shook them before putting them away. Qin actually has 2 divine fruits in his hands. The surrounding people all cried out in alarm. Yuzhuekuan's eyes became even more fanatical as he shouted in a deep voice, Xianxia, don't interfere in this matter. Also, Qin is a crafty fellow. The divine fruit in his hands might be fake. Even if it's real, do you think he will give it to you? Chui shouted, Yuzhuekuan, Chou Yongchao, if you don't let us go, I'll announce the matter of you crawling in his crotch for everyone to see. Yuzhuekuan sneered and said, if you have the guts, try it. If you announce it and my grandfather or father sees it, they will definitely send even stronger exalted immortals over. At that time you will die even more miserably. Chui promptly took out her magic mirror and quickly posted a message, Yuzhuekuan and Chou Yongchao are stunned, then they took out their magic mirror to take a look. Sure enough, they saw the message posted by Chui. There is a video of them kneeling on the ground and crawling under Qin's crotch. If it was anyone else, everyone would just laugh it off. But Yuzhuekuan is the grandson of immortal Emperor De Yu, moreover he is one of the famous 10 great exalted immortals. This matter immediately caused a huge uproar in the immortal desolate. You are dead. Yuzhuekuan's eyes are bloodshot, his roar is like the roar of a ferocious beast. At this time many people sent news to Yuzhuekuan. However, he did not receive or look at them. They are all from his friends and relatives. Xianxia suddenly flew out, the others followed her and jumped into the encirclement, landing beside Qin and the others. Qin, give me a divine fruit first. Xianxia said coldly. I won't give it but I can sign a soul contract. If one of us is captured, you won't get a divine fruit. Qin said, those are 2 divine fruits and they are the same type as great god Xian Wu's. Xianxia can only hastily sign a soul contract with Qin and said, I only want one. The other one will be given to the captains of other teams. Just as she finished speaking, a dark skinny youth jumped into the encirclement and landed beside Qin. The skinny youth said, Qin, give me a divine fruit and my team will also protect you. I am Luo Weizhuang, one of the 10 great exalted immortals. My team is not weak, we have 27 exalted immortals. Alright. Qin promptly signed a soul contract with Luo Weizhuang. Luo Weizhuang's team is outside and Xianxuan's team is inside. This way, they can cooperate inside and outside. Clearly, Xianxuan and Luo Weizhuang had a quick discussion just now. Therefore, they decided to join hands to protect Qin and the others. Xianxuan, Luo Weizhuang, do you two really want to become enemies with us? Song Fengchen said coldly. The reason we entered the immortal Shan Desert was to find the divine fruit. We have the chance to obtain the divine fruit now. What's wrong with fighting for the divine fruit? Luo Weizhuang faintly smiled, Yuzhuekuan, let's fight. If it was only Xianxuan's team, Yuzhuekuan and the others would not be afraid, but now Luo Weizhuang has joined them, Qin said with sneer, Yuzhuekuan, you probably don't know who I am, right? Let me tell you, my backer is Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror. Your Yu and Song families want to offend the Guanghan Palace, Xianxuan family, Luo family, and Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror. You should think it over. With that, Qin said to Chui, Sister Yi, release a message. Saying that the masked man who made Yuzhuekuan crawl into his crotch is the genius disciple of Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror. Don't say his name. Also, release what happened. Say that Yuzhuekuan and Chou Yongchao lost to me in the inscription competition, that's why they crawled into my crotch. After they finished crawling into my crotch, they became angry out of humiliation and besieged me, wanting to kill us. Chui quickly released the message. Because after she released the video, many people paid attention to her. At this moment, the people in the Immortal Desolate who possess the magic mirror also know what happened. Yuzhuekuan roared in his heart, he wished he could pinch Qin and Chui to death. Now he doesn't dare to confirm whether or not Qin is Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror's brilliant disciple. If he really is, he will have to think it over. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror relied on the magic mirror to release news to Xianxia family. If he also released a kill order or something like that, his Yu family would be thrown into chaos. Xianyuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang's pressure immediately lessened by a lot. They also truly believe that Qin Yun is Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror's brilliant disciple. Very quickly, Yu Zuokuan's magic mirror crazily trembled again. He saw that it is his father's message and can only promptly receive it. Zuokuan, what the hell happened? A middle-aged man's roar can be heard. Don't cause trouble. Father, it's not like this. Yu Zuokuan suddenly realized that he can't explain it clearly no matter what. Qin Yan took out 2 divine fruits and took pictures of Chu Yi. Then he said, Sister Yi, continue to release news that Yu Zuokuan and Song Fengchen want to snatch my divine fruits. I was forced to ask Xianyuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang to protect me. As long as I don't die, I will give the divine fruits to Xianyuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang. Chu Yi immediately did as she was told and released another message. The magic mirror is in an uproar. A single person actually has 2 divine fruits and everyone found out that he is Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror's brilliant disciple. Very quickly, Xianyuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang's magic mirror trembled. They immediately received news from their elders. The main content of the news is that they are to do their best to protect the person below. Xianyuan Wanxi said, My Xianyuan family's Immortal Emperor Xianyuan has spoken. He wants me to do my best to protect young Master Qin. Telegraphic support Qin Yun could not help but secretly thank the little black donkey. This was because God Xian Wu, the black donkey, had posted an image of the divine fruit. Therefore, Qin Yun's divine fruit appeared to be of the same type. This made many immortal emperors believe that the 2 divine fruits in Qin Yun's possession were as powerful as God Xian Wu's. Great God Black Tortoise was very mysterious and powerful. After knowing that the 9 Suns Sex altar had descended, even many immortal emperors paid close attention to him. The surrounding onlookers are all secretly alarmed at Qin Yun's identity. He actually had the ability to suppress Yu Zuokuan to the point where it was difficult to advance or retreat. Qin Yun took out the demonic mirror and secretly sent a message to the little black donkey. He told it about the predicament he was facing and asked for its help. The black donkey replied immediately, Little mortal, why do you have so many divine fruits? He actually threw out 2 of them just like that. How nice it would be if you could give it to me. Don't worry, I guarantee that I will leave a divine fruit for you to eat. Qin Yun sent a message over. At this time, Song Fengchen and Yu Zuokuan were communicating with their elders. At that moment, the news released by the magic mirror caused another uproar. The Black Tortoise God said that the masked man had once received some pointers from him and that the divine fruit he obtained was also a gift from him. He then cursed Yu Zuokuan for his shameless act of snatching the divine fruit. Chu Yi and the others are very astonished. They never expected Qin Yun to know great God Xian Wu. The black donkey wasn't satisfied yet, so it sent another message. It said that it had passed by the Longhu Divine Mountain on its way to spectate the heaven-defying tribulation and had asked the mystic Tiger King to give it a few divine fruits. He also said that he was the one who sent the masked man to the profound immortal desert. Yu Zuokuan, you idiot! That masked man was sent to the mysterious immortal desert by the Black Tortoise God. Do you know what that means? This meant that this brat knew what was hidden in the immortal profound desert. The Black Tortoise God is omniscient. Yu Zuokuan's father sent a message. Song Fengchen was also scolded by his elders. They immediately understood why a little immortal like Qin Yun could mingle with Tian Rolling and company. It turned out that he was sent by the Black Tortoise God. Many people immediately thought that the masked man must have been entrusted by the Black Tortoise God to enter the mysterious immortal desert to search for natural treasures. And the Black Tortoise God definitely knew where the good stuff was hidden. The group of people who had left Tian Rolling's group were now filled with regret. Their faces were filled with regret. They did not expect that the little immortal that they looked down on was actually sent by the Black Tortoise God. Furthermore, he was the brilliant disciple of the demonic mirror immortal emperor. He definitely knew where the mysterious immortal desert was hiding. Qin Yun thought for a moment, then suddenly took out a compass and said, "This is what great God Xian Wu gave me. It can help me find treasures in the sacred land." He raised the compass very high so that all the inscription masters here could see it clearly. This compass has many complex immortal runes, an old inscription master cried out in alarm. Yuzhuakuan, Song Fengchen, and Chou Yongchao are all inscription masters who can carve immortal runes. Naturally, they can see that the compass is extraordinary. The geomantic compass in Qin Yun's hand was used to find the floating cloud heavenly seal. All he could do now was cooperate with the Black Donkey and deceive this group of people. A large number of complex immortal runes, this is definitely not something an ordinary inscription master can carve. Only an immortal emperor inscription master can refine this kind of thing. Did you guys see that? The compass looks very ancient. Could it be something from the ancient era? It seems like this kid was really entrusted by great god Xianwu. No wonder great god Xianwu is so angry. A few inscription masters exclaimed in admiration one after another. Qin Yun put away the compass and said to Xianyuan Wansi and Luo Weizhuang, two friends, the immortal Xian desert is so big, there is a universe inside and it is filled with dangers. If your team randomly wander around inside, you will definitely not be able to find anything. Furthermore, it will be dangerous. How about this, if you guys give up on my divine fruits, I can let you guys join my team. Of course, you can ask your elders first and let them decide. Although the two divine fruits were useless to Qin Yun, he was reluctant to give them to others. Xianyuan Wansi and Luo Weizhuang immediately sent a message to their elders. Yuzhuakuan and Song Fengchen did not make a move for a long time. They are indeed afraid. Furthermore, even if they did make a move, they might not be able to take down Qin Yun, Tian Rolling, and the other two women. Xianyuan Wansi and Luo Weizhuang's strength is also very terrifying. As for Chou Yongchao, he is clearly terrified and has long since shrunk into the crowd. He does not dare to offend immortal Emperor Devil Mirror and the mysterious great god Xianwu. When Chou Yongchao shrunk back, the exalted immortals he had mobilized also shrunk back. The compass that Qin Yun had just received was also taken by someone and posted on the magic mirror. It was said that it was a gift from the great god Xianwu to find the Holy Land's treasure. This caused many people to discuss and they wished that they could immediately rush to the immortal Xian desert to snatch it. Suddenly, everyone who possessed the magic mirror received a message. It was issued by immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. The masked man is my disciple. Whoever kills my magic mirror disciple, I will kill his entire family. This time, it was Qin Yun's turn to be stupefied. He was originally only pretending to be immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's disciple. However, immortal Emperor Devil Mirror had actually admitted that he had such a disciple. Originally, many people were doubtful, but now, they were convinced without a doubt. After all, this was a message issued by immortal Emperor Devil Mirror to all the owners of the magic mirror. It was clearly a warning to the Yu and Song families. Tian Rolling and the others all believed that Qin Yun was immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's disciple. Because they had seen Qin Yun easily crack the magic mirror before. At that time, they were very worried that Qin Yun would be hunted down by immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. The little black donkey was also somewhat dumbfounded because he never expected immortal Emperor Devil Mirror to jump out. Even he suspected that Qin Yun was immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's disciple. He had also seen Qin Yun crack the magic mirror before. Chui took advantage of the fact that many people were paying attention to her and released another message. She said that Yuzhuakuan's women had been secretly played with by Song Fengchen. Yuzhuakuan even had the urge to die now. The matter of him crawling into someone else's crotch had been made public, and the matter of his wives being played with by Song Fengchen had also spread. Many people present had magic mirrors. What surprised them was that after they took a picture of Qin Yun's appearance and wanted to post it on the magic mirror, they did not succeed. Clearly, there was a powerful force that prevented Qin Yun's image from appearing on the magic mirror. This made people even more aware of Qin Yun's status. That was because only immortal Emperor Devil Mirror could control the contents of the magic mirror. This made Qin Yun feel very surprised and secretly delighted. He was originally worried that if his appearance was revealed, there would be a lot of trouble. Now that it was forbidden by immortal Emperor Devil Mirror, it indeed saved him a lot of trouble. Xianyuan Wansi suddenly said, "Young Master Qin, we don't want that divine fruit, we want to join your team." "I also don't want it. Just let us follow you," Luo Weizhuang said. Their family's elders have analyzed and determined that the divine fruit came from Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain is a small and medium-sized upper immortal divine mountain. The divine fruits there are not that useful to ninth layer upper immortals and Xian immortals. But the heavenly and earthly treasures hidden in immortal Xian Great Desert are different. After all, this is one of the 10 great holy lands. Even though it is only upper immortal tier, it must have some special things, otherwise great god Xian Wu would not have sent Qin Yun. Now, Shan-Yuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang feel that the pressure on them has lessened a lot because they can see that Yu Zuokuan and Song Fengchen are about to withdraw their eggs. Qin Yan took advantage of the deadlock between both sides to take out Star Traveling Pagoda and threw it on an open space far away. "Follow me," Qin Yan said to Chu Yi and the others and then rushed over. Nangong Xueme has some impression of this pagoda, she heard Nangong Xueli mention it before. Now that she saw this pagoda, she believes that it was given to her by Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. Yu Zuokuan and Song Fengchen are very regretful that they did not kill Qin Yun earlier, otherwise Qin Yun would not be able to turn the situation around. They wanted to chase after Qin Yun but they were blocked by Shan-Yuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang. After entering Star Traveling Pagoda, Qin Yun let out a sigh of relief. He said in his heart, "Why is my wife not here yet?" Chu Yi said that Xiao Yuan is on the way. "Qin Yun, just you wait. You are lucky this time, next time I see you, I won't let you off." Yu Zuokuan furiously yelled at Star Traveling Pagoda, then left the small town with his people. Song Fengchen left with Nangong Xueme and a group of upper immortals. The people inside the small town relaxed a lot. They were very worried that the small town would be destroyed. Qin Yun let Shan-Yuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang bring a few people to the first floor of Star Traveling Pagoda. "Many thanks to the two of you, we will now cancel the soul contract," Qin Yun said with smile. Shan-Yuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang agreed to cancel the soul contract with Qin Yun regarding the divine fruit. Qin Yun wants to wait for Xiao Yuan, so he cannot leave immediately. "Wait a bit, now is not the time to leave," Qin Yun said. "Yu Zuokuan's group will not leave this matter at that. I am worried that you and Song family will send people to reinforce them." Luo Weizhuang said, "Young Master Qin, if they disguise themselves as assassins, we won't be able to do anything to them." Qin Yun thought about it, then shook his head and said, "There is no need to be afraid of them. Immortal Xian Desert is so big, moreover, there are deserts everywhere, it will not be easy for them to hide. Moreover, we are not weak, if they truly follow us, we will surely be able to discover them." "Alright, we will wait a bit more." Shan-Yuan Wanxi nodded and then left Star Traveling Pagoda with Luo Weizhuang. Tian Rolling let out a sigh of relief, it was truly thrilling just now. If Yu Zuokuan and the others attacked, both sides would have suffered heavy losses. "Xiao Yun, I did not expect you to be Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's brilliant disciple. Moreover, you were entrusted by great god Xian Wu to come to Immortal Xian Desert, no wonder you insisted on coming to Immortal Xian Desert," Yu Wulan said with charming smile. "Lil Yun, can that compass of yours really find the treasures? Won't it be bad to let Shan-Yuan Wanxi and the others follow us?" Chu Yi asked with frown. "Relax. It is a good thing for us to have their two large groups follow us. My compass is not used to find rare treasures, I deceived them." Qin Yun laughed and said, "I also did not guarantee that I can find anything in Immortal Xian Desert, so they can guarantee our safety by following us." Chu Yi pinched Qin Yun's face and said with smile, "I don't even know which part of your words are true." Qin Yun chuckled, he discovered that he has some talent in swindling people. Suddenly his devil mirror vibrated, he took it out and saw that Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror has sent a message. "Your master sent a message." Chu Yi saw Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror appear on Qin Yun's devil mirror and lightly yelled. Immortal Mirror Emperor Qin Yun did not know how Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror contacted him, nor did he know what he was planning. After he entered the secret room, he accepted Immortal Mirror's communication request. "Are you Qin Yun or Floating Cloud?" Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror chuckled. From his voice, he didn't sound old. "I am Qin Yun." Qin Yun was alarmed. Immortal Emperor Fiend Mirror actually knew his past incarnation and even knew how to contact him. "Oh? You look more like Immortal King Fu Yun." The demonic mirror Immortal Emperor laughed, "You've reincarnated and are now a little immortal, but your style of doing things hasn't changed, ha ha ha, how did you contact me?" Qin Yun asked calmly. I can see anyone who uses the magic mirror. I remember your face. I can see you as soon as I search. Magic Mirror Mortal Emperor smiled and said, Are you surprised? Qin now understood why the people from vast glacial palace did not use the magic mirror. This wretched fellow would definitely peek at them. Can anyone see it? Qin asked curiously. Not everyone can see it. Immortal Mirror sighed, Floating Cloud, what's going on between you and those women from the Moon Palace? I saw you 2 days ago, she actually doesn't remember you. That damn B***TCH, she wished she could hack you into 1,000 pieces. I don't have the memories of my past life. So I don't know who you are. Qin said. He is somewhat astonished in his heart. Yu and the rest actually forgot about his past life as Immortal King Float Cloud. I see. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror laughed, that's great. You haven't awakened your past life's memories yet, and I reckon you won't be able to do so in the future. What are you so happy about? Qin curled his lips. Nothing. Floating Cloud, do you really not remember anything? Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror put away his smile and solemnly asked. I truly don't have any memories of my past life. However, I do know a few things about my past life. This is mainly what my former friends told me. Qin sighed and said. Your former friend? Which friend? Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror asked. Imperial Beast Heavenly King. Do you know him? Qin asked. Of course I know this stupid pig, hee. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror laughed, Floating Cloud, what's your relationship with God Black Tortoise? Qin found it somewhat amusing that Immortal Emperor Fiend Mirror did not know Great God Black Tortoise's true identity. He smiled and said, You can look at him through the magic mirror. I tried, but it didn't work. That guy is very strong, he can prevent me from looking at him through the Devil Mirror or lock onto his position. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor said, Also, he can break my Devil Mirror. You can use the magic mirror for free. Oh right, your magic mirror has also been deciphered. Was it done by the Black Tortoise God? Indeed, he did it. Qin said with smile. Quickly tell me where he is, I want to acknowledge him as my big brother. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's words shocked Qin. Qin said, I also don't know where he is. I'll tell him about this the next time I contact him. He was a little surprised that the little black donkey knew so much about the demonic mirror. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror, I think you might be my friend. Qin suddenly said. Of course. You and I were good brothers in our past life. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect you. Remember to help me contact Great God Black Tortoise, I want to acknowledge him as my big brother. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said with smile. Qin felt that his past life might have known many embarrassing things about Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. Therefore, Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror was very happy to know that Qin has no memories of his past life. His godfather Netherworld Great Emperor is also the same, he is very happy to know that Qin has no memories of his past life. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror, is your soul a sacred tear soul? Qin asked. Indeed. How do you know? Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said in amazement. I guessed. Qin is secretly happy because he is now certain that anyone with sacred tear soul will not forget him. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's voice is filled with doubt as he asked, Floating Cloud, why did those gossips of Guanghan Palace forget you? Could it be that you made Great God Black Tortoise use some secret technique? Those gossips wish they could skin you alive but now they don't even remember you. It's a long story. Qin simply told Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror about how he violated heavenly rules and was punished. Your past life also suffered very vicious heavenly punishment. After reincarnation, you are still the same. Sigh. You might die again. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror let out a long sigh, he suddenly thought of something and shouted, Could it be that you are the person who crossed heaven-defying tribulation? That's me. Qin asked, What kind of vicious heavenly punishment did I encounter in my past life? There were 2 heavenly punishment, the first is that you cannot lose your virginity, otherwise you will die very miserably. The second is that you cannot enter Sacred Desolate. Qin did not expect that his past life would be so bitter, he actually suffered such vicious heavenly punishment. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror coughed twice and said, "Floating Cloud, your current name is Xianxia, right? I will erase these 2 words from the Devil Mirror. I won't let too many people know about you." "Many thanks." Xianxia repeatedly expressed his gratitude. He now understands why he can't find anything related to Immortal King Floating Cloud on the Devil Mirror. It is because of this bad friend from his past life. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror chuckled and said, "You're welcome, you're welcome. Old brother Yun, most of your past life's enemies didn't cultivate sacred spirit, so they temporarily forgot about you. This is a good thing for you, but you should know that those guys are advancing very quickly. Once they cultivate sacred spirit, they will immediately think of you." Got it. Xianxia feels that this Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror must be his past life's good friend. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror called him Old Brother Yun earlier. He looked very happy. It seems like he took a great advantage of him. Therefore, Xianxia feels that Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror might be his little brother or something from back then. Moreover, he is the kind with belly full of evil tricks. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror, what's your name? Xianxia asked. You can just call me Old Devil. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said with smile. He doesn't dare to tell Xianxia his name. He is worried that Xianxia's memories will be stirred up and he will remember the foolish things he did back then. Xianxia very much wants to find Netherworld Great Emperor and ask him about this Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. Otherwise, he will suffer a great loss. Old Devil, where are you? Xianxia asked. I'm in Earth Province, where the sun-suppressing divine arrow is. Many immortal kings and immortal emperors are squatting here. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said, that B*TCHUU is also here. You tricked her into going to that nether moon desolate domain for so many years, she must want to swallow you alive. Oh, that's right, Old Devil, do you know a woman called Yaofeng? She also hates me to death. Xianxia said. Yaofeng? This name is very unfamiliar. What did you do to her? Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror asked. This. I caused her to be cursed by Devil Immortal Great Emperor and then made her very ugly, her skin turned black and wrinkled. Xianxia said. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said, I don't know who that woman is, but I know that Devil Immortal Great Emperor wants nothing more than to kill you. He said that it was because of you that he suffered miserably. Has Devil Immortal Great Emperor cultivated Sacred Realm Soul? Xianxia promptly asked. About this, not really. He is a divine servant, it is very difficult for him to advance, but he might have a chance to cultivate it. Because the sun is undergoing a strange change, the altar has descended and there are many sun divine stones. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror warned, you must pay more attention to him. Soon after, Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror sent a series of numbers to Xianxia, saying that he can let Great God Xian contact him through the Devil Mirror and talk to him. Xianxia also promised Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror that he will let Great God Xian add him. Old Devil, I'm a bit short on money. You invented this Devil Mirror thing, you made a lot of money, right? Give me 100 million, 200 million to spend. Xianxia suddenly said. Little brother, you don't know, I actually didn't earn much. Maintaining the operation of the huge Devil Mirror system consumes a lot of energy. I need many immortal jade beads as energy source. I am very poor. How about this, I will give you 100,000 immortal jade beads to alleviate your urgent need. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said. Xianxia wished that he could punch this old devil's nose through the Devil Mirror, he actually dared to say such unreliable lies. You are so stingy. Xianxia curled his lips and said. Little brother, there is no other way, I have been very cautious these past few years. Don't you have 2 divine fruits? Sell them and you will have a large amount of immortal jade beads, you don't need my help at all. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror said, alright, let's not talk anymore, I have to go get busy. Xianxia very disdainfully said, then give me 100,000 immortal jade beads. Take it. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror finished speaking and a storage bag appeared on Xianxia's square-shaped Devil Mirror. Xianxia counted and found out that there are only 80,000 immortal jade beads. Only 80,000? Xianxia said. How is this possible? Clearly it is 100,000, you must be trying to make me give you 20,000 more. Ha ha ha. Floating cloud, you are just like your past life, always using this kind of trick to swindle my things. Alright, I am going to get busy, remember to let great god Xianwu contact me. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror finished speaking and cut off the connection. Qin Yun loudly cursed, this Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror is not an ordinary stingy person. The Grand Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror, moreover he is publicly recognized as the richest person in Immortal Desolate. He said he would give 100,000 immortal jade beads but he only gave 80,000. Xiao Yun, how did your past life make such a bad friend? Ling Yun'er said with smile, oh that's right, you should quickly find the Imperial Beast Heavenly King. This guy looks stupid but he should be very loyal. The Imperial Beast Heavenly King's original body is a pig. Back then he followed you back to Immortal Desolate. Qin Yan contacted the little black donkey and said, Xiao Black, Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror wants to worship you as big brother. This guy admires you very much. Moreover he is very rich, when you swindle him, don't be lenient. Really? He wants to contact me? That's great, I just happen to lack a little brother. The little black donkey said with smile, I will let him be my little brother. Oh that's right, you have to get some information out of his mouth and figure out his relationship with Immortal King Floating Cloud. Qin Yan said with smile. He can already see the miserable appearance of Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror being swindled by the little black donkey. Alright, quickly let me contact him, the little black donkey said. Qin Yan sent the number of Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror to the little black donkey and asked, Xiao Black, I heard that there is a Xian nascent divine fruit in the Immortal Xian Desert. If I really obtain this fruit, how do I use it? Sudden change in the desert. The black donkey couldn't wait to contact Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror before cutting off the call. Qin Yun walked out of the secret room and arrived at the first floor of Star Traveling Pagoda. He heard Chui holding the Devil Mirror and grumbling, all the messages I posted before have been deleted. This must be the work of Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror. Yun, why did your master delete the video of you Zwikuan drilling into your crotch? This. I also don't know. Qin Yan promptly walked over and asked, do you still have the image stored in your magic mirror? Of course. Chui sighed and said, Xiao Yun, why is your master helping that guy? Qin Yan took out the magic mirror and looked at it. All he could see was the image of Chou Yongqiao burrowing into his crotch. As for the negative news regarding Yu Zwikuan, it had all disappeared from the magic mirror. Originally, there had been many people discussing the matter on the magic mirror. However, those discussions had all disappeared. This bastard. Qin Yan cursed in low voice. Did your master really do it? Yu Wulan asked. It should be. He must have received some benefits from Immortal Emperor Deyu. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. He knew that Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror must have taken this opportunity to extort many good things from Immortal Emperor Deyu. Only now did he know how powerful Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror was. Even other Immortal Emperors had to be wary of Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to use the Devil Mirror to smear their reputation. Moreover, if there were any scandals about their descendants, they would need to go through the Immortal Mirror Emperor in order to delete the negative news. Therefore, the other Immortal Emperors didn't dare to offend Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror and even had to maintain a good relationship with him. The news of Song Fengchen and Nangong Xuemei having an affair has also been deleted. Chui added. The Song and Nangong clans must have given benefits to the Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor. Yu Wulan snorted and said, the Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor made a huge profit this time. Qin Yan secretly despised Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror. After interacting with Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror, he could tell that Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror has no integrity and is extremely stingy. At this time, Qin Yan took out 2 divine fruits and said, 3 big sisters, there are only 2 divine fruits here. I don't know how to split them with you. You need strength now. If you break through to 9th Firmament Exalted Immortal, you won't need to be afraid of that tramp Yu Zwikuan anymore. I don't want it. Give it to the 2 big sisters. Chui giggled and said, I don't like fighting, and I'm inferior to Sister Wulan and Sister Rolling in every aspect. Tian Rolling shook her head and said, Xiao Yun, eat it yourself. You're just a 6th heaven immortal. You have to become an exalted immortal as soon as possible. Yu Wulan also nodded, that's right, keep this fruit for yourself. Qin Yun had eaten one before. The divine fruit was not very useful to him, so eating it would only be a waste. Suddenly, the magic mirror in his hand vibrated. He opened it and saw that little phoenix was contacting him. Xiaoyun, I suddenly recalled that Rolling and the others absorbed the energy of the profound nascent divine fruit in the Guanghan Palace. If they eat the fruit in your hand, it won't have any effect. Nangong Shuiru said. Fortunately, we didn't eat it. Yu Wulan chuckled. That's good. Nangong Shuiru let out a sigh of relief. She already guessed that Qin Yun would give the divine fruit to Tian Rolling and others. She said again, I am studying the divine fruit, if I find anything else, I will contact you again. You must be careful in the immortal Xian desert. Qin Yun put away the magic mirror, looked at Chu Yi and asked, when will Yuan come? Xiaoyun, do you know Yuan? Tian Rolling asked. This? Qin Yun sighed, Xiao Yuan is his wife but she forgot about him. He is very much looking forward to meeting Xiao Yuan, after all, he has not seen her for many years. Chu Yi said, she will be here soon, moreover she brought many helpers. Why did she bring so many helpers? Could it be that she knew ahead of time that our situation is grim? Qin Yun is very happy. He feels that when the time comes, not only will he be able to see Xiao Yuan, he will also be able to see other sisters of the Guanghan Palace. I don't know. She didn't tell me on the magic mirror. In short, she suddenly said that she would come and also brought a group of very strong helpers. I suspect that something strange has happened in the immortal Xian desert, that's why Palace Master arranged for her to come. Chu Yi's eyebrows are slightly knitted, she said that after she arrives, she will talk to us in detail. Yu Wulan said, did something big happen in the immortal Xian desert? Why is there no news from the magic mirror? Tian Rolling walked to the window, looked outside and said, maybe not many people know the secret. That's why it was not announced on the magic mirror. Tian Rolling suddenly said, a large group of people is coming. Qin Yun and others immediately looked outside the window and saw sand and dust billowing in the distance. There is indeed a large group of people rushing over the desert. At least 1,000 people. Yu Wulan cried out in amazement. Is it Yuan? Tian Rolling looked at the rolling sand and dust in the distance. There are also people over there. Chu Yi looked outside the window from another direction. There is also a group of people rushing over the desert, raising a burst of sand and dust. Outside Star Traveling Pagoda, Shanyuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang arrived with a group of people. Qin Yin did not go out, he just stood at the door and asked if they wanted to come in or not. Shanyuan Wanxi did not go in, instead she said, young Master Qin, there is a sudden situation. My elders just contacted me and told me not to cooperate with you for now. Luo Weizhuang said with sigh, young Master Qin, I admire you very much. But my elders have ordered me not to cooperate with you. Qin Yun is somewhat surprised as he said, if you don't cooperate with me, won't you suffer a great loss? We also don't know why our elders are doing this, they only told us not to protect you. Shanyuan Wanxi said, my guess is that Yu Zuokuan's group will return very soon, moreover, they will bring a large group of people. Young Master Qin, I suspect that the elders have reached an agreement and don't want to interfere in the dispute between the younger generation. Luo Weizhuang said. Alright, we will cooperate again in the future if there is an opportunity. Qin Yun laughed. Xiao Yuan has arrived with a large group of helpers, Yu Zuokuan's group is also returning with a large group of people. Luo and Xianyuan family suddenly stopped cooperating with Qin Yun, it is highly possible that they know what is inside the immortal Xian Great Desert. A burst of loud laughter came from the distance. Yu Zuokuan has indeed returned, he is currently laughing wildly. He is leading a large group of people and madly rushing over. In a short while, they flattened many houses in the small town and rushed straight towards Star Traveling Pagoda. Not only Yu Zuokuan, Song Fengchen, Nangong Xueme, and others have also returned, moreover they are with Yu Zuokuan's group. Their group has a lot of people, around 400 to 500 people, there are many ascendant immortals among them. On the other side, more than 1,000 people are madly rushing over, it seems like this is a very large group. Qin Yun, you have no chance. Yu Zuokuan laughed loudly and said, the elders don't care about our trivial matters. Ha ha ha. Moreover, they have reached a tacit agreement to let us fight inside the immortal Xian Great Desert. Moreover, any news about immortal Shan Great Desert will not appear on the Devil Mirror. Qin suddenly feels like he has been sold out by Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. If Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror doesn't interfere in this matter, Yu and Song family might give him some benefits. Thinking about this, Qin became very angry. He wished that he could throw the Devil Mirror away. Die. Yuzhuekuan took out a trident and vigorously threw it towards Qin. The trident let out an explosion sound as it pierced through the air. It is filled with frantic immortal power and sharp hissing sound as it pierced towards Star-Traveling Pagoda's gate. Qin is standing inside the gate and promptly controlled Star-Traveling Pagoda to release its power to protect it. Huu, when Yuzhuekuan's trident pierced into Star-Traveling Pagoda's gate, it suddenly stopped. It has been stopped by a formidable formless energy wall. Qin promptly extended his hand and grabbed the trident, then stored it inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. That trident is clearly a very good immortal tier weapon, but it has been snatched away by Qin just like that. This caused Yuzhuekuan and a large group of people to curse loudly. Yuzhuekuan originally thought that Qin's pagoda is not very strong and that with the formidable power of a ninth layer upper immortal, he would be able to break it in a short while. But now, he is unable to break it down and even lost an immortal tool. Yuzhuekuan, fuck your mother. Qin took out the Lion King cannon and shot a cannon arrow at Yuzhuekuan. The cannon arrow flew out, bringing with it the explosive power of the Lion King cannon and stabbed towards Yuzhuekuan. Yuzhuekuan and others promptly dodged. The trident pierced through a ninth layer immortal middle-aged man's body. So few times, the cannon arrow pierced through several immortals. Its might is very dreadful. The cannon arrow is still chasing after Yuzhuekuan. After all, it is an immortal talisman tool. Qin can control it. Boom! The cannon arrow hit Yuzhuekuan, but Yuzhuekuan is wearing a very strong immortal robe that blocked the cannon arrow explosion. Even so, he was still sent flying more than 10 meters. Everyone saw that Qin's Star-Traveling Pagoda's defense is very strong and his offensive equipment is also very dreadful. They promptly scattered far away from the Star-Traveling Pagoda. Shenyuan Wansi and Luo Weizhuang suddenly withdrew. They don't want to cooperate with Qin. Moreover, the news of what happened in Immortal Shan Great Desert will not be announced on the Devil Mirror. Moreover, Yu and Song family sent more people over, so Yuzhuekuan came back to take revenge. Qin cursed Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror in his heart. He actually sold him out just like that. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror must have asked for a lot of benefits to compromise and create conditions for Yuzhuekuan to take revenge. Tian Rolling saw that Qin was almost killed just now and felt extremely furious in her heart. She coldly shouted, Yuzhuekuan, I will not let you off. Tian Rolling, Yu Wulan, Chui, you three sluts, I will make you cry and beg for mercy in bed. Yuzhuekuan laughed sinisterly and yelled, everyone attack together, break this pagoda. Suddenly a burst of ice-cold killing intent arrived from the distance. This killing intent enveloped the area, causing the scorching hot desert to suddenly turn into a world of ice and snow. The heaven and earth also suddenly became quiet, as if the desert has turned into a land of death filled with bitter killing intent. Everyone cannot help but shiver. A burst of faint flower fragrance, like an orchid under the moon, the fragrance is intoxicating but it is accompanied by ice-cold killing intent. Qin is excited and ecstatic in his heart, Yuelan. My wife has come to save me. Anyone who has evil intentions towards my Guanghan Palace's disciple, no matter who it is my Guanghan Palace's enemy. Xiao. Yuelan's clear and cold voice is accompanied by a might that disdains the heaven and earth. Layer upon layer of trembling sound arrived. Huu. The 10 immortal Xiao Yuelan's attack speed was very fast. With a slash of her saber, her power was ice-cold and tyrannical. The accompanying saber force was like a huge palm slapping down, causing the surrounding ground to suddenly sink by several meters. A set of golden armor suddenly appeared on Yuzhuekuan's body. It was as dazzling as sunlight. He raised his palm covered in golden armor and grabbed at the long saber that Xiao Yuelan slashed down. You want to kill me? Yuzhuekuan roared. The golden armor on his body trembled and a fierce and scorching immortal force burst out from his arm like a raging fire. Roar! Yuzhuekuan grabbed Xiao Yuelan's ice-cold saber. Flames surged out like an angry dragon, producing an extremely strong energy wave. Xiao Yuelan hurriedly drew her saber and pushed with her jade-like palm. An ice-cold cold air brought with it a silver moonlight as it enveloped the fire dragon released by Yu Zuokuan. Just as the fire dragon roared out, Xiao Yuelan instantly extinguished it. Yu Zuokuan hurriedly retreated, summoned a huge axe and glared at Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan's hair was tied in a ponytail, her appearance was peerless, her temperament was aloof and cold, her entire body emitted a breathtaking ice-cold killing intent. Although the white saber in her hand was slender, it surged with a fierce might, like a cold and domineering female god of death. As long as Yu Zuokuan saw a beautiful woman, evil thoughts would arise in his heart and he would wish for nothing more than to conquer her. However, when he looked at Xiao Yuelan in front of him, he did not have any evil thoughts. Instead, he felt an inexplicable fear. Xiao Yuelan's killing intent is very dense and cold, but it also carries a faint orchid fragrance. This kind of feeling made the surrounding people feel an indescribable sense of terror and beauty. Yu Zuokuan felt that he was facing a powerful enemy. A little carelessness and he would be killed. Qin Yin secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiao Yuelan is still the same as before. She always gives people a dangerous and ice-cold feeling. Xiao Yuelan is wearing a white dress. In the hot desert, a strange cold wind blew and sand and dust rose slightly. Her snow-white dress fluttered with the cold wind and sand, as if she had merged with the entire desert. The surrounding people are secretly alarmed. They have finally met one of the 10 great exalted immortals, Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan rarely showed her face, but everyone knew that she was very strong. Although she was ice-cold, she was very beautiful and moving. However, the deepest impression she gave people was not her peerless beauty, but the terrifying killing intent in her body. She was just a woman, yet she had such a monstrous killing intent. This shocked many people. Yu Zuokuan said coldly, "Are you Xiao Yuelan? Many people say that you are the strongest among the 10 exalted immortals. I don't believe it. I will fight you today." Yu Zuokuan, "We are not exchanging blows, we are fighting." Xiao Yuelan said coldly, "You spoke maliciously and insulted my Guanghan Palace's disciple. Today, you must pay the price. Then come." Yu Zuokuan laughed wildly. He had been suppressing a bellyful of anger today and wanted to take this opportunity to vent it out. He, Yu Zuokuan, is a famous and powerful exalted immortal, but he was forced to crawl in the crotch of his pants. Furthermore, his good friends gave him several green hats. He felt that if he could defeat Xiao Yuelan, he might be able to conquer such a strange woman. He felt that all the women he had married over the years were inferior to Xiao Yuelan. Only by defeating Xiao Yuelan would Yu Zuokuan be able to eliminate the fear he had towards her. Only then would he be able to ignite his evil thoughts and conquer this woman. The cold wind in the desert suddenly stopped. Xiao Yuelan raised her saber and flew in a flash. Her figure was like an ice-cold light. She seemed to be charging towards Yu Zuokuan, but her figure suddenly changed. Like an arc of light, she quickly circled to Yu Zuokuan's left side. Whoosh, as Xiao Yuelan rushed over, she brandished her saber and chopped down. A domineering saber aura accompanied by immortal power howling out. The yellow sand on the ground churned like waves. Yu Zuokuan's reaction was not slow either. The huge axe in his hand looked heavy, but it was nimble and light in his hands. It swept out horizontally to meet Xiao Yuelan's quick saber. Boom, the saber and axe collided. The white ice-cold immortal power and the golden scorching immortal power collided. A golden white light exploded and a burst of violent energy waves surged out, causing everyone to fall into a state of alternating coldness and heat. Yu Zuokuan roared and continued to release flames, fighting fiercely with Xiao Yuelan. Tian Rolling said, "Yuelan's strength is getting stronger and stronger. She is only a 9th stage upper immortal. If she faces a Xian immortal with this kind of momentum, she can hold on for a period of time." Yu Wulan looked over and said in a low voice, "That group of people came together with Yuelan. They are not from my Guanghan Palace." When Qin Yin saw how powerful Xiao Yuelan is, he secretly felt relieved. Then, he looked at the group of people who came with Xiao Yuelan. There are more than 1,000 people in that group and they are not weak at all, especially the few youngsters in the lead. Each and every one of them are extremely arrogant. The aura condensed from immortal power on their bodies is very strong. They are all 9th stage upper immortals like Xiao Yuelan, Yu Zuokuan, Xianyuan Wanxi, and Luo Weizhuang. They are all part of the 10 great upper immortals. Yuelan met them on the way? Tian Rolling said with a frown. They only arrived now and they brought so many people with them. Could it be that they already knew what was inside the immortal Xian desert? Yu Wulan said doubtfully. Qin Yan also saw Xianyuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang walk over and chat with the 5 young 9th stage upper immortals. The 10 great upper immortals are all here. Chu Yi said, now there is only one missing. Who is the remaining one? Qin Yan asked. The 5 9th stage upper immortals who came with Xiao Yulan are all from big families. The 9th stage upper immortal who didn't come is rather special and very mysterious. She appeared in the gathering of 9th stage upper immortals and easily defeated Luo Weizhuang. Then she never appeared again. Tian Rolling said, that upper immortal is a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. Qin Yan's brows twitched. A 5 or 6-year-old little girl easily defeated Luo Weizhuang. Just thinking about this scene is enough to shock anyone. That should be a little girl, right? Qin Yan said with a frown, why didn't your Guanghan Palace take this little girl away? We invited her to join the Guanghan Palace but she didn't want to and rejected us. Yu Wulan sighed and said, what a good little girl. She is strong and beautiful. When she grows up, she will definitely become a female immortal emperor and she will be very beautiful. What's her name? Qin Yan asked. She said her name is Nianyun, it's a fake name. Chu Yi said. Qin Yan suddenly wanted to see that little girl who was only a few years old. He wanted to see how this little girl fights. Xiao Yulan and Yu Zuokuan fought very fiercely, more than half of the town's houses were destroyed. What made people feel strange is that Xiao Yulan and Yu Zuokuan only released their powerful immortal power to attack and did not use any martial arts or cultivation techniques. Everyone knows that super geniuses like Xiao Yulan and Yu Zuokuan must have mastered powerful divine abilities, martial arts, totem martial arts and so on. However, they are not using them. Now. Yellow sand filled the sky between heaven and earth. It was all caused by Xiao Yulan and Yu Zuokuan. Qin Yan felt that Xiao Yulan did not release her strength. He knows that Xiao Yulan has 3 extremely powerful martial spirits within her body. One of them can duplicate all kinds of abilities, but now, Xiao Yulan did not use the power of her martial spirit. She only used her immortal power to attack. Xianyuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang brought a few youngsters over. There are 3 men and 2 women among them. They are all powerful 9th stage upper immortals, one of the 10 great upper immortals. Young Master Qin, can we go in and have a seat? Xianyuan Wanxi asked. Quickly let us in. It is also your honor for us to enter your broken pagoda. A young scholar wearing a white robe said coldly to Qin Yun, little immortal, quickly open the barrier and pour us some tea. Let's welcome our arrival. Xianyuan Wanxi, Luo Weizhuang, you can come in. Others can forget about coming in. Qin Yun said indifferently. What did you say? The young scholar's face sank and said coldly, little immortal, don't think that just because you are the disciple of immortal Emperor Magic Mirror, you can look down on us. If we are comparing status, we are much higher than you. Since immortal Emperor Magic Mirror did not protect you, I know that your status is not high. What is there to be arrogant about? Scram. Qin Yan did not even look at the young scholar. Instead, he looked at the battle between Xiao Yulan and Yu Zuokuan. Little immortal, he is one of the 10 great upper immortals, Lan Bufan. His grandparents are both immortal emperors. You are being so rude to him, you are truly arrogant. A beautiful woman in red dress sneered, then looked at Chu Yi and said, why are you together with this kind of savage tramp? Qin Yan said with a cold snort, even one of the 10 great upper immortals, Yu Zuokuan, wants to crawl into my crotch. What kind of shit is he, Lan Bufan? He can show off after he defeats Yu Zuokuan. Oh right, with your looks, you should come out less. It's not your fault that you look ugly but it's your fault that you came out to scare people. Scram far away, the beauties here are all very beautiful, they don't need trash like you to set them off, they will only disgust people. Qin Yan is like this. If others are rude to him, he will not give them a good look. You bastard, I, Chu Yilin, am after all one of the 10 great upper immortals. Furthermore, I am a beautiful upper immortal, ranked 5th. Are you deliberately insulting me? The beautiful woman in red dress pointed at Qin Yun and said angrily with a trembling voice. Ranked 5th beautiful upper immortal? How is this possible? Here, Tian Rolling, Chu Yi, Yu Wulan, Xiao Yuan and Xian Yuan Wanzi are all better looking than you. They are also exalted immortals, how can you enter the top 5? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, the person who makes the ranking should be blind. Otherwise even a stupid pig would not put you in top 5. Yu Wulan cannot help but burst into laughter hearing this. Boom boom, furious Zhu Yilan repeatedly attacked the gate of star-traveling pagoda with palm strikes, causing explosion sounds. Everyone is earnestly looking at Xiao Yuan and Yuzhuekuan's fight. Hearing the sound coming from star-traveling pagoda, they immediately looked over. Qin Yan is standing inside the gate, completely fine. Lan Bufan said in cold voice, little mortal, you offended people like this, do you not want to leave immortal Shan Great Desert alive? It was you who spoke rudely to me first, right? Luo Weizhuang and Xianyuan Wanzi are also among the 10 great upper immortals. Qin Yan said with sneer, it seems like the less capable people are, the more arrogant they are. Be beaten into submission. Qin Yan can see that Chu Yi and Chu Yilan know each other, they might even be sisters. All of you can leave. Even if Little Cloud lets you in, I won't welcome you. Tian Rolling coldly looked at Lan Bufan and Chu Yilan and said coldly. Well done. If it weren't for Yuelan's face, we wouldn't have bothered with you. A tall, muscular man in black was furious. He, Wang Tingxing, was one of the 10 exalted immortals, but he was not welcomed here. Yao Qinshuang, Jing Shuangzi. Say something. Chu Yilan said. Yao Qinshuang was wearing a lavender dress, her delicate face was round, she said lightly, if you don't welcome me, then don't welcome me. I don't want to go in this kind of broken tower of mortals. Jing Shuangzi sneered and said, a guy who's about to die, let him be cocky. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror had already given up on him, yet he still acted recklessly. He should have been polite to us, at least he would have been able to leave this place alive. But now, even if Yuzhuekuan doesn't kill him, I will still twist his head off. A bunch of trash, get the hell away from me. The stench coming from your body is like that of a dead dog. Qin Yan said in cold voice and took out the Lion King cannon. Boom, he directly fired a cannon, the cannonball refined from king-grade beast oil ignited with fierce flames. The people outside star-traveling pagoda are all 10 great immortals, they are all able to quickly jump away. Courting death. Jing Shuangzi furiously shouted and sent a palm attack towards star-traveling pagoda from the distance. His palm power transformed into a huge silver elephant. The huge elephant looks like a hand seal and smashed towards star-traveling pagoda. Bang! Star-traveling pagoda slightly trembled and was immediately enveloped by berserk immortal power. Everyone immediately exclaimed. They did not expect Qin Yan to be so unafraid of death as to provoke so many 10 exalted immortals. Qin Yan was infuriated. He swore that he would become a powerful exalted immortal in the immortal mystic desert. Only then would he be able to teach these arrogant young 9th firmament exalted immortals a lesson. Yuzhuekuan also noticed the situation on Qin Yan's side. He laughed out loud and said, everyone, that's right. Teach that arrogant little immortal a lesson and kill him. Luo Weizhuang said coldly, everyone, give me some face and stop. Lan Bufan, it's your fault. You were the one who spoke rudely first. Xianyuan Wanzi also said. He's just a little immortal, why should I be polite to him? Besides, me entering his pagoda is his honor. What's wrong with that? Lan Bufan said with sneer. He raised his palm and summoned a large amount of berserk blue lightning which struck the star-traveling pagoda. Not far away, the snow-white slender saber in Xiao Yuelan's hand suddenly let out a whistling sound. The world was immediately enveloped in a violent vibration. The yellow sand on the ground surged, and even the people standing far away could feel the vibrating force enveloping them like a storm. Many people were instantly shaken by the shockwave to the point that their bodies felt uncomfortable, and they had no choice but to release their own immortal force to resist the shockwave. That's the power of a divine ability that can shake the immortal soul. Luo Weizhuang exclaimed. Xiao Yuan brandished her saber and slashed at Yuzhuekuan. The shockwave caused the giant axe in Yuzhuekuan's hand to tremble. Yuzhuekuan was shaken to the point of vomiting a mouthful of blood. He roared in anger and punched out. Xiao Yuelan's surroundings have been enveloped by a blood-colored flame. The flame transformed into a cage, trapping. Xiao Yuelan inside. The blood-colored flame is leaping up and down, it is howling like an evil spirit. Use Wukuan's fire divine ability, Hellfire Prison. Xianyuan Wanzi yelled, the temperature inside the Hellfire Prison is very high. Even if a Xian immortal is trapped inside, he will be seriously injured from burning. Both sides are finally using divine abilities to fight. Lan Bufan and the others also stopped attacking the star-traveling pagoda, instead they looked at Xiao Yuelan. The vibration divine ability power Xiao Yuelan used just now came from her vibration martial spirit. She has a mysterious martial spirit that can duplicate all kinds of martial spirits and divine ability power. It is very mystical and strange. Back then, Xiao Yuelan duplicated many of his divine ability power. Roar, a heavenly lion's roar arrived, black gas suddenly rushed out from inside the Hellfire Prison and frantic beast power spread out. Crash, a nether realm heavenly lion appeared, its body is not very big, it looks like an ordinary lion. After it appeared, it unleashed heavenly lion fighting dragon claw and tore the Hellfire Prison apart. Hoo-hoo. The Hellfire Prison was torn apart, flame divine ability immortal power swept out like a gale, causing the desert to become even hotter. Xiao Yuelan summoned the nether realm heavenly lion. Qin Yun is not surprised at all, Xiao Yuelan can duplicate martial spirits and divine ability power. He also knows that Xiao Yuelan can summon nether realm berserk dragon, she even has nether moon and nether Sunday as expected of my wife. Qin Yun is very happy in his heart. After the nether realm heavenly lion came out and broke the Hellfire Prison, it suddenly disappeared. Xiao Yuelan summoned the nether realm heavenly lion to defeat Yu Wukuan with her own power. Yu Wukuan cursed in his heart because he is being looked down upon by a woman. If Xiao Yuelan allows the nether realm heavenly lion to join the battle, it will be very difficult for Yu Wukuan to win. The spectators can now see that Xiao Yuelan is a lot stronger than Yu Wukuan. She is also one of the 10 great immortals. The disparity is not that big. Xiao Yuelan has mastered the mysterious heavenly lion summoning technique, she can summon the nether realm heavenly lion. That nether realm heavenly lion's aura is very strong, it should be a 9th layer great immortal. If this nether realm heavenly lion joins the battle, Yu Wukuan will definitely lose. Xiao Yuelan wants to fight Yu Wukuan alone, so she won't use the summoning technique. From this kind of strength, Xiao Yuelan should be the strongest among the 10 great immortals. Some 9th layer great immortal old men are discussing in astonishment. Even Luo Weizhuang, Lan Bufan and the other 10 great immortals are sighing in admiration at Xiao Yuelan's strength. Xiao Yuelan's strength made them secretly afraid. They didn't have much contact with Xiao Yuelan before, so they don't know much about her. But now that they saw that she can summon the nether realm heavenly lion, they know that if they really fight, they will definitely lose. Xiao Yuelan's speed suddenly became even faster. Her ice-cold white saber hacked out, giving rise to a cold wind, causing the scorching hot desert to become cold again. Buzz, what is even more dreadful is that this ice-cold immortal power contains a fierce vibration power. It rippled through space, shook the earth and shook the sky. Yu Wukuan can only rely on the golden armor on his body and the formidable axe in his hand to resist and disperse some of the frantic vibration power. However, he still vomited blood from the vibration and his arm is in pain. Xiao Yuelan's absolutely beautiful face is filled with frost, her beautiful eyes are filled with killing intent. Her clothes are fluttering in the wind, her might is accompanied by killing intent. Even after using divine ability several times in a row, she still doesn't look tired at all. Hoo! Xiao Yuelan's saber hacked down again. Fierce vibration power is being stimulated by divine ability immortal power. It is like a roaring wave, immediately turning the desert's yellow sand into a churning sea. Yu Wukuan loudly screamed. He wanted to dodge but he knows that if he can't dodge, he will die. So he can only brandish the axe in his hand to meet the attack. Crash, 2 powers collided, a great amount of yellow sand churned, giving rise to a sandstorm. Yellow sand accompanied by ice-cold killing intent blotted out heaven and earth. Many spectators have been buried by the yellow sand. Even the star-traveling pagoda has been buried by the yellow sand. After everyone came out of the yellow sand, they saw Xiao Yuelan standing there with a saber in her hand, her ice-cold gaze is looking ahead. Bang, a muffled sound came from the ground, yellow sand gushed out like a fountain. Yu Wukuan came out from the yellow sand, his appearance is very miserable. The edge of the huge axe in his hand has been cracked, it is already damaged. Now everyone can see that the reason why Yuzuo can hold on until now is because of the formidable golden armor on his body. Xiao Yuelan's strength is so formidable that it makes people feel that it is inconceivable. Facing Yuzuo is already very strenuous for most of the 9th level Ascendant Immortals. But Yuzuo is being suppressed by Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan's strength is so strong that she does not seem like a 9th level Ascendant Immortal. But everyone knows that only Ascendant Immortals can come to Immortal Xian Desert, Xian Immortals can't come here. Originally, many 9th level Ascendant Immortals thought that they are invincible in Immortal Xian Desert. But now that they saw the strength displayed by Xiao Yuelan, they know that she is invincible here. Yuzuo is gasping for breath, he looked at the ice-cold Xiao Yuelan, the fear in his heart gradually deepened. From the moment he saw Xiao Yuelan, his heart has been enveloped by ice-cold fear. Originally, he wanted to defeat Xiao Yuelan and dispel his fear. But now, the more he fights, the less confidence he has. Moreover, Xiao Yuelan can summon Nether-realm heavenly lions. Qinyan Star Traveling Pagoda slowly rose up and drilled out of the sand. Seeing this pagoda, Lan Bufan, Chu Yilan and the other 3 young Ascendant Immortals are secretly filled with rage. They have never been provoked like this by a little immortal. Especially Chu Yilan, she is still suppressing a belly full of anger in her heart because Qin Yun is questioning her beauty. Yuzuo saw Xiao Yuelan's saber vibrate and immediately became terrified. He promptly said, "Miss Xiao, I concede." "Concede?" Xiao Yuelan said in cold voice, "You insulted my Guanghan Palace's disciples. I will apologize to them and sign a soul contract. From now on, I will never cause trouble for Guanghan Palace's disciples." Yuzuo said. He has already crawled into people's crotches, so admitting defeat to a woman is not a big deal. After all, his life is more important. Kneel down and apologize to my 3 sisters, sign a soul contract and compensate them with 2 million immortal jade beads. Xiao Yuelan's voice is ice-cold, it is filled with an imposing aura that no one dares to defy. She said, "If you dare say no, I will take your dog life." Many people in the vicinity let out a burst of low cry. Yuzuo is admitting his mistake and signing a soul contract. Considering his status, his attitude is very good. But Xiao Yuelan wants him to kneel down and apologize and compensate him with so many immortal jade beads. Alright. Yuzuo doesn't dare to defy, he looked at Star Traveling Pagoda. Tian Rolling, Chu Yilan and Yu Wulan walked out, no one dares to attack them. Everyone has seen Xiao Yuelan's strength. Yuzuo is truly afraid of death because Xiao Yuelan is invincible inside Immortal Xian Great Desert. Moreover, she dares to fight and kill. The thick killing intent that she released was the most frightening, and could deeply feel her determination to kill. Sun Altar, Chapter 1290, Sun Altar. After Chui, Yu Wulan and Tian Rolling walked out, Yuzuo immediately knelt down and kowtowed. 3 ladies, I spoke rudely to you before, I used filthy words to insult you, it is my, Yuzuo's fault. I feel very guilty about it, I now apologize to you and ask for your forgiveness. Yuzuo truly knelt down and said very sincerely. Who would have thought that he would be so sincere because he surrendered to Xiao Yuelan's formidable power? Xiao Yuelan is watching from the side, Yuzuo doesn't dare to act recklessly, otherwise he might be killed by a saber strike at any time. Yuzuo signed a soul contract saying that he will never have any improper thoughts about Guanghan Palace's women. Moreover, he gave Tian Rolling and the other 2 women a slip to go to Yu family to receive immortal jade bead. Qinyan used the magic mirror to record the scene. Yuzuo is not afraid of being recorded because he knows that it is impossible for his shameful deeds to reach the magic mirror. His grandfather helped him settle everything. He feels that kneeling down and apologizing to Guanghan Palace's women is a very sincere and positive attitude, he will not be laughed at. In any case, he has crawled into this little immortal's crotch, moreover he has been cuckolded many times, what kind of humiliation has he not experienced? Why would he be afraid of a mere kneeling down and apologizing? Song Fengchen and Nangong Xueme are also secretly alarmed. Xiao Yuelan's formidable strength has also intimidated them. They also wanted to attack Tian Rolling and the others before. After apologizing, Yuzuo returned to his group. In the group, other people still respect him because his strength is not weak. Although he is not number 1 in Immortal Shan Great Desert, he is at least number 2 or 3. Xiao Yuan followed behind Tian Rolling and the others towards Star Traveling Pagoda. After arriving at Star Traveling Pagoda's entrance, Chu Yilin lightly yelled, "Yuan, don't go in, that little immortal inside is very hateful. Indeed, that guy is very arrogant. Don't pay attention to him." Lan Bufan said to Xiao Yuan, his voice is very polite and his face is filled with smile. "Yuan, your sisters have learned bad things from that guy." Yao Qinshuang coldly glared at Qin Yun and said, "That brat is relying on his powerful pagoda to be very rude to us." Qin Yun said angrily, "Whoever is rude first will have their entire family killed." "Who doesn't have an asshole? You bunch of bastards, your assholes are growing out of your mouths, how dare you fart?" Wang Tingxing shouted angrily, "Little immortal, don't be rude in front of Immortal Yuan. Believe it or not, I will smash your mouth." "I don't believe it, if you have the guts, come slap my mouth." Qin Yun stood at the entrance of Star Traveling Pagoda and said with sneer, "If you have the guts, come out and see if I will beat you or not." Wang Tingxing said angrily. Xiao Yuan is expressionless. Then she followed Tian Rolling and the others towards Star Traveling Pagoda's entrance. When she reached the door, Xiao Yuan looked at Qin Yun and suddenly had a very familiar feeling. Then, she frowned slightly as she looked at Qin Yun's handsome face. Qin Yun was worried that Xiao Yuan would recall and have a splitting headache like Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan. Therefore, he hurriedly took out a black mask and put it on. "Why are you wearing a mask?" Xiao Yuan asked with a frown. "The way you looked at me just now made me very nervous. I know I'm too handsome, but you don't have to look at me like that. It would be better if I wear a mask, so that you won't be infatuated with me," Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Everyone immediately started cursing this shameless person. "He is actually so narcissistic," Xianxia said in low voice. "Yuan, did you see that? This guy is truly hateful." Yu Zuokuan, Song Fengchen and the others are secretly happy in their hearts because they know that Qin Yun has angered Xiao Yuan. Shen-Yuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang who are at the side feel a headache, they can't help Qin Yun this time. "Are you Qin Yun?" Xiao Yuan asked. "Indeed." Qin Yun indifferently said. "N." Xiao Yuan indifferently responded and said, "Let us go in." Everyone feels that Xiao Yuan is very smart, she did not immediately flip out. She is being a bit polite and sneak into the pagoda first. This way they can beat Qin Yun. Qin Yun promptly let Xiao Yuan and Tian Rolling enter. After Xiao Yuan entered, she did not do anything, she just sat on a chair. She is also very tired now. Everyone is surrounding the first floor of Star Traveling Pagoda. The first floor is a large hall with windows all around. The windows are open but there is a barrier separating them. Everyone can see inside but they can't go in or attack. Now Luo Weizhuang and Shen-Yuan Wanxi have been invited in by Qin Yun. Lan Bufan, Chu Yilin, Yao Qinshuang, Wang Tingxing and Jing Shuangzi, these 5 super genius upper immortals can only stand at the door and watch. They thought that Xiao Yuan would beat Qin Yun up but she did not. Yu Zuokuan and Song Fengchen are occupying a window and looking at the first floor's large hall. They are looking forward to seeing Xiao Yuan flip out and beat Qin Yun. Nangong Xueme said in low voice, "Maybe she is tired from fighting so she wants to rest." Qin Yun is dead for sure, he will surely be beaten to death by Immortal Yuan. Song Fengchen said in low voice. Xiao Yuan suddenly came to Immortal Shan Great Desert, it is possible that Xian Rujing called her. Xian Rujing must have told Xiao Yuan to trust Qin Yun. Moreover, she saw Qin Yun and Tian Rolling together, so she is not disgusted with Qin Yun. On the contrary, she feels that Qin Yun is somewhat familiar, giving her an indescribable good impression of him. Xiao Yuan is drinking tea poured by Qin Yun. She is very suspicious in her heart because she has never had such a good impression of a man before. This kind of good impression caused her heart to beat faster and Qin Yun is just a little mortal. "You really don't want to take off your mask?" Xiao Yuan looked at Qin Yun and asked. "Even though I am handsome, I don't rely on my face to make a living, I also don't rely on my face to attract girls. I still want to be single for a period of time, so I don't want you to take a fancy to me. You are so strong, if you take a fancy to me, you will surely force yourself on me." Qin Yun laughed loudly and said. He also wants to quickly anger Xiao Yuelan and drive her away. Because he is worried that Xiao Yuelan will try her best to recall her memories, injuring her soul is not good. Qin Yan would rather be forgotten by Xiao Yuelan than injure her soul. Many people outside believe that Xiao Yuelan will immediately take out a long saber and kill this shameless Qin Yan. Even Tian Rolling and the others are secretly worried that Xiao Yuelan will hack Qin Yan into two halves. However, Xiao Yuelan did not. Instead, she indifferently drank her tea and did not say anything. The calm before the storm. The calmer Xiao Yuelan is, the more miserable and painful Qin Yan's death will be. It must be like this. Yu Zuokuan said with certainty. He is puzzled as to why Xiao Yuelan is so gentle towards Qin Yan. Rolling, Palace Master, and the others have decided to let me take over your mission. Hurry up and go back. They have other things for you to do. Furthermore, it can make you stronger. Xiao Yuelan said indifferently. Are you going to take over our mission alone? Tian Rolling said with a frown. Yes. Xiao Yuelan nodded and said, hurry up and go back. I brought more than 10 old grannies from the Guanghan Palace. I'll have them escort you back. Yu Wulan looked at Qin Yan and said softly, Yuelan, Xiao Yan also wants to explore the immortal Shan Desert. Can you bring him along? No. Xiao Yuelan shook her head and said, there has been a change in the immortal Shan Desert. The degree of danger inside is far beyond our imagination. As an immortal, it will be difficult for him to protect himself inside. My pagoda is very strong. When it's time to rest, it will be very safe inside my pagoda. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, Lan Niafan and those bullshit 9th stage exalted immortals, they can't even break my pagoda. Although Lan Bufan and the others are extremely angry, Qin Yan is telling the truth. I will go to the depths of the immortal Shan Desert with other young 9th stage exalted immortals. Xiao Yuelan looked outside and said again, this time, all the 9th stage exalted immortals of the various families must join hands. Only by doing this will we be able to smoothly reach the oasis in the depths of the immortal Shan Desert. Yu Zuokuan also said, the elders have ordered us youngsters to unite and go to the oasis. This Qin Yan is our #1 enemy, we won't bring him along. Xiao Yun, come with us. We will send you to Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain. Yu Wulan said softly. Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain is Xian Tiger King's territory, exalted immortals and immortals are the safest inside. Lan Bufan said coldly, little immortal, don't even think of following us to the oasis. This time even 9th stage immortals will have to leave the team. Not to mention you. Chu Yilin, Yao Qinshuang, Wang Tingxing and Jing Shuangzi also expressed their stance that they don't want to bring Qin Yan along. Because they wish they could kill Qin Yan. Qin Yan, I am willing to bring you along. Xiao Yuelan suddenly said. Yuelan, you can't do this. Lan Bufan said anxiously. Qin Yan, apologize to us and we will let you follow us. Chu Yilin gritted her teeth and said. Alright, if Qin Yan apologizes to us, we will forgive him. Lan Bufan said. Qin Yan furiously said, Tui. You should be the ones apologizing to me. Who told you to be rude to me first? Just as Lan Bufan was about to speak, Xiao Yuelan said again, all of you should take a step back. I'm not going. Qin Yan sat on a chair and crossed his legs. If I follow those idiots, I won't even know if I get tricked to death by them. Chui said, Yuelan, Xiao Yun has a compass, it can lead you to the things inside. Xiao Yuelan shook her head and said, we all know where the oasis is, we don't need any guidance. In the oasis inside, there is an 18-layer sun altar. Our goal is that sun altar. Many people immediately cried out in alarm. The legendary altar that descended from the Divine Desolate is actually some sun altar. Moreover, there is an altar inside the immortal Shan Great Desert. Qin Yan also understood why all the elders suddenly reconciled and let the younger generation join hands to go to the oasis. Take out your magic mirror. Xiao Yuelan said to Qin Yan. What? What for? Qin Yan asked. Take it out, don't ask too much. Xiao Yuelan urged. After Qin Yan took out the magic mirror, Xiao Yuelan also took out her magic mirror. This is a mutual record so that they can maintain contact in the future. This caused everyone's eyes to turn red, especially Lan Bufan and his group. On the way here, they coaxed and pestered Xiao Yuelan, but they were unable to record her magic mirror. But now, Xiao Yuelan took the initiative to record Qin Yan's magic mirror. Furthermore, everyone was hoping that Xiao Yuelan would blow up Qin Yan's head, but from the looks of it, it is impossible. Everyone suspects that it is because Qin Yan and great god Xian Wu have a good relationship that Xiao Yuelan has this kind of attitude towards him. Invading magic mirror. Xiao Yuelan's amiable action towards Qin Yan made many people feel that it is somewhat unreasonable. Especially Yu Zuokuan, he is now beginning to doubt his life. Why is Xiao Yuelan's attitude towards him and Qin Yan so different? Moreover, Qin Yan just said those words, saying that Xiao Yuelan would fall for him. Qin Yan is secretly moved in his heart because Xiao Yuelan doesn't remember him. However, subconsciously, just like before, she always wants to protect him. Tian Rolling and the others also discovered that Xiao Yuelan is rather abnormal. Tian Rolling and Yu Wulan are certain. Xiao Yuelan used to recognize Qin Yan, but she lost her memories. Xiao Yuelan walked to the door. Qin Yan promptly walked over and pulled her delicate lily-white hand. Qin Yan missed Xiao Yuelan too much, he can't help but want to hug her. However, he is worried that Xiao Yuelan will be angry, so he can only pull her hand. Seeing Qin Yan make a move on Xiao Yuelan, everyone felt that Qin Yan might really be done for this time. But surprisingly, Qin Yan suddenly took out a divine fruit and placed it in Xiao Yuelan's hand. "Yuelan, this is a small gift for you," Qin Yan said with a smile. Everyone secretly cursed Qin Yan. He actually casually gave away a divine fruit. He is only a 6th stage immortal, he should be eating it himself, yet he actually gave it to a woman. Yu Zuokuan secretly felt pain in his heart. This divine fruit is the same as great god Xian Wu's, it is a divine item that he yearned for day and night. Yet now, Qin Yan casually gave it to Xiao Yuelan. Yao Qinshuang and Chu Yilan are also extremely jealous. If they knew that Qin Yan would be so generous, they would definitely treat him better. Not to mention bringing him along, even if they let him touch her thighs, it would not be a big deal. After all, this is a divine fruit, eating it can allow one to break through to Xian Immortal. For them, 9th stage immortals, if they wanted to break through, they would need to endure for a year or two. They have already exhausted all the methods they used to advance, they can no longer advance any faster. Lan Bufan, Jing Shuangzi, and Wang Tingxing all secretly cursed Qin Yan. He actually randomly gave away something like a divine fruit, they don't know what to give to Xiao Yuelan in the future. "Thanks, keep it for yourself. Your cultivation is low, you must quickly become stronger. The sun has changed, and the situation in the Immortal Desolate is unpredictable. Only by becoming stronger can we have the strength to protect ourselves." Xiao Yuelan's tone is light, but everyone can tell that her attitude towards Qin Yan is very gentle. Xiao Yuelan rejected Qin Yan's divine fruit, this caused everyone to be shocked. Furthermore, it seems like it was for Qin Yan's own good, she hoped that Qin Yan could become stronger. Yao Qinshuang and Chu Yilan, who are outside, wished they could say to Xiao Yuelan, "If you don't want it, you can give it to us." Qin Yan originally wanted to give Xiao Yuelan some good gifts. After all, she is his wife and they have not seen each other for many years. But when he thought about it carefully, he had nothing to give her now. Take care of yourself. Try not to venture into the depths of the desert. If you really want to go, if you encounter any danger, remember to contact me. Xiao Yuelan warned again and then left Star Traveling Pagoda. Tian Rolling, Yu Wulan, and Chu Yi also very reluctantly bid farewell to Qin Yan and left Star Traveling Pagoda with the 10 old grannies. Although the Guanghan Palace had only sent Xiao Yuelan, she was the strongest here. Other factions people want to curry favor with her, but they don't know how to do so. They also don't know what to give her as a gift. Xiao Yuelan is not the kind of person who accepts everything. It can be seen that she is not greedy at all, otherwise she would have already accepted Qin Yan's divine fruit. Qin Yan is standing at the top of the pagoda, looking at the sand and dust in the distance. Xiao Yuelan is running at the forefront. "Truly my good wife." Qin Yan took off his mask and lightly sighed, "I must become stronger together with you." He thought about how Xiao Yuelan is together with those 10 great immortals who each have their own sinister designs and felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Xianyuan Wanxi and Luo Weizhuang are fine, but Yao Qinshuang, Chu Yilan, and the other 3 men are definitely not good people. Moreover, Yu Zuokuan, Song Fengchen and Chou Yongchao are also following them. Qin Yan is worried that Xiao Yuelan will suffer losses, so he must follow them. He promptly ran out, collected Xiao Yuelan and Yu Zuokuan's aura and made them into soul-chasing talismans. Chu Yilan, Lan Bufan and the others attacked Star Traveling Pagoda before and their energy has been absorbed. Qin Yan can use that energy to make soul-chasing talismans to track them. After making several talismans, Qin Yan is preparing to refine some cannon arrows. He took out the devil mirror and contacted Chu Yi to ask about the situation. Sister Yi, who is that Chu Yilan to you? Qin Yan asked. I am from Chu family, Chu Yilan is my cousin, she is a very malicious woman. Chu Yi lightly groaned and said. I am worried that she will attack Yuelan. Qin Yan said. You don't need to worry, Yuelan is very intelligent, she won't be plotted against by those despicable bastards. Chu Yi said with light smile, Xiao Yun, Yuelan is very good to you. I have known her for so long, I have never seen her so good to a stranger. This is mainly because I am handsome. Qin Yan laughed loudly and said, if I did not wear a mask, I would be worried that she would love me so much that she wouldn't be able to extricate herself. Chu Yi rebuked and said with smile, don't be so smug, Sister Rujing must have told her to be good to you. I will go ask Sister Rujing. Qin Yan promptly cut off communication with Chu Yi and used the devil mirror to contact Xian Rujing. Xian Rujing has also gone to Earth Province to fight over sun-suppressing divine arrow with Yu. Great Goddess Rujing, was it you who told Yuelan to come to Immortal Xian Desert? Qin Yan asked. It was me and Yu's decision. If there is no accident, a sun altar will appear in an oasis inside Immortal Xian Desert. This is the information I obtained from Divine Desolate. Xian Rujing said, all the other great factions have divine servants, so they also know about this matter. Xian Rujing said with smile, Xiao Yun, the matter you caused in Immortal Xian Desert is not small? You really know how to swindle people. Oh, that's right, what is the relationship between you and Great God Xian Wu? I heard that Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror and Great God Xian Wu are together. We will talk about this later. I will go contact Evil God. Qin Yan said. Qin Yan cursed Evil God in his heart. Sun altar is such an important matter, yet Evil God did not know about it and did not inform him. He took out the large golden devil horn and contacted Evil God. Evil God, Ice Goddess said you are a trash god, she really did not belittle you. Qin Yan said in a very bad mood, did you know, 8 altars will soon arrive in Immortal Desolate, moreover they are 18-layer altars. I heard it is some sun altar. The large golden devil horn trembled and Evil God's excited voice came through, is this true? How is this possible? Sun altar is the most powerful thing of the 9 sun sects, how can it descend in Immortal Desolate? You don't know? Qin Yan is stunned. Of course I don't know. This is a big matter. Evil God said with some embarrassment, alright, it is my fault for not being well informed. I will go ask around and contact you later. Qin Yan cursed Evil God a few times in low voice, then stored the large golden devil horn. Then he took out the immortal graveyard diagram and tried to contact Xiaqiru. After trying for a while, he did not succeed. He also doesn't know what happened. When I have the chance, I will ask Yuelan, maybe she knows about Sister Kiru. Qin Yan can only plan like this. Qin Yan thought for a bit, then contacted Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror through the Devil Mirror. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror sold him out, this matter made him very angry, moreover he did not even give him a heads up. What made him even angrier is that even though he wanted to contact Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror, he did not accept his request. This wretched guy, wait until I recover my past life's memories, see how I will take care of you. Qin Yan cursed Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror in his heart. Soon after, he contacted Little Black Donkey. Little Black, did you hook up with Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror? Qin Yan asked. I hooked up with him, this idiot is very happy to be my little brother. I only gave him a few pointers through the Devil Mirror and he immediately called me Big Brother, truly a guy without any backbone. Little Black Donkey's childish voice came out from the Devil Mirror. Then did you get anything out of him? Qin Yan asked again. Earlier, he asked Little Black Donkey to trick Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror to see what kind of relationship Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror and Immortal King Fuyun have. Got it out of him. That guy said he is immortal King Fuyan's disciple, his original name is Wu Xiaoding. He also said that the concept of the Devil Mirror was created by immortal King Fuyan. And the Devil Mirror spatial hub was also created by immortal King Fuyan. That spatial hub is now under immortal Emperor Devil Mirror's control, Little Black Donkey said. Little mortal, who is this immortal King Fuyan? That guy didn't tell me much, I can't find anything. Qin cursed immortal Emperor Devil Mirror in his heart, he actually seized his fruits of labor. Little Black, to tell you the truth, I am immortal King Fuyan. Immortal King Fuyan was my past life. After I reincarnated, I no longer have any memories of my past life. Qin very angrily said, that immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. That guy Wu Xiaoding actually deceived me. He even said that I was his little brother in my past life and kept calling me little brother. After Little Black Donkey heard this, it also somewhat angrily said, this Wu Xiaoding is truly too hateful. He is clearly your disciple, but he took advantage of the fact that you don't have any memories of your past life to deceive you. Oh, that's right, little mortal, how did you accept such a swindler as your disciple in your past life? This guy is not a swindler, he is just too outrageous. He always wants to take advantage of me. Qin cursed in low voice, wait until I rise up again, I will make him look good. Little Black Donkey said, little mortal, you are in the immortal Shan Great Desert, right? A sun altar will appear there. As for what kind of benefits it will bring, I still don't know. In short, my guess is that the sun altar will require a large amount of sacrifices and many people will die. If you want to go, you must be careful. As long as it is an altar, it will require sacrifices. Moreover, it is usually a living sacrifice. Qin is suddenly very worried about Xiao Yuan. He immediately said to Little Black Donkey, Little Black, continue to swindle Wu Xiaoding. Try your best to trick him into giving you a bit more dragon meat. Hee, I understand this, Little Black Donkey laughed sinisterly. Qin promptly sent some text to Xiao Yuan, telling her to pay more attention. He told her that the altar needs to carry out a living sacrifice and it might not be that simple. After reminding Xiao Yuan, Qin looked at the Devil Mirror and said with a frown, there are so many Devil Mirrors in the Immortal Desolate, they indeed need a very large spatial hub array foundation to receive all kinds of information and then transmit it out. As long as you control the core array foundation of the Devil Mirror, you can control the content of the Devil Mirror. A little revenge. At that moment, Qin's magic mirror suddenly vibrated. Brother Yun? Immortal Emperor Fiend Mirror took the initiative to contact Qin. Old devil, is your real name Wu Tiantu or Wu Xiaoding? Qin asked with a smile. Hee, Wu Tiantu is my alias. As for Wu Xiaoding, it's not my real name either. I have several names. After all, he had to have a few names. But you can call me Old Devil. Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor said, you contacted me before, right? I was a bit busy, so I couldn't talk to you immediately. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror only found out about Qin's grievances after conversing with the Black Donkey, so he immediately contacted Qin. Now that he heard Qin mention the name Wu Xiaoding, he was secretly worried. Qin is not angry, he said indifferently, Old Devil, you are not very kind. They actually thought that you weren't going to protect me anymore and almost got me killed. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror smiled sheepishly, little brother, you're a lucky man. Plus, you're quite strong so you won't be killed. Besides, you're with the Moon Palace's disciples, they'll definitely protect you. Brother, do you think there's anything special about the name Wu Xiaoding? When you heard this name, did it remind you of anything? Immortal Emperor Fiend Mirror cursed Mighty God Black Tortoise inwardly for telling Qin such things. He also suspected that Mighty God Black Tortoise was trying to worm information out of Qin. This name is very nice, much nicer than Wu Tiantu. Why don't you use it? Qin asked. Is that so? But I think the name Wu Tiantu is better. I named myself Wu Tiantu. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror felt relieved. He was Qin's previous life's disciple. If Qin knew about this, he would definitely scold him. Old devil, how much did you sell me for? Qin is very curious. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror must have promised the other factions not to interfere in Qin's matter. Furthermore, he agreed to delete the scandals regarding Yu Zuekuan and Song Fengchen. Therefore, Yuzhuakuan is very relieved. Brother, what are you talking about? How could I sell you off? Actually, I can't do anything about it. Those immortal emperors are all very fierce, and we are all near the sun-suppressing arrow. I'm worried that they will focus their fire on me, so I had no choice but to delete Yuzhuakuan's matter. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror sighed helplessly. Did Yuzhuakuan go find trouble with you again? It's good that you're fine. I'll go ask Immortal Emperor Dayu to discipline his grandson. Qinyan suddenly said, Old devil, you should know that the sun altar is going to descend into the immortal mystic desert, right? Well, I just heard about it. Are you in the profound immortal desert? It's best if you don't go too deep, you might die. Your cultivation is too low. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror warned. Then I'll go to the Earth Province to find you. My cultivation is too low, I need your help, provide me with some cultivation resources. Qinyan said. That won't do, I'm busy here, we're fighting for the sun-suppressing arrow, it's more dangerous, don't come looking for me. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror said with smile, Brother, don't worry. Wait until I get my hands on a sun-suppressing divine arrow, then I will definitely come find you. After Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror finished speaking, he cut off the connection. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart because he felt that Qinyan only knows his real name and doesn't know that he is Immortal King Fu Yun's disciple. Qinyan promptly sent a message to the little black donkey, telling it not to tell Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror about some matters. He only told the little black donkey to accidentally leak the name Wu Xiaoding to Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror. Wu Xiaoding, right? You are my previous life's disciple, Master can deal with you in my previous life, I can also deal with you in this life. Qinyan laughed sinisterly. He plans to join hands with the little black donkey to deal with this bastard disciple. Qinyan held the devil mirror and penetrated his mental power into it. He began to decipher the devil mirror at a deeper level. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror can know his whereabouts and even see him through the devil mirror. Therefore, he wants to decipher it one step further, he can't let Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror grasp too many things about him. After Qinyan's mental power penetrated the devil mirror, he very quickly understood the runes inside the devil mirror like the back of his hand. Ling Yun'er said with charming smile, Xiao Yun, the devil mirror was invented by you in your previous life, no wonder you can decipher it so easily. It can be seen that your subconscious still has a very good understanding of these things. Qinyan said with smile, of course. After I figure out the connection between the devil mirror and the Formation Foundation, I will invade the Formation Foundation. Very soon, he touched the devil mirror and the Formation Foundation and saw the spatial transmission energy. He relied on his understanding of the runes inside the devil mirror and began to try to invade the Formation Foundation. He took out some immortal jade beads and placed them on the devil mirror. The devil mirror absorbed the immortal jade beads and sent them to a place, that place is where the Formation Foundation is located. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror collected a large number of immortal jade beads through the devil mirror to maintain the operation of the Formation Foundation. He also earned a lot of immortal jade beads and he can also exchange them with other immortal emperors through the devil mirror. Or he can monitor the devil mirror's communication to collect all kinds of useful information and then sell the information. For example, someone found a treasure or a powerful beast in a certain place and that person used the devil mirror to transmit the information back to the clan. Then the devil mirror immortal emperor can intercept it and then arrange for people to go and seize the treasure. Qinyan already let Mo see through the runes inside the devil mirror, so he can also refine the devil mirror. In order to understand the devil mirror better, he personally refined a golden devil mirror. After he finished refining, he let the golden devil mirror connect to the center of the Formation Foundation. He placed the immortal jade beads into the devil mirror one by one and let the golden devil mirror continuously activate the small-scale teleportation formation to absorb the immortal jade beads. This way, he can take advantage of the small-scale teleportation formation opening to infiltrate his mental power into the center of the Formation Foundation. Although his mental power entered the Formation Foundation intermittently, it allowed him to have a general understanding of the Formation Foundation. The Formation Foundation is very strong and it must have been modified by that bastard Wu Xiaoding. My mental power is still too weak, otherwise I would have been able to completely control the Formation Foundation. After a night of trying, Qinyan secretly figured out the situation of the Formation Foundation. Although the large-scale formation foundation is complex, it was set up by your previous life. There must be a formation spirit inside. Ling Yin'er said, "Can you sense the formation spirit?" "I can't sense it. Even if there is, it might have been replaced or sealed by that bastard Wu Xiaoding." Qin Yin shook his head. "No matter, I will continue to understand more. At least Wu Xiaoding did not discover that I can invade the formation foundation. If someone else's mental power were to pry into the formation foundation, it would cause a great commotion and it would also take the initiative to defend itself. However, Qin Yin is not someone else. The formation foundation was set up by him in his previous life. The various runes needed to set up the formation were carved by Qin Yin's previous life using the power of the blood soul. There is a large amount of soul power from his previous life. And mental power comes from the power of the soul, so after Qin Yin's mental power invaded the formation foundation, it will not trigger the formation foundation's self-defense. 2 days later, Qin Yin's understanding of the formation foundation is increasing. He is also secretly amazed at the strength of the formation foundation. As expected of my previous life, to be able to create such an awesome thing, Qin Yin said with a proud smile. After 2 days of research, Qin Yin could not control the formation foundation. However, after he improved the golden devil mirror he refined, he could release any message. Moreover, it would not be blocked and everyone could see it. Qin Yin contacted Chui and asked her to send the video of Yuzhuekuan drilling into his crotch. Chui did not know what Qin Yin wanted to do, but she did not ask and immediately sent it to Qin Yin. After Qin Yin received the video, he gave his golden devil mirror a name, Wu Tiantu's dad. Although this is a fake name, it is the name of Immortal Mirror Immortal Emperor that people in the Immortal Desolate are familiar with. Qin Yin used the nickname Wu Tiantu's dad to post a message and attached a video. It is Yuzhuekuan barking while drilling into Qin Yin's crotch. This message immediately spread crazily on the devil mirror, causing another sensation. The main reason is that the person who posted this message is called Wu Tiantu's dad. And everyone knows that the video of Yuzhuekuan drilling into the crotch has been deleted and no discussion is allowed. But now, someone called Wu Tiantu's dad has posted it. This is equivalent to provoking Immortal Mirror Immortal Emperor. After Chui saw this message, she immediately asked Qin Yin if he did it. Qin Yin directly replied, "Great God, Xian Wu did it." The video of Yuzhuekuan drilling into the crotch once again spread crazily on the devil mirror. Yuzhuekuan, who is on his way to the oasis in the immortal Xian desert, naturally knows about it. He watched and cursed, "Isn't Wu Tiantu the name of Immortal Mirror Immortal Emperor? What happened to Wu Tiantu's dad? Why did he expose me?" "Maybe this old man thinks it's fun," someone said. "Fun my ass." Yuzhuekuan said angrily, "What's so fun about this? Do you think it's fun for me to drill into the crotch? Go and play with your uncle." The 9th level exalted immortals on the road all have a devil mirror. After seeing the video, they all secretly laughed. After all, Yuzhuekuan is one of the 10 exalted immortals and the grandson of Immortal Emperor Du. Barking like a dog and drilling into someone else's crotch is indeed very funny. Immortal Mirror Immortal Emperor is also very anxious. "Wu Tiantu, you bastard. Keep your father in check, don't let him spread my grandson's scandal." Immortal Emperor Du cursed. "Wu Tiantu, we have given you so many benefits, why did the news of my son cheating on Yuzhuekuan spread like wildfire on the devil mirror? Are you trying to start a war between our Song family and Du family? Wu Tiantu, keep your father in check." Song Zhaoshi cursed. His son Song Fengchen cheated on Yuzhuekuan many times and almost caused a war between the two families. Immortal Mirror Immortal Emperor opened his devil mirror and was immediately scolded. He is also very angry. "Damn it, which bastard did this? Since when did I have a father?" Immortal Mirror Immortal Emperor immediately controlled the formation base and deleted the video. He is very afraid because he has already restricted the video from spreading. The formation base has its own consciousness, it will delete the video on its own and not let it appear on the devil mirror's platform. To be able to bypass the formation base and directly release the video, this is a very terrifying method. Even he, Immortal Mirror Immortal Emperor, cannot do this. Could it be Great God Xian Wu? Immortal Mirror Immortal Emperor immediately contacted the little black donkey. The little black donkey knows that Qin Yin did it and also knows that Qin Yin wants to push the blame to it. Great Emperor Deterrence Devil Mirror Mortal Emperor doesn't believe the little black donkey's words. He immediately checked Qin Yan's devil mirror and found nothing abnormal. He doesn't know that Qin Yan refined a golden devil mirror himself. He still contacted Qin Yan and asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" "I'm resting, preparing to leave the immortal Xian desert," Qin Yan said. "Then I won't disturb you anymore." Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor promptly cut off the connection. He is worried that Qin Yan will ask him for immortal jade beads. Qin Yan has been playing with the golden devil mirror. The video he posted was deleted by Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor, but he can continue posting. "Motherfucker, that bastard sealed my nickname." Qin Yan cursed in low voice and then changed his nickname. Changing a nickname on the devil mirror requires 1 million immortal jade beads. Therefore, many people cherish their first nickname when buying a devil mirror. However, Qin Yan doesn't need it. He can change it for free. This time, he changed it to Wu Tiantu's second uncle and then posted a message of Yuzhuekuan crawling into crotch. "Hehe, Yuzhuekuan, oh Yuzhuekuan, do you really think your shameful deeds can be covered up?" Qin Yan laughed in his heart and then posted a picture of Yuzhuekuan kneeling in front of Tian Rolling and the others. He added a paragraph of text. "Great Yu Immortal Emperor's grandson, Yuzhuekuan, used words to insult 3 beauties of Guanghan Palace. After being taught a lesson, he had no choice but to kneel and apologize." After this message was posted, it caused a sensation on the devil mirror. Yuzhuekuan immediately received a message from his grandfather, "Great Yu Immortal Emperor. Yuzhuekuan, you little bastard, why did you provoke those bitches of Guanghan Palace? Don't you know that Immortal Emperor Yu is nearby? You are causing trouble for me." Great Yu Immortal Emperor cursed. "Grandfather, you are an immortal emperor and even more powerful than Yu, right? Why are you afraid of her?" Yuzhuekuan said with grievance, "I already kneeled down and apologized, what else do you want me to do?" "What do you know, Guanghan Palace has more than one immortal emperor. Who knows how many immortal emperors they have?" Great Yu Immortal Emperor roared, "Hurry up and settle this matter for me or I'll castrate you." Yuzhuekuan shivered and cursed Wu Tiantu's second uncle in his heart. How could he release such a message? Demonic Mirror Immortal Emperor was also going crazy because he had just banned the nickname Wu Tiantu's dad and now Wu Tiantu's second dad appeared. He knew they were the same person. "Wu Tiantu, how many fathers do you have?" Yu Immortal Monarch contacted Demonic Mirror Immortal Monarch and shouted, "Didn't we agree that my grandson's scandal won't be exposed?" "Well, I'm working on it." Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror also had a headache. He immediately went to investigate and at the same time deleted the picture of Yuzhuekuan kneeling to Tian Rolling and company. He also sealed the nickname Wu Tiantu's second father. The Magic Mirror Immortal Emperor had many methods. After some effort, he finally found the golden mirror that released the news. However, he couldn't see the owner of the mirror and didn't know where it was. "Friend, may I know who you are?" Demon Mirror Immortal Emperor sent a message. Qin Yan looked at his golden magic mirror and said with mischievous smile, "This bastard has some ability, he actually contacted me so quickly. I am your second father." Qin Yan sent a message. "Friend, don't joke around." Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror sent a message. "I am Immortal King Floating Cloud's wife." Qin Yan thought for a moment and decided to tease Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is stunned and immediately sent a message, "Immortal King Floating Cloud's wife? Stop messing around, he doesn't have a wife. He was cursed by heavenly punishment, he can't have an affair with women, otherwise he will die a horrible death." Qin Yan cursed in his heart, this Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror actually went around telling others about this kind of thing. "Alright, I am Immortal King Floating Cloud's godfather." Qin Yan sent another message. "Immortal King Floating Cloud has a godfather? How come I don't know? Don't try to fool me." Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is also very puzzled because he began to suspect that Immortal King Floating Cloud really has a godfather. Although Magic Mirror Immortal Emperor was the disciple of Immortal King Float Cloud, he wasn't very clear about his master's matters. He only knew that his master created this magic mirror and it wasn't completed yet. He left behind many blueprints which were completed by him later on. "You are Little Floating Cloud's disciple. He has been dead for many years, have you done anything to let him down?" Xianxia asked Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror. You are really his godfather? Then tell me your name. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror's forehead is dripping with sweat because he feels very guilty in his heart. I am Netherworld Great Emperor. Xianxia chuckled after sending the message. He wants to pretend to be his godfather and cause some big trouble. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is so scared that his hands are shivering. He knows that his master and Netherworld Great Emperor have some dealings, but he doesn't know that his master is Netherworld Great Emperor's godson. Netherworld Great Emperor? Don't try to fool me. Netherworld Great Emperor disappeared a long time ago. He might already be dead. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror calmed down and replied. Xianxia took out the sleeping Nether Spirit Sacred Blade, took an image and sent it to Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror saw the black Nether Spirit Sacred Blade and shouted in fright. Nether Spirit Sacred Blade is a very famous weapon in Immortal Desolate. Although it disappeared for many years along with Netherworld Great Emperor, the legend of the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade is still spreading. Uncle Netherworld, you are still alive. Very good. If my master knew, he would be very happy. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror promptly replied. Is Xiao Fuyun still alive? Xianxia continued to pretend. Of course he is still alive, he has reincarnated but he has lost his past life's memories. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror truthfully said. He is very afraid of Netherworld Great Emperor. That's good. Then treat him a bit better. Xianxia sent this message and then sent an image of the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade. It seems like he is threatening Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror's face turned deathly pale in fright. Although he is an Immortal Emperor, he is only a newly advanced Immortal Emperor. He is just a small fry in front of these ancient Great Emperors. Especially Netherworld Great Emperor who has a divine weapon like the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade, he doesn't dare to be careless. Xianxia promptly cut off the connection with the Golden Devil Mirror and no longer said anything to Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror. At this time, another Devil Mirror vibrated. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is looking for him. Xianxia thought for a bit and did not answer. He wants to scare Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror from time to time. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror cannot contact Xianxia. He is very worried because he is worried that Xianxia will meet with Netherworld Great Emperor. If Netherworld Great Emperor finds out that he cheated the reincarnated Xianxia, the consequences will be very serious. Uncle Floating Cloud, I beg you, quickly answer. Disciple knows his wrongs. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror thought of that dreadful Nether Spirit Sacred Blade and can't help but shiver. Xianxia deliberately ignored Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror and used the Golden Devil Mirror to find the little black donkey. Xiao Hei, this is my new Devil Mirror. If that bastard Wu Xiaoding asks you about me, just say you don't know. Then ask him why he is looking for me. Xianxia said. Alright, remember to leave the divine fruit for me. I heard that you almost gave it away. The little black donkey is very concerned about the divine fruit because it wants to taste it and see if it is very delicious. Xianxia lied down on the bed and waited for a while. The little black donkey contacted him and told him that Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is very regretful and is trembling in fear. Xianxia laughed heartily on the bed. He suddenly discovered that his cheap godfather has some ability in Immortal Desolate. He has been missing for so long, yet he can still produce such a formidable deterrent force. He sat up and thought carefully. Then he took out the golden magic mirror and changed his nickname to Netherworld Great Emperor. Then he posted a message. Moreover, it was very short, only 4 words: I'm back and a picture of the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade. In just a short period of time, this news caused the entire Immortal Desolate to burst into commotion. Previously when Yuzhuakuan went into Crotch, it only attracted the attention of some Immortal Emperors and Immortal Kings. Old fogies like Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor were not interested at all. And now, the news of Netherworld Great Emperor's return caused these 2 Great Emperors to become restless. They have a very deep impression of the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade. They did not expect to see it in the Devil Mirror. Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror is scared half to death because both Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Devil Immortal Great Emperor came to find him to understand the situation. Netherworld Great Emperor has been missing for many years. This has always been a mystery. And now, Xianxia used his identity as Netherworld Great Emperor to describe the great battle back then. He said that Devil Immortal Great Emperor and Immortal Desolate Great Emperor joined hands to plot against him. Now everyone in Immortal Desolate knows that Netherworld Great Emperor was plotted against by two Great Emperors and was almost killed. Everyone in Immortal Desolate is now discussing this matter. Because using numbers to bully the few and sneak attack are very despicable methods. Two great emperors who have been famous throughout the ages in Immortal Desolate used such despicable methods to win. After Xianxia finished doing this, he closed the Golden Devil Mirror to avoid being found. He did this to let Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Devil Immortal Great Emperor know that his foster father is still alive. He walked to the front door of Star Traveling Pagoda and took out a soul-chasing talisman. It is Xiao Yuelan's. It is time to hurry, their speed shouldn't be too fast. Xianxia deliberately waited for 2 to 3 days before setting off. He also doesn't want to be too close to those people to avoid being discovered. He stood at the door and looked at the boundless yellow sand outside. Then he looked at the ferocious immortal profound river. Originally there was a small town here, but because Xiao Yuelan fought here, it has been razed to the ground. Xianxia looked ahead and suddenly discovered that someone has appeared. If it was someone else, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, many people are now entering Immortal Profound Desert. The person who appeared in the distance should not have appeared here. Because that person is a very young and loving person. Xianxia carefully looked and saw that it is a little girl wearing light and elegant white skirt. Her hair is tied up in a ponytail. She seems to be only a few years old. She looks like she is carved from jade. This little girl has a light smile on her face, her eyes are very quick-witted, her little face is very beautiful and adorable, people can't help but want to touch her face. Seeing such a little girl appear in the dangerous desert, Xianxia immediately guessed who she is. She is one of the 10 great immortals Xianxia. It is said that she is very formidable, even stronger than Xiao Yuelan. Xianxia heard Chui and the others talk about this little girl. Back then, he wanted to meet this legendary and mysterious immortal. Xianxia the little girl is very lively, she is hopping and skipping towards Star Traveling Pagoda while laughing and giggling, she is very happy. Such a lovely little girl is so scared that Xianxia's back turned cold. He doesn't know why he is afraid of this little girl, this kind of dangerous feeling he has never felt before. Xiao Yun, this little girl is very dreadful, you must be careful. Ling Yuner also warned Xianxia. Not long after, the little girl arrived at Star Traveling Pagoda's entrance. Hello, I am Xianxia, can I come in and sit? The little girl seems to be only a few years old, her voice is very sweet and very pleasant to listen to. Her pair of beautiful eyes are filled with smiling intent, her little face is filled with polite smile. Xianxia feels that this is very dangerous, so he did not immediately let this mysterious and formidable little girl in. This little girl, why does she give me a kind of intimate feeling? She is clearly very dangerous. Xianxia said in his heart. He suspects that Xianxia has some special ability that can confuse people and make them relax their vigilance. Seeing that Xianxia did not let her in, Xianxia pouted and mumbled, "Why don't you let me in? It is not like I will eat you." Xianxia is truly afraid of being eaten. I heard you are one of the 10 great immortals, you are very strong and I am just a little immortal, I am afraid of you. Xianxia said, he is very vigilant in his heart. What is there to be afraid of? Don't you see how cute I am? Xianxia giggled and used her tender little finger to poke her beautiful little face, making her look even more adorable. Xianxia's hands are also itching, he wants to pinch this little girl's face. He loves pinching faces very much, Xianxia's face is often pinched by him. He did not let Xianxia in, instead he went out by himself. Even if Xianxia wants to attack, he can run back to Star Traveling Pagoda. Xianxia, did you come by yourself? Xianxia asked. Xianxia nodded, she looked towards Star Traveling Pagoda's entrance and said with charming smile, I want to go in and sit. Xianxia said with smile, what is there to sit inside? Moreover, I am preparing to set out. Where are you going? Xianxia asked, I heard that some of the 10 great immortals are in Immortal Shan Great Desert to find Sun Altar, so I came. I also want to find Sun Altar. Xianxia said with smile. You? Xianxia's cute little face was full of suspicion. You're so weak, you'll die inside, right? Impossible, my life is very hard. Xianxia said with mischievous smile. He couldn't help but reach out to touch Nianyan's little face. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He clearly knew that this little girl was very dangerous, but he couldn't control his hand. He just had to touch that cute little face. After touching it, he regretted it because Nianyan hit him with great force. Crack, Qingyan felt that the bones in his wrist had been shattered by Nianyan's small hand. Nianyan was a little angry. Wrinkling her little nose, she snorted and said, "Don't touch other people's faces." "Humph, if it was someone else, I definitely wouldn't have let him off." "I'm sorry, you are too cute, I couldn't help but touch your face." Qingyan felt that his hand is temporarily crippled, he needs to rest for a period of time to recover. He was extremely shocked. He had cultivated the immortal demon's sacred body, but this little girl had broken his bones with just a casual attack. "I want to enter that pagoda," Nianyan delicately yelled. "You can't." Qingyan doesn't dare to let Nianyan enter, he is worried that his star-traveling pagoda would be snatched away. "You touched my face just now, I will continue to teach you a lesson." Nianyan finished speaking and suddenly punched with her small pink fist. An incomparably dreadful immortal power violently rushed out and the fist energy landed on Qingyan's body. Boom! Qingyan only felt the fist energy land on his body and produce a very strong explosion. He was sent flying and crashed into the star-traveling pagoda. "You! Why did you hit me?" Qingyan yelled in shock. He is only a 6th-layer immortal, he can't even defeat a formidable 9th-layer immortal, let alone a 9th-layer immortal. "Because you touched my face," Nianyan said with a charming smile, then hopped over to Qingyan's side. A palm chopped down. Voila, the palm wind whistled like thunder, the entire desert trembled as if a tide is surging up. Qingyan is extremely terrified, he promptly used Sacred Eye to look at the distance and narrowly dodged the palm. Puff, although he managed to dodge the dreadful palm power, he was injured by the formless palm energy and vomited a large mouthful of blood. He secretly told himself that he won't touch other people's face with his dirty hands anymore. He really did not expect that this little girl's power would be so terrifying. "Don't run." Nianyan is like a naughty child, she charmingly smiled and chased after Qingyan. Boom, after Nianyan approached Qingyan, she again sent a palm attack. The palm wind exploded and rumbled like thunder. Ah! Qingyan let out a miserable scream, he feels that his body is about to split open. He is secretly rejoicing that he has a mortal devil sacred body, otherwise he would have already been killed by this devil-like little girl. "Aya. Is it very painful?" "My attack was very light." Nianyan blinked her eyes and slightly frowned. She has a very innocent appearance, she looks very harmless. "I will be killed by you, little big sister, I was wrong, I should not have touched your face." Qingyan very sincerely apologized. "I accept your apology," Nianyan said with charming smile. Just as Qingyan let out a long sigh in his heart, Nianyan unexpectedly punched again. Boom, the berserk fist energy brought along a very strange power. It is filled with all kinds of evil aura, as if it is the power condensed from countless evil spirits in hell. This fist energy exploded out, bringing with it a burst of black gale. The gale is like the howling of 100,000 evil spirits, causing Qingyan to be extremely alarmed. This little witch, what is her background? Qingyan cursed in his heart. Right now, he is unable to dodge the fist energy and was hit head-on. What caused him to feel alarmed is that his body is in extreme pain. Furthermore, there are all kinds of negative energy drilling into his mind, wanting to devour his soul. Retreat! Qingyan let out a muffled groan and dispersed all the evil spirits that wanted to invade his soul. Just as he woke up, he saw another golden energy surge over. It is a power filled with divine power, Qingyan is at a loss. This little girl Nianyan just released a demonic power that came from hell, but in the blink of an eye, she released this punch. The aura is so divine and the power is equally terrifying. He suddenly recalled that Nianyan cultivates immortal devil power and she is even more powerful than him. Ah! Qingyan was hit again and let out a miserable scream. His body is already covered with cuts and bruises, he is lying on the ground gasping for breath. Originally, even if he faced a upper immortal, he would be able to run away. But facing Nianyan, he is unable to run away. Nianyan walked to Qingyan's side and said with charming smile, Your sacred body cultivation is pretty good. I just wanted to see how strong your sacred body is. You. Qin Yan is even more amazed in his heart. Nian Yan took out a black and white small pill and stuffed it into Qin Yan's mouth. She said with gentle smile, "Eat it, you will recover very quickly." After Qin Yan ate it, he indeed sensed that his injuries are recovering very quickly. Especially the broken bones in his body, they are healing very quickly. Can I go in now? Nian Yan pointed at Star Traveling Pagoda, stuck out her small tongue and said with mischievous smile. Of course you can. If I had known earlier, I would have let you in, I wouldn't have been beaten up. Qin Yan sighed. Now he can sit up on his own. Even if you let me in, I would still beat you up. Nian Yan said with charming smile. Why? Do I have enmity with you? Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Because you touched my face. Nian Yan said with smile, I did not kill you, I am already being very polite. Qin Yan brought Nian Yan into Star Traveling Pagoda. After Nian Yan entered, she sat on a chair, swung her legs, opened her large and lovely eyes and looked all around. Your pagoda is very awesome, I might not even be able to break it. Nian Yan exclaimed in admiration. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed inside the pagoda and not come out, I wouldn't have been beaten up like this. Qin Yan is very afraid of this little girl. Nian Yan said with gentle smile, What, are you angry? No, it is all my fault, I should not have touched your face. Qin Yan said with bitter smile. How about this, I will let you touch my face again, we are even. Nian Yan pointed at her own face and smiled with squinted eyes. Even if Qin Yan had 10 times more courage, he would not dare to touch her face, it is too dangerous, it is very fatal. Seeing that Qin Yan doesn't dare to come, Nian Yan cannot help but let out charming smile. Qin Yan knows that this Nian Yan is not a little girl, it is just her appearance. Don't go around talking nonsense about me cultivating sacred body. It will bring me trouble. Qin Yan said in low voice. I know. Nian Yan drank the fruit juice poured by Qin Yan, licked her lips and asked, When are you going to look for the sun altar? I will go with you. I was going to leave immediately but I was beaten up by you, so I want to rest. Qin Yan said. So it is like this, I won't wait for you. I will go by myself. Nian Yan finished drinking the fruit juice and ran towards the door. A3. Wait, I will set out now. Qin Yan shouted but Nian Yan ran out. When Qin Yan chased after her, he can no longer see Nian Yan, there is not even a bit of aura left. This little girl, is she playing with me? Qin Yan is immediately puzzled, he can only return to Star Traveling Pagoda. He rested for half a day, after recovering, it is already night time. He stored away Star Traveling Pagoda, ran on the desert and used the soul-chasing talisman to track Xiaoyuan. Night time, the sky above Immortal Xian Great Desert is very strange. Originally there were many stars in the night sky but in the depths of Immortal Xian Great Desert, the starlight has been distorted. Therefore, there are many faint light belts in the sky above Immortal Xian Great Desert, it is very beautiful. These light belts are star runes. Qin Yan is extremely apprehensive, he only found out after entering the depths of Immortal Xian Great Desert. Even inscription masters cannot see that these are star runes. But Qin Yan has a very peculiar perception, so he can see it. Could it be that star runes are formed like this? Qin Yan suddenly slowed down his speed and let Momo come out and record all kinds of star runes in the sky so that she can pass them on to him later. Inscription Beast Momo is sitting on Qin Yan's shoulder, very seriously looking at the star runes in the night sky. Qin Yan also slowed down so that she can see more clearly. Big brother, those star runes are different from the ones we usually see. Little Xiaoling's Momo is standing on Qin Yan's shoulder and whispered into Qin Yan's ear. Can I learn it? Qin Yan asked. Probably not. Momo shook her head and said, those star runes are not complete. Even if you memorize them, it's useless. Qin Yan looked at the sky and said doubtfully, not complete? Then what exactly is missing? I also don't know, how do I say it, the star runes and moon runes in the sky should have life but they lack life. Momo thought for a moment, touched her long pointed ears and said in low voice, what I said might not be very accurate but it's roughly what I mean. Qin Yan placed Momo in his palm and gently stroked her long hair. Her hair had already turned black. Although she was still small, she looked even more adorable. Momo, go in and play with Yang. Qin Yan said with smile. Momo very happily entered the nine-sun divine soul and played with Yang inside. Qin Yan is running in the desert. Because they can't fly, everyone can only run on the ground in the immortal Xian desert. Xiaoyuan and the others can't run very fast in the desert. After all, there are too many people and their aura is very heavy. If they run too fast, they will easily be ambushed by the things under the sand. Qin Yan can use the soul-chasing talisman to track Xiaoyuan. Even if he doesn't use it, he can still follow the large group through aura. Suddenly, the great golden devil horn inside the nine-sun divine soul trembled. Evil God contacted Qin Yan. Evil God, don't disappoint me. Qin Yan took out the great golden devil horn and said with smile. Don't worry, I definitely won't disappoint you. I was in seclusion before, so I didn't receive any news. Evil God laughed loudly, clearly he is very confident. He said mysteriously, Qin Yan, do you know why the sun altar is descending? Could it be because of the sun-suppressing divine arrow? The ice and snow goddess is very interested in the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Many awesome immortal emperors of the immortal desolate are near the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Qin Yan said. No. The evil god chuckled. The ice goddess might not know, but I know the true reason for the sun altar's descent. Qin Yan frowned. If there really was another reason, the little black donkey would have told him. However, he recalled that the little black donkey had been in a deep slumber in the fourth pearl of the nine-yang divine soul for many years. It definitely didn't know much about the divine wilderness. Otherwise, it would have known the true taste of the divine fruit. The sun altar was taken down by the 8-9 sun sects, right? Asked Qin Yan. That's right. But do you know why they wanted to take down these 8 sun altars? The evil god continued to keep him in suspense. When he saw that Qin Yan was not too clear about this matter, he was secretly delighted. At least he was more well-informed than Qin Yan. The 8-9 sun sects want to rope in the experts of the immortal desolate to work for them. Qin Yan said, this is also his guess. Do what? The evil god laughed and said, I guarantee you don't know. What can I do? It's all because the 9 sun sects in the divine desolate want to plunder the immortal desolate's sun god stone. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. It's not that. There are indeed many sun god stones that fell in the immortal desolate, even more than our divine desolate. Moreover, some of them are of extremely high quality. However, we are all mistaken about one thing. The reason why the sun god stone fell was not to let you immortal desolate humans quickly become stronger. Evil God said, this matter was only recently understood by divine desolate. Qin Yan stood on the desert and looked at the starlight in the night sky that has been distorted into many light runes. He said with frown, the fall of the sun god stone indeed produced a lot of energy, it can let all living beings advance by leaps and bounds. I also benefited from the divine fruit, that's why I became a 6th stage immortal in a short while. Qin Yan, you might be the first person in the immortal desolate to know the true secret of the sun god stone. Evil God said with mischievous laugh, let me tell you, when the sun god stone fell, all living beings in the immortal desolate indeed benefited, they can advance by leaps and bounds. However, the sun god stone is not for your immortal desolate's living beings, it is for the inscription beasts. For the inscription beasts? What do you mean? Qin Yan doubtfully asked. It means that after the runes evolve to the peak, they transform into beasts, they become inscription beasts. I don't know much about inscription beasts for now, I only know that the fall of the sun god stone was summoned by the inscription beasts. These inscription beasts suddenly appeared in divine desolate, sacred desolate and immortal desolate. Evil God is somewhat excited as he said, my boss in divine desolate looked through ancient texts and found out that these inscription beasts will suddenly appear before world extermination. They will try their best to obtain the sun's power before it falls. Qin Yan earnestly listened, he is very shocked in his heart. Evil God continued, there are many types of inscription beasts. The weaker ones are common elemental inscription beasts, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, and so on. Ancient records mainly record 72 star inscription beasts, 36 moon inscription beasts, 9 sun inscription beasts. Heavenly inscription beasts are unknown. Heavenly inscription beasts are very mysterious, there are not many records about them. Are there any divine inscription beasts? Xianxia asked. There are. It is said that the strongest are divine inscription beasts and only divine inscription beasts can transform into humans. Evil God said, those 8-9 sun sects took down the sun altar because they want to do their best to capture inscription beasts, because the runes on the inscription beasts' bodies are very strong. Xianxia looked at the star runes in the sky and suddenly recalled what Momo said before, the star runes in the sky are lacking life. It is very possible that the star runes in the sky condensed into star inscription beasts. This caused his back to turn cold. He felt that there is an extremely high possibility that there are inscription beasts hidden within the immortal Xian desert. Evil God, what about the sun-suppressing divine arrow? Xianxia asked again. My boss told me that the sun-suppressing divine arrow has already surpassed God and is controlled by the universe's natural law. We humans are unable to control the sun-suppressing divine arrow, so don't waste your time on it. Capturing inscription beasts is the most important matter. Evil God said with smile, Xianxia, you must be careful when you encounter inscription beasts. Those guys have extremely high intelligence and they control very strong inscription power. They are not easy to deal with. Also, inscription beasts have undying bodies. Xianxia is very shocked. He asked, why can inscription beasts not die? My boss's guess is that it is similar to nether beasts. After the summoned nether beasts die, they will be reborn in the nether sea of the 9 nether realm. If inscription beasts die, they will be reborn in a world that belongs to inscription. Evil God said with smile, isn't it very mystical? Inscription beasts can actually transform into runes and hide in various places. They can even transform into dark runes, they are very powerful. Xianxia's heart jumped, he looked at the distorted light runes in the sky. He suspects that there are many inscription beasts in the immortal Xian desert. Evil God said, Xianxia, the 8-9 sun sects of the divine desolate are making such a big fuss because they want to capture all kinds of inscription beasts and collect even stronger and more mysterious runes. If you capture them, I will ask my boss and have him give you a generous reward. Xianxia told Evil God about the situation in the immortal Xian desert. After Evil God finished listening, he said in pleasant surprise, you have a sun altar descending there, it means that there are inscription beasts in the desert. Very good, look carefully. Got it. Xianxia also wants to see what kind of inscription beasts they are. The sun altar has descended in that desert, it is very likely that it will send some tools to search for inscription beasts. Xianxia, don't think that those tools are very good. If you take them, you will have to work for the 9 sun sects. Evil God warned, that is equivalent to becoming a divine servant, it is like selling your soul. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately took out the devil mirror and contacted Xiaoyuan. He sent a message, warning her not to take the things from the sun altar. He also told her that if she takes them, she will become a divine servant and will be enslaved for the rest of her life. Xiaoyuan sent a message, I understand, thank you. Xianxia feels that Xiaoyuan will definitely listen to him, but he is still somewhat worried in his heart. Oh, that's right, Xianxia, that little girl Yueme might be going to the immortal desolate. Evil God said. AI, she has already forgotten about me. Xianxia let out a long sigh. It's fine, she will definitely remember you. She is now mingling with Star God, moreover, she is going to the immortal desolate, maybe she is going to catch inscription beasts. Star God surely knows how to find star rune beasts. When the time comes, you should establish good relations with Yueme and use her to catch 1 or 2 star rune beasts. Evil God said with mischievous smile, alright, you should be a bit careful. Xianxia stored away the large golden devil horn and continued madly running. At the same time, he is also paying attention to his surroundings to guard against inscription beasts' attacks. Daybreak, 3 suns are hanging above the immortal Xian Great Desert. The sunlight is not distorted like starlight. Xianxia has been running madly for the entire night. Just as he was about to take out the star-traveling pagoda to rest, he suddenly saw a small gray cat appear in front of him. It is Meow Meow and very gracefully walking on the desert. Xianxia's eyes immediately widened because this gray cat is very peculiar. Although there are no runes on its body, Qin Yin can feel that his Star Lord inscription spirit is slightly trembling. Star Lord inscription spirit must have encountered a very strong star rune. I encountered a star rune beast? Qin Yin is extremely happy. Just as he was about to rush over, he saw a small and exquisite white figure floating over. He cursed in his heart because a little girl is rushing towards that small gray cat with extremely fast speed. This little girl is precisely Nianyun. What a cute little kitten, come with big sister. Nianyun flew over and said with light smile. The small cat meow meow 2 times and then disappeared in a flash. Aya. Don't run. Big sister likes you very much. Nianyun lightly rebuked and also suddenly disappeared. Qin Yin is stunned on the spot. He cursed Nianyun in his heart, she is actually following him all the way. Is that a star rune beast? Its speed is so fast. Qin Yin looked all around, he cannot sense even a bit of aura. There is also no trace left behind in the desert. It is as if Nianyun and the small gray cat suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth, he doesn't know where they went. Great Desert Divine Tree Qin Yin took out the magic mirror and searched for information related to inscription beasts. No one released any information about it. And now, the magic mirror is discussing the matter of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Devil Immortal Great Emperor both announced on the magic mirror that they did not join hands to launch a sneak attack. The little black donkey contacted Qin Yin through the magic mirror and shouted, Little mortal, little mortal. Did you find any divine fruits in the immortal Xian desert? No. I only saw a cat. Qin Yin looked all around, he wanted to see if the small gray cat would appear again. Cat? What cat? The little black donkey asked hastily. A gray cat. Qin Yin said with smile, Little black, don't tell me you know that cat? I might know it, the little black donkey cried out in alarm, quickly tell me about that cat. It was very fast and then it ran away. I don't know where it went. Qin Yin looked around again, trying to sense a trace of aura but he did not find anything. I should know that cat. I have to see it to understand the specific situation, the little black donkey said happily. Little black, have you heard of inscription beasts? Qin Yin told the little black donkey about the situation of inscription beasts. After the little black donkey heard this, it fell silent for a moment and said, I might be an inscription beast. What do you mean by might? Qin Yin said with frown, aren't you the great god Xianwu? I'm not sure either. I might have half of the inscription beast's bloodline in my body. The little black donkey did not care about the inscription beast because it only cared about eating and obtaining the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Qin Yin said again, Little black, you shouldn't be able to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, right? Even if I can't, I still want to try. As long as I obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, I will be the most awesome divine beast. The little black donkey laughed and said, Little mortal, hurry up and find the divine fruit. Remember to leave me half after you find it. I won't treat you unfairly in the future. Goodbye. Qin Yin curled his lips and was about to put away the magic mirror when he saw Xiaoyuan send a message, We encountered the divine tree, come quickly. Qin Yin is secretly alarmed when he saw Xiaoyuan's message. Xiaoyuan actually knew that he was on the way. Where are you? Qin Yin asked. You can find me, right? I'm guessing you're on your way. Xiaoyuan sent the message quietly, worried that others would discover it. Xiaoyuan's intuition told her that Qin Yin would follow her and have a way to find her. I'll get there as soon as possible. Qin Yin originally wanted to rest but when he saw Xiaoyuan summoning him, he immediately felt as if he was injected with chicken blood as he madly ran through the desert. After running for a while, Xiaoyuan sent another message, telling him to disguise himself and not be discovered. She also said that she might need his star-traveling pagoda's help. Xiaoyuan has entered Qin Yin's star-traveling pagoda, she knows that even powerful 9th-stage heavenly immortals are unable to breach it. Qin Yin is secretly delighted. When Xiaoyuan encountered the divine tree, she must have seen many divine fruits on it. That's why she wanted him to go over. Xiaoyuan is the only disciple of the Guanghan Palace, so she doesn't trust anyone else. She trusted Qin Yin mainly because Xian Rujing told her that Qin Yin was trustworthy. After running for a day and a night, Xianxia finally saw a large tree in the distance. There are only some sand dunes in this desert, the whole is very flat. So if a large tree appears in the distance, it is very easy to see. That tree was very special. It was thousands of meters tall, and its trunk was perfectly straight. Only the top of the tree had branches and leaves. The trunk below was a bare pole that was tens of meters thick, and its entire body was golden red. The crown of the tree is very big, it has golden and dazzling leaves. The leaves are very big, it is impossible to see what is inside the crown of the tree. This divine tree is very strange. Xianxia is madly rushing, he is very tired now. He is resting on the same spot and observing the pillar-like divine tree. This tree is several thousand meters tall, only the top of the tree has branches and leaves, it looks like a mushroom. Have you arrived yet? Xiao Yuan sent a message to Xianxia. I saw the divine tree, I am resting. Xianxia is now browsing through Devil Mirror's message, there is no information about the tree being leaked. Clearly, this information has been sealed by Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror must have sealed the information about the divine tree because other powers told him to do so. He did not want this kind of information to spread, lest more people enter the Immortal Shin Desert. Alright, after approaching, we will act according to the situation. Use all kinds of methods to snatch the divine fruit from the divine tree. Xiao Yuan sent a message to Xianxia again. Divine fruit? Xianxia looked at the branches and leaves at the top of the divine tree that looked like a large umbrella, he did not see any divine fruit at all. This tree is so big, the divine fruit it bears should be very big, right? Xianxia can only take out the Lion King cannon and carefully observe the situation inside the branches and leaves. After careful observation, he finally saw the divine fruit on the divine tree. So small. Xianxia saw the divine fruit, it is inside a tree hole on the divine tree. This tree hole is as tall as a person, there is actually a small golden tree growing inside. The divine fruit on the small tree looks like a bunch of golden glowing grapes. Xiao Yun, this divine tree grows a lot of divine fruits. Ling Yun'er said with smile, no matter what, you have to get one. Xianxia can see that there are many people climbing the divine tree. Since they can't fly, they can only slowly climb up. Some people thought themselves clever and thought that they can jump up. However, when they jumped more than 100 meters high, they were pressed down by a very strong power. Their bodies exploded from the pressure and turned into blood mist that pervaded the air. It caused everyone to feel cold all over their body. As expected of a divine tree, it is truly terrifying. Xianxia is extremely apprehensive. Even if ascendant immortals can't fly, it is still very easy for them to climb up a few thousand meters tall tree trunk. However, when many ascendant immortals climbed up to 1,000 meters high, they suddenly fell down. Through the Lion King Cannon and Extinction Spirit Eye, Xianxia discovered that there is a very hot energy inside the divine tree. The energy inside the divine tree is like the energy of the sun. From time to time, the surface of the tree's bark will flash with golden red light, it is also the time when the bark is the hottest. The people who climbed up first were burned into charcoal and fell down. Then they fell down and turned into black slag. This immortal Shin Great Desert was formed by the fall of a huge sun divine stone. The divine tree that grew out of it must be extraordinary. It will not be easy to obtain the divine fruits on it. Xianxia observed while thinking of a way to climb to the top of the tree. Suddenly, he saw Yuzhuakuan's figure. Yuzhuakuan is wearing a set of golden armor, it is the same armor he wore when he fought against Xiao Yuan. It was not damaged even after enduring several of Xiao Yuan's saber attacks. Yuzhuakuan climbed more than 1,000 meters high in a short while. Moreover, several scorching air waves rushed out from the tree but none of them managed to knock him down. Ha ha ha. The divine fruits are mine. Yuzhuakuan very excitedly shouted and continued to climb up. However, when he reached 1,500 meters, many black tree vines suddenly rushed out from under the tree's bark. They very nimbly and quickly wrapped around Yuzhuakuan. Yuzhuakuan's golden armor fiercely shook and burst out with all kinds of energy blades that cut down the tree vines. Boom, Yuzhuakuan fell down from above. When everyone saw Yuzhuakuan fall down, they all heaved a sigh of relief. If Yuzhuakuan obtained the divine fruits alone, everyone would die of jealousy. Xianxia also saw Xiao Yuan. She is more than 100 meters away from the tree trunk. She raised her head and looked at the top of the tree. She did not go up. She also knows that it will not be easy to reach the top of the tree. With so many people watching, if I openly go over, I will definitely be discovered. Qingyun planned to wait until after resting, then go over stealthily to see if he can climb to the top of the divine tree. Qingyun took out the magic mirror and used the Lion King cannon to take a picture of the bunch of golden grapes. Then he sent it to the little black donkey. Great God, little black, I urgently request for help. I encountered the divine tree's divine fruit. How can I pluck it? Qingyun decided to ask the little black donkey first to see if it has any tricks. F***ck, if I knew earlier, I wouldn't have gone looking for the ghost sun suppressing divine arrow. I missed out on so many delicious things. The little black donkey's frantic voice sounded, that bunch of grapes must be very delicious. I like sour and sweet things the most. Little mortal, you must pluck it. I also want to. But there is a large group of powerful exalted immortals in front of us. I am only a 6th layer immortal, how can I beat them? Do you have any ideas? Qingyun sighed. If only I was here. The little black donkey cried out a few times, you must pluck that bunch of grapes, at least a few of them. I want to eat them. I want to eat them. Qingyun is very speechless, stop shouting, give me some ideas. Soon after, he told the little black donkey about the divine tree. The little black donkey is very happy after listening, little mortal, you have the 9 sun divine spirit, it should be very easy for you to go up. The 9 sun divine spirit can absorb all the energy of the sun. If you use it properly, you can absorb all the energy that burst out from inside the divine tree into the 9 sun divine spirit. Really? Don't lie to me, you will kill me. Qingyun is secretly excited. If it really works, that bunch of grapes will definitely belong to him. I am really not lying to you. Alright, I will be honest with you, inside the 9 pearls of the 9 sun divine spirit, there is a sun space. The sun space will gradually become bigger along with you. If you have enough strength, you will be able to store many sun divine stones inside the sun space. The little black donkey lightly groaned and said, you idiot, you have controlled the 9 sun divine spirit for so long, do you still not know how powerful it is? If you scold me again, I won't give you any grapes. Qingyun said in a very bad mood. Big brother, I know I was wrong, you must give me some grapes. I want to eat them, the little black donkey begged, I want to eat them. I will get them. You must also fulfill your promise and give me some benefits, otherwise don't even think about eating Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain's divine fruits. Qingyun threatened, then cut off the connection and focused on resting. Qingyun did not take out the star-traveling pagoda because he is worried that it would attract the attention of those people. He is sitting on a blanket and absorbing the sun divine power aura through the 9 sun divine spirit. Suddenly he heard a very weak sound. Danger is suddenly approaching, Qingyun instinctively jumped forward. At the same time, he turned his head and saw a black sharp hook stabbing towards him. It is the stinger of a huge scorpion, moreover it is bringing along a very strong stench of poison gas. Now he also noticed that undercurrents are surging all around, there are many immortal beasts hiding under the sand and gradually approaching the divine tree. Chapter 1297, 10,000 beasts fighting for fruit. Qingyun dodged the scorpion's attack and promptly jumped forward. The scorpion's body is more than 10 meters long, its whole body is shining with black light, it has a pair of large pincers steaming with black gas, it is quickly crawling on the sand and chasing after Qingyun. Suddenly a burst of beast aura appeared near the divine tree. After Qingyun looked over, he saw a large group of scorpions rushing towards the divine tree. All the people near the divine tree have been surrounded. Apart from this, there are also many large centipedes, lizards, spiders, and large snakes rushing towards the divine tree. Then there are all kinds of large and ferocious jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards rushing over from the distance. This is a group of beasts and these beasts must have a leader. The leader has not appeared, it is clear that he wants these lowly soldiers to throw away their lives. Xiao Yuan sent a message to Qingyun, telling him to quickly leave. Qingyun is also distancing himself from the divine tree because he is being chased by a large black scorpion. Wretched bastard, your brothers are rushing towards the divine tree, why are you chasing me? Qin cursed in his heart and began madly running. Originally he wanted to take out Star Traveling Pagoda, but he is worried that it would attract all kinds of beasts to surround him. At that time, he can only hide inside Star Traveling Pagoda. Xiao Yun, the beasts in Immortal Shan Great Desert are originally very ordinary, but after absorbing divine power, they evolved and became very powerful. Ling Yuner said, moreover, these beasts evolved inside Immortal Shan Great Desert, they are very familiar with the environment here, that is why they can hide so well. Qin Yun saw that these immortal beasts were evolved from ordinary beasts, their strength is not very strong, otherwise he would have been injured just now. Bastard, don't chase me, I don't want to fight you. Qin Yun cursed the large black scorpion. He is just rested, if he fights again, he will have to waste a lot of energy. He thought that by leaving the divine tree, he would be able to throw off the large black scorpion. But the large black scorpion is sick, it is relentlessly chasing him and not letting him go. Fuck your grandpa. Qin Yun took out the ninth heaven mysterious king saber, then suddenly turned around and released supergravity towards the large black scorpion. Boom. The supergravity caused the black scorpion to sink into the sand. Qin Yun leaped over and brandished the ninth heaven mysterious king saber, slashing at the large black scorpion's flailing tail hook. Saber chi surged and immortal power roared. His aura was as though he was cutting through a river. Clang, the nine heaven mysterious king saber struck the tail hook, but it did not break it. As for Qin Yun, he was sent flying by the rebounding force. Hua, the large black scorpion that had been pressed into the sand suddenly leaped out, bringing with it a gust of sand. As it pounced at Qin Yun, its long stinger nimbly stabbed forward. Qin Yun released supergravity once again to suppress the large black scorpion. Then he took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron surged with black chi and waves of lion roars. When it came crashing down, it seemed to carry the power of 9 lions. The ferocious black power at the foot of the cauldron seemed to come from the ancient heavenly lion's power to fight dragons. Boom! Roar! The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron smashed down, ruthlessly striking the big black scorpion's back. The big black scorpion let out a strange cry as its back split open. Black poisonous blood spurted out. This big black scorpion is only a small fry in the beast horde. Its strength is relatively ordinary, but the armor on its body is very hard. Qin Yun does not plan to waste his strength because now is the crucial moment to fight for the divine fruit. He wants to conserve his strength. Bang! He controlled the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and smashed it on the big black scorpion's back once again. Seeing a crack appear on the big black scorpion's back, Qin Yun took out a cannon arrow and threw it at the crack on its back. He promptly took back the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and jumped backwards. Boom! The cannon arrow stuck in the big black scorpion's back suddenly exploded, blasting the big black scorpion into several pieces. This damn thing is wasting my time. Qin Yun looked at the divine tree in the distance. Tens of thousands of beasts are fighting around the divine tree. Evil aura soared to the sky accompanied by surging beast roars, shaking the sky in all directions. All kinds of poisonous insects and beasts densely covered the sand around the divine tree. Many of them have already suffered heavy casualties. What made Qin Yun astonished is that the divine tree is actually absorbing the corpses of the dead beasts and absorbing nutrients from them. Facing this kind of tide-like beast horde, humans simply do not dare to approach. Several hundred meters below the tree trunk, there are many giant centipedes and spiders crawling. It makes people's scalp tingle. Some giant tigers and giant wolves that arrived in the rear are madly spewing fire. They are tearing those poisonous insects to shreds. The giant tigers and giant wolves that rushed in are spewing very high flames. Hundreds of flame-spewing beasts are spraying the tree trunk, burning the giant poisonous spiders and poisonous centipedes crawling on the tree trunk. A large number of poisonous insects have been burnt to a crisp. Their bodies are releasing thick black smoke that drifted to the surroundings along with the poisonous gas. Truly tragic. Qin Yun watched from the distance, a feeling of powerlessness welled up in his heart. Because those beast horde are too terrifying, let alone him, even those 9th stage ascendant immortals do not dare to approach. And those charging beasts are just small fries sent to their deaths to scout the way. The more powerful leaders and generals have yet to appear. If not for the divine fruit on the divine tree, Qin Yun would not have known that there are so many immortal beasts hidden inside the immortal Xian desert. Even if an ascendant immortal came in alone, he might not be able to return alive. Although there are only about 1,000 humans, their overall strength is very strong. Those beasts also did not charge at the humans, otherwise they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Originally, it was already very difficult to climb to the top of the divine tree. Now that a large group of powerful immortal beasts have appeared to snatch it, it is even more difficult. Ha ha ha, the divine fruit is this king's, a voice shook the ground. A huge black scorpion crawled out of the sand. Its upper body was that of a human, and its arms were a pair of large black pincers. Its tail and lower body were both scorpions, and its tail was even more terrifying. It looked like a claw and had several sharp hooks. This is the black scorpion leader. Its body length is 20 to 30 meters. As soon as the black scorpion leader appeared, its tail hook grabbed a huge tiger. The 10-meter-long tiger is like a puppy in front of the claw-like tail hook. It was lifted up by the black scorpion leader's tail hook. Roar! The tiger let out a furious roar and was crushed by the poisonous tail hook. Black scorpion, don't be arrogant. A deep roar came out. In the distance, a huge yellow tiger drilled out from the sand. Its body was nearly 30 meters long, like a small hill. Boom, boom. Boom, the yellow tiger leader ran on the desert, producing a series of dull footsteps. Upon closer inspection, one could tell that the yellow tiger leader's 4 limbs had condensed a very strong power. When it ran, it burst out, producing waves of berserk chi. Roar, the yellow tiger leader rushed over and slapped the tail hook with its claws. It spat out a fierce flame that was like a thick pillar of fire. It charged at the black scorpion leader's face and burned his elegant long hair. The black scorpion leader was burned bald. With a furious roar, a pair of huge pincers clamped down on the tiger's skin. The yellow tiger leader shouted angrily, its entire body surging with flames. In the distance, a giant black snake had appeared, and it was currently fighting a large purple spider. A giant centipede was fighting with a bird beast that looked like an ostrich. In just a short while, the leaders of the various beast groups came out, none of them gave way and the battle was in full swing. Qin Yun used Extinction Spirit Eye and saw that after the beasts died, their energy was absorbed by the divine tree. The divine tree is the biggest winner. Xiao Yuan sent a message to Qin Yun, "Are you safe?" "I am safe." "You must be careful." Qin Yun replied. Feeling Xiao Yuan's concern, his heart felt warm. "Are you still nearby? Do you want me to accompany you?" Xiao Yuan sent another message. Qin Yun wanted Xiao Yuan to come over, but he felt that it would be safer for her to stay with Xianyuan Wanxi and the others. After all, there are many 9th-stage immortals over there. "No need, I am very safe, I can protect myself." Qin Yun replied. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar echoed. Everyone looked all around, their hearts are filled with fear. The aura that accompanied the roar caused everyone to feel apprehensive. Even the leaders of the beasts who had been fighting each other had stopped. Not far away, a 2-meter-tall golden bear walked over slowly on its hind legs. The golden bear's fur flickered with golden light, as if it just came out from the sun. Its entire body is emitting a scorching aura. The golden bear's eyes are like 2 small suns. Being stared at by it, one can feel their body burning hot, as if they are about to be burned to death. Qin Yun is horrified, he thought, this must be an inscription beast. The golden bear slowly walked towards the divine tree, its feet are burning with golden flame. Along the way, it created a path of burning golden flame. After those beast corpses touched the golden flame, they were instantly burned to ashes. "What are you? Don't even think of approaching the divine tree," the black scorpion leader furiously shouted. "Die!" The golden bear's eyes shot out 2 golden light beams and hit the black scorpion leader. "Ah!" The black scorpion leader screamed miserably, its body ignited with golden flame. The golden bear continued walking forward, but suddenly it was blocked by a huge black wolf. The black wolf is more than 20 meters long and the golden bear is only 2 meters tall. In front of the black wolf, it looks very small. However, the golden bear vigorously stamped its feet and produced a burst of golden flame wave. The flame wave spread out in all directions like a ripple. The black wolf blocking the path was hit by the golden flame wave and immediately held. It wanted to run, but its body was enveloped by the flame wave and burned with golden flame. Die, the golden bear roared and slapped with its paw. A bear paw imprint descended from the sky above the black wolf. Rumble, the bear paw imprint is like a small mountain pressing down, igniting golden flame and burning the black wolf to ashes. Not only the beast leaders, even the powerful ninth firmament immortals on the human side are scared out of their wits. The two leaders of the beast horde were easily killed by the golden bear that had appeared out of nowhere. One must know that beast leaders are existences equivalent to ninth firmament immortals. The golden bear can easily kill beast leaders, it can also easily kill ninth firmament immortals. The beast horde calmed down and distanced themselves from the golden bear. The leaders of the group of beasts were all extremely afraid of this golden bear, especially the golden flames, which carried a dense amount of sun god power, giving off an indescribable sense of deterrence. The golden bear slowly walked to the bottom of the divine tree and looked up at the top. Everyone knows that the golden bear came for the divine fruit, but climbing up is not easy. Pretending to be Inscription Beast Chapter 1298. Pretending to be Inscription Beasts. Humans and beasts are planning to wait for the golden bear to climb to a high place and then think of a way to beat him down so that the golden grapes won't be swallowed by others. Many humans took out their magic mirrors to record the process of the golden bear climbing the tree. Yuzwakuan said, "This golden bear is really awesome. What kind of species is it? Could it be a sun immortal beast?" Xianxia said with frown, "If this bear can get the golden grapes down, we must capture him." "Can we capture him?" Xianyuan Wanzi is somewhat worried. "If the golden bear gets the bunch of grapes and eats them all, what can we do?" Lua Weizhuang curled his lips and said, Then capture the golden bear." Zheng Shuangzi coldly groaned and said, "Don't tell me we are going to lose to a bear?" The golden bear raised his head and looked at the top of the tree. His butt suddenly shook and then burst out a golden energy mist. Everyone is immediately dumbfounded. The golden bear is actually farting. Moreover, this fart is very powerful. It produced a pushing force that pushed the golden bear up into the sky. When the golden bear rushed up, he felt a pressure pressing down on him. He let out a loud roar and spewed out golden lightning from his mouth. Qin Yan's pupils shrank when he saw the golden lightning. That is because the golden lightning has many very fine runes. Thunder and fire runes. Qin Yan is extremely alarmed. He is now certain that the golden bear is an inscription beast and the runes it released are very profound. Qin Yan also doesn't know what rank the runes are. He only knows that they are very profound and very difficult to master. With a popping sound, the pressure released by the divine tree suddenly dispersed. The golden bears but continuously spewed out powerful flames, producing a pushing force that rushed up to the top of the mountain. Everyone is dumbstruck. They originally wanted to use the golden bear's method to go up, but they don't know how to use a fart to push themselves up to the top of the mountain. After the golden bear went up, many people took out their telescopic tools to watch. The beast horde also let out all kinds of roars. It is clear that they are very jealous and angry, but there is nothing they can do. After the golden bear went up, it stood on a thick branch and slowly walked towards the tree hole. There is a bunch of dazzling golden grapes hanging on the tree hole. The golden bear arrived in front of the tree hole and stretched out its paw. A golden grape suddenly fell down and floated towards the golden bear's paw. Qin Yan recalled the evil god's words. The descent of the sun divine stone was summoned by the group of inscription beasts. Only this group of inscription beasts should be able to eat the divine fruit it bore. The golden bear got a grape and was very satisfied. It jumped down from the top. When he landed, a big black snake suddenly rushed over, wanting to snatch the grape. After the golden bear jumped over, it slapped down with its paw. Ferocious flames of anger turned into a bear's paw and whistled over. The black snake's head was as big as a small house, but now it was instantly smashed by the golden flame bear's paw, turning into ashes that scattered in all directions. This kind of power was terrifying to the extreme. The leader of the group of beasts was an upper ninth heaven immortal beast, but it was actually so weak, no one doubted that Jin Xiong's strength was on par with a Xian immortal. This mysterious immortal desert was at the upper immortal realm. Only humans and beasts at the upper immortal realm could enter. But Jin Xiong was a Xian immortal. Qin Yan suddenly recalled the mystic Tiger King. He suspects that the mystic Tiger King is also an inscription beast. However, he is rather low-key and very understanding of human nature. He allows immortal beasts and immortals to cultivate and comprehend Tao in his dragon tiger divine mountain. He is revered by many immortals and immortal beasts. The mystic tiger king should be an inscription beast. Xianxia suspects that the mystic tiger king is a grass and would attribute inscription beast, because he saw the mystic tiger king come out from a large tree. Within the dragon tiger divine mountain, the mystic tiger king is invincible. Now, in the mysterious immortal desert, inscription beasts are also the strongest group of beasts. As a result, it is very difficult to capture them. Inscription beasts are protected within the Sun Divine Stone's domain. Xianxia put the grape into his mouth and swaggered over to the leaders of the various huge beast groups. Those beast leaders are all lying on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. They are worried that they will be killed. A sharp cry suddenly appeared in the sky. A white crane flickering with white light flew over from the distance. Seeing this white crane, everyone cursed in their hearts. Because this thing can be a bird beast. In the mysterious immortal desert, it is simply an existence that violates the rules. The white crane easily flew to the side of the tree hole, picked up a golden grape and flew away. This is another inscription beast. Everyone also discovered that the white crane and the golden bear did not ask for too many grapes, they only asked for one. Moreover, the size of these beasts are not exaggeratedly large, but they all have very strong power. There are a total of 36 grapes in that bunch, and now 2 of them have been taken away. The group of immortal beasts and humans under the tree can only watch anxiously because they have no way to go to the top of the tree. Xianxia used the Lion King cannon to continue observing the golden grapes in the tree hole. He guessed that there will definitely be more inscription beasts that will go over to take the golden grapes. Suddenly, a light blue snake came out from under the sand and jumped up from the tree trunk. It is like a small blue lightning bolt that is constantly jumping up. The blue snake quickly arrived at the top of the tree and bit down on a golden grape. Then it jumped up in the air and suddenly turned into mist and disappeared. This caused a burst of exclamations and beast roars. The continuous appearance of these inscription beasts made everyone understand that the divine fruits belonged to these inscription beasts. Suddenly, the crowd burst into an uproar because a white wolf is rushing over. After the white wolf approached the divine tree, it suddenly slowed down. It can be seen that it is very respectful towards the divine tree. The white wolf's body is not very big compared to the leaders of the beast horde. It can be said that it is very small, only 2 meters long. The pure and holy white fur on its body is emitting a pure and holy silver light. Its pair of blue eyes look very gentle, but it also gives people a very proud and powerful feeling. This white wolf is also here to take the golden grapes. A leopard among the leaders of the beast horde politely asked, "Big brother wolf, how can we obtain the divine fruit?" The white wolf let out a burst of gentle laughter. It is a woman's voice. The leopard leader said awkwardly, "Big sister wolf, if you want to obtain the divine fruit, you need to comprehend it under the divine tree. As long as you comprehend it thoroughly, the divine tree will naturally give you the divine fruit." After the white wolf finished speaking, it lightly ran. Everyone and the leaders of the beast horde are trying to comprehend the white wolf's words. After the white wolf ran over, it jumped more than 1,000 meters high on the divine tree and broke through the pressure. Then it quickly ran along the vertical tree trunk. It is very agile and fast. After arriving at the tree hole, the white wolf also obtained a grape and ate it. After the white wolf left, more than 10 different inscription beasts came to take the golden grapes one after another. Each of them only took one. There are still 22 golden grapes left. The beast horde and the crowd did not dare to move. They can only wait for other inscription beasts to come and take it. Because they know that these inscription beasts are very terrifying, they are all Xian immortal level. Xianxia has been using the Lion King cannon to look at the tree hole. Suddenly, he saw a spatial fluctuation appear inside the tree hole and a little gray cat suddenly appeared inside. This kitten is indeed an inscription beast, moreover it has spatial runes. Xianxia is very shocked in his heart. Everyone and the beast horde cried out in alarm. The little gray cat casually went up. This caused many people to be very envious. Those inscription beasts from before were all very ferocious, but this little gray cat is very cute. Meow meow meow. The little gray cat meowed towards the small tree inside the tree hole. Suddenly, 2 golden grapes fell down. This little gray cat actually obtained 2 golden grapes. Could it be that I can get more just by looking cute? Qin Yan is startled in his heart. Everyone is also very unconvinced. The little gray cat only meowed a few times and obtained 2 golden grapes. This is enough to make a large group of people and beasts die from jealousy. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, the little gray cat should be together with Nian Yun. That's why the little gray cat wants 2 golden grapes. That little girl really hooked up with the little gray cat? Truly a smart girl. Qin Yan cursed a few times in his heart. Originally, he was the first to see the little gray cat, but Nian Yun suddenly appeared and disappeared together with the little gray cat. After the little gray cat obtained 2 golden grapes, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. There are still 20 golden grapes left in the bunch. Everyone and beast horde continued to wait. They want to wait for all the inscription beasts to take the grapes before they can go over to avoid being encountered by the inscription beasts. One night passed, no more inscription beasts came. The beast horde immediately became restless. Xiao Yun, quickly go. Ling Yin'er suddenly said, You have rested for 1 night, you should have recovered, right? Me? Isn't this courting death? A large group of people and beasts are watching. Qin Yan actually wanted to go over, but he is a human. You put on a lion mask and then use Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar to rush over. Ling Yin'er said with smile, You are an expert in deceiving people. Now people and beast horde are worried that the inscription beasts will appear again. If you run over, your aura will be enough to scare them. Qin Yan thought about it and felt that this method is not bad. At this time, he is playing with his aura. Previously, so many inscription beasts appeared. Only the golden bear at the beginning was very violent and intimidated everyone. Therefore, people and beast horde did not dare to move. Qin Yan took out a heavenly lion mask. It looks very much like a heavenly lion mask. It was specially made by him. Let's go all out. After Qin Yan put on the heavenly lion mask, he took out the magic mirror and sent a message to Xiao Yuelan, Yuelan, I'm going over. Act according to the situation and cover me. Qin Yan took a few deep breaths and rushed towards the divine tree. Originally, the beast horde was preparing to move, but they suddenly heard a lion roar and looked back. Seeing that strange lion-head human, people and beast horde felt somewhat puzzled. Roar, Qin Yan let out another heavenly lion's heavenly roar. Furthermore, he used the first layer of heavenly might Dao technique, mighty heavenly might. That lion roar was accompanied by an astonishing power of heavenly might, causing many beasts to retreat one after another. Xiao Yuelan originally wanted to ask Qin Yan something, but when she saw the lion-head human rush out, she immediately knew that it was Qin Yan. Yu Zuokuan said with a frown, What is this thing? It's neither a human nor a beast. Song Fengchen cursed in a low voice, there were so many strange beasts before and they all had the same appearance. Only this thing is so strange. You are all wrong, this thing is the strongest. Because it is about to evolve into a human. Xiao Yuelan said coldly. She also felt strange in her heart because she could not help but cooperate with Qin Yan to swindle this group of people. Golden Grape only Xiao Yuelan knows that the lion head is Qin Yan. She is very worried that Qin Yan would be injured while climbing the tree. That tree is very dangerous. So many immortal beasts went up and all of them died and fell down. Upper Immortal Yuelan, that lion head should be the strongest, right? Lan Bufan walked over and said with smile. He should be very strong. Xiao Yuelan nodded. Thanks to Upper Immortal Yuelan's reminder, otherwise I would have definitely gone to kill that lion head man. Lan Bufan immediately thanked her sincerely. It is obvious that he is trying to get close to Xiao Yuelan. You're welcome. Xiao Yuelan coldly replied. Upper Immortal Yuelan, you are very knowledgeable. Do you know what happened to those strange beasts? Wang Tingxing walked over and asked with smile. Yao Qinshuang and Xu Yilan are secretly jealous of Xiao Yuelan because not only are they weaker than her, they are also not knowledgeable enough. Xiao Yuelan can only spout nonsense. Strange beasts are bred from Sun Divine Stone. The Divine Tree is also bred from Sun Divine Stone. Therefore, strange beasts can obtain divine fruits. Xing Shuangzi promptly said with smile, Upper Immortal Yuelan's words, I understand. Thank you for dispelling the doubts in my heart and broadening my horizons. Xiao Yuelan can't stand these guys and said coldly, you must be careful of those beast leaders. If they don't obtain the divine fruits, we will become their targets. Hearing Xiao Yuelan's warning, everyone looked at the beast leaders, whether or not they are glaring at them covetously. The losses of the beast leaders are not small. Even if they can't obtain the divine fruits, they will fight us to the death and eat us to fill their stomachs. Xiao Yuelan said again, we can't obtain the divine fruits, it's better not to stay here. After Xiao Yuelan finished speaking, she turned around and ran into the distance. She wants to lead this group of people away and reduce the pressure on Qin Yun. However, many people hesitated and did not immediately follow her. Xiao Yuelan originally thought that Xianxia and the others who wanted to get close to her would follow her. The influence of these 10 exalted immortals is not small. If they leave, others will definitely follow. But now, they are indifferent and have no intention of leaving. Yuzuokuan shouted at Xiao Yuelan, upper immortal Yuelan, there is nothing to be afraid of those beast leaders. We are the 10 exalted immortals. If they dare to come, we will just kill them. Wang Tingxing also shouted, Immortal Yuelan, come back quickly. We might even have a chance to obtain the divine fruit. Xiao Yuelan left without looking back. Although no one followed her, she had another plan. After leaving the crowd, she hid herself and quietly returned to the vicinity of the divine tree. This way, even if Qin Yun was in danger, it would be convenient for her to save him. Yao Qinshuang sneered disdainfully, Exalted Immortal Yuelan is really something. You're so strong but you're actually so afraid of death. Exactly. What was there to fear about those savage beasts? They were all low-grade creatures that evolved from ordinary beasts. We are the 10 great exalted immortals with so much equipment in our hands. If we were to fight, the only ones who would suffer would be those stupid savage beasts. Chu Yilan said happily when she saw Xiao Yuelan leave. Chu Yilan and Yao Qinshuang were suppressed by Xiao Yuelan. Now that Xiao Yuelan has left, the other male upper immortals here finally focused their attention on the two of them. One should know that not only were they one of the 10 exalted immortals, but they were also quite beautiful and ranked. Especially a lecher like Yuzuokuan, he was very interested in this kind of powerful beauty. Xiao Yuelan did not go far. After she disappeared from everyone's line of sight, she hid in the desert. Her invisibility ability is something she copied from Qin Yun. When she heard the heavenly lion's heavenly roar earlier, she felt very puzzled. She did not expect Qin Yun to have mastered this kind of heavenly lion totem martial art. It is the same roar as the Nether Realm heavenly lion she summoned. Could it be that he can also summon the Nether Realm heavenly lion? Who the hell is he? Xiao Yuelan only saw Qin Yun once before and Qin Yun quickly used a mask to cover his face. If Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yun a few more times, she would definitely feel an even stronger sense of familiarity. Although she only glanced at Qin Yun once, Xiao Yuelan has an indescribable good impression of Qin Yun. This is also the reason why she wants to protect Qin Yun. She also doesn't know why, but subconsciously, she is very worried that something will happen to Qin Yun. She inexplicably wants to care about Qin Yun. When Xiao Yuelan was young, Qin Yun suffered all kinds of pain and torture in order to save her. After Qin Yun suffered heavenly punishment, Xiao Yuelan forgot about these matters. However, in her consciousness, she has a certain feeling about Qin Yun. On the way here, she used the devil mirror to ask Xian Rujing, but Xian Rujing did not say anything. Xian Rujing is also worried that Xiao Yuelan will recollect and suffer soul injury. Earlier, Xian Lingshua's soul was almost seriously injured. Not long after, Xiao Yuelan quietly returned to the vicinity of the divine tree and looked at Qin Yun, who is currently climbing the tree. Qin Yun is wearing a vivid and lifelike lion head mask. Although it caused many immortals and immortal beasts to be suspicious, the aura of heavenly might he released earlier suppressed those people and beast leaders, allowing them to smoothly climb the tree. Otherwise, they would have been attacked long ago. The golden red bark of the tree is uneven, it is very easy to climb. Very soon, Qin Yun climbed up to a kilometer high. It is very hot here. Qin Yun sensed a very hot aura. Fortunately, he has the 9th Sun Divine Spirit. He can quickly absorb the energy into the 9th Sun Divine Spirit. Everyone saw that Qin Yun can smoothly climb so high and at such a slow speed. They feel that it is very strange. Because those white wolves and golden bears from before can quickly climb to the top of the tree. Climbing a tree is very dangerous. Qin Yun doesn't dare to be fast when facing this kind of danger. he can only slowly climb. Now he feels a lot more at ease because even if others discover his true identity, it will not be easy to beat him down. Very soon, he climbed to a height of 2 meters. Although many tree vines appeared on the way, they did not manage to bind him. Qinyan suddenly discovered that his tree totem is very useful. Just now, the tree totem released a special energy that made those tree vines shrink back. Xiao Yuelan saw that Qinyan can climb so high, she is very worried that he will encounter danger. She is very suspicious in her heart. Qinyan is just a 6th-layer immortal, how can he climb so high? She is now somewhat suspicious that the Lion Man is not Qinyan. It must be known that Yuzuokuan tried before, even if he relied on very strong equipment, he would not be able to climb any higher. Finally, Qinyan arrived at the tree hole at the top of the tree. Ha ha ha. I am up. Qinyan is very happy in his heart. He stood on a thick tree branch and walked towards the tree hole. Yuzuokuan and the others are watching the Lion Man from a distance using telescopic tools. They are also recording it with the magic mirror and will post it on the magic mirror later. That guy is going to pick golden grapes, how many can he pick? Yuzuokuan shouted. He is reaching out to pick them. Xianxia shouted. Everyone is seriously watching. Qinyan reached out his hand, wanting to pick a golden grape. But strangely, after his hand touched the golden grape, it is as if he touched air. What's going on? Don't tell me these golden grapes are just illusions? Qinyan is secretly alarmed, then he tried again. His hand brushed past the bunch of golden grapes, but the golden grapes are like illusions, it is impossible to grab them. Qinyan suddenly realized that only inscription beasts can pick golden grapes. You already let me come up, why are you not willing to give me a grape? I don't want much. Qinyan said with light sigh. The tree totem in your body is an immortal tear totem, I also want an immortal tear tree totem. The small golden tree shook a bit and said to Qinyan with mental power. The small tree's voice appeared in Qinyan's mind. He is secretly delighted and replied, this is easy. I will carve a tree totem for you right now. When everyone saw that the lion head man is unable to pick the golden grapes, they are all puzzled. They also don't know what the lion head man is doing. They can only see the lion head man's back because Qinyan is blocking the small tree hole. Qinyan's back is facing the outside. The inside of the small tree hole is originally very dark, but the golden grapes are very bright and can illuminate the tree hole. He took out the floating cloud divine needle and released his strongest blood soul power. He began carving the immortal tear tree totem on the small sapling's slender trunk. Although Qinyan has totem inscription spirit and he also has a tree totem in his body, carving a tree totem on a small sapling is not easy at all. The main reason is that the sapling's bark is very hard. Even the floating cloud divine needle is not easy to pierce. Furthermore, the immortal tear tree totem is rather complicated and requires a very long time. No one knows what Qinyan is doing, they can only quietly watch from below. Xiao Yuelan sent Qinyan a few messages in a row, but Qinyan did not reply. She clenched her jade-like fists tightly, she is so worried that her palms are sweating. Little sapling, how many golden grapes do you plan on giving me? Qinyan asked. I'll give them all to you. The sapling's voice is very thin, like a child's. Really? Qinyan is very happy and immediately became very motivated. His speed of carving the tree totem has become much faster. Those little babies have all come to collect the golden grapes. The rest of the golden grapes will fall sooner or later, the sapling said. When the time comes, I will sleep for a period of time and new golden grapes will grow. Little sapling, how many divine trees are there here? Qinyan asked. He is astonished. Golden bear and white wolf, these kind of inscription beasts are actually little babies. They are very ferocious inscription beasts. There are still quite a few. I also don't know how to contact them. We are all independent, the sapling replied. He used mental power to transmit his voice to Qinyan. After tossing and turning for a few hours, Qinyan finally finished carving. It is night time now. The sapling is very happy. It shook a few times and produced a power that pushed Qinyan out of the tree hole. As for the golden grapes, they suddenly fell down. Qinyan is very excited and moved. He promptly caught the golden grapes and stored them inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. There are still 20 golden grapes left on the tree and they have all been taken by the lion man. This immediately caused all kinds of roars from the crowd and beast horde. Xianxia stood at the top of the tree and looked down at the group of ferocious immortal beasts and powerful upper immortals. He promptly took out the devil mirror and informed Xiaoyuan to receive him. However, the gigantic divine tree violently shook and quickly retracted into the sand. Xianxia hastily turned invisible and jumped out. As soon as he jumped out, the tree disappeared into the sand, not even a hole was left behind. Although Xianxia is invisible, some immortal beasts rushed over. Because the distance is very close, he was also sensed. Yuan is doubtful. Xianxia suddenly feels that he underestimated those beast leaders and ascendant immortals. Among the beast horde's leaders, there were many who could sense Xianxia. And those ascendant immortals can use soul-sensing talismans or other tools to lock onto Xianxia's position. Because the distance is very close, no matter how strong Xianxia's concealment ability is, he can still be sensed by the beast leaders or those ascendant immortals' tools and talismans. Xianxia wanted to take out Star Traveling Pagoda but suddenly sensed a very familiar aura. It is Xiaoyuan. My wife has arrived. Xianxia is very happy in his heart, but he is also very worried that Xiaoyuan will be implicated. As soon as Xiaoyuan arrived, the earth crazily shook. She used vibration divine ability power. Large amount of sand surged up like a great wave and slowed down many beast leaders and ascendant immortals. Hoo, vibration divine ability power whistled like a gale, ripples appeared on the stars and shook all around. The beast leaders and ascendant immortals now feel like they are in a surging ocean, the sand is rushing in all directions. Xiaoyuan is standing beside Xianxia, she is tightly grabbing his hand. Xianxia can sense Xiaoyuan's determination to protect him even at the cost of her life. He felt warm and moved in his heart. Xiaoyuan is invisible, others can't see her, but this kind of vibration power made many people secretly suspicious. Back when Yuzhuakuan and Xiaoyuan fought, Xiaoyuan used this kind of vibration divine ability power. Roar, a furious dragon roar suddenly shook the heaven and earth. It is night time now, the desert is like a stormy sea, crazily surging because of the vibration divine ability power. However, the sudden dragon roar shocked all the leaders of the beast horde. Xiaoyuan has summoned a nether realm berserk dragon. The nether realm berserk dragon is a kilometer long, its entire body is pitch black, its eyes are completely red. When it opened its mouth, its dragon teeth are as sharp as blades and flickering with red lightning. Its long and large dragon body is covered with hard black scales. As the scales trembled, it spewed out waves of dreadful nether realm baleful energy, accompanied by dreadful astral winds that howled in all directions and enveloped the desert. The nether realm berserk dragon crazily roared and rushed into the desert. It is like a fish in water, nimbly swimming under the surging desert. Voila, the dragon's tail danced in the air, as if thousands of thunderbolts were sweeping across. A large number of immortal beasts in the desert were swept by the dragon tail covered in black lightning and instantly exploded. The group of ascendant immortals were horrified to the extreme. One by one, they jumped out of the desert, distancing themselves from the terrifying black dragon. Xianxia is also frightened by the nether realm mad dragon summoned by Xiaoyuan. The nether realm mad dragon was actually able to deal with the leaders of the beast horde so easily. Xiaoyuan is a ninth firmament exalted immortal with unfathomable strength. The nether realm mad dragon that she summoned was as strong as her. Xianxia is being pulled by Xiaoyuan. They are riding a nether realm heavenly lion and are quickly galloping through the desert. Roar! Roar! The nether realm berserk dragon wreaked havoc in the desert. Large amounts of yellow sand were like seawater being swept up by the berserk dragon, setting off a sandstorm. None of the beast leaders or the exalted immortals dared to approach. If they joined hands, they would naturally be able to repel the nether realm mad dragon, but they would also have to pay a price. No one wanted to pay such a price. Moreover, they could see that the dragon came from the nether realm. It is a summoned nether realm mad dragon, it means that it won't die, so it will fight crazily regardless of the price. Xiaoyuan brought Xianxia and ran far away. She also summoned the nether realm mad dragon. On the road, Xianxia is constantly erasing his aura to prevent people from tracking him. Dawn arrived, Xiaoyuan also summoned the nether realm heavenly lion back. It is unknown where she is now, but she is far away from those ascendant immortals and beast leaders. So dangerous, I was almost done for. Qin took out the star-traveling pagoda and smiled at Xiao Yuelan. Yuelan, thank you for saving me. You are welcome, Sister Rujing told me to properly protect you. Xiao Yuelan's aloof and beautiful face showed a rare gentleness as she spoke in soft voice. Qin is still wearing the lion head mask. When he entered the star-traveling pagoda, he changed into a mask. Xiao Yuelan looked at the mask on his face and said in a somewhat unhappy manner, "Do you really want to keep wearing this mask? Why don't you let me look at you more?" Qin said with smile, "I don't have anything good to look at. On the other hand, Yuelan, you are very beautiful, it is enough for me to look at you." Humph. Xiao Yuelan very unhappily coldly groaned and entered the star-traveling pagoda. At this time, Qin took out the magic mirror and saw that there is a lot of news about the divine tree and the golden grapes on it. Those bastards, they actually recorded everything. Qin cursed in low voice. The process of him climbing the tree with the lion head mask has been recorded by someone and posted on the magic mirror. It's fine as long as nobody knows that you did it. Xiao Yuelan's ice-cold beautiful eyes flickered with hidden bitterness. Because Qin is always wearing a mask and she wants to look at Qin more. Qin promptly took out the bunch of golden grapes and said with smile, "Yuelan, if you did not save me, I would have been done for. I will give you half of these 20 grapes." Xiao Yuelan took one and said, "I only want one. These divine fruits cannot be eaten repeatedly, they are only useful when you eat the first one." Qin is also aware of this point. Otherwise those formidable inscription beasts would not have just taken one and left. "Yuelan, do you want to eat it now?" Qin asked. "No, I am worried that after eating it, I will break through to Xian Immortal. I still have important things to do in Immortal Xian Great Desert." Xiao Yuelan is sitting on a chair and carefully looking at the golden grapes. "You want to find the sun altar?" Qin asked. This is what Sister Rujing and Yu asked me to do, they. Xiao Yuelan did not continue speaking, clearly she wants to keep this matter a secret. Qin also did not ask about this matter, instead he asked about another matter. "Yuelan, have you been in contact with Sister Kiru during this period of time?" "Sister Kiru? Who is it?" Xiao Yuelan said with frown. Qin's heart suddenly trembled. Xiao Yuelan actually forgot about Xiakiru. Xiankiru. You don't remember? Qin said in shock. Xiao Yuelan's eyebrows are tightly knitted, she carefully thought about it and then shook her head. "I don't know this person? Is she also a disciple of our Guanghan Palace?" Xiao Yuelan asked. Now, Qin is certain that Xiakiru also suffered some heavenly punishment. Therefore, Xiao Yuelan and the others don't remember about Xiakiru. Qin is secretly worried about Xiakiru, afraid that she will be killed by heavenly punishment. He also understands why he can't contact Xiakiru through the immortal graveyard diagram. It is extremely likely that Xiakiru did something and triggered heavenly punishment. Now she is hiding. "Yuelan, do you know about the immortal graveyard diagram?" Qin asked. "Of course I know. I have it in my hand, it's something my mother left for me." "How do you know about this?" Xiao Yuelan is very puzzled. This matter is very complicated." Qin let out a long sigh. He originally wanted to ask Xiao Yuelan about Xiakiru, but now it seems that Xiakiru also suffered heavenly punishment. What makes him feel strange is that he has not cultivated sacred level soul yet he still remembers Xiakiru. Xiao Yuelan said coldly, "Who the hell are you? Why do you know so much about me? Moreover, you can summon Nether Realm Heavenly Lion and make your body transparent. I also have these abilities." Qin hesitated for a moment and then told Xiao Yuelan about his encounter with heavenly punishment. "We used to know each other, but after I encountered heavenly punishment, you all forgot about me. Rujing has a very strong sacred level soul, so she can still remember me." Qin helplessly spread out his hands. "I don't want you to see my face because I'm afraid that if you try hard to remember, it will cause your soul to suffer backlash and be damaged." "Yuelan, these words sound very unimaginable, but what I said is the truth. Do you believe me?" Xiao Yuelan pondered for a moment and gently nodded, "I do." "Then tell me, what was my relationship with you before?" "About this, we are just friends. And it is the kind that is trustworthy." Qin Yan smiled. He originally wanted to say that they were husband and wife, but he was worried that Xiao Yuelan would have a big reaction and would recall this matter. Is that so? Xiao Yuelan is somewhat unconvinced and said again, one of my martial spirits has the ability to copy other people's martial spirit or divine ability. My martial spirit has evolved into an immortal martial spirit, it can copy even more and stronger abilities. What abilities do I have that I copied from you? Mysterious penetration divine ability, suffering divine ability, heavenly lion summoning technique, vibration martial spirit. Qin Yan said a bunch of things, causing Xiao Yuelan to be extremely astonished. Xiao Yuelan rarely uses these abilities in public. She only uses them during practice. Even in the Guanghan Palace, not many people know about these abilities. However, Qin Yan knows them very clearly. What shocked her the most is that Qin Yan has mastered so many formidable abilities. Yuelan, I have some formidable abilities in my body, do you want to copy them? Qin Yan said with smile. N. Xiao Yuelan walked towards Qin Yan, then reached her hand under his clothes and randomly touched him. There is a nether sun on my abdomen, there is nether sun spirit and heavenly Tao divine rune inside. Qin Yan spoke, grabbed Xiao Yuelan's hand and pressed it on his abdomen, letting her sense the nether sun. Ling Yuner also relaxed the nether sun and accepted Xiao Yuelan's power. Yuelan, can you copy it? Qin Yan curiously asked. Nether sun spirit and heavenly Tao divine rune are very mysterious abilities, even Qin Yan doesn't know how to use them. I can. Xiao Yuelan's beautiful eyes flickered with joy. Qin Yan very quickly discovered that Xiao Yuelan's copying ability is very heaven-defying. He is worried that she will suffer heavenly punishment. Because not only Xiao Yuelan copied nether sun spirit and heavenly Tao divine rune, she even copied heavenly might Tao technique. Moreover, she has mastered 2 levels of heavenly might Tao technique. Were we really just friends before? Xiao Yuelan placed her hand on Qin Yan's abdomen and looked at his masked face. Very good friends. Qin Yan nodded. Be forced to confess answer? What answer is there? It's not like it's a puzzle. Qin Yan laughed dryly, Yuelan, I'm going to eat the next golden grape. I'm going into seclusion. With that, he got up and walked towards the stairs to the secret room on the 2nd floor. Xiao Yuelan shot forward and flashed in front of Qin Yan. She gently struck out with her palm. Qin Yan never expected Xiao Yuelan to actually make a move. He immediately dodged Xiao Yuelan's palm. Xiao Yuelan continued to attack quickly. Her cultivation was much higher than Qin Yan's, so it was easy for her to deal with Qin Yan. She struck out twice in a row. Although her palm strike was very fast, she did not use much strength. She only forced Qin Yan to take a few steps back. Yuelan, you. What are you doing? Qin Yan saw Xiao Yuelan's beautiful face as ice cold and shouted in alarm. I want to find the answer I want to know. After Xiao Yuelan finished speaking, she charged at Qin Yan again and waved her lily-white hand at Qin Yan's face. Qin Yan knew that Xiao Yuelan wanted to snatch his mask, but his speed was not as fast as Xiao Yuelan's. Even if he could avoid it this time, he would not be able to avoid it a second time. Xiao Yuelan snorted and finally took off Qin Yan's mask. However, she was still unable to clearly see Qin Yan's appearance. Because Qin Yan deliberately twisted the muscles on his face and used his hands to make a funny face. Ha ha ha. Yuelan, look at me, do you remember anything? Qin Yan made a face and chuckled, Yuelan, you definitely won't be able to remember anything. Don't waste your energy. Xiao Yuelan secretly gritted her jade-like teeth. Her jade-like hand stretched out like lightning and pinched the flesh on Qin Yan's waist. Then, she forcefully twisted it. Qin Yan immediately shouted, but he still had to grimace. He could not let Xiao Yuelan see his appearance. Stop messing around, hurry up and let me see your appearance. Xiao Yuelan shouted coldly, if you don't cooperate with me, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Yan groaned in his heart. Xiao Yuelan is still the same Xiao Yuelan from before. She is still so violent when doing things. Tell me, what was our relationship before? Xiao Yuelan asked coldly, her voice was filled with anger. She seemed to have an answer in her heart, but she wanted Qin Yan to say it personally. Xiao Yuelan was very clear about her feelings and judgment. It's just that she didn't want to admit it because she had completely lost this part of her memories. She also discovered that there was a certain gap in her memories. Her memory loss was very subtle. If she didn't mention it, it would be impossible to notice. Yuelan, I'm doing this for your own good. Qin Yan pulled at his mouth and eyes with both hands and said to Xiao Yuelan with a grimace. He kept on shouting because Xiao Yuelan was twisting him in pain. If it's for my own good, then tell me everything. Xiao Yuelan also released her hand and stopped twisting Qin Yan's waist. She knew that she had hurt Qin Yan. Her heart ached and she felt very apologetic. Qin Yan said, then you must promise me, don't be too entangled in your lost memories, don't think about this matter. I promise you. After Xiao Yuelan finished speaking, she could not help but rub Qin Yan's waist. Qin Yan did not make a face. He sighed helplessly and sat on a chair. Xiao Yuelan quietly looked at Qin Yan's handsome face. She only felt that it was very familiar and intimate. An indescribable longing welled up in her heart. For some reason, a strong emotion lingered in her thoughts, causing her to be unable to help but recall the important man who had disappeared from her memories. She bit her lips and looked at Qin Yan. For some reason, she felt very distressed. She vaguely felt that the man in front of her had once paid a great price for her. You. Who are you to me? Xiao Yuelan's voice suddenly became very gentle. Yuelan, you should have an answer in your heart, right? Qin Yan could not control his emotions as he stared at Xiao Yuelan's beautiful eyes filled with deep affection. I want you to tell me. Xiao Yuelan said softly. I'm your man. Qin Yan smiled, do you believe it or not? Xiao Yuelan sat down on a chair and lowered her head. Her mood is very complicated. Don't let your imagination run wild. Qin Yan suddenly shouted, interrupting Xiao Yuelan's memories. Then, he sighed and said, you promised me not to worry about this matter. Are you really my husband? Why did I forget such an important person? Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yan and shook her head, she did not dare to believe it. Yuelan, it doesn't matter if you don't recognize me. Qin Yan sighed melancholically, I can see that you are living very well now. I am very happy. Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yan, her heart feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. She and Qin Yan have a very deep relationship. At this moment, she can confirm that Qin Yan is someone she once knew and he is also very important. I will cultivate a saint-level soul as soon as possible and recover my memories as soon as possible. Xiao Yuelan said, if you are really my husband, when the time comes, I will definitely compensate you double. Qin Yan suddenly said with a smile, Yuelan, I have a way. Maybe it can help you recover your memories. Xiao Yuelan immediately said, quickly say it. Let me kiss you, maybe I'll recover my memories in an instant. Qin Yan chuckled and walked over. Go to hell. Xiao Yuelan saw Qin Yan excitedly running over and sent him flying with a palm strike. Qin Yan was thrown into a chair by the impact. Xiao Yuelan immediately felt good, she hurriedly went over and asked softly, are you all right? After saying that, she placed her hand on Qin Yan's body and channeled her immortal power to soothe Qin Yan's pain. Her current feelings towards Qin Yan are very complicated. She really wanted to get close to Qin Yan but because she doesn't have that memory, she couldn't accept this kind of sudden feeling. I'm fine. Qin Yan smiled, Yuelan, you're still so violent. Humph. Xiao Yuelan snorted and couldn't help but touch Qin Yan's handsome face. Qin Yan also enjoyed Xiao Yuelan's soft and gentle jade-like hands. He smiled and reached out to touch Xiao Yuelan's jade-like face but his hand was slapped away. I want to touch your face too. Qin Yan felt that it was somewhat unfair and shouted. I won't let you touch me. Xiao Yuelan lightly snorted but she still touched Qin Yan's face. You're already touching my face, why don't you let me touch yours? Qin Yan complained. If I want to touch you, I'll touch you because I'm stronger than you. Xiao Yuelan pouted, if I don't want you to touch my face, you're not allowed to touch it. Qin Yan still extended his hand but it was grabbed by Xiao Yuelan. He giggled and said, let me touch you. Xiao Yuelan stared at Qin Yan and then let go of his hand. Qin Yan smiled and extended his hand, gently caressing the face that haunted him in his dreams. I want to go find the sun altar. Xiao Yuelan only let Qin Yan touch her face for a while and then walked towards the door. She turned around and said to Qin Yun, after you eat the golden grapes, even if you break through, don't go deep into the immortal Xian desert. Quickly leave the immortal Xian desert, okay? Qin Yun doesn't want to leave the immortal Xian desert because he wants to follow Xiao Yuan. As long as you are in this dangerous immortal Xian desert, I will be very worried about you and my mind will be restless. If you leave, I will be very relieved. Xiao Yuan said softly, promise me, okay? And, I promise you. The sun altar might accept divine servants, don't be a divine servant. You must also promise me. This is also the matter that Qin Yun is very worried about. I promise you. Xiao Yuan nodded her head. Let's pinky swear. Qin Yun walked over with smile. Xiao Yuan is startled, then hooked her finger with Qin Yun. Yuan, remember not to recall those matters too deeply, it will damage your soul. Qin Yun warned in soft voice. Xiao Yuan nodded her head and walked out of Star Traveling Pagoda. Then she turned her head and looked at Qin Yun, her expression is filled with reluctance. She lightly stamped her foot and started running away. Seeing Xiao Yuan leaving, Qin Yun touched his face and sensed Xiao Yuan's remaining orchid fragrance. He cannot help but feel sweet and warm in his heart. A very happy smile appeared on his face. Xiao Yuan is very good. Ling Yuner said with smile. Back when she was still a little girl, our relationship was very good. Qin Yun recalled the matters of the past and cannot help but feel warm. Back then he also lost a part of his memory, it is the memory of when he saved Xiao Yuan. His devil mirror suddenly vibrated. Qin Yun took out the devil mirror, opened it and saw the call request from the little black donkey. Xiao Hei, what's the matter? Qin Yun asked. You are the lion head, isn't it? The little black donkey's voice is filled with incomparable excitement. Ah. You bastard, you are truly awesome. You actually got 20 golden grapes. Ha ha ha, the lion head is not me. You are mistaken. Qin Yun immediately denied. Don't try to deceive me. That back view is so wretched, I knew it was you, the little black donkey cursed in low voice, are we brothers or not? You actually want to hog all those golden grapes. Qin Yun very unhappily said, how is my back view wretched? The little black donkey curled its lips and said, now you admit it? I knew it was you who got the golden grapes, leave 10 for me. At most I will leave 2 for you. You also saw that those inscription beasts only took 1, there is no benefit in eating more. Qin Yun unhappily said, 1 is enough for you, why are you eating so many? Because it is delicious. I don't expect these things to bring me any improvement, the little black donkey laughed, as long as it is delicious, it is fine. I, the great god Xian Wu, love to eat divine fruits the most. Ha ha ha. Qin Yun guessed that the golden grapes are also very bad to eat and the little black donkey has never eaten any divine fruits before, so it always fantasizes that divine fruits are very delicious. That trash immortal emperor magic mirror can only teleport immortal jade beads, it can't teleport anything else. What a trash, the little black donkey cursed, did you make this devil mirror in your previous life? You are too useless. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, this was originally a half-finished product, that bastard immortal emperor magic mirror just didn't modify it properly. Indeed, it could only teleport immortal jade beads through the devil mirror. The storage bag could also teleport immortal jade beads but not other things. It would be perfect if the devil mirror could teleport things directly. Xiao Hei, I don't want to chat with you anymore. I want to enjoy the delicious golden grapes. They must be sweet and sour, very delicious. They also have a strong sweet and sour fragrance. Aya, the taste is really amazing. Qin Yun chuckled. Hell divine fruit. Qin Yun cut off the connection with the little black donkey and entered a secret room. What does the golden grape taste like? Will it be the same as the divine fruit of Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain? Qin Yun is very curious. Xiao Yun, eat it and see. If there is any other reaction, then eat the 2 pills Shuiru gave you. Ling Yuner said with smile, what if it is really delicious? Qin Yun first took out the 2 bottles of pills and then took out a golden grape. The golden grape is relatively big, it is flickering with golden light and soft to pinch. It seems like there is a sweet and sour flesh inside, accompanied by a very delicious juice. Xianxia took out the magic mirror and took a picture of the golden grape, especially the flesh and juice under the skin. It looks very delicious. After taking a picture, he immediately sent it to the little black donkey. The little black donkey saw it and its mouth turned sour. It constantly cursed Xianxia in its heart and also imagined Xianxia's wretched appearance of eating the grape. How does it taste? The little black donkey couldn't help but send a message. Not yet, but it must be very delicious, very refreshing. Xianxia replied to the little black donkey. The little black donkey is very depressed. It is currently at the top of a mountain, looking at the 9 sun-suppressing divine arrows flickering with intense sunlight. It can't wait to immediately fly to Xianxia and eat a few golden grapes. Xianxia put away the magic mirror and prepared to taste the golden grapes. It looks really delicious. Xianxia licked his lips, but he doesn't dare to eat. Maybe the divine fruits of Dragon Tiger Divine Mountain are not completely ripe yet, so it tastes very bitter. Xianxia said with smile, "These golden grapes look very sweet, they must be very delicious, right? Let's give it a try." Xianxia summoned his courage and put the golden grape in his mouth. After all, it is a divine fruit, so he ate it together with the skin. After biting the skin, the juice spread in his mouth along with the soft flesh. Xianxia wanted to shout because the juice is very spicy and also has a strong bitter taste. After biting the golden grape, the incomparably bitter juice shot out and choked his throat. In order not to waste the golden grape, Xianxia could only summon his courage and swallow the extremely unpalatable flesh with the skin. "I'm going to die." Xianxia quickly picked up 2 pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Then, he grabbed his neck with both hands and rolled on the ground, screaming. He only felt that his throat was extremely bitter, and his tongue felt like it was about to explode from the spiciness. Ah! Xianxia stuck out his tongue and lips are all swollen. Especially his lips, they were so spicy that they looked like 2 sausages. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die, oh 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 oh." Xianxia kept screaming and shouting, this is the most disgusting thing he has ever eaten. Croak croak croak, suddenly, he felt his stomach churn. He's on his period. Didn't I eat those pills? Why do I still have diarrhea? Xianxia suddenly had a bad premonition and hurriedly went to the toilet. The energy contained within the golden grapes was very strong, but the side effects were also very shocking. Xianxia had been tortured miserably. Ignoring the fact that he was crying for his parents from the spiciness, he was now having diarrhea. What was worse was that when he was having diarrhea, there was a very strong and fierce spiciness coming from his lower body. It was as if he was spitting fire. He was already prepared for this. After all, this is not the first time he ate the divine fruit. He also knew that the divine fruit would expel many impurities from the body. However, after the golden grapes entered his mouth, Xianxia was unable to control the situation. What made Xianxia feel a trace of comfort in his heart is that the golden grapes brought a very strong energy. After his nether sun absorbed it, it quickly increased his immortal power, causing his immortal power to constantly increase. The effect of the golden grapes also shocked Xianxia. After 1 day and 1 night, he cultivated 7 strands of immortal power. He is now a 7th layer immortal. And the effect is still increasing. After 3 days and 3 nights, the nether sun condensed 9 strands of immortal power. Just a bit more and Xianxia would become a high immortal, and now the effect is still continuing. Am I going to become a high immortal? Xianxia said in his heart. He was tortured for 3 days and 3 nights. If he could become a high immortal, it would not be a loss. Xianxia said, Xiaoyun, the 9 strands of immortal power inside your body have reached the peak. As long as they fuse together, you will be able to step into the high immortal realm. What will happen when 9 strands of immortal power fuse together? Xianxia asked. I don't know. If it was any other immortal, the fusion of 9 strands of immortal power would condense into something else. But you have the nether sun, the fusion of 9 strands of immortal power should be able to make the nether sun give birth to something. Xianxia said, maybe the nether sun will obtain some special ability. Xianxia endured all kind of discomfort and waited for the 9 strands of immortal power to fuse together. The nether sun suddenly trembled. Xianxia shouted, Xiaoyun, your 9 strands of immortal power are fusing together. Xianxia cannot see what is happening inside the nether sun because it is pitch black. He can only sense that the 9 strands of immortal power inside the nether sun are intertwining with each other. Roar. The fusion process is very fast. Xianxia suddenly heard a roar coming from inside the nether sun. A small black lion suddenly drilled out of the nether sun and began circling around it. What is this situation? Xianxia is somewhat amazed. The small lion circling around the nether sun is clearly a heavenly lion. You are an upper mortal. You cultivated a small heavenly lion. You should give it a try and release the heavenly lion. Ling Yan'er said with smile. Xianxia put on his pants and then weakly fell down on the ground. Originally, after breaking through, he should have been full of energy, but he was tortured to the point that he is physically and mentally exhausted. Now he is lying down on the ground to rest. 2 days passed by. Xianxia woke up and felt that he had a nightmare. He has now recovered. Recalling the painful experience he had in the past few days, he is still filled with endless fear. Xiaoyun, this heavenly lion should be a kind of power condensed from immortal power. Release it and take a look. Ling Yan'er said. With a thought from Xianxia, the small heavenly lion circling around the nether sun suddenly disappeared. Roar. Xianxia's body suddenly shook. He feels as if he is possessed by a heavenly lion. Heavenly lion power unceasingly rushed out. His arm suddenly surged with black gas and transformed into a black heavenly lion claw. Shua. He unleashed heavenly lion fighting dragon claw and grabbed a few black energy blades. The power is very dreadful. Ling Yan'er said with smile. Xiaoyun, the nether sun contains formidable immortal power and the small heavenly lion is the soul of the immortal power. When you use the heavenly lion totem martial arts, use the heavenly lion immortal power spirit and you can release very strong heavenly lion power. It seems like I have to properly comprehend the heavenly lion martial arts. The amount of heavenly lion martial arts I have mastered is not much. What Xianxia has mastered is something he comprehended a long time ago. Although he can still use it now, the more he masters this kind of heavenly lion totem martial arts, the better. The little black donkey has been extremely depressed these past few days. It has been sending text messages to Xianxia every day. Xianxia took out the magic mirror and looked at it. He saw that both the little black donkey and Xiao Yuan sent him messages. Xiao Yuan only asked him if he had a breakthrough after eating the golden grapes. Xianxia replied to Xiao Yuan and described the feeling of eating the golden grapes and the effect in detail. After Xiao Yuan saw it, she was very shocked and replied, "What you said made me not dare to eat it. When you eat it, it's best to find Shuiru and let her guide you." Xianxia and Xiao Yuan chatted casually for a while before contacting the little black donkey. The little black donkey finally contacted Xianxia and asked excitedly, "Little mortal, what happened to you these past few days? Did you eat all the golden grapes?" Xianxia said with a smile, "No. I have 20 golden grapes in my hands. I gave them to someone else because that person saved me and then I ate one myself. There are still 18. You have to leave at least 5 for me." The little black donkey said while grinding its teeth. "Got it." Xianxia said with a mischievous smile. "You ate a golden grape, why didn't you talk to me for a few days? What happened?" The little black donkey asked curiously. Because it was too delicious, it made me feel good for a few days." Xianxia said with a laugh. "Really? What kind of feeling was it?" The little black donkey was very curious and asked. It felt like going to hell." Xianxia said with a smile. "Fuck. So good that I went to hell? I want to eat, I want to eat." The little black donkey shouted loudly. Xianxia couldn't stand its voice and immediately cut off the connection. Then he looked through the news on the magic mirror. Nothing big happened recently. The storm of the Netherworld Great Emperor's matter has already passed. Now the magic mirror is discussing the golden grapes and the origin of the strange beasts that obtained the golden grapes. Not many people know that they are inscription beasts. Xianxia let Yang come out. Yang is a naughty and beautiful little bird. Her whole body is emitting purple gold light. She dragged her 9 long tails and flew around the secret room, chirping and chirping. Yang, I have a divine fruit here, do you want to eat it?" Xianxia took out a golden grape. Yang is very excited, she immediately flew towards Xianxia, picked up the golden grape and swallowed it. Qin Yan is somewhat shocked. Yang is not big, she actually swallowed the golden grape in one go. Yang, how do you feel? Qin Yan asked and immediately let Momo come out. Momo can understand what Yang is saying. Qin Yan also doesn't know what is going on, he has been unable to communicate normally with Yang. Momo stood on Qin Yan's shoulder and said softly, Yang said that the divine fruit is very delicious. It will be very useful to her. Very delicious? Qin Yan is somewhat in disbelief. He is also very puzzled. He ate the golden grape and was tortured to death. That's right. Yang said that it's very delicious and she is very grateful to you. Furthermore, she is preparing to sleep. She said that when she wakes up, she will become a human. Momo also said with a happy smile, Yang also said that you can only eat one of those divine fruits at a time. She told you not to eat any more, it will be very dangerous. Qin Yan said with a frown, Momo, ask her if you can eat this kind of divine fruit. I have more here. I'll give you and little Jade Rabbit one each. Yang flapped her wings and flew in front of Qin Yan. She immediately nodded, meaning that Momo and little Jade Rabbit could also eat it. Qin Yan took out 2 golden grapes and gave one to Momo and one to little Jade Rabbit. Momo is very small, she needs to hold the golden grape with both hands. She said with a charming smile, Big brother, I'm going to eat the grape. It's so big, it must be very delicious. Momo and little Jade Rabbit are inside the 9 Yang divine spirit, eating the golden grape. Momo ate very happily and said that it was very delicious. Could it be that these divine fruits are not for people to eat? Qin Yan is very depressed. He really wanted to find the little black donkey and let it have a taste. He wanted to see if it was really that delicious. Qin Yan shook his head and walked out of the secret room. He saw a cute little girl wearing a white dress sitting in the hall. Qin Yan immediately screamed in fright. Sacred Bodies troubles the elusive Nian sat on the chair and swung her legs. The little gray cat that was meowing suddenly ran into her arms. Little brother, are the golden grapes delicious? Nian said to Qin Yan with a charming smile. What golden grapes? Qin Yan pretended not to know anything. Don't lie to me. You got the rest of the golden grapes, right? Nian wrinkled her little nose and caressed the little gray cat's head. She said with a smile, Kitten told me that the rest of the golden grapes are with you. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, This kitten took 2 and gave 1 to you, right? Yes, it gave it to me but I haven't eaten it yet. Kitten told me not to eat it casually because it will be very uncomfortable. Nian said with a chuckle, Little brother, Kitten said that you have eaten the golden grapes. How do you feel? Qin Yan cursed in his heart. Why didn't this kitten and Nian appear earlier? Otherwise, he would have been prepared. It's so disgusting, it's simply torture. Qin Yan sighed and said, The effect is not bad. The effect is indeed not bad. It can make you become a high immortal. Nian giggled and said, Little brother, you are very capable. You can actually get the remaining 20 golden grapes. Qin Yan spread out his hands, My luck is pretty good. This kitten understands those golden grapes very well. Does she know how to eat the divine fruit without pain? Nian gently stroked the kitten's head, as if she was communicating with it using mental power. Kitten said that when humans eat the divine fruit, the effect will be halved. Only when inscription beasts like them eat it, can they display all the effects. After Nian finished speaking, she shook her head, Kitten also doesn't know the correct way for humans to eat the divine fruit. This kitten is really amazing. It can bring you in. Qin Yan looked at the little gray cat. The little gray cat also looked at him and meowed a few times. She's my friend now, her name is Xianxia. Nian said with a chuckle. Nian, how much do you know about these inscription beasts? There should be many complex spatial runes in her body. Qin Yan is very interested in the little gray cat. The gray cat meowed a few times before curling up in Nian's arms. It was a little afraid of Qin Yan. Inscription beasts are formed from inscriptions. If you want to obtain the inscriptions within the body of an inscription beast, you need to kill the inscription beast. Nian snorted lightly, Little brother, don't do anything to little flower. Qin Yan used his extinction spirit eye to look at the little gray cat. He couldn't see anything. He couldn't even sense the rune power inside the little gray cat's body. After the runes evolved into living beings, they no longer had the aura of runes. However, he had seen the lightning released by the golden bear before. It contained many strange runes. Nianyun, I want to leave the immortal Xian desert. Do you have any plans? Qinyan asked, do you want to leave with me? Why did you suddenly want to leave the profound immortal desert? Didn't you just break through? You have become a lot stronger, you should continue staying here. Nianyun frowned as she looked at Qinyan and asked. Qinyan could not see through the mysterious lass, nor did he know what Nianyun's plans were for her to seek him out twice. I promised a friend that I would leave the profound immortal desert. Because she is very concerned about me, I don't want her to worry. Qinyan sighed and said, the profound immortal desert is indeed very dangerous. With my current strength, being able to obtain some divine fruits is already considered good luck. Nianyun smiled charmingly and said, if you follow us, you will definitely be very safe. You should continue staying in the profound immortal desert. Tell your friends that you are together with me, Nianyun. Qinyan asked with some doubt, why do you want me to follow you? Where are you going? We are going to look for the sun altar. Nianyun's delicate and tender little face suddenly became filled with solemnity. The sun altar is very important to me and little flower. Meow meow, the little gray cat also cried out a few times. This caused Qinyan to be somewhat surprised. He continued to ask, the sun altar was taken down by the 9 sun sects. As far as I know, those guys also want to capture inscription beasts. Nianyun's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and said, little brother, you really know a lot. The main reason we are going to look for the sun altar is for the god altar origin crystal inside the altar. It is a fragment of sun core, it is very useful to me and little flower. We want you to follow us because we like this pagoda of yours. Me and little flower are very satisfied with this pagoda. Little flower said that this pagoda is refined with many sun core powder, so it is very sturdy. Qinyan was very amazed by the sturdiness of star-traveling pagoda before. Because after the sun fell, this pagoda did not have any damage at all. He did not expect that it would be mixed with sun core powder. Star-traveling pagoda was refined by many pagoda masters in the past. Those pagoda masters frequently roamed the starry sky and collected all kinds of materials. Then they continuously refined them into star-traveling pagoda. Qinyan already feels that he should follow Nianyun and the little gray cat to look for the sun altar. He said with smile, is there any benefit for me to follow you? If we find divine fruits on the way, we can give you a share. Nianyun said with smile, little flower can help you ask for a share of divine fruits. Although Qinyan still has many golden grapes, divine fruits from the same divine tree will only be effective if he eats the first one. If he continues to eat, he will only suffer. The little gray cat is an inscription beast, it knows where to find divine fruits. If he follows the little gray cat, he will be able to find 1 or 2 divine fruits. Alright. Qinyan also agreed. Nianyun is very strong, moreover, the little gray cat has mastered very strong spatial power. Qinyan feels that it will be very safe to follow them. Alright, let's set off now. Nianyun said with sweet smile, little brother, you will be very safe if you follow us, don't be afraid. Qinyan said with smile, how can I be afraid? Do I look like I am afraid? Nianyun giggled and said, the vicinity of sun altar is very dangerous. Even I don't dare to easily approach it. Qinyan is startled in his heart, it seems like this Nianyun understands sun altar very well. How dangerous? Qinyan is not afraid, rather he is very worried about Xiaoyuan. Sun altar should have already landed in the desert. If this kind of altar wants to open, it must require a great amount of sacrifice, both alive and dead. If you have any understanding of altar sacrifice, you can imagine the scene there. Nianyun's smile disappeared. When you go to that place, remember to release the pagoda as soon as possible. Qinyan knows that the sun altar needs a great amount of sacrifice to descend. Now that he carefully thinks about it, that place is indeed very dreadful. Let's go, let's set off. Nianyun walked out of star-traveling pagoda while carrying the little gray cat. Qinyan also walked out and stored the star-traveling pagoda. At the same time, he sent a message to Xiaoyuan, telling her to be careful and also telling her that he is together with Nianyun. Xiao Yuan originally wanted Qin Yun to leave immortal Xian Great Desert, but after finding out that Qin Yun and Nian Yun are together, she agreed to let him stay. She knows Nian Yun's strength. Qin Yun feels that he has profited greatly. So long as he follows these two little guys, he will be able to obtain divine fruits. What he needs to do now is to release the star-traveling pagoda when he needs it. Nian Yun is running on the desert while carrying the little gray cat. Qin Yun followed behind and asked, Nian Yun, can't your Xiao Huahua carry out spatial transfer? Can't you just let her directly bring us to the sun altar? The number of times she can use spatial transfer every day is very limited. We are currently very safe and there is no urgent matter. Let's not waste the number of times, or else we won't be able to use it when we are in urgent need. Just as Nian Yun finished speaking, a burst of spatial fluctuation appeared around her body. Qin Yun is startled, he promptly rushed over, but Nian Yun and the little gray cat have already disappeared. Clearly they are using spatial transfer. Fuck. What is this? Why did they suddenly leave? Didn't we agree to let me follow you? Qin Yun loudly shouted a few times, he is very puzzled in his heart. The little gray cat suddenly used spatial transfer to bring Nian Yun away, he doesn't know why. Are you playing with me? I should just obediently leave immortal Xian Great Desert. Qin Yun let out a sigh. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed danger approaching. He is suddenly greatly alarmed in his heart, he now understands why the little gray cat left, it is because some dreadful thing is lying in ambush in the vicinity. That little cat is too unfaithful, it even ran away without taking me with it. I am clearly the weakest, it should have taken me and ran away. Nian Yun is so strong yet it ran away with her. Qin Yun is very unhappy, he can only take out star-traveling pagoda and hide inside. After entering the first floor of the star-traveling pagoda, he suddenly heard a hissing sound. It's a snake. Qin Yun looked at the windows all around and saw a light blue snake. This light blue snake is an inscription beast, it wanted to take away a golden grape earlier. This blue snake was only as thick as Qin Yun's thigh when he took the golden grape from the divine tree. Now it is as thick as a water tank. This snake is slithering around outside the star-traveling pagoda, its eyes are emitting deep and cold green light, it is giving off a very strong evil aura. What kind of rune is this snake transformed from? Qin Yun is very relaxed inside the star-traveling pagoda, he is observing the blue snake very carefully. Boom, the blue snake suddenly swung its tail and whipped the star-traveling pagoda, causing it to shake. Star-traveling pagoda shook to a very large degree. Lan Bufan and other 9th stage heavenly immortals joined hands to attack star-traveling pagoda, but they only managed to cause it to shake slightly. Xiao Yun, these inscription beasts are all Xian immortal beasts, this snake ate the golden grape and became even stronger. Ling Yuner said, even the strongest 9th stage heavenly immortal can only run away if they encounter this kind of inscription beast in immortal Xian Great Desert, they won't even be able to run away. Damn snake, quickly scram. You won't be able to eat me. I have just become a heavenly immortal, what kind of delicious food do I have? Inside the desert, there are many delicious 9th stage heavenly immortals. You have sacred body, they don't. The snake opened its mouth and spoke, its voice is very cold and gloomy, human, quickly come out, don't hide inside like a turtle. After eating you, I will be able to cultivate sacred body. Quickly come out and help me. Hiss hiss hiss. Snakebird great battle, human, quickly come out. Think about it, if you are eaten by me, I will become even stronger. Wouldn't this be your greatest contribution to me, because I will eat your sacred body, I will become the strongest immortal beast emperor. You see, this is such a great thing for you. Quickly come out, as long as I eat you, I will become the strongest immortal beast emperor, the blue snake said with evil laugh. Qin Yun looked at the blue snake outside and said with sneer, you stupid snake, do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Your words can't even deceive a child. How about this, you obediently kill yourself and let me obtain the runes on your body. I am an inscription master, I can let your runes flourish even more, ha ha ha. The blue snake became furious, it vigorously swung its long and thick tail and ruthlessly lashed the star-traveling pagoda, causing the pagoda to tremble. Stupid snake, you are just like a disgusting insect. Ha ha ha. Qin Yun deliberately angered the blue snake, making it release its strongest power to attack the star-traveling pagoda. Xianxia wants to see what kind of attribute power this blue snake is using. The blue snake is indeed very angry, it unceasingly lashed the star-traveling pagoda with its body. Even though it fiercely lashed the star-traveling pagoda, no mark appeared on the snake's scales. The blue snake's scales are very firm, they are also not leaking any special aura. Bastard human, you won't come out? I will wait for 10,000 years for you to come out. The blue snake very furiously said. It coiled around the star-traveling pagoda and blocked all the windows of the first floor. I don't need 10,000 years, I will have enough power to slaughter you damn stupid snake in 100 years. Xianxia firmly clenched his fist and ferociously attacked the window with his strongest extinction dragon 36 palms. Since he is inside the star-traveling pagoda, he can attack outside. That kind of dragon roar whistled through the window and bombarded on the blue snake's scales, creating a burst of muffled whistling sound. Puny human, you can only tickle me, the blue snake loudly mocked. If you have the guts, come out, I will fight you face to face. Xianxia probed just now. He knows that the blue snake's scales are very firm, moreover, the power hidden inside them is even more formidable. Even if he can break the scales, he might not be able to injure the blue snake. This was the difference in strength. The difference was too big, Ling Yin'er said. This blue snake's strength is at least at the profound immortal level. Even Yan'yun can only run when facing this fellow. Xianxia finally understood that the little gray cat did not have much combat power. However, it had a very strong spatial teleportation ability and a very strong perception. Therefore, when it sensed that the blue snake was nearby, it hurriedly ran away with Yan'yun. That kitten is really unkind, she didn't take me with her. When Xianxia thought of this, he felt very unhappy. She probably wants to test the sturdiness of your tower. Ling Yin'er warned, Xiaoyun, don't let your guard down. You have to prepare for the worst. If this tower is destroyed, have you thought about how to escape? Xianxia did not think about this problem. He discovered that he is too dependent on star-traveling pagoda. If star-traveling pagoda is destroyed, he will be finished. Stupid snake, don't waste time on me, properly go find your divine fruits to eat. Xianxia yelled. There are too few divine fruits, moreover, they are all occupied by all kinds of formidable inscription beasts. If I go there, I will just be delivering food to their doorstep. Eating you is better than eating 10 different divine fruits, Blue Snake said with evil grin. Puny human, do you know your value? You are as awesome as 10 different divine fruits. Quickly come to my mouth and show me your true value. Stupid snake, I have never eaten snake meat, I also want to taste snake meat. You are an inscription beast, your meat quality should be very good. Just wait for me. Xianxia groaned, who knows who will be eating who? Blue Snake laughed loudly and said, you want to eat me? Don't be ridiculous, you can't even chew my meat. Even though you have saint body, your saint body is like a small sprout, compared to a big tree like me, it is too tender. Xianxia looked at the first pearl of the 9-sun divine spirit. Yang was flying around in high spirits. Mo was lying on her back and little Jade Rabbit was running on the ground. The 3 little things were playing very happily. Yang, I met a snake that arrogantly wanted to eat me. Can you get rid of that snake? Xianxia was only casually asking because Yang was only a little bigger than a palm. Facing that blue snake, she was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. After Yang heard this, she squeaked and looked very excited. Mo said sweetly, Big brother, Yang said she can get rid of that snake. Xianxia is somewhat doubtful, really? That snake is an inscription beast. It's very, very strong. Yang said to let her go out and take a look. Mo said again. Xianxia released Yang. As soon as Yang came out, he saw the thick body of the snake from the window. Then, he squeaked non-stop, looking very excited. Mo said from the side, Yang said she can deal with it. Xianxia grabbed the excited Yang. Although he knows that this is the 9th heaven Xian sparrow, it is still too small, only a little bigger than a duckling. Big brother, Yang said that the snake is not very strong. Moreover, its meat is very delicious, even more delicious than the dragon meat she ate before. Mo said with smile, I have never seen Yang so happy. Xianxia hesitated, he is very worried that Yang would be swallowed by that blue snake. Mo said again. Yang said that if you don't let her go out, she will fall asleep. After she wakes up, she will no longer care about you. Qin is not willing to let this cute little thing go out and face that snake. Alright, he let out a long sigh and decided to let Yang go out. Yang is very happy and immediately flew towards the window. Qin controlled the star-traveling pagoda and let Yang fly out of the window. As soon as Yang flew out, she let out a sharp cry. This ear-piercing cry penetrated into the star-traveling pagoda, causing Qin to feel as if his heart is being pierced by something. Outside, purple gold flame suddenly flickered. Qin can feel a burst of scorching heat inside the pagoda. Qin is very shocked and rushed to the window. He did not expect Yang's strength to be so dreadful. And he normally only let Yang light the fire. This is a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Damn it. How can ninth heaven Xianxia appear in this kind of broken down place? Blue Snake cursed in anger, then said with excited smile, good thing it is just a little thing, after I eat it, my cultivation will surely increase greatly. Yang flew out and let out a cry, her entire body is wrapped up in intense purple gold flame. That purple gold flame is floating in the sky, it looks like a purple gold scorching sun. Yang can actually fly. Qin is very apprehensive looking at this, he secretly blamed himself for not knowing enough about ninth heaven Xianxia. Yang has been playing with Mo and little Jade Rabbit inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul all day long. Moreover, they are very small, giving Qin the misconception that Yang is not very strong, only her flame is very strong. Ling Yuner said, after Yang ate the golden grape, her strength increased greatly. It should be time for her to evolve. Yang is really awesome, she already said that she can transform into a very big bird. Mo is standing on Qin's shoulder, looking at the flame floating in the sky, her eyes are filled with envy. Hoo! The sun-like purple gold flame suddenly burst open and a large bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared in the sky. Yang can transform, I actually didn't know. Qin is dumbstruck looking at this. He always thought that Yang was just a small bird. Now Yang has the appearance of a ninth heaven Xianxia. It looks like a phoenix, its body is covered with purple gold flame feathers, its wings have 9 stiff golden feather bones, they look like 9 golden sabers with feathers. And the 9 purple gold tail feathers on its tail are burning with raging flame. When they move, they set off bursts of purple gold light, sweeping out threatening scalding heat wave. Yang flapped its wings. Shua hua, those powerful wings rushed out purple gold thunder and lightning and purple gold flame. Purple gold thunder and purple gold flame rushed out, then converged into a purple gold thunder and flame and attacked the head of the blue snake coiled around star-traveling pagoda. Boom boom boom, continuous explosions accompanied by intense purple gold thunder and flame enveloped the entire star-traveling pagoda. The blue snake let out a miserable scream after being attacked, then left star-traveling pagoda and slithered on the sand. Hua hua, Yang is flying in the sky, flapping her beautiful purple gold wings, shooting out purple gold thunder and flame towards the blue snake. The blue snake drilled into the sand and dodged Yang's attack. Now the entire desert has become extremely hot. Qin also let out a sigh of relief, at least he doesn't need to worry that Yang will be killed by the blue snake. Little thing, in terms of age, I should be your grandpa, don't be arrogant. The blue snake suddenly drilled out of the ground and strangely slithered in the sky. It is as if a blue light is twisting in the sky and quickly leaping towards Yang. Qin remembers that after the blue snake obtained the golden grapes, it disappeared in the sky. He doesn't know what kind of power it used to do so. After eating the golden grapes, the blue snake is still very nimble. It slithered a few times in the sky and then suddenly disappeared. The thunder and flame released by Yang's wings also hit nothing. Don't stay there, quickly move. Qin yelled. He discovered that Yang's battle experience is not rich enough. The blue snake attacked. It very strangely appeared in the sky above Yang, then swung its body. Adding the strange rune power, it hacked down on Yang's body. Voila, the sound of air being torn apart can be heard, a sharp and ear-piercing sound can be heard. The blue light arc is like a saber, it hacked down from the sky, bringing along a very strong and manic immortal power. Yang let out an angry screech after being attacked. Luckily her defense is very strong. After being hacked down by the blue snake-like saber, although her body fell down, she quickly stabilized herself. At this time, the invisible blue snake attacked again. Behind you. Qinyan used Extinction Spirit Eye to see the blue snake and yelled. Yang Yang's 9 beautiful purple gold tail feathers are like 9 long flame whips, they crazily swept and attacked the snake head. Bang! The tail feathers hit the snake's head and burst out a burst of purple gold raging flame. The blue snake's body was hit until it became visible. After it dropped to the ground, it immediately drilled into the sand. So what if it's a divine bird? I want to eat the divine bird today. After I eat the divine bird formed from the sun soul, I will become the sun divine snake. The blue snake's voice is incomparably excited. Nature inscription: the blue snake is indeed very powerful, otherwise it would not dare to clamor about eating the divine bird. The most powerful technique of this kind of snake is to wrap around its prey and gradually tighten, breaking the prey's bones. After Yang Yang was entangled, she let out an angry roar. Her wings are also unable to move. She can only release powerful thunder fire in an attempt to break free from the blue snake. The blue snake wrapped around Yang Yang and did not bite. Clearly, it wants to use its mouth to guard against any sneak attack. Ha ha ha. Originally I was very lucky to meet a human who cultivated a sacred body. I didn't expect to meet a divine bird formed from a sun soul. How can I be so lucky? After the blue snake succeeded, it went crazy with joy. Yang Yang is unable to fly and landed on the ground. Her body is constantly struggling. Even though she can erupt with powerful purple gold fire thunder, she is unable to break free from the blue snake. And the blue snake is gradually tightening, it wants to strangle Yang Yang to death. Yang Yang is too young. That blue snake's cultivation is so high, Yang Yang is not its match at all. Qinyan took out the Lion King cannon and shot arrow after arrow at the blue snake's eyes. Boom boom boom, a large number of cannon arrows flew out unceasingly, but they were all jolted away by the power released by the blue snake. Little thing, don't waste your trash, you can't hurt me. This is the difference in strength, ha ha ha. You are indeed very capable, your divine bird is mine. Thank you for your hospitality. The blue snake laughed loudly. Yang Yang's cultivation is not as high as the blue snake, but she is the 9th heaven Xian sparrow formed from sun soul. She is a divine bird, so she can fight evenly with the blue snake. Big brother. Momo is very sad and worried seeing this. Don't worry, Yang Yang will be able to hold on. Qinyan is also thinking of a way. As long as he can help Yang Yang break free from the blue snake's bindings, Yang Yang will have a chance to counterattack. The blue snake laughed loudly and said, "A delicious meal is coming." The proud blue snake's stiff blue scales suddenly stood up, like a sharp circular knife. They cut Yang Yang's body. Yang Yang's defense is very strong, she was not cut in an instant. However, as the blue snake gradually tightened, Yang Yang felt even more uncomfortable. The blue snake is currently enduring the purple gold thunder fire that burst out from Yang Yang's body. It is extremely hot and numb. As long as he held back and strangled Yang Yang to death, his mission would be accomplished. The blue snake scales have the strongest defense. Now that they are standing up, I can directly see the skin and flesh. This should be the best time to attack. Qinyan thought to himself. Blue snake wants to quickly take down Yang Yang, so he can't wait to erect his scales. He wants to use the sharp scales to cut Yang Yang's body. Ling Yuner said, "Xiaoyun, get ready to attack. Remember, be careful." Qinyan cast a summoning technique and summoned a nether-realm poison dragon and a nether-realm heavenly lion. "Xiao Nether, you might die this time, I'm sorry," Qinyan said to the nether-realm heavenly lion. The nether-realm heavenly lion let out a roar. He didn't care about life and death because after he died, he could still be reborn. Seeing the nether-realm poison dragon appear, Blue Snake sneered, "This kind of trash should just obediently stay in the nether-realm. My cultivation is higher than these trash. Whatever dragon or heavenly lion, they are all trash in front of me." The nether-realm poison dragon spat out a mouthful of venom, hitting Blue Snake in the eye. This was something Blue Snake did not expect. "Ah! Damn thing!" Blue Snake furiously roared and spat out a light blue transparent energy ball that exploded on the nether-realm poison dragon's body. Roar! the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion's body was immediately broken, it turned into black gas and disappeared on the spot. It returned to the Nether Sea of the Nine Nether Realm to be reborn. Blue Snake is not afraid of the Nether Realm Poison Dragon's poison, but he has been unable to see anything and his perception has dropped by a lot. The Nether Realm Heavenly Lion rushed over and unleashed Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw to attack Blue Snake. Blue Snake's perception has dropped and his attention is now completely focused on the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion. At this time, Xianxia suddenly rushed towards Star Traveling Pagoda, released white light from his sacred eye and hit Blue Snake's body, then teleported over. When Xianxia rushed over, he used all the strength in his body to stab out a long beast horn. This beast horn is an immortal king beast horn, it is very stiff. Blue Snake's scales are now erect and after the sharp beast horn stabbed out, it vigorously pierced into Blue Snake's flesh through the gap between the scales. Bastard! Blue Snake also sensed Xianxia's burst of power and furiously roared. And the Nether Realm Heavenly Lion was also exploded by the energy spat out by Blue Snake. Nether Realm Heavenly Lion will be reborn in the Nine Nether Realm, but it will take a long time. Blue Snake's body has been pierced by a very large beast horn, it is suffering incessant pain. Go to hell! Blue Snake suddenly swung its tail and attacked Xianxia's body. Bang! Xianxia was hit by the snake's tail and as if he was bounced back, he landed at a distant place. At this time, Xianxia's power has also been weakened by the Blue Snake's attack. She finally unfolded her wings and struggled free from Blue Snake's bindings. Furious Xianxia let out a sharp screech and soared to the sky. Blue Snake is very angry, its body is dripping with blood after being pierced by the immortal king beast horn. After struggling free from the beast horn, it ferociously pounced towards Xianxia. Xianxia has been ruthlessly attacked by Blue Snake. His body feels like it is being cut in half at the waist, he is completely unable to dodge. Suddenly a scorching hot energy wave rushed down. Xianxia dived down with very fast speed, like a light beam shooting down. Her body released scorching hot energy, along with her fast diving down, a burst of shock wave rose up. Xianxia has 9 sun divine soul, he can resist this kind of valiant sun flame. But Blue Snake is not so good because there is a bloody hole on its body. Intense flame is entering through the bloody hole, it is very fatal. Xianxia dived down, her claws grabbed Blue Snake, then flew to the sky and also grabbed Blue Snake. Smelly bird! Blue Snake cursed in anger, its body fiercely trembled and released a burst of frantic immortal beast power. It struggled free from Xianxia's claws and dropped to the ground. Xianxia released Devil Star Overlord Dragon after being injured. Devil Star Overlord Dragon in human form carried Xianxia and rushed towards Star Traveling Pagoda. Blue Snake landed on the ground and continued attacking Xianxia. Because he now knows that it will not be easy to capture Ninth Heaven Xian Sparrow. If he continues to fight, he will only suffer losses. So he decided to eat Xianxia and run. Devil Star Overlord Dragon's speed is very fast, it rushed into Star Traveling Pagoda while carrying injured Xianxia. Blue Snake also quickly rushed over but it is a bit slow. It crashed into the barrier of Star Traveling Pagoda's entrance and let out a loud bang sound. At the same time, a burst of intense purple light beam shone down. Xianxia opened her mouth and spat out a purple gold light ball, it looks like a purple gold small sun. The purple gold small sun smashed down like a meteor and hit Blue Snake's body. Boom, the purple gold small sun exploded after hitting Blue Snake's body. A large amount of purple gold flame roared like ocean waves and enveloped a radius of 100 li around Star Traveling Pagoda. Star Traveling Pagoda is completely undamaged when a sun falls down, it can also resist the purple gold flame released by Xianxia. Seeing that Star Traveling Pagoda is not damaged, Xianxia locked onto Blue Snake in the sky and opened her mouth again and again. Purple gold flame balls gushed out, they look like purple gold small sun. In the blink of an eye, she shot out more than 10 flame balls. After a small hole was opened on Blue Snake's body, the flame with intelligence automatically drilled into the small hole. Xianxia is formed from Sun Spirit, she innately has the ability to use flame to perfection. The flame she released is also under her complete control, it moves according to her will. Blue Snake screamed again and again inside the sea of flame after being burned. Those flame balls, under Xianxia's control, drilled into Blue Snake's wound like a funnel. Frantic purple gold flame thunder crazily poured into Blue Snake's body. Not long after, all the flame balls around star-traveling pagoda disappeared without a trace. They have all been controlled by Yang and entered Blue Snake's body. Yang's body is also filled with many injuries. After she landed on the ground, she held the immortal king beast horn and Blue Snake in her mouth and flew towards star-traveling pagoda. Then she very happily circled around star-traveling pagoda a few times to celebrate victory. Blue Snake is dead, moreover it has been roasted. Yang placed Blue Snake on the side of star-traveling pagoda, then tore off the snake scales and began eating the golden and dazzling meat inside. Qin can only control Devil Star Overlord Dragon to store away the snake scales. His injuries are very serious now. After a great battle, Yang's appetite has become very big. Moreover, the large snake's meat is very tasty, so she ate very quickly. Although Yang is a glutton, she did not forget Qin. She left behind a large chunk for Qin, as well as a fist-sized blue pearl. It looks like a snake's gall, but compared to Blue Snake's body, it is very small. After Yang ate her fill, her body became wrapped up in a burst of soft purple gold light and gradually became smaller, turning into a small thing like before. You are still injured. Qin patted Yang's small head and then placed Yang into the 9-sun divine soul. Qin stored the snake's bones and then placed the snake's meat into the first floor of star-traveling pagoda. This stupid snake said it wanted to eat me and Yang before, now it has been eaten by me and Yang. Qin laughed and then began eating his delicious meal. When he recalled the battle between Yang and Blue Snake, he still has lingering fear in his heart. This snake is transformed from a rune. What kind of rune is it? Ling Yuner asked. When I collected the snake's bones and scales, I didn't see any runes. This inscription beast is truly mysterious. Qin said with frown, where exactly are the runes hidden? Ling Yuner thought for a bit and said, maybe they are all dark runes? Blue Snake's bones are completely intact. Qin promptly took out the intact snake bones and let Mo come out. After Mo came out, she said, Big brother, Yang is asleep, I don't know when he will wake up. She should wake up very soon. Qin laughed, wait until she wakes up, she will turn into a human and continue playing all kinds of games with you. Mo very happily nodded her head and then looked at Blue Snake's bones. Aya, there are runes inside. Mo lightly yelled. Record those runes. Qin very happily said. There are many types of inscription beasts, they are all transformed from runes with different abilities. Even Divine Desolate's 9-sun sects want them, it is clear that these runes are not simple. Mo can see the dark runes, she also began recording them. Mo, do you know what use these runes have? What type are they? Qin asked. End of chapter 1305. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.